Hello everyone, welcome back. This is part 6 of Membership Drive 8, July, August 2026. I started streaming at 8 PM on the 30th of July. It is now 5:42 AM on the 2nd of August. When I started, I had a 45-minute timer. Even though it is now nearly 60 hours later, there is an 18-hour and 28-minute timer. I've broken time. My audience is fucking amazing. We're going to carry on soon with the review of my JM Truth debate from a while ago. But right now I'm having a wee chat with Planowalk, but let me play the intro. You know how it works. If you don't dance, then I'm going to send Daniel Pratt to your house. But if you do dance, I'll give you a cookie.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth thinks that evolution's real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show.
I need to make sure I meet the driver outside so the dog doesn't bark.
Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Scooty, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hello everyone, welcome back. This is part 6 of the Membership Drive stream for this month. And last month, it's just ridiculous. The amount of support you guys give me, I honestly don't know what to say. I am a little bit overwhelmed at this point. I ran out of content, but I've got JM Truth to do. And then I was going to also do the Professor Dave Potato Man debate at some point as well. But I've got here with me the amazing Planowalk. Yeah, Dearth.
Oh, right, yeah. I sometimes forget that that Dearth looks like a potato and isn't actually just a potato.
Yeah.
You know. So, yeah, I'm here. I have been just like looking over some of the like flat earthers that I've got in my sort of records, I guess. And there is like sometimes I look at some of them and it's like, oh, Taboo Conspiracy last posted a year ago.
Oh, really?
Like, if that doesn't show how many arguments they've got left, I don't know what does.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
I've got to go to Twitter for like new Flat Earth content now.
Fucking hell.
And like, because like, I don't know if you've noticed, but like, Twitter, since Elon Musk has bought it, actually kind of promotes Flat Earth content a bit more than it used to.
Yeah,
or a
that is
lot more than it
definitely
used
true.
to, actually.
Right,
Like, there was actually a Flat Earth account that I'd never heard of until Elon Musk bought it, but then Elon Musk bought it, and now there's like a US senator that is following the Flat Earth Library or something. And it's just like, Twitter's, like, obviously Elon Musk has ruined Twitter.
Yeah, there's not even
And-
Twitter anymore, so...
Yeah. Well, look, I'll still call it Twitter. Like, who calls it X? I don't.
Okay. Right, I am going to take a 10-15 minute break and have some McDonald's breakfast. Do you want to entertain them while I do that Planowalk, or should I put on a video?
Yeah, I can absolutely entertain the chat.
Excellent, that's very helpful, thank you. Well, I'll be back in about 15-ish minutes then, okay? Have fun.
Okay. So yeah, I was actually, interestingly, that Jane Doe, you pointed out something about it being bad before. I agree. But like, there is obviously, like, no matter how bad things get, they can always get worse, right? And like, Elon Musk just made it so much worse. it's just like filled with conspiracy theorists, and like that kind of makes sense given the sort of, I think it was like in 2020 that Elon Musk kind of started down like the conspiracy theorist rabbit hole with like COVID denialism, and it's just like, like once you fall for one conspiracy theory, it becomes a lot easier to fall for another conspiracy theory. And that is simply because like all conspiracies are based in like some denial of reality. Like, yeah, sure, there are some ideas people have about like, shadowy groups controlling everything that does have some kind of merit. Like there's like a bunch of stuff about the Atlas network where they've got like a lot of influence, but that's just down to media influence, not like, oh, a secret shadow government or whatever. Like sometimes it's a lot simpler than the conspiracy theorists make it out to be. It's like, oh yeah, there is like a bunch of people that are trying to exert influence over the population. It's called the media. It's called like media groups that, or not necessarily the media, but like think tanks. They want to get their ideas out there, and that's the way that they do it. Whereas like conspiracy theorists are like, oh, they're trying to, make us all wear masks with COVID, and it's like, okay, what does that do? That just make like, like if anything, the people who are conspiracy theorists, they are with their conspiracy theories, they act more against their own interests than anything, because it's like, okay, like if you let's think about it just for a second, right? And with vaccines, the conspiracy theorists say, oh, they want you to get vaccinated so that they can do whatever and like reduce the population. It's like, okay, if everyone who gets a vaccine was wiped off the face of the earth, then who would be left? Oh, the conspiracy theorists, the people that would be hard to control. So it makes absolutely zero sense that the elites or whatever would want to just leave the only people alive to be conspiracy theorists. Like, it makes a lot more... Like, if the elites really wanted a controllable population, then doesn't it make more sense than have a vax... like, if the elites really wanted a population that, they could control or whatever, and the conspiracy theorists were really against the elites, then it would make sense that the people that the elites would want to vaccinate, it makes sense that the people that the elites would want to die are the conspiracy theorists. So clearly, vaccines are probably the most likely thing to work. Like, even just going off that kind of logic, conspiracy theorist logic, it makes no sense. Of course, like, I think that people that get vaccinated, I think that sometimes, I think there's a lot of different people who have gotten vaccinated. But, like, obviously the people that get vaccinated listen more to science. If you really want something that's a lot more against what... if you really want something that makes people easier to control, it would be like something like religion, where people listen to dogma rather than evidence. It's surprising, actually, how many religious people go off of dogma rather than evidence, and I am shocked, actually, at the amount of dogma in, like just take the Christian faith, for example. How much dogma is in that, and things that I used to believe. I used to believe that the Bible... I used to believe that there was the Bible that claimed that there was, 300 fulfilled prophecies. I was wrong about that. I thought it was, it was the Bible, that there was like 300 prophecies in the Bible that were filled by, what was written about Jesus, right? And it turns out that no, there wasn't actually 300 prophecies. It was like maybe one prophecy, and like the rest of them were like reinterpreted prophecies, and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? Why are there so many prophecies that are claimed to be fulfilled by Jesus that weren't actually fulfilled by Jesus? Like, I've watched like a few videos on the subject by two different people now, so it's like why are there two biblical scholars saying the exact same thing? And like, by the way, the biblical scholars, I can't remember. I think it was like DZ Debates and Dan McClellan. I remember Dan McClellan's name quite easily. Yeah, the George says half the prophecies in the Bible were misinterpreted, and the other half that didn't happen. And yeah. Also, by the way, been a long time since we've chatted, George. Been a really long time actually. Like, that was before I transitioned last time we talked, wasn't it? It was a long time ago. Can we ask Craig to add 3 minutes for each ad that we watch? That should be a thing, right? Because I know that sometimes it does tell you about when an ad's coming up, and you can let the ad play or you can let the ad go. But yeah. But yeah, it was like, it's like crazy to me because like I was told that, oh, I've been told so many times, oh, there were so many prophecies that Jesus fulfilled. And like, I don't believe that Jesus fulfilling prophecies like is evidence of the Bible, because, you know, they could just write in that Jesus fulfilled a prophecy when he didn't. That's easy enough to do, but to find out that the prophecies weren't even prophecies that were supposed to be about the Messiah. And it's like, no wonder Jewish people don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because they're like, these prophecies aren't about Jewish. Sorry, these prophecies aren't about Jesus. And it's like, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Get YouTube Premium, no more annoying scam ads. I actually don't have YouTube Premium for the exact reason of I want to be able to see ads that I can potentially make videos on. By the way, in case you're wondering why I am misspeaking so much, I have had a bit to drink because I was debating Dick Wayne earlier, and like we should have a poll. I can't make a poll in the chat, but we should have a poll in the chat saying like whether I won the debate or whether Dick Wayne won the debate. And I was drunk, so if I won the debate and I was drunk, then, you know, that's impressive. Like, a lot of people I don't think can debate when drunk, so, you know. I know I fumbled a few times when it came to the F equals MA rearranging, and it's like, oh yeah, like it's A equals F over M, right? But it's like, I was drunk at the time, and so the letters just got rearranged. So who won? Like, me or Dick? Or actually, no, me, Dick, or Michael? The Drunk Debunk Show. I think it was Michael. What's his name, Michael? I cannot remember, actually. Like, you know, you gotta leave the possibility in that, you know, the other panelists won the debate. It wasn't just me. I'm not gonna like be like, oh yeah, I'm the greatest debater ever. Don't worry about Craig or Drunk Debunk Show. I'm not gonna be like that. Like, I know that they were there. They did have a lot of interesting things to say. I was just a bit louder at times and actually made. I was surprised. I found it funny how often like Dick Wayne would just crickets afterwards. And then he ran away. He ran away. Couldn't handle someone when they're how does one even win when one doesn't have an answer for anything? Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, he didn't have an answer for anything. Like, I was actually trying to be like, okay, do you have any? Because like that's the scientific method, right? You have to have like an idea for an experiment where the results would differentiate between one outcome and the other. And like he didn't have any of that. I think at one point he tried to come up with something, but I can't remember exactly what he said. And it's like something. It's either something that doesn't happen or. Oh no, he didn't have any specificity in his argument. He was like, oh, you know, like we could check a large body of water, or no, a body of water to see if it occurs, and it's like, okay, I tried to get more specificity, like how big do you want to go? And how, and like the next thing was going to be like, how do you measure that? But he said like, oh, I guess like 2 millimeters. It's like, okay, well, we can check actually 2 millimeters if it curves, right? And it does curve, like, because of surface tension, because what actually causes water to deform or to take shape, should I say, is the forces acting upon it. So like surface tension is a force that acts upon water, which causes it to curve. But obviously that would be too much of a conversation for Dick Wayne. So um, um, anyway, what's other someone's Zoomicide? Oh, hey Zoomy. Said like I said before, Flerfs are all snowflakes. Yeah. Um, yeah, they are. They are. Like I think a lot of people let like if you find someone that is saying that calls someone else a snowflake or tries to act tough on the internet, inevitably it seems that the time will come where they like tuck their tail and run. You see this all the time with like flat earthers, right? With like very much the debate me bro types. You've got so many of them. And it's not like every debate me bro type, but so many of them will eventually, inevitably be like, oh, I don't want to debate you because X, Y, and Z. And it's like, but they'll still accuse others of running away from a debate. You know, it just seems to happen so many times, and that's why I don't get into this whole debate me bro culture, because like firstly I know that debates are essentially useless. It's just like a popularity contest and for gaining notoriety, and I agree that debates are useful for that purpose of gaining notoriety so that you can more easily have an audience, or so that you can gain an audience that will see your point of view, right? That is the point of a debate. But when it comes to a lot of people, they view it as, oh, debates determine what is true, and they'll think that if they can win a so-called debate, then that means that they're right. And for me, debates are more like about entertainment. You know, like if someone can so easily be shown to be wrong, then it doesn't mean that you're right, but like it means that they're bad at debating, and like it can be really funny, right? That's the point of debates. It's entertainment. Um, and so like that's what I like about debates. That's why I want to do more debates, because I think there are so many things that people can easily be shown to be wrong in, and they haven't really thought about. But ultimately they don't get a lot of push. Like there are a lot of people that want to debate someone or say they want to debate someone but don't get a lot of pushback on their ideas, because like people realize that it's all a farce. It's all for them to farm clips. Like that's what the whole thing about Charlie Kirk was. He was like a clip farmer when he was around.
What are we
And
talking
so
about?
like that's why. Oh, it's just talking about Charlie Kirk. You know that guy.
Yeah. That's
Like
the
basically,
whole thing.
like basically Charlie Kirk, like he was a clip farmer. Like his whole idea was that he goes to a place and try and get clips of people embarrassing themselves so he can post to YouTube. It wasn't about like who was right in the situation. It was about like who made a fool of himself. And there is one clip on YouTube where it's unlisted because like who was the person that looked like a fool in that debate? It was Charlie Kirk. And
I think it looked like a fool in all,
like
in all his debates.
yeah, but like he looked like he was being like embarrassed by a vegan in this debate. So like at that point, it's time to pack up. And I think he did pack up like a few months later.
Definitely packed up.
And decided, yeah, he decided he wasn't going to like talk about anything anymore. And that's how embarrassing that debate was for him.
Yeah.
And like I remember seeing the debate before he unlisted it from his channel, and it's like, okay, yeah, like he didn't actually come off the worst in that debate. Like I think that there were arguments from both sides that were pretty bad, but like he certainly didn't come off as good. And yeah, I think that's the difference between a lot of debaters, is that a lot of these debate me bro types will, as soon as they are made out to look like a fool, they'll just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to delete the debate off my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Try and reduce the amount of places you can find it. Which I think shows that it's not really about truth or anything. It's about like trying to make themselves look good and trying to make others look like a fool.
Yeah. Right. I am thinking of having a sleep because I'm getting to the point where my brain is struggling to make proper sentences. So I normally put on some old videos. So I was going to play a couple of my old debates and have like maybe 6-7 hours kip. So I'll
6-7.
Yeah, 6-7. 6-7. What the dumbest fucking meme. I have like it took me ages to know what the fuck the people were going on about with that. It was crazy. George says, I checkmated Planner Walk once. They are a very good chess player and I checkmated them. Therefore I am good at chess. Yeah, but you lost to me in the debate, so that doesn't matter, George, you know?
I have checkmated George once, and before I checkmated them, I said, "Oh no, my queen."
Oh no, my queen!
Because I was like, "Oh no, my queen! You can take my queen," and they took my queen, and I was like, someone call an ambulance, but not for me, because they're king.
Yes, Justin, I did eat. I just had 2 hot honey sausage and egg McMuffins. It was fucking lovely.
I was thinking about getting like a hot honey muffin the other day.
I didn't know that was a thing. I saw that on the app and I'm like, you know what? I'm getting that. Plus, I didn't realise that I had some tokens on my Just Eat app, so I only had to pay like a quarter of the price for that McDonald's. That was fucking amazing.
Oh, hell yeah.
Basically a free McDonald's. But yeah, so what I'll do is I'll let you go the now planner and I will set up my sleep section. I want to thank you for coming on and discussing with Dick. That's always fun. Once I'm done with this, I will get that clipped out and put up as his own video, and I'll set it up for a collab with you and Drunk Debunk as well.
Yeah. Also, I just want to remind everyone that it's not too late to gift 50 memberships to make FTFE.
Yes, it fucking is.
Have to stream for another 5 hours. It's not too late to make the stream ends in go up to a day. It's not too late for that.
Well, hopefully while I'm asleep you won't add any more. But yeah, Planner, thank you very much, bud. We need to do some more stuff together. I've missed you.
Yeah, I'll definitely message you after. I'll wait until after you've gotten a good sleep after the stream ends, and then I'll message you about a few things, and we should have a talk about stuff.
All right, man. I'll speak to you soon. Have a good one. Lots of love.
Take care. Bye.
Right, my friends. I'm going to play some of my favourite debates. Me dunking on Flerfs in a Discord server. I even think Witsit might be in this one. I don't know. Yeah, Witsit has a hissy fit. That's always good. Bribe me not to add an hour to our stream. I know where you live. Don't do it. Mr. E-Man says, I added some time while you were asleep. Yeah, I saw that last time. Thank you for that, you dick. But guys, I am going to get myself sorted. I'm going to go brush my teeth and get everything set up. I'm going to play me debating entire Discord server of Flerfs. Thank you for the insane level of support and love. We've still got 18 hours to go. So I'm going to do a full 6.5, maybe even a 7-hour sleep. No, I'll just do a 6.5. And then get back up and carry on with the JM Truth debate review. Love you lots. Speak soon. Remember, stupidity's not a right. Fuck the flat earth. No, don't do that. Fight it. Good evening, an important health and safety message. Do not attempt what I do. It is for your safety that I do it, so you don't have to. Should probably mute my phone. Very professional, huh? I assume you're all dancing, right? You better be. I'm dancing. I don't know, Connell. Hate myself, I guess.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE, welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Scott Schaefer did to established titles. I was this close to doing a sponsorship with them. It was going to actually be in the next video that I release. I'm really, really glad I didn't. Don't buy anything from established titles. It's a complete scam. So hello, welcome to FTFE versus an entire Discord server of Flat Earthers, 33 1/3, the final brain cell. I'm really old, that's why I titled it that. So today we're going to pop back into the wonderful Discord server, the Tartaria Cosmology Discord server, and talk to as many Flat Earthers as possible until my brain starts to dribble out of my nose. There is a link to the Discord server pinned in the chat if you would like to go into the Discord server and join in the chat, in the general chat, whilst we're all talking in the voice chat. Yeah, so let's do this. Thank you everyone for joining. I see already a couple of hundred. You must enjoy this. Rudolph, I don't know who you are. Apparently Rudolph in the chat has been banned and has had to use a sock. Well, I am sorry. If you're banned, there's probably a reason. But right, let's do this. It's time to go into the Viper's Nest.
The one who told me.
Hello, Tartaria Cosmology Discord server. How is everybody today?
Oh no, he's
Pretty
here.
good. How are you?
Stop talking bad about him. Sorry.
I'm not talking bad about you.
What's up,
We're
Chris?
fine.
So,
Not talking bad about him, just saying he, like, you know, who he was.
oh, right.
Everyone
just like-
spoke first.
Oh, well, if you're talking bad about me, that I'm used to that. Honestly, I've got about 700 videos on my channel, but there is about 5,000 videos insulting me by Flat Earthers, so it's cool. I'm used to it.
Not you. No, we were not talking about you, but welcome.
Don't lie. You ain't gotta lie to kick it.
Right, so, past couple of times I've been in there, I presented a whole bunch of evidence and people have gone nutter to me. I was wondering if there's any Flat Earthers here with, you know, evidence of the Flat Earth.
What, did someone super chat you to say that or something?
No, I haven't had any super chats yet.
Oh, okay.
Continue to drop past the horizon. You can't keep dropping 6,000 miles.
Democ, if you're going to attempt to talk, could you please take the mic out of your asshole?
You do sound like you're in an underwater tunnel.
Oh, just open the door for him. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm
No one
sure
can
those were words,
understand.
Democ. I'm sure they were
6,000
lovely,
miles.
articulate words, but unfortunately, your microphone is not working.
You don't comprehend.
How many?
Right.
That's what it sounds like
I
when
think,
you do that thing.
I think it should be a rule that if Demok's here, there also needs to be a translator, because that almost worked last time.
Well, nobody understood what he just said, though.
Ah, right.
I would, but there's it's a little too belligerent. Too many F words in there.
He'll be here chilling.
Can you hear me? I didn't say no F words. I said you need to hear. Oh, I didn't say any F words. I said you need to have the 6,000-mile drop. You know, when you hover your helicopter past the curve right there, when you say, oh, it's dropping past, stop. Don't come up. Keep dropping, baby boy. Keep going straight down. Have a camera on the bottom. Keep going.
What?
Anything you got, any object you got, drop it past the curb and let's see it. Just keep dropping. Skim the earth 1 foot. Just keep dropping. You got 6,000 miles of drop you can account for. Where's that at? How come a helicopter can only rise up 12,000 feet? There's no 6,000-mile rise or drop for a helicopter. If you're on a globe and out around you is a sphere of air, a big fucking void of air around the ball, then clearly you should be able to go drop your rock or drop your camera or fly your rocket straight down like kamikaze past the curve. Everything should be able to drop past that curve like a cliff. Like if I hold my hand over the cliff edge of your curve earth and I'm standing on the piece of dirt, I drop it, it keeps falling. Keeps falling, right? Where's that 6,000-mile fall?
That's not how any of this works.
That's not... You don't know how a beach ball works? You don't know how physics works?
I understand physics quite well. That may be your
I
issue that when you and I talk about physics, maybe you're talking about something different than what I am.
Then demonstrate the 1,000-mile drop.
So,
come on, man, let him finish.
All right, Demok, a couple of things. Number one, I was asking for evidence.
When have you demonstrated a ball?
No, okay, I got 2 words in. Wonderful. All right, two things, Demok. First off, I asked if there was evidence of the flat Earth, not for you to misunderstand how the globe works. Secondly, I would like to clarify your question by probing your understanding of the globe and what it says. So, assuming that the Earth is a globe, what is down? Could you please answer that question?
Globes don't talk. Assuming you understand physics, go get a fucking ball that you claim matches your Earth and show us what the fuck you're talking about, loser. We'll wait.
Right, so on the globe, on the heliocentric model, as it's taught,
on a
as
ball
it's
you
known,
don't have.
What
on
is,
a story you're talking.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure.
A physical ball. Without a physical ball, you're not talking physics of a ball. You're talking out your ass about nothing in your hand. Let's get the fucking ball, and we'll demonstrate what I'm talking about, and I'll show you.
So
then you'll comprehend
on the heliocentric,
physics, right?
I just need to ask you a question.
So are you
Could you just
to
please
get the
answer
little
this one
helicopter
question
out
for
and
me,
the little sphere? A sphere and a helicopter. I don't have a question for you. This is about
I've got a question
demonstrating
for you.
physics.
I just need to understand
We're
where
going
you're
to
coming
demonstrate
from.
the 12,000 mile
So could you
fall,
please just
the
answer
6,000
one
mile
question
drop.
for me? Could you please just answer one question for me? Is that all right?
No, we need to demonstrate physics. Unless you can understand
I'm
ball
trying to
physics,
get your
how can I
understanding of physics, and the
What
only way I can
fuck
do
am
that is by
gonna
asking
answer
you
to
one
a person
question.
who doesn't comprehend spheres? If you don't comprehend a ball, you don't comprehend how toys go around them and how shit works on it, then why would I talk to you about anything? What do I need to answer you about? We need to get our ball out and show each other up, right? Who's wrong and who's right? You or me, Clyde?
So, on the
Demonstrate
heliocentric
physics.
model, Demok, on the heliocentric model, on the
physics,
globe, what is down?
In physics.
Yeah,
Around
in
the
physics,
sphere.
on the heliocentric
Show us
model,
what that means.
around the sphere,
Show
what
us.
is down?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a model in my hand. Can you show me?
You can imagine
Would you
things,
be-
right?
would you be
I imagine all
obliged
the
to
voices in your
present a
head are
spherical
quite,
ball?
usual. So, on the heliocentric model, on the globe, what is down? Do you know?
There is no down, retard.
That's incorrect. Down
Show
is
down
towards the
when you go up
is
from the
towards
bottom of
the
your feet.
center of the globe.
The one
That's
below
it.
your feet is up for you. So if I'm on the top of the
down
ball,
is towards the
I'm going
center
up
of the
to go where?
Demok,
Where do I go up to?
Nope.
What-
Demok,
Just to
down
help
is
this out, I
towards the
actually have a
center of the
demonstration.
globe.
I
That's
drew it
it.
for you, Craig. It's a nice circle. I put a whole bunch of series of tangent lines. I called it level on a ball. What do you think?
Sphere, yeah.
But
And then show us the physics of such. Show us a little spherical air amount. a little water amount, and we'll be good to go.
So, again, down on the globe Earth is towards the center. Do you understand that, Demok?
You're not showing a globe, stupid. You're talking out your ass.
Correct, I'm
Get
not showing a
fucking ball.
globe because
Get a ball, get some boats,
talking
get a
to you.
building, get a couple objects, retard, and we'll show you how fucking sphere works.
Yeah, cool. I'll just go and get all that
I'll
stuff
show you
right
how
now
physics
from my
work. I
front
know you
room.
want to run from physics. Stop running from physics, loser. Let's go do physics, boy.
Well, I'd love you to do
Hold the
physics.
fuck up.
Physics quite obviously
Sit at the
includes
physics
gravity
table.
and what up
Stop
and down
making
is.
shit up.
It's
Listen.
unfortunately you don't know what
your
down
theory
is.
is not going to stop my slap.
What theory?
My flat Earth slap is coming to you. Your theory's not going to block it. So show physics.
I mean, you're doing
Physics
a flat
are
Earth
where we
something,
start.
that's for sure.
Physical
Showing up
balls.
flat Earth.
Do you have one?
Hey,
what does your
Demok,
globe look like? What does a globe look like? I
like
haven't
this.
seen one yet.
Looks like this.
I haven't been clarified that yet. What does it look like, retard? Can you
do
draw
you
it?
not know what a globe looks like? That's unfortunate that you
It
aren't
looks
aware
like
of
a flat
3D shapes.
disc that I've ever seen. A flat disc. A two-dimensional
You've only
flat
ever
disc.
seen
What
a
have you
flat
shown?
disc. You've only ever seen a flat disc. Is
Yeah,
that what
where
you
have
just
you
told me?
seen a 12,000-mile thick globe? Where's the thickness?
I saw plenty of pictures of,
You retarded?
of the globe from
Looking
Artemis.
over a dartboard that's a flat dartboard doesn't have thickness, stupid fuck. Can you show us the thickness as well as the length and breadth and height at the same time, retard? Giggly puss? Or you got a flat disc to show us on your flat pictures and your flat screens?
You're just hilarious, dude. So, anyway, yeah, about that evidence of the Earth being flat.
No, I
got any?
think you're retarded because all you got's a fucking flat disc. Do you have anything but stupid fuck?
I have a flat disc, do I? Where's my flat disc?
I don't know. In a picture, stupid fuck.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
have
the only
anything
place
off
you
the
find the
camera
discs,
that
the flat discs
represents
is in
a
the
physical
pictures.
globe? Do you know how to represent a physical globe off a camera or TV, stupid fuck?
I'm holding one in my hand right now.
Do you know how you do? Now show us how the helicopter flies around, bitch.
How a helicopter flies around the globe.
Demok,
Show
It
us how
flies
the
around it,
helicopter flies
always
around
having
it.
down towards the
Put your
center.
camera against it and show us the helicopter go around it, retard.
I don't have a helicopter, sorry.
Don't forget, I need some goof troop.
Well,
Give me some-
helicopters do exist, and the globe is real.
Folks, helicopters, pictures, everything. Show us what it looks like.
Right?
So
They
what
fly
you wanted me
parallel
to
to
do?
the ground.
Sorry, two people were talking there. Was someone else asking me something?
It looks like we had overexcited Glober trying to chime in.
Nah, we just need we need some more goof troop from Demok. Give me some goof troop, Demok. Let's go, baby.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
Oh, okay, so Demok doesn't understand what 3D shapes are. It's very hard to have a conversation with someone like Demok. So anyone else got anything? Any flat earthers in here want to
Where's your
present
3D?
evidence?
Where's your 3D physics on your globe, ignorant fuck? Where's your
my
diagonal, your tilt?
3D
Where's
physics?
your horizontal
I have to show
bubbles
you
leaving
3D
out of
physics
water?
now.
Where are your bubbles and your rocks dropping and rising horizontally, stupid fuck? Hello.
Yeah, none of
On a
that means
sphere.
anything, Demok.
Dumbass.
It's just
Yeah.
words that you're
Yeah, it
smashing
means
together.
a sphere, retard. It means a physical sphere, stupid fuck, that you
I
don't
don't
have.
think you know what.
If
I
you
genuinely
have
don't
any
think
of
you
it,
know what sphere
What
is.
doesn't mean anything is your sphere, stupid ass. You don't have the physics to back it, motherfucker. You're
Hey.
the little bitty insignificant dot on the globe, motherfucker. Do you know how great
Demok, could
of
you
a fucking
define a sphere
diagonal
for me,
tilt
bud?
you should see? You ignorant
This is
son of
like-
a bitch.
It's like the
You're
best debate ever.
minuscule.
Is this the best flat Earth has to offer? Honestly, this is the server for the
Where's
flat
your
earthers.
drop
and
at? Where's
this
your
is the
continuous
best.
drop past your curb,
Yeah,
you
it
dumb
is.
fuck?
It's actually a server full of
Where can
Globers
you
at the
just
moment.
drop something past the curb and just watch it keep going, retard motherfucker?
That's not how that works.
No, you can't. So there's no curb, and you can't drop stuff now past cliffs. Now physics don't
A
work.
cliff is not the curve of
Listen to
Earth.
this
Oh my
fucking
god.
retard. Listen to the retard globe. Their physics don't work. Okay, you guys got magic fucking unicorn physics.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right.
Where's the horizontal flying helicopter, down and up, rising down?
Yeah, I've muted him because he's just saying words. All right. I might unmute him in a
Demok-
bit, but let's give someone else a chance to talk. I didn't server mute him. I just muted him on my side, so you might
Can you-
still be able
can
to
you
hear him.
Can you step back for a little while, Demok? Thanks. All right, good job though. That was awesome. Hey, Cracker's here. You know the guy that you emailed me about trying to talk to after we went on McToon like months and months ago.
Yeah,
buddy.
and Cracker said he hated me and stuff. So you know.
Well, I believe the words he used were not worth his time, but that's his
Well,
words.
you definitely told me that he hated me. So you know, That's always nice. I don't
That-
mind.
That
My
might
dad
also
always
be
said
true.
that, you know, if there isn't people that hate you, you aren't doing your job right.
What?
Speaking of doing your job right, why is it that you guys fail so hard at bringing flat earthers back to the globe?
Well, the playlist of interviews with ex-flat earthers on my channel would disagree with you.
Oh, you mean the ones you cut and edit to favor your narrative?
No, I record entire interviews with ex-flat earthers. One of them happens to be in the server right now, Sean G. We could also talk about Seek Truth, Speak Truth, Ranty Flat Earth, Blue, and the many others. There's also Wisecoff, who's in there as well, who's an ex-flat earther. So I don't have any issues. I actually get hundreds of emails all the time about how I've helped people realize that the Earth is in fact a globe, and they've gone back to college and stuff because of me. So I've got no issues there, thanks.
What we would call sellouts in the current mainstream.
Wisecoff actually already went back to flat Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, yeah.
Half of my debate whether
And
there's a flat Earth.
Randy was influenced into it, so we all know that.
Got the role at my server, and he was just playing a role.
Okay,
Also talked to Sean G about his journey here too. That was fun.
So, was that a flat earther asking me about why I fail? Was that Cracker?
Yep.
Is Cracker? So I don't fail. Is there anything else you have, like evidence of the flat Earth, maybe?
Do you have any evidence of the globe or like that?
Yeah, I presented
gravity
loads of
or
evidence of the
picture
globe all the time. People just go, "Nuh-uh." I was wondering if there's any evidence of the flat Earth.
Also, how about presenting some of this evidence of the globe? Speak about one of them.
Yeah, no, I do that all the time. I'm asking if there's any evidence of the flat Earth right now. So this is your chance to go ahead and present to me your best
All I've
evidence
ever
of the
heard
Earth
is
being flat.
reifications and models.
Man, what does FTFE stand for?
Can I ask a question
Floofy
about the flat
Freedom
Earth?
Eagle.
Fight the tight ship.
No,
Fear the fictitious Earth.
No, Floofy the Freedom Eagle.
That's a fucking good one.
Yeah.
That's almost as gay as the Green Lantern, though.
Do not diss the Green Lantern in my country. How
Things
dare
you do
you?
in the dark night.
Well, the Darkest Night, well, the Blackest Night actually was the best storyline ever. But anyway, Cracker. So yeah, about that evidence of the flat Earth. How you going with that?
No, this doesn't work like this. What I'm looking for is for one of you professional globers to try to convince me to come back to your fucking bullshit.
Hey, my job isn't
How
to
about
convince
you
you.
present me with some evidence that would convince me to come back to the globe, and then we'll talk about it.
So what you're saying is you don't have any evidence of the Earth being flat, and you can't present anything, which is the one thing I've asked. Is that right?
Do you have any evidence of the globe actually
Yes, I
working
do, and
the way
I
it's
present it all the time in the nearly 700 debates that I've had with flat Earthers. I constantly
name
present
a
evidence of the
subject.
globe. But I'm here
Name
asking
a
specifically if there's any evidence of the Earth being flat. Do you
Why
have
don't you
any?
guys talk about
Well, do
relativity?
you have any evidence of, say, gravity?
Well, I've got lots of evidence of gravity. There's countless
Which one?
measurements of gravity. I've measured
Which
gravity
one?
myself.
Newton or Einstein? Newton or Einstein, because they're not
Well, they're the same
compatible.
thing.
Okay, so F equals GM1 M2 over R squared. Can you prove those masses and those four missing variables in that equation?
There's no missing variables in any
Tell
of
me
the
how
equations.
exactly you prove those. Tell me exactly how you prove those.
How you prove
You know
what?
what your
Sorry.
gravitational law equation is. It's easy.
Yeah, sorry. So
This
what are
should
you
be
asking?
easy.
What are you asking me to prove?
I want you to show me that you can quantify those variables and
Which
prove that
variables?
that
In
equation works the way
which
that you said.
variables specifically?
Mass 1, mass 2, the R square value, the distance between the two centers of the bodies.
Yeah, you
And the force.
you just
Because
decide
the only
what the
one
masses
that
are and the
is the
distances are. There you go. That you decide the variables.
Okay,
Then
so
you
tell
can
me
test
how
it.
you
It's easy.
get the mass. How did you get the mass of the Earth again? Could you tell me that?
I didn't get the mass of the Earth.
Okay, but you would need the mass of the Earth in that equation, right?
No, not at all.
And if you were comparing it to, say, the Sun, and trying to get that equation to apply to the Sun and the values of the Earth,
If we were
right?
doing that, yeah, but I've verified gravity in other ways.
Really? So you're telling me you can't quantify something and put it in that equation? That you can't
No, I can
prove
absolutely
that the
quantify
Earth-
things and put them in that equation. Everyone in the world that
Okay,
ever does a
so-
physics degree
so-
does it. So it's quite
So how
easy.
much does the Earth? So how much does the Earth weigh again, according to your math?
I don't care about the Earth's weight. That's not what I use in the experiment when I do it.
6.0 times 10 to the 24th kilograms.
Well, yeah,
Is that
that's
what
cool.
it-
But again, I don't I don't use the Earth's weight in the experiment. It doesn't matter.
1 teaspoon of Earth equals 1.
Okay. So
I don't need the Earth's weight to verify gravity and to measure gravity.
How does this apply to something like, say, an asteroid belt, where you have many small little pieces of rock that's supposed to be
on a roll, Graham.
Space vacuum?
Apparently,
it's held into place by this gravity that the sun holds the planets into place, but it doesn't pull these little pieces of rock into it. Can you explain how the asteroid belt works with your so-called gravity bullshit?
I want to know how many teaspoons it takes to make a whole Earth.
So one at a time. One at a time. If Cracker wants me to answer his questions, that's fine, because he's obviously afraid to answer any of mine. You want me to explain how orbits work? Is that right?
No. I want you to explain specifically the asteroid belt, which is made of small pieces of rock, according to your model.
Yeah, there's lots of them in orbit around the barycenter of the solar system. There you go. What do you want me to explain? Yes, each one of those asteroids is in free fall towards the barycenter of the solar system, but has a tangential velocity that is large enough to keep it going around and missing it. That's what orbits are. Sorry?
All the time I thought it was
What's the mass of each one of those rocks? Because
you want me to tell you the mass of each of the rocks in the asteroid belt? All of them. Do you know how many there is?
If you were going to put them in your little equation, you would need the mass of each one in order to calculate the gravity of each one, right?
Well, yeah, if I was trying to calculate the gravity, specifically to each of the asteroids, I would need to know the mass of each of those asteroids. But that's not something I've ever done or would really worry about, so it doesn't really change the fact that it's very easy to measure gravity. No, wonderful. The beginning of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine. That's very unfortunate. Sorry, what was it you were interrupting me with there?
I think he just said you're not worth my time about out. But it was tough to hear.
Oh, right, so basically he asks questions, refuses to let me answer, and then runs away. Brilliant. This is
How many
future.
times have you said that? Is that like your trademark or some shit? Do you just repeat that?
The actual answer. Are you worrying about me telling you the actual answer? Is that the problem?
Actually, I don't give a fuck.
About how physics works. That's quite clear, yes.
We definitely want to hear.
No, don't put words in my mouth, princess. You're not going to pull that
Princess,
shit.
what is it with you guys and loving to be the power bottom? Well, that's when you call someone a princess, that means that you like to be the one at the bottom. So obviously, just like the guy the other week, Cracker here loves to be a bottom.
Loves to be a
bottom. A bottom. Oh.
Yeah.
You said bottom.
Excuse me?
You're excused.
Excuse me?
You are excused.
Yeah, and you can go fuck yourself.
I'd rather fuck your mum.
Come on, bruv. Come on, bruv.
Listen to this bullshit. Is that all you can do is ad hom? You can't answer a question.
You're the one that fucking started it, dude.
You call me a fucking retard.
And that's not even ad hom. Insulting you is not ad hominem. They're different things.
Nor worth my fucking time. Fuck right off. Goodbye.
Bye then, princess. See you later.
Okay, hey, Grim, you want a shot? I think you had some cool stuff.
That's two. Next.
I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm just here to just be like a little cheerleader and a hype man. Woo woo.
Woo woo. So that's the infamous Cracker, comes in, asks me questions, refuses to let me answer, calls me names, gets upset when I call him a name, and then runs away.
I'll go ahead and try to discredit my okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Do you have any other truth that you can present me that you think's going to bring me back to the globe, Mr. Success Story here? How many people do you
I've got lots of evidence. I mean, the problem is that, you would never
present
come back
some
to the
fucking evidence, bitch. Come on, let's see it.
How about you present evidence of the Earth being flat? That's why I'm here.
No. That's not my purpose here.
Issue? Do you not
You're
have
the
any?
person that's supposed to
that
bring all of us retarded letters back to your fucking globe. So get on with it. Show us some shit.
It's alright. We don't want you, dude. We don't want you. It's fine.
Come on, you fucking coward.
Coward? I'm the one here. You're the one that was running away.
I'm the world's greatest flat earther, so okay, Mr. Smartass.
World's greatest flat earther, that's not something you should be proud of.
Evidence that you think you have that you're going to convince me otherwise of all your violation of natural law and all that bullshit that you make up, all your math magic.
Tell me something that violates. Tell me something about the globe that violates a natural law. Right. Tell me something about the globe, Cracker, that violates a natural law. Go ahead.
Gee, could I make a fucking list?
Just one thing. Tell me one thing about the globe that violates a natural law. Go ahead.
What's your container that holds the air to the earth again?
Well, gravity is a container. The universe also contains the entire... I'm answering. Please don't interrupt me whilst I'm answering you. No, I'm still answering. So, gravity is a container, and also...
Okay, you can spend 10 minutes...
Once again, I'm in the middle of talking, and you interrupted. Is this all you can do, Cracker, is interrupt me whilst I'm talking?
If you're just going to keep talking, I'm just going to talk, all right? One at a time, please. You can wait till he's done, then tell him he's stupid. It's totally fine.
He never shuts the fuck up.
Hey, Shane, he's saying that I can't shut the fuck up when every time I try to answer, he overtalks me. Are we all hearing this, right?
There we go. 10 more minutes of complaining. Get on with it, bit.
Maybe he's having a time dilation thing.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Oh, well, I forgot what the question was. What was the question?
Gravity, atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, container. So gravity contains the atmosphere, and also all of the pressure in the universe is contained, within the universe. So there's two containers. Pick one.
So vacuums don't exist, really?
There is no ideal vacuum, no perfect vacuum. That doesn't exist in nature, no. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Just lower pressures.
Yeah.
Just lower
the
pressure.
entire universe is just considered a low pressure system.
Now, I mean, we did kind of, and essentially in the beginning, assume epsilon and all kinds of things for, you know what I mean, for vacuum-free space and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been lots of assumptions and stuff, but we know a lot more now. But anyway, Cracker. So gravity and the universe both contain. So could you asked me about I asked you about one. Wait, hold on, Cracker, hold on. You asked me to I asked you about something that violates a natural law. So specifically, what violates a natural law and which natural law does it violate? Do you know? Cracker? You don't want to talk anymore?
Just say thermodynamics and then run away.
I imagine that's what he was going for the second law of thermodynamics, but I would
no,
bet money he doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. I was going to ask you, what is your container that keeps the air plastered?
You already answered that one.
Yeah, I did answer that. So gravity and the universe both contain it.
Show me some proof of gravity and explain exactly what the cause and effect relationship is there. I want to hear what causes gravity.
The larger mass attracts the lighter mass. Gas is pretty damn light.
Well, no, that is gravity. The cause of gravity is the curvature of space-time.
That is conjecture.
Well, no, that's one idea.
Oh, really? So show me the experiment that proves that.
That's hilarious.
The Edison experiment in 1919, plus science doesn't prove.
What was the independent variable in that experiment?
The time of year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was the dependent variable?
The position of the moon and the sun could also be variables. The position of the stars could also be variables. There's plenty of variables. But anyway, yeah, gravity is something that's empirically verified. If you want to deny it, you have to, disprove.
Okay, so let me ask you another question.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer the question?
I know. I was going to say, why would you even want to ask another one yet when you haven't heard?
Newton's gravity is supposedly what? What speed does Newton's gravity travel at?
Newton didn't say that there was a speed. The maths implied that it would be instantaneous, and that was why it's less accurate than Einstein's relativity explanation. But it was just an assumption.
Wait, what experiments do you think prove gravity? I'm just gonna look it up real quick. Just curious.
How does any of this prove flat Earth?
Yeah. Let's stick to one thing at a time. So anyway, Cracker, yeah, gravity is empirically verified. You have issues with that, but you still haven't told me which natural law is being violated by the globe.
Second law of thermodynamics. You already know I was going to say
what is the second law of thermodynamics? Could you tell me?
No, this goes back to my question. What is the container that's holding the air in? You say gravity.
Gravity, yeah.
But there has to be some kind of containment.
Yeah, gravity is the
force
container.
wall of the surface of the planet That would be your other containment wall.
Gravity
the surface
creates a
of the
force
planet.
that's proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance
So
between
you're
them.
telling me that something that you and McToon had a whole entire video about this, about how gravity is pseudoscience and science doesn't prove things, but somehow you have
No, I've never said that gravity is pseudoscience. I don't know where you get that from.
Okay, that's all I need to say.
But anyway, so you said that it's wait, hold on. Can I speak now? Can I speak, please?
I have
Cracker, are you going to run away before I get a chance to respond? Is that what
I'm
it is?
running away or
you
whatever.
are. You're going to run away, aren't you?
Oh,
You're going to run away before I get a chance to respond, aren't you?
no, I have to go, shithead.
No,
I'll be
you
back
say
in a
that,
little
but you're
bit.
running
We'll
away
talk about it
before I
in a
get a chance to
Nonsensical
respond.
points, and now you conveniently have to leave right after you made your nonsensical point. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Okay, you can go fuck yourself if you think I'm lying. I have to.
I mean, I
go.
guarantee that you do not know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Give it a break.
I guarantee, Cracker, that you do not know what the second law of thermodynamics is or what it applies to. Nope, he's run away. Cracker ran away. There we go. Make a bunch of claims, say a bunch of nasty stuff, run away like a coward. Yeah.
You sound like a coward.
Sorry?
You sound like a coward.
Me? You saying I sound like a coward? You can speak up again.
Yeah, who was that? Go for it, whoever it was. I can't
Red
find
Rising, I think it was, that spoke then.
And then don't talk.
Yeah, yeah. I love how they call me a coward when I'm the one here in the Discord server. It's...
Well, I got a question. If we can tamper down the bitch fighting for a minute, should be fine, right?
Shane, yes. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on,
I
man?
would just ask for people to just, like, please be more respectful, man. I want to hear some actual debate. It'd be nice.
Oh, it was Brandon. Oh, okay.
That was Brandon?
Yeah, well, he came in with the name President Brandon, and that's what I've been calling him. I don't know.
All right. Hey, everyone, I would love to be respectful, but if flat earthers will not be respectful, I turn it back to them. So it's not up to me who's respectful, it's up to the person I'm speaking to. But Shane, yeah, how you doing, dude? What's up? Let's chat.
Going on? So Phil Bell came in last night and gave us like a 5-hour dumpster fire, which I thought was hilariously awesome.
Who came
ended
in,
up
sorry?
talking about Professor Phil Bell?
Oh, Phil Bell, yeah. Good dude.
Yeah, I think he's in the chat now. We should invite him in. But yeah, last night he came in and we talked about Coriolis effect for 3 fucking hours. I wanted to bang my head against the wall.
Coriolis. It's something that kills the flat earth, pretty much.
that pseudo fake voice. Yeah, I love it. No, I don't want to talk about that. I'd rather gouge my eyeballs out. But how about the 3-body problem? What do you know about that?
It's not really an issue. It's kind of something that you solve in your first year of physics undergrad. Like,
really?
Yeah, there's many solutions to the 3-body problem. The problem is that after that predicting where things go after a long period of time when there's many interactions, chaos theory becomes important to understand. But there is actually a whole different bunch of solutions to the 3-body problem.
There's a proposition of simplified solutions to not the actual problem, but they change the parameters, no? How do you solve the 3-body problem without changing the parameters?
Well, it's about knowing the future state of something and which it becomes less and less likely when you have more bodies involved. But it's the 3-body problem isn't an issue for anyone. It's just more of a mathematical conjecture.
Right, but I mean, like, it's called the 3-body or the N problem, and it literally, as far as I know, governs the gravitational forces involved in 3 bodies orbiting around each other. And then they call it 3 specifically because 3 is what breaks the system and you can't predict it any longer.
Well,
if there's 2,
again,
you can reason.
You can predict it up to a point, but if there's easily repeatable patterns to be predictable, that's fine. But when there's more and more bodies involved, the prediction becomes less and less probable over time that it will be correct. But it's just about statistics and mathematics. It's not really an issue. We're still able to, there's way more than 3 bodies in the solar system, and we're able to predict where every body in the solar system will be in 100 years' time. That's not an issue. We can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the way I understood it, right, was that it was a complex problem with the 3 gravitational bodies. They call it, like I said, 3 because at 2 you can mathematically predict the model and where things will be, and that kind of works out to the best.
Infinitely, yeah,
you know.
yeah. When it's a lot more simple when there's 2. Obviously, you add more the more and more bodies you add to something like this, the harder it becomes to predict where things are going to be. But there's many different methods of doing it, and we can do it and have done it for a long, long time. Like I said, it's something that you literally talk about ways to solve in your first year of a physics course. You know, it's a mathematical puzzle, but it's not something that's unsolvable.
It's not like a degree. Like a Rubik's Cube type puzzle. It's an actual based in physicality and the whole solar system. That's how they got the solar system model. So I understand the solution is that they really didn't solve it. They just proposed it as a different set of simplified 2-body problems. That's how they got literally the orbits of all the supposed planets, right? You go Mercury in the sun, Mars in the sun, Venus in the sun, Earth in the sun, and so on. And that's how you get the perfectly elliptical patterns that they showed to us in grade school, no?
Well, yeah, but you have to take into account the gravitational forces of every mass in the solar system to accurately predict where everything is, and that's what we're able to do now. You know, we can say how more than one mass will interact with each other. Sorry, we can say that how more than 2, how more than 3. We know how that's going to be. The predictions become more and more difficult down the line, but it's something that there is ways of solving, and it doesn't, even if it's something that's difficult to do, doesn't in any way disprove the solar system. It just means that we may have difficulties in predicting certain patterns, but it's things we have solutions for.
Right, but so when you say you can predict it, I mean, it is in the sky and observable. You can observe and record it, and there is a cyclical pattern that you can just record, and then after a point when it repeats, you can say that's a prediction, but it's really not, right? It's just an observation in a cyclical pattern. But when you're applying the mathematics from the gravitational standpoint, I didn't actually say mathematics, but maybe it came out mathematics. That's really what I call it. All this
mathematics.
Mathemagic.
But the thing is, you can apply the mathematics and it works to more than 2 bodies.
Can you shut up? Now, I'd like to hear the rest of what Shane has to have. You keep incessantly interrupting him, but he's very patient.
He finished.
To say what you want to think. No, you've done it several times. Anybody
I didn't interrupt him.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Right now.
Please just let Shane finish.
Whoa, Fox. It's actually been a very cordial conversation.
Yeah, I thought we were having a back and forward, not interrupting. I thought we were just having a genuine back and forward.
Okay, here.
Fox, so you're screaming, dude. You're just making it work. Okay,
Listen,
yeah, you did interrupt him to talk about the word mathemagic, and then he corrected it, and then you took that as opportunity to start talking. So Shane, finish your point.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a bit joking. I'm, again, I've not.
Shane was still in the middle of his point, though. That's the guy's point.
Right.
Sorry, Shane. I apologize.
It's all good, dude. So the mathemagics, right, that you have to use to work it out in a 3-body problem and beyond actually doesn't quite work. The only way you can solve it, as far as I know, is you have to simplify it and literally, in my mind, change the parameters. So you break it down to a series of 2-body problems, and then you have the math that works in the 2-body system, and then you sort of project that out for the solar system and say that it works. I don't think that's exactly how it happened. I think it literally is still broken and impossible because the math that you have currently can't predict any more than 3.
There is no absolution for a 3-body equation. Yes, that's true.
Go Shane.
Yeah, there's many solutions that we can use, but
there are solutions, but they're not absolutions. You can't absolutely.
We're still able to.
The 3-body equation.
Sorry.
Predictions are based on past observation, just like you said.
No, it's not entirely based on that, though. We can make predictions based on the knowledge of where things are going and their masses and the gravitational forces involved. We can predict where every mass in the solar system is going to be in 100 years' time. That's
we know what cycles. We know what cycles they follow, and they knew that in Babylon thousands of years ago. Where they'll be in 1,000 years.
But there's many more things that we're able to see in the sky now. Many more things that we're able to look at and predict the positions of in hundreds of years' times, and it's going to be accurate. Sorry?
Examples?
Well,
give an example of that.
It's literally just the Metonic cycle, right? The ones that you observe, repeat, right down.
I mean, we've literally used predictions to find out where black holes are, even stars, planets. There's numerous examples.
Oh my god,
that's a nonsense contribution. Thank you so much,
bro. You can't even apply relativity to a black hole. Right, you can claim you used it to know where it's at and predict it. You can't actually apply the math of relativity to the black hole, though, because it's a singularity. So that kind of backfired. That actually supports Shane's point.
I just realized that that's Witsit there. And while you're there, Witsit, I just wanted to say, someone told me that you got copyright struck when you were reviewing the debate with me. Is that right?
Yeah, someone told me that you and MC Toon bullied Bryant into not keeping his word because you guys suck. You want to talk about that part?
No, I was talking about copyright.
No, let's not talk about that part.
Is it true that you got copyright struck?
Yeah, is it true that you and MC Toon told Bryant that no
true.
flat earther should ever make any money and you should not pay him and you can't agree to this contract that says that the debate should be fair?
I said that I don't pay flat earthers to debate on my channel. That's all I said.
No, you guys told him not to pay me any money and not to agree to the contract that
What I
said
said
the
was
debate
that
would be fair.
I don't pay flat earthers to debate on my channel. That's the only
You weren't paying anyone anything.
Yeah, flat earthers don't get paid to debate on my channel. That's it.
Right.
That's the
So
only thing.
you did
But
tell him
I was
not
asking you
to
about
pay
a
the
copyright. Is it true that
You
got
guys are
copyright
so
struck?
funny, bro.
Is it, so what you're saying is you have to be paid to debate? Is that right?
No, what I'm saying is that you're a loser, and you
So you
tried
have to be
to
paid to
bully
debate, is that
him
right?
into going back on his word, which
No,
he
so you have
begged
to be
me
paid
for
to
weeks.
debate. Is
And he
that right?
begged me for weeks. So you're already right now. You're not in a position where you're going to be able to interrupt me and lie to everyone about what really happened. So you're freaking out.
The thing is,
you are being really aggressive.
Yeah, so you have to be
I'm
paid
being
to
really
to
aggressive
debate,
to
and
this
you won't
little
answer my
gamma that
question.
just.
So,
I'm just
gamma,
going to priority
you know
this.
who calls people gammas? You know who calls people gammas?
All right, now here we go.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of talking. So,
Yeah, so
the point
I'm
is
gonna
that
talk
the
over you
dude
because
reached
you're
out
just
to me
talking
many
nonsense.
times and asked me to debate. Okay,
Yeah.
and I
So
didn't
you
want
would
to
only
do
do
it
it if you
because
get
I
paid,
didn't
is
want
that
to
right?
go on your channel and give you the biggest video that you would have ever
is
had.
it true that you
hands
only get
down.
paid
Wouldn't
if you
even
would
have been
debate?
close.
You only get debate on my channel. You get paid. Is that right? Is that right? Even though I was willing to offer £1,000 of my own money if I interrupted during the debate. But no, you need to be actually paid to debate. Is that right? That's what I thought.
Do you get paid? So I think that we're really taking this to a place where it doesn't need to be.
Yeah, no, I was
We
actually
should
going.
get-
The only thing I wanted to say to Witz is that if he got copyright struck, I don't know who did it. I didn't do it, and I wanted to assure him of that. And I wanted to say, if it was anyone that was anything to do with me, I'm sorry that this video got copyright struck because that's something that I don't agree with that no one should do. That was the only thing. But Witsit had to decide to be all aggressive and worry about getting paid for a debate. But
Yeah, we don't need to cover that.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's all right. I just wanted to as Witsit was there, I just wanted to apologise to him for if he did get copyright struck and assure him that I didn't do it. But no, he has to go ahead and start calling people gammas because he's a little crybaby that can't debate unless he gets paid.
Can you stop complaining, dude?
What happened to
I'm not complaining. I was explaining what just happened.
Yes, you are
yeah,
complaining
difference.
what just happened.
I think,
explaining.
we're on
Explaining.
relativity.
But look, we're past that now, so
I think we were on relativity.
What,
no, Widget's not in the. I don't see him in the voice chat anymore, bro.
Trying to figure out if someone muted him.
Not I.
Interesting.
He probably left the server because he was muted.
Somebody muted him?
Indeed.
Indeed.
All right, I'll sort that out.
I mean,
anyway,
if we're talking about the three-body problem, it's something that's under constant investigation. And there was a paper. I've been trying to find the paper to show you, but there was recently a group of physicists that found 13 new general solutions to the three-body problem. I think it was science.org, but I haven't been able to re-find it. If someone can maybe have a look on science.org and look for what they were talking. I think it was in the last 6 or 7 months the paper got released. But the free-body problem isn't an issue for the heliocentric.
One of you is. As long as we understand what solve for means, it means computate, simplify. It doesn't mean absolution, so there's still no absolute equation for a three-body. You have to break it down into smaller equations because in a three-body you cannot find absolution or absolute value.
And even though that's the case, it's no issue for the heliocentric model in any way.
I think somebody was asking about who muted Austin, and
I didn't mute anyone.
I'll figure it out later. No big deal.
We don't need to cover that. It was nice to McToon felt it was nice to mute our friend Witsit. So I don't think McToon would have appreciated being muted at that point, but he felt it nice to mute him at that point. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, no one should be muting anyone if they're just trying to talk. But I muted Demok on my side, but that's it.
Can we just move forward?
Yeah. I see Brian Leakey there. How you doing, Brian?
MC Toon muted me. So this is a room that caters to the most toxic ballers on the internet.
Okay,
no, but the way we do it, right?
Cater to civility.
So I was calmly talking, Battle Mod, right? And I got interrupted 12 times. Did you miss that part?
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, the way these events work is when our guests come in, I'm the only one who will mute FTFE if it needs to be muted. The same goes for Witted. So that's how this works. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here.
It was literally, I wasn't trying to start drama. I was literally going to say like a 1 minute recollection of what happened right in front of them so that they couldn't deny it because that's what they're going to do on their channel, right? And he tried to drown me out by interrupting me. Then I got muted? Like, what the?
I thought there was a rule against whining about muting.
So McToon, I think, did it to be fun and then immediately left. So he definitely just came here to stir up some shit. We'll work it out later. Sorry, dude.
Well, it's all no. He actually doesn't want to be exposed because he's the one that told Bryant not to do it and like threatened to not talk to him anymore and all this crazy stuff if he kept his word with the debate. So he didn't want so Bryant's lying because I'm going to put all three of you on blast, obviously. So it's like we don't have to talk about this. It doesn't matter. You guys are liars. MC Toon just got in the chat and said Witt's leaving because he only debates if he gets paid to do it. I debated you and him for free in this room and thoroughly embarrassed you guys.
Yeah, but you won't pay Professor Dave without getting paid, will you?
I won't be on your channel where you'll get millions of views.
Millions,
that's right.
Yes, millions. So basically, you won't debate Professor Dave without getting paid. Is the problem?
No, I'll debate him for free on a neutral, fair platform, but not on
I've
your
shown that
channel.
my channel can be neutral and fair. You are the one that is stopping this debate from happening.
Your channel's name is Fight the Flat Earth. That is the
and I've shown
opposite
that it
of
can be.
neutral
I've
and
shown
fair.
that it can be a neutral channel for debates.
Okay.
The title is irrelevant. You are the only one stopping the debate happening by demanding it be somewhere else.
Why do you keep cutting
waiting
Witted
for
off?
you.
He doesn't even get to finish his sentence.
All right, I don't really care. Stop complaining about that.
So we don't have to talk about this. I'm not trying to take over the room. But the fact of that,
Witsit,
although it's funny because this is obviously like
to you,
the most.
Witsit, the only thing I wanted
Oh
to
my
say
God,
was
no one
if
cares
you
what
got,
you're saying. You're
if you
interrupting
got
me every
copyright
time I
struck,
talk.
Then no, I was genuinely trying to say to you that if you got copyright struck whilst reviewing one of my videos, I did not do it and I did not authorize anybody to do it. And if that did happen, then I'm sorry that it happened. That was what I was trying to say to you, and that was it. But then you went the other way with it. So
The reason I went the other way with it because I knew that's what you were doing. To stay to the room about how you're such a like moral, upstanding person. I didn't copyright you. I disavow the so I jumped ahead of it to say you can say the little "I'm such a moral" skit, right? Because what happened right after that? What happened right after that was we had the most in-demand debate in flat Earth history, arguably, right? And people have been begging me and Dave for months to do it. Okay, and then we've agreed to do it, which I didn't want to do it on your channel out of principle. I told him I'll do it for free. I turned down thousands of dollars for like 3 months because of principle. And you guys are running around the internet saying that I'm only doing it if I get paid and all this. No, I just don't want to debate on your stupid, toxic, anti-flat Earth channel. I said I'll debate him on a fair channel.
My channel will count. I've shown absolutely 100% that my channel can be fair for debates, especially when I'm not moderating. I'm sorry. Someone else keeps interrupting it, and you know it's very hard to have a conversation when that happens. I've shown that my channel can be 100% fair for debates, and I have said that I will not be involved. I will simply be the host, and it is a platform for you to debate Professor Dave. And you can stream it on your side. You do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You've got full permission to use any of the content in any way you want. But I'll host the debate because that's what Professor Dave wants.
Actually, so did you see how I didn't interrupt you, and you're going to still interrupt me because I'm going to tell the truth. Okay, so actually, I talked to Professor Dave. He said he doesn't care if it's on your channel. He said he'll debate me somewhere else. He said he doesn't care at all about your channel. You emailed me and said, Professor Dave will only debate you if it's on my channel. That's what he said. But then I went and talked to him myself, and he didn't say that. You lied. You just wanted on your
he
channel.
would not debate you on Modern Day Debates, and he would do it on my channel.
But he said he would do it on another channel. He doesn't care about your channel.
Well, he
You
said
just
he would
wanted
do
on
it
your
on my
channel, so
channel.
you
I've
lied
got the
and said
emails
that he would
that
only
say
debate you. You lied. Okay.
No, I've
Secondly,
got the emails that say that, so I haven't lied.
okay, post them right now. Publicly post them.
No, I'm not going to
because
post
you won't, 'cause
emails
you're
from
lying.
me and Professor Dave.
Yeah, see, you're lying. So I'll
No,
post
I'm not
the
lying.
DMs. That's the difference in you and me. And,
I've
I'm not trying to take over the
literally
room, but this
got
is obviously
emails
pretty
when we were
important. I
talking
think
about it.
any
And you
flat
can-
earther knows
Anyway,
that,
Austin,
that me
you're
debating
making a bunch of
Professor
drama
Dave
that
is
doesn't need to
important.
be there. The debate is there
Every
if you
time I
want it.
talk. Every time I talk, you interrupt me. Okay? The
I
only
was
reason I'm bringing
actually
this up in
talking,
this
you interrupted
room,
me there, so
there you go
fine,
again.
you know.
The only reason I'm bringing this up in this room is because this is pretty important for Flat Earth as a whole, right? Like
Yeah, that
when
you'd
you
only
Google
pay if
Flat
you
Earth,
debate, you get
Professor
paid, yeah.
Dave pops up. Okay, so it is a big deal. And Brian reached out to me and he offered me all this money. He was just going to give me $5,000 up front, and then he said another $5,000 in escrow, and I kept turning it down out of principle, right? Which is funny because you and MC Toon are now running around saying, oh, Witsit will only debate if he gets paid. He's just a con man, blah, blah, blah. I turned down $10,000
When have
out
I
of
said?
principle
I haven't said
and said I
anything
would
to
do it
anyone.
for free on a fair, neutral platform. Okay? So that's just a lie. You guys are liars.
No,
so then
nothing
he kept
about that is
begging
a
me
lie.
to do it. This is what actually happened. He kept begging me to do it, and then eventually he talked me into doing it. But I said, you have to give me your word that once I agree, you're not going to renege, so it can be spun like, oh, I ran away because I'm not getting money or whatever. Like, you have to give me your word. He swore up and down like 5 times.
Terribly
Then I wrote
sorry
out the
for
contract
interrupting,
to
but
make the
can we
debate fair.
please get to evidence for and against Flat Earth?
Yeah,
the
I'd
purpose
like
of the
to
debate
as well.
and not the
I just
drama.
wanted to tell Witsit that if he got copyright struck, I was sorry about that, and he had to cause a bunch of drama. You know, the fact is the debate's there. If he wants to do it, then that's fine. If not, then, you know, we understand.
Oh, you
why.
just literally interrupted again. Like, are you guys for real?
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Let him. You got just literally
Hey, there's no interrupt bitching, right? If you want to engage FTFE, you can go ahead, man.
No, I'm
Right.
just saying, why don't you let him just finish? I mean, he would
You
come to a
don't-
point.
do you not think that's
I wasn't the
bitching?
one that
That's
interrupted
exactly what I
it. You
said.
realize that? I wasn't the one that stopped it. You do realize that?
But it was another toxic glober that doesn't want to hear you guys exposed. MC Toon and you are frauds and liars.
Frauds,
and
yes,
you
of
need to
course
be
we're frauds.
exposed.
Anyway, are you just
literally
here to cause
bullied him-
drama
you
and be
bullied him,
scared
told
to
him
debate
back
without
out of
getting
his
paid? Is that what's
agreement,
gonna
and now you're
happen?
running around the internet saying, I won't do it because I don't get paid.
Again,
to try to
I've
make me
not
look
said
bad,
anything to
when the truth
anyone,
is
so why are
guys
you
just
lying right
liars.
now?
Okay, now it's in the ether. You can lie about it more if you want to. I'm not talking about
When,
anything.
right, can you point out one time that I've said to anyone anything about this? Because I haven't.
Yeah, you haven't because you know it makes you look bad. MC
No.
Toon has though, and you run around with MC Toon, and you
So-
told
no,
everyone
you
that
said that I
Professor
was.
Dave
So you're
said he would
changing
only
your
debate
story
me in
now.
your channel.
You're
That's a
changing what
lie.
you just said because Witsit, instead of being here for a debate, you just want to cause drama because that's all you've got. Just like last time
No,
when I destroyed you in debate,
destroyed
the only
you
way,
on this
the
very
only
channel,
way that
and
you could
everyone
argue with
laughed
me
at
was by
you.
going,
What are you
let's
talking
agree
about?
to disagree when I destroyed you with basic science.
Somebody please fucking take over this fucking conversation. God damn. What the
Yeah, this is whatever. Like I said, we can move on because I can see why you guys are triggered. You please go back and forth with FTFE with this flat Earth, anti-flat Earth script he's been repeating for 7 years, making money off of as he lies and tears down all flat
I've been doing
Earthers.
this for 4 years. I don't.
Well, I got a
I know
question
basic
with-
maths is an issue for flat earthers, but you know.
Do you?
I would probably destroy you in that.
Of
Hey,
course
actually,
you
let's see if we give you a chance to be fair right now. Let's see if you're honest. Hey, in your debate, you said 1/1000th the width of a human hair, and the math doesn't even work. You're so stupid, Witsa. You don't even know the formula and equation. That wouldn't even fix the Lorentz. That wouldn't even fix the Michelson-Morley result. Would you like to admit you were wrong?
No.
So you are a liar.
You wait till the video that I bring out that shows exactly why I wasn't wrong.
Oh, so how
yes.
much would the wavelength of light been off?
Like I said, you can wait for the paper, the video that I'm making. It's fine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You can't answer because you're wrong.
But like I said, you can wait.
literally
You can
showed
wait. Like I said, you
Einstein
can wait for the
explaining it
video,
from his paper.
right? And you know, you can wait for the video about how wrong you were about everything that you said, and you know. And we can go from there. But, you know, to be honest, the only thing you did last time we debated was go, well, let's just agree to disagree, and then spouted a bunch of stuff about relativity that neither of us really understood. So, you know. But anyway, anyone got any evidence of the Earth being flat?
Anything but you admitting you're a liar.
Oh, no, you're just going to keep going on. You're just going to keep going on with the drama.
Hey,
Because that's all
hey,
you've
listen.
got.
No, you guys can go on. Go on. Talk about the Earth being flat because FTFE can't. He's not going to admit he was lying. Obviously,
I'm not lying. It's because I wouldn't admit I was lying if I'm not lying.
Hey, what's it? While we're in drama mode, right? You think you can get me unbanned from Earth Awakenings?
Yeah, I just responded to Battlemod. I don't know who banned you or for what. Or
I think it was Jeremy. I put the YouTube link to this very event in there, and he got a little angry. I didn't mean to offend him, though.
Oh, yeah, I'll try to smooth it out.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah. You guys can move on. The reason, of course, relativity isn't just completely irrelevant is that's the actual theory that's put forth to this very day to explain. Well, Michelson-Morley shows that the Earth is not moving. This conversation is the Earth a stationary topographical plane or is it a spinning ball in space, okay, around the sun? So, of course, motion is part of the discussion. You guys don't want to talk about the revolution because you can't prove it. You want to run away from it, and you want to talk about reify the axial rotation and reify your spherical mathematics, right? That's what you want to do. So I hold your feet to the fire because you don't like to talk about what your religion actually says.
Okay, yeah, we don't need relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating sphere in space at all, so it's fine. Relativity is just one thing that we can use, but you know what? We absolutely can use relativity, like, relativistic Doppler measurements and stuff, so, it is no issue. But like I said, the specifics of the argument between you and I will be covered in the video that I'm making, which will probably be out in the end of January based on my current projected timeline. So you can look forward to that then.
Okay, yeah, look forward to that. 1938, Evolution of Physics, Enfield and Einstein explains very clearly Lorentz contraction to solve the difficulty of Michelson-Morley not detecting the fringe shift was the right solution to the difficulty. The only difference is an interpretive one regarding relativity, in which there is no absolute frame of reference. So maybe you'll catch up and do the math to the actual fringe shift, the predicted, then do the math of the actual Lorentz contraction and show that it's the math, the actual amount contracted literally comes from the amount of fringe shift expected, as Einstein explains in his own paper in 1938, that it is the exact amount sufficient to explain the negative results.
Yeah, so you think based on your thorough misunderstanding of anything relativity-based. But like I said, it'd be covered in the video that I'm going to do about you, Itza. But if you want to keep waffling about nonsense that you don't understand, and neither does anybody else here, that's fine. We could just go back to the basic science that you didn't understand and talk about that instead.
Right, so according to FTFE, no one can understand it. So
no, you're just going to keep going on about the same thing. Yeah, you're just going to keep going on.
It's important because this changed all of physics. It added an entire dimension to reality in physics.
But it does not stop the fact that the Earth is a globe in space, then we can absolutely show that that is the case.
Okay, how come that if I use an interferometer...
I have no idea what you're saying, Brian. Your microphone is awful.
And no one
there
can
you go,
hear
just so everyone can prove to themselves FTFE is just lying. There's Evolution of Physics by Einstein, 1938. There's a PDF. Go to page 61 and you can go to page 61 and you can read it. Go to page 61.
Tell me again how you think a hypothesis and a prediction are the same thing, Whitset.
Whatever you can do to run away from the fact that I'm exposing you right now.
You're not exposing me. You are going on about relativity, which you don't understand, and no one here understands. Okay, and that's why I'm specifically doing a video to answer your questions. Okay. Now,
actually,
I don't need to use relativity
to
show that the Earth is a rotating globe. I can do that many other ways. I can do it using some relativity experiments. I can do it using basic Newtonian mechanics. There's no problem with that. But the problem is that you will deny all basic experiments in physics and say things like Machian principle without understanding that it's purely hypothetical and doesn't explain anything that we experience in physical reality. And then you'll also just try and go, oh, well, let's just agree to disagree about the things that I want to talk about and just go on to relativity. So, I can expose you way more than you can expose me, because your only answers to me when I asked you questions specifically was, let's just agree to disagree. Fucking cop-out, mate.
No, you just are a reiterative bumbling fool that once rebutted, you keep saying the same thing over and over anyway without directly responding to the rebuttal. And then you do this. You interrupt me every time I talk, right? So that's all you have.
Okay, well, let's go back to it then and talk about the thing, and you can actually rebut me. How about that?
With the biggest flat Earth debate
try
in
and
history.
rebut me then?
I can.
For fuck's sake, let Austin
Oh, shush, Brian!
Why is it that I don't interrupt you, but you interrupt me?
Oh, you interrupted me loads. It's fine. Like when we were debating last time, when I'm in the middle of talking, you would just go, "Oh, why is he monologuing?"
Really? Does he do that all the time?
So anyway, let's talk about the basic science.
It's not your turn, man.
Yeah, Brian, no one can understand what you're saying, dude. Either get
Leaky,
a proper mic or
It's like you're shouting of underwater tunnel, dude.
Well, let's have a back and forth, please, and not just
Yeah, no one can understand a word you are saying, Brian.
I heard him. He said, "Can we have a back and
Brian,
forth,
fix
please,
your
instead of
mic.
just Craig constantly interrupting Austin?" That's what he said.
Yeah, well, back and forth requires a back and forth of people actually discussing things, but, you know, it doesn't really happen here.
Yeah, because every time I begin to speak, you impulsively interrupt me, right? So
Just
the
like you
reason
do
that
for
this
me,
is
so.
there you go, right on cue, right? So the reason it's there you go again. So it's important because the Globers don't want to talk about this because they've created a script for everyone to understand. They have a script about the axial rotation and the sphericity of the Earth. They've created a script that they all repeat, okay? And they reify the thing in question over and over and over. They assume spherical geometry, and then they say it proves it, right, using calculative assumption. But what they don't have a script for yet is how they don't understand relativity claims you could never prove the base assumption that we're actually going around the sun and the Earth isn't stationary and everything moving around us. Can you give one physical measurement that doesn't require the assumption of the Earth going around the sun that shows us that the Earth goes around the sun?
Relativistic Doppler measurements.
How does that work? Explain to the room how that works.
Yeah, I'll explain it perfectly in my video towards you, like I've said.
So you can't. So just say you can't explain it because we have to wait for
Here's
the
the
video.
thing. Here's the thing, right? Relativity isn't something that you learn, even at degree level for physics, right? You literally, it's once you're a doctorate, it's way up high, right? I haven't studied relativity. I don't know a lot about relativity. So I don't really understand the arguments, and it's something I'm looking into, which is why I'm not going to sit here and argue about relativity when I don't have the succinct arguments behind it. The problem is that...
You did more than that.
Okay, no, I was talking.
Talk about it. Wow, man.
Yeah.
Well, this is the point. I actually do understand it.
No,
That's what's funny, right?
You really don't understand it in the slightest whit. You think you understand it, but every single thing that you say is actually
you haven't studied it.
Fundamentally wrong based on the very small bit of research I've done so far. The papers that I'm going to present.
That's a very tiny seat or position of authority to sit on.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know anything about it, but I know that you're
saying I don't know anything about it.
about
I'm saying that it's something that I'm
out.
looking into. I'm not going to sit here and argue about things that I don't fully understand because it's absolutely pointless.
But based on the little bit I read, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know.
Based on the very small bits of research I've done, based on Witsit's claims, I can clearly see that they are wrong, and there's papers specifically stating why he is wrong, and it's things that I will be showing in the video that I do.
You keep saying that, and you say it's going to take you 2 months to put out this magic video.
It usually
but
takes me.
What you won't
it takes
do
me 3
is
to 4
cover
months to
evolution.
usually make a video.
You always interrupt.
Time dilation and the lens contractions.
Yeah.
We'll never cover evolution of physics, where I just dropped in the chat point blank in page 61 and down. They explain that the Lorentz contraction proposed to explain the negative result was the right solution to the difficulty according to special relativity also. And it says that it is just a sufficient amount of contraction to account for the negative result. The only difference is the interpretation of relativity due to the different interpretation of reference frames. And he says it point blank in his paper, and this is 50 years after Michelson-Morley.
Okay, so again, relativity isn't something that I have expert knowledge on, unlike basic physics. And I can show that the Earth is a globe using basic physics. I don't need to use relativity. Relativity doesn't stop.
All right, Greg, are you an expert or do you not understand?
So, one at a time, please.
Please stop interrupting, Leaky.
Witsit, can you please explain why the clocks slow down?
Oh, hey, Phil. Welcome back.
Hey, Phil.
Can
How
I
you doing,
explain
buddy?
why clocks slow down? You mean why the oscillation rate of a cesium atom changes in motion? Is that what?
Why does it change?
Is that what you meant to say?
Why does it change compared to the speed that you do, and why is it predictable?
You'll have to watch this video in mid-January.
Yeah, you'll have to wait till the end of January. I'm going to post a video about it. Phil,
you claim to
mean
know
why
what
does
you're on
the
about right
oscillation
now.
rate of
You
a
claim you understand
presupposed
it, so
cesium
that's-
atom change, right? When you say a clock slows down, what you mean to say is the oscillation rate of a cesium atom.
Yeah, and that's equated by at rest and in movement. So one's in movement and one's at rest.
My point was simply, I'm not trying to interrupt.
Well,
My
I
point
would
was
agree.
simply that Craig just said he didn't understand and then said he's an expert.
No,
Which is it, Craig?
I never said I was an expert in relativity, not once. Maybe you got hearing issues, not sure.
Well, maybe Dr. Phil can help you out here, or Professor
Yeah,
Phil.
Dr.
Professor
Phil is definitely an
do
expert
you
in relativity
understand?
and is someone that I'm going to be referring to quite a lot in my video.
Good, then shut up.
Cool.
So,
Let's get on to time dilation.
But real fast though, Professor Phil, do you agree that special relativity, according to Einstein and evolution and physics, also takes the Lorentz contraction as the explanation for the negative result, and the only difference is that it's not the etheric explanation, it is a difference in reference frames?
Phil,
See, the ball is...
So Witsit, your assertion was that for some reason, for some unknown reason, we can't determine that the Earth is going around the sun because of special relativity, because of time dilation.
Just
Can
said
you
no
not answer the
result.
question, actually? This is about length contraction. Michelson-Morley had a negative result based on the assumed orbit of the Earth around the sun. There was supposed to be a fringe shift. It wasn't detected. And according to Einstein in 1938, he said that the Lorentz contraction solution to that difficulty that perplexed physicists was the right one. And it says that, that the apparatus contracted just the sufficient amount to explain the negative result. The only difference is that... What?
Nonsense. That
So
was
Einstein's wrong.
that was certainly proposed, but it turned out to be false.
So Einstein was wrong in 1938?
I don't know precisely what Einstein said, but I can tell you what the others said.
What
it was
others?
totally, it was wrong. Okay.
What others?
Michelson-Morley.
Okay, Michelson didn't have anything to do with length contraction. So you have no
that's
idea what
Lorentz.
you're talking about.
I'm telling you that they used Lorentz. Lorentz was supposed to be the explanation. The Lorentz contraction. The Lorentz contraction was supposed to be the reason why the experiment failed.
Okay, so Michelson didn't say anything about that. Okay, so a couple. First of all, length contraction was first proposed in 1887, the same year as Michelson-Morley, and then in 1889, Lorentz took the math, and then he went further on to explain how he thought the ether was contracting the apparatus, and that's why it didn't detect the Earth's orbit around the sun. And then after that, that led Einstein into special relativity, according to his speech in Tokyo or whatever. And then Kyoto.
Why don't you do something very simple? Okay, the formula.
Yo, what do you mean it failed, bro? What do you mean it failed?
Why don't you do something really simple? Okay, you can actually take the expected speed of the Earth, tangential speed of the Earth going around the sun, the orbital speed going around the sun of the Earth, plug that into the formula, and have a look and see if you think that would make a difference. And you know what formula I'm talking about.
No, dude, well, you got to explain what you just said that it failed. How did it fail, Phil? Sorry, Austin.
The experiment failed to detect the ether.
Okay, so actually it wasn't even I have a letter from Edward Morley explaining it had nothing to do with detecting the ether. It was to try to determine the velocity of light in different directions and determine if it was constant or not. So they assumed both the ether and the motion of the Earth, hence the title of the paper, The Relative Motion of Earth and the Luminiferous Ether. And they were actually trying to see if the velocity of light was the same in all directions. You know nothing about this.
I know a lot more than you do about this, okay?
Oh,
now,
okay, basis assertion.
Now,
So what proved the 67,000 mile
I don't have a lot of time, so
please let him do this.
What is it you're trying to say?
Okay, Phil, go ahead.
Okay, this is the point, right? So it's actually where he specifies it the most precisely is in Relativity, Special and General Theory, that was published in 1920, and Einstein explains on page 61. So I got the papers mixed up. Page 61. And he explains, so the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we've already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result, and before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. He then goes on to explain that Lorentz and Fitzgerald came up with an explanation for the negative result because it perplexed all of physicists. And he said that the apparatus contracted.
I've got to go.
Yeah, run away. So you see it now, Professor. Wait, and he said he's going to be citing him in his video. You see how easy it is? I mean, you guys can talk to them about the spin. You can talk to them about the curvature, but this right here is like their freaking kryptonite because they don't even know their own belief.
Well, you say that we don't know it, but You
They,
don't know it
every
either.
glober that
That's
I
the thing.
talk to in here constantly misrepresents it.
Actually,
We
he's
don't
aware of
need
what
to
he's
use
talking about.
relativity to show that the
For
Earth is a
people
rotating
who are
globe.
aware,
It's
he's
simple.
demonstrating. He's
I'm talking over
demonstrating.
him, man.
Sorry, I was saying something and then other people started talking.
So if the Earth is moving 186,000, I mean, if light's moving at 186,000 miles a second, and the Earth's supposedly moving 67,000 miles an hour, then just a simple way to do it is to convert the freaking light, to time the light. Okay, that's what the genius of what Michelson did. He come up with an interferometer and used a time for light and then you just use the length of the arms, and then break it down from the time of the light to the 67,000 miles an hour, and it'll come pretty close to the calculation you came up with, just doing approximations. So
Well, yeah, you get interference.
Austin's absolutely right.
FTFE, watch this, okay? This is from his paper called Relativity. This is written by Einstein, okay? And now what you said, your whole argument, because Debunk Flat Earth gave it to you, was like, I did the math. That's only 1/5000th the width of a human hair. That wouldn't even help you out. You're such a dumbass, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Well, here's Einstein explaining. Although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small, you mean like the 1/5000th number you keep saying? Exceedingly small. Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference in which this difference should have been clearly detectable, but the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from this difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of the motion. This is the important part. The amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in time mentioned above. Do you understand?
Yeah, and I understand that you don't understand it either. But like I said, I'm not going to sit here and argue about something that I don't have a full grasp on. That's why you can keep going on about relativity, but it's kind of pointless right now because I don't have the full answers to give you.
Well, here's an idea.
I'm still in the middle of talking. I'm still in the middle of talking. Hold on. Right? I'm not going to sit here and argue about relativity when I don't have the full answers. And that was the mistake I made last time. Arguing about relativity when I don't have the full answers. I don't need...
You don't even understand the concept, bro.
Okay, I'm still in the middle of talking. I don't need to use relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. It's irrelevant. I don't need it. It's very easy to show what I need to show without it. Misunderstanding relativity, which all parties here are doing, apart from Phil Bell, who actually is an expert in these things, it doesn't change the fact that it's very easy to show that the Earth is a rotating globe in space. My answers about relativity will cut. No, it's not. Nothing is red herring fallacy here at all. Nothing at all.
Dude, he went to respond, and then you cut off his response.
Yeah, so this is a red herring
I haven't
fallacy.
finished
It gives
talking,
the illusion
so...
as if it's relevant to the subject, but it's actually an attempt to divert away.
No,
now, the reason this is important is because prior to
I was
having a
still
justified...
talking, but it's fine.
You're always interrupting.
I was still talking and you interrupted me. And
No,
now you're complaining
you were
about me
done
interrupting you. I wasn't done talking. I was still talking and you interrupted me by saying it's a red herring fallacy.
Oh my god. You're unbearable, dude.
Mumbling off about what you don't know.
What, because you interrupted me, I'm unbearable. That's a very strange thing to say, Witsit.
He's trying to slow you down, Witsit.
I know. So the reason this is important in the macro, in the meta of the conversation, is because prior to holding a justified belief, one must fully understand what that belief is that they're going to internalize and accept. And they actually don't know. And he just now openly admitted he doesn't know. But you'll see his arrogance and ego come out in the second side of his mouth, where he then says, no, you're an idiot. You don't understand anything about relativity. You're wrong. I'm going to make a video about how you're so wrong. And then you're like, wait, what am I wrong about? Oh, I don't understand anything about relativity. And I'm reading from Einstein himself talking about special relativity in the context of Michelson-Morley and detecting the orbit of the Earth around the sun. And he's not going to respond because he's just objectively wrong. And it says right here that the amount is exceedingly small. It puzzled physicists. But then Lorentz came up with an idea that would solve it. It said that the apparatus contracted just the sufficient amount that it would make up for that time difference mentioned above. And then it says comparison with discussion in section 12 shows from the standpoint also of the theory of relativity, this solution of the difficulty was the right one. But on the basis of the theory of relativity, the method of interpretation is incomparably more satisfactory. Okay? So and then he goes on to explain that it is the same exact thing that the apparatus contracted. The difference is you wouldn't be able to detect it in that frame of reference. Then they went and tried to test Lorentz's theory that it was the ether by having different size arms, because ether theory claims that it physically contracts and you'll be able to measure it. So then they went and tried to do this with different size arms and they couldn't get a measurement. So they debunked Lorentz's theory. Einstein says you could never measure it, that it contracts, but you could never measure it if you're still in the reference frame. This is all objective. The 1/5000th the width of a human hair is the amount that it needed to contract to explain away the lack of interference pattern that was predicted based on the assumption the Earth was orbiting the sun.
So, Craig, show us you understand the principle of it and reconcile the negative result in your own words. You don't got to give away your video coming up, but just show us you understand the principle.
I'm not going to sit here and argue about relativity right now. That's not something that I am willing to do. I don't have.
Well, you said you can prove it. So show us you understand the principle of the null result.
Again, Brian, I am not going to sit here and argue about relativity right now when I do not have all of the answers available succinctly the way that I need to. That is something that I am working. No, okay. Every time I try to answer, I get interrupted. That's fine.
Right.
But again, when Whitsitt said it red herring fallacy, I didn't make any red herring fallacy by saying that I don't need to use relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. I don't have a belief. I know that the Earth is a rotating globe because I have measured the fact that the Earth is a rotating globe. It's as simple as that. Nothing that anyone has ever said anywhere, including Whitsitt, in the debates here, has ever debunked what a Foucault's pendulum shows. Ever. And that's the only thing that I personally need to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. It matches what science says. There's no fallacies involved. It's just science. Science is...
So you stake your whole belief on a pendulum.
I don't have a belief. Again, I don't have a belief, but that is the strongest bit of evidence that I like to present because no one has been able to even attempt to debunk it.
So I'll fall back and let someone else debate you if you want to. If you can just concede that you're saying I could be right about relativity because you don't understand it and you don't want to talk about the orbit around the sun part. You want to move to assuming it's a globe and rotating.
I don't make any assumptions, so you don't need to keep saying assume. I don't need to make assumptions. I just use
at least be honest.
Right. And you made a concession that when
like
you
I said,
that you
I don't need
I'm
to make any
wrong,
concessions because I'm not willing to discuss those things right now because I don't have the full answers and it'd be pointless arguing around in circles when neither of us really know what we're talking about.
Stop
How do you know
including me
that
in your
doesn't know what he's
intent
talking about?
Okay, so
Ryan,
the
stop
fact that
helping.
you don't understand it has no bearing on the fact that I actually have researched it and read what Einstein said.
Yeah, but
and
you
that
still don't
have
understand
it.
it. You don't understand
You
it
don't
at all.
know that. How do you
think
know if I have an
understand it, but
inaccurate
you really
understanding
don't.
if you don't understand it?
Well,
You can read plenty and still misquote.
based on the
You can read
people that
plenty
I've been
and still take things out of
spoken,
context.
based
Oh,
on
what
the
I
people
take out
that
of
I've spoken
context?
to, based on the things that I have researched, I don't think you understand it. All right, but again, I don't have the full answers right now to explain
That's an
exactly
opinion.
why. All right, it's not an opinion. It's
So
something
you're
that
admitting
I
I could be right then?
No, I'm saying
It's
that
an
you're not right, but
unfounded-
I don't have the full answers to explain why right now.
Oh, so you know I'm wrong, but you don't know why?
No,
So
I
I
know
got a
you're
simple
wrong.
question.
I just don't have
That's
the
what I
ability to
heard.
succinctly answer why right now.
Can I ask a
Then
question?
That is
What do you
something that I
base these
am
wrong
working
on?
on. That's something I'm working on to do in a specific video. Like I said, it will be out end of January,
Well-
maybe beginning of February.
Well,
depending
on
how I
what do
get.
you base? Then what? On what do you base the assertion he doesn't know what he's talking about and he's wrong? What are you basing that on?
Based on the research that I
Your
have done
lack?
and the people that I have spoken to so far.
Like what?
You-
Like what
you've
specifically?
openly admitted
Again,
it,
I'm not
showing
going
it
into
little.
specifics right now. What
trying
part
to
of this
add
don't you
clarity.
get?
Can I try and add some clarity, if that's all right, to the best of my understanding? And I'm no professional, so
What's
I'll
up,
probably
Gleam? How you
confuse it
doing?
more. But you're all good. Salute to everyone, one and all. But I think just minor correction on Austin there. I think it was 1888 that length contraction come into play, which was with Oliver Heaviside. And it actually had nothing to do with the MMX experiment. It was more to do with his experiments on the magnetic field. And he'd learned that a magnetic field in motion contracts its length. Now, Lorentz was the guy who formulated the electric side of the electromagnetic equations. Heaviside done the magnetic side. And Lorentz took that theory and admitted completely that it was ad hoc, but he assumed that considering all forms of matter are of electromagnetic nature, they will do the same thing and contract physically. Now, for Lorentz and Einstein, there's a different philosophy in that, but that tiny contraction of the equipment that Craig calculated is basically the small part that you then extrapolate, which will then calculate the very tiny fraction that Newtonian gravity laws was out in explaining the Mercury behind the sun. So it was only a matter of minute arc seconds that it was out. However, because of this contraction and time dilation, that is what reconciled the whole theory and basically proved it when obviously Eddington done his so to say peer review.
So you agree Craig was wrong then, right?
Not necessarily wrong, because he is saying on one hand, I don't know about it, I'll get back to you, but on the other hand, he is definitely saying he is wrong.
Well, I mean specifically, hold on.
I can't see justification in saying someone's wrong when you admittedly don't know about it.
You're right. Let me specify.
But Craig does know. Craig does know some basics. So
But my point is that I will get back to you when I know more.
Let me get specific here. When Craig said that the 4 nanometers of friendship that wouldn't affect the results of the experiment, was he wrong about that?
Okay, that is the point of the experiment, I think. Not necessarily wrong about that, but more to say that wrong to assume that minute difference doesn't mean anything, because that minute difference was the actual crossover of that Mercury around the sun. In my understanding, I've made.
There you go, Craig.
Well, this is a little different. Just so you know, Gleam, I've recently found new information that even Oliver Heaviside isn't actually the one that came up with it. That's what I'm saying. Like, so it's actually 87. This guy came up with it. Oliver Heaviside apparently took that math, and then Lorentz actually writes about, actually gives credit to the person that came up with the math in 87. So I can give you that. I just found that out a couple weeks ago.
Do, because I would love to be corrected. I try to feel smart there, Witsit, but if you can cite it, then I'll update my system, sir.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty interesting. It doesn't really change much, but it's interesting if you want to. But as it pertains to, I just read it, right? I just read relativity from Einstein. He explains that it's an exceedingly small amount, although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small. Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference, which this difference should have been clearly detectable. But the experiment gave a negative result, a very perplexing fact to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from the difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of motion, the amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in the time mentioned above. Okay, just sufficient, meaning just the right amount, just sufficient contraction to compensate for the time mentioned above. What was the time mentioned above? Let's come right back up here. The time mentioned above is an exceedingly small amounts between. So, and he explains it all, right?
Exactly that. Yep, no, it's exactly that. I mean, there are particular papers I've read about Newtonian being able to recover that small amount because it is such a small amount. Because we've updated our information now. Obviously, Newton didn't have that information back in the days. So, yeah, I mean.
But we can all agree there was a null result, though.
With Michelson Morley, yeah. I mean, they classified it as no result, and since then it's got even smaller. But it's like, it's just a basic principle. It's like you can say it really simple, but when I say it simple, it's like the bar's like, you're such an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. But then they end up admitting they don't know. And it's okay to, I don't fully understand relativity. Dude, Einstein himself said that since mathematicians have gotten a hold of my theory, even I do not even understand relativity.
And that's kind of my point here, Witsit, right? Is that
papers were written with his name on it that weren't correct.
A lot of this is us talking past each other, all right? Now, I'm not going to deny that you understand some of the basics based on the things that you've looked into, all right? What I'm saying is that your conclusion and the way you've reached your conclusion is wrong. And I'm going to find the words and the way to succinctly explain why. I don't want to engage you in a conversation about relativity now, because it would be pointless. I don't have the answers and the way to respond to you that is correct and would be sufficient for you or anybody else. And I don't think there's ever anything wrong in saying, I don't know enough about this, I'll get back to you. Is that fair enough?
He's just trying to teach you the principle, Craig. That's all.
And the thing is, he's trying to teach me the principle, but based on the professors I've been speaking to at Edinburgh University, the things that he is saying, the conclusions are completely wrong. And I would rather listen to professors that teach this. You know?
No, okay, so it's fair enough to say until you then jump in and say a contradictory thing, which is I'm wrong, right? And this is the same question I asked you in the debate, which is to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth can be made detectable or perceptible in terrestrial experiments. We have already remarked in Section 5 that all attempts of this nature have resulted in a negative result. Prior to the theory of relativity being put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled with this result. So he's saying that the theory of relativity reconciled the negative results in an attempt to detect the motion of the Earth. So I asked you, then what if you're saying that it has nothing to do with length contraction and that he didn't say the apparatus contracted, then what is Einstein talking about when he says that relativity reconciled the negative results?
And again, this is things that I will get back to you on because I don't want to give an answer now that is incorrect in any way. All right, and can you take that from me? Can you take that as not a concession, but me willing to admit that I don't know anything about relativity, and I want to get back to you about that? Is that fair enough?
Yeah, but just stop saying I'm wrong then.
Okay, right. The reason that I'm saying I know you're wrong is because I have professors from Edinburgh University telling me you are wrong.
You're just saying that, and then when I ask specifically what am I wrong about that they said, you won't say anything because you're just
because I don't have
I
don't have the specific knowledge to be able to tell you exactly why you're wrong. But the people I'm talking to are trying to teach this to me. This, do
you not see why it's kind of frustrating for me, right?
Well, I'm
like
really
reading Einstein to the whole room. I'm reading him say that there was an exceedingly small difference. There was an exceedingly small difference expected. And it's super small, exceedingly small. But Michelson came up with an ingenious way to detect it using interference, and it would be decisive. And then we got a negative result. This fact was very perplexing to all of us physicists. We did not expect to get that negative result, okay? So then Lorentz and Fitzgerald came in and fixed the problem for us. And then he says, special relativity says that their solution, what they came in and proposed to fix the problem, was the right one. According to relativity, it's just different in interpretation. So he says it point blank, and I read it to the room, and you're still saying I'm wrong. That's why it's frustrating.
Again, I'm saying your conclusions are wrong, Whitset. I'm not saying that the things you're reading are wrong, or the way that you're reading them are wrong, or who you're saying said them is wrong. But what I'm saying is, based on the people that I have spoken to and my current limited knowledge, admittedly limited knowledge of relativity, says that your conclusions are wrong. And again, I don't have the right words to tell you exactly why, right? But I am working on it, and I want to do it right. I want to be able to do it right so that maybe this can be a conversation that we could continue when I have the right tools to do it. But there's no point sitting here with you going around in circles about relativity when neither of us have the proper knowledge to make this discussion work. Right?
I know 100 times more about this than you, and you want to keep bundling me in with your ignorance, and it's just a tactic now you're interrupting me.
No, because you totally strawmanned me there. You totally strawmanned me there. You totally strawmanned me there, right? I'm not saying about how much you know more than me or less than me. I'm saying that neither of us have enough knowledge for this conversation.
All right, now quit interrupting. Let him respond, man.
Okay. To just don't strawman me, and I'm not making this about how.
Bro, you're interrupting and rambling on.
Brian, shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're mad when he interrupts you, but then you monologue uninterrupted for 2 minutes, and I go to respond. I get 4 words in.
Yeah, because you strawman me, and I just want you to make. I want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from.
You're gaslighting me, and you're basically trying to convince the audience that actually I'm just stupid, idiot, Flerf that doesn't understand anything about relativity, and I'm completely wrong about all of it. You need that narrative because that's what you love to do. You love to gaslight me and lie about me and claim I'm stupid. But the truth is that what I'm saying is objective. You just now tried some other sophistry where you're saying saying, "Oh, my conclusion is wrong." My conclusion is that relativity said that the apparatus contracted, and that's why we didn't detect the fringe shift based on the prediction of orbital trajectory.
Are we just going to keep going round and round and round when I've already said that I will get back to you?
On Einstein's own
Seriously, are we just going to keep going round in circles when I've already said I will get back to you? Why do we need to just keep going round and round in circles? It makes no difference. Right now, neither of us have enough knowledge for this conversation, and that is a fact.
Keep saying it.
You just say, Witz, you know a lot more
No,
about this, and I don't know anything.
Like
Witz
Witz admitted himself that he doesn't have a lot of knowledge about relativity. Right now, neither of us have enough knowledge. Yeah, those were your words, exact words.
No, I said I'm not claiming to fully understand relativity. I think anyone in the world that claims to is lying. Even Einstein himself said he did at the one point he didn't fully understand it. And it was once said that there's not even a dozen people in the world that understand it. And the reason is because it's convoluted, paradoxical doublespeak, and it changes all of physics. So of course no one can understand it. It claims that matter contracts, but you can never measure or detect it. And that if you go in the direction of motion, eventually, if you reach the speed of light, matter will disappear, but simultaneously fill up an infinite amount of space. Okay, it says that if you reach the speed of light, that you'll attain timelessness. The reason I don't understand it is because it's ununderstandable. It's stupid. Okay, so don't try to change that to the fact that you don't even know what it says.
Okay, again, ask you a question. I will come back to this when both of us have enough knowledge for the conversation. Right now, neither of us do. Simple as that.
I got a question for Widget. Sorry, I just want a quick one, really. I don't know if sod all about this yet, but let's just suppose that you know a lot and you're right. Yeah? What does this actually reveal for the audience listening, who do probably most of us don't know much about this?
Yeah. So what it reveals is whenever they tried to detect the orbit of the Earth, it's allegedly just under 20 miles a second that the Earth goes around the sun. And so it was frequently thought, well, we'll never be able to detect that. That's going to be super hard. And then Albert Michelson came up with this ingenious invention called interferometry, where he was going to use the precise measurements of light to be able to detect it, because one of the light beams was going to be going against the motion of the Earth. And everyone was like, wow, that's ingenious. This is incredible. It's going to give us definitive results. And then it didn't show us what we thought would be there based on the Earth orbiting. So when we tried to detect and measure the Earth's orbit around the sun with over 10 times more sensitive equipment than we needed, and since then it's been done billions of times more sensitive, we can't detect the Earth's orbit. So if the Earth is orbiting the sun, something has to be happening that tricks us into thinking that it's not. And then relativity came in. This is why Einstein's so famous. He proposed a solution to the problem, which is that the apparatus contracted just the right amount where you couldn't make the measurement with the light and see the difference, and you can never actually measure the contraction because you're also on the Earth. So basically, it changed all of physics, and he added a fourth dimension called time. Of course, special relativity attributed a constant speed to light. It claimed that time dilates and that matter contracts. It changed all of physics, and to this day, this is the whole paradigm of physics that we were all taught and everyone believes, and this is the fundamental like staple of the globe Earth model, if you claim that it orbits the sun. So it's very important, and for someone to actually stand in their position at the Earth's a ball that orbits the sun, they need to admit that they believe this, right? Because that is what the belief is. The belief is that when you try to measure the Earth's orbit, you can't do it because matter will contract, but you'll never be able to measure it contracting. And that's the reason it's important.
But hadn't science come to the conclusion that the Earth is going around the sun before any of this was even considered?
Yeah, Newtonian physics, everything else.
Newtonian physics, everything else.
So, I get what you're saying. It's not intuitive
by looking at this.
It's not in any way remotely intuitive, this stuff, is it? And also, like you said, it does look like it does look like a fit, doesn't it? Rather than what about
the fact of the matter is, the interferometers do pick up linear motion, and they're trying to explain why it doesn't pick up the linear motion of the Earth, but it picks up every other motion. It's for goddamn ridiculous. And Austin explained the principle.
That determined it before this. They made observations of the sky, and then they thought it, right? Like Galileo did, and then it moved on. So yeah, Copernicus and Galileo, and people were like, oh, okay. They were like stuff like retrograde and stuff like this. They're like, oh, that must mean that we're moving. But of course, it can easily be explained with the Earth not moving. Stuff like retrograde, you can use a neo-Tychonic system to explain everything that we see in the sky, and there's many other ones. So it was falsely assumed that the Earth was orbiting the sun. Right? That doesn't. When we went to actually measure it with actual experiments, we didn't measure it, and then they came up with an ad hoc explanation that no human alive can understand, no matter what they say, which is that basically my desk right now is moving through space 20 miles a second, and it's contracting, but I would never be able to measure it contracting because I'm also contracting, as is all the space around the desk. Okay, and that is today the current claim. It's called length contraction, and it's length shortening, and it's still like a primary part of physics.
But I got a question. Observation of something that's far away, that's when you get length contraction. You don't talk about observations of things around you when you're part of the relative, space that you're trying to observe.
Did the apparatus in Michelson-Morley contract? Yes or no?
Yeah, they can't deny it because it's their explanation of why the no result. This is funny listening to them squirm.
No, it's not funny. What it is most of the materials that they use to make their measurements are out of date anyway. And so basically now with new science, they pretty much disproved the idea that contraction was,
So then a no result.
Dude, I think I have to
wait,
make a...
They did. You just made that up, okay?
I have to make-
Since then, we have billions of times more sensitive equipment that has done the same experiment, and we get the same null result.
Okay, I have
to
to
this
give you the-
day, length contraction is part of relativity and all of physics, and that apparatus in Michelson-Morley, which again has been done with billions of times more precision, must be slightly contracting inside of our reference frame, which is why we can't detect the Earth's orbit. If you don't take that position, then you're saying, oh, we got a measurement of stationariness.
If I could just ask you, because I've obviously never heard before, but what are your qualifications to be an authority on all this? I just want to know.
That's called a credentials fallacy.
It's called reading. You guys don't know how to read.
Obviously studied it.
It's called a credentials fallacy. The idea that if someone doesn't have the proper credentials, then their argument must be wrong. Nikola Tesla dropped out of college. So what was Nikola Tesla's qualifications to talk about electricity?
Needs the Einstein apologist role, I think. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I mean, Tesla didn't think electrons existed, so...
I'd say his credentials already studied the shit out of it.
I'd say they're a mathematical placeholder. That's what he said, right? Not that it didn't exist. It's that a convention that is used in mathematics. Isn't that what you use it for?
They actually call it basically like an ether unit or a condensate, and that 1,000 corpuscles of ether would equate to what we call an electron. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But basically, they try to act like they're smarter regarding electricity than Nikola Tesla. But then Einstein, who didn't invent anything, and then just added a whole dimension that can't be proven, and then claimed that time slows down and that matter contracts, but you could never measure it and tell that it contracted. He's a genius, and he's been proven, even though his theory says, you could never prove me right. That's why he has the quote right here that Gleam just posted, the struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, meaning geocentrism and heliocentrism, would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. And this is in 1938 that he said that.
Is the sun an absolute? Is light an absolute reference frame?
Okay, so according to relativity, there is no such thing as an absolute frame of reference. But simultaneously, this is one of the million things they do that's doublespeak. They claim that light is absolute in all reference frames, so that it can be treated absolute as a standard of measurement, so that we can measure other things against it. And so all things are relative to the standard of comparison or measurement of the speed of light being constant and absolute. So they claim that the speed of light is not an absolute frame of reference, but it is absolute in all reference frames. That's what relativity says.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah. I know you guys made your little videos about how stupid I am because once again you don't know what I'm saying.
No, I just asked you for a specific voice clip and you gave me exactly what I wanted. So thank you.
Pretend that somehow I didn't just destroy you. Please.
Well, no, you. I mean, I wasn't in a gotcha or anything. I was just asking you a question.
You got your voice clip, so you can make your video and do the gotcha then, right?
Yeah, and make sure you put the whole thing I said in the video.
Yeah, I mean, this whole
You're
thing
like Craig, you're an overeducated car salesman, bro. Sorry.
I've never
seen that. If you put that in the video, that's good.
Can you wait till he's not talking to call him that, though? That's all I'm asking, man.
Oh,
I think it's good if you put that. Yeah, do you see the different, it's technically there are no frames of reference that are absolute according to relativity. That's actually like one of the base postulates of relativity, which is
that is right.
Everything is relative.
That's the difference between Einstein's theory and Lorentz's theory and Poincaré's.
I mean, like, what it comes down to for me, right, is how do you falsify relativity? And if you can't, then, you know, why do you go around claiming it? Because it's actually a foundational belief in heliocentrism. I know it has like a little to do with here, but literally when you explain here by pointing up there and out there, then you need relativity to make it work in dark matter and dark energy and black holes and all that shit.
The math
it's a huge deal, actually, because just like Einstein's saying, those are interchangeable. Well, then we have sidereal and solar rotation. The question is, does the stuff in the sky move or does the Earth move, causing it to look like that? Okay, so if we could actually measure and detect and prove that the Earth orbits the sun with physical measurement, like actually detect it, well, that's going to answer the other question for us. Well, because if the Earth's revolving the sun, it has to be rotating also. So it answers all the questions, and it changes all the observations, right? Like us going through space changes everything.
Right,
Changes
but
everything.
here's the thing that gets me, yeah, right, is that if you're right, okay, if this is right and the Earth is stationary and everything in the sky is engineered, and so, or at least it's augmented to look like it, the simplest conclusion you come to is the geometric, the model they give you, yeah, because that aligns with what we see.
No.
So it does align to what we see. That's why astronomy draws the conclusion it does.
No, everything that astronomy does, everything that NASA does, it treats the Earth geocentric. Like all of it. It all uses geocentric coordinate systems. And then the apologist argument is, well, we're on the Earth, so yeah, we use it from a Earth-centric coordinate system. So like everything that we do, we have to, we make, like, dude, literally you can go read NASA's own website. The way that they make eclipse predictions is they use geocentric coordinate systems, geocentric declination readings, and then they transformed them into a heliocentric like paradigm.
Oh, and don't forget the assumptions according this place when they do tests with flight models and so forth. What they take into assumption, you know, about the ground, that it's flat and non-rotating.
You can physically demonstrate everything you need to with a little cup of water. Have the cup of water represent your boat, your plane, your train, your automobile, and move it around the ball accordingly, and we'll see how the physics react to the liquid, right? Are you afraid of physics, Micktoon? Let's see how the cup of water goes around the sphere and how you have to tilt it accordingly, right? You don't drop it down like you think you are when you see half of the cup.
Why do you always call him Micktoon?
Because he's Mick Walt Disney.
No.
Mick Walt Disney cartoons. He has a cartoon 2D disc globe. He can't show us the real physical, you know,
Is it
3D
we both wear
globe.
glasses? Is that what it is?
Do you have the 3D globe rendering and how your helicopter flies around it without tilting, stupid ass? Fucktard.
This is FTFE, you know.
No, I don't give a fuck what clown
I see Great
cocksucker it is.
Angelo says that I talked over him. If that's the
They're
case, I
both twin
apologize.
retards.
Let's not interrupt Enoch. He's laying down some facts here, guys.
Apparently, Great Angelo wanted to say something. Both me and Witsit spoke over him. I apologize if I did that. If you got something to say, please add it to the conversation.
Hey, man.
Yeah, the only question I've been bothered with this entire afternoon is that Witsit keeps insisting that we're going to find some way to demonstrate that the Earth is going around the sun, and we have to do it from the perspective of being here on the Earth. And I just don't understand why we have to go along with, you know, relativity to do that when there were so many other ways that you can do that from being on the Earth using just basic, you know, classical physics. You can use
All of which have been
mathematics, the seasons, the actual movement of the sun across the sky itself is enough to figure out that it's definitely not moving around us. And I just don't understand why that's so important for him to hang on to one issue instead of expanding his horizons.
Why do you say such ridiculous
Did you just say seasons?
Dude, really, honestly, the reason why it's important is because to both models, you literally can't detect it from that frame. We've been over it and over it and over it, and not one of you ever admits that. That's why we don't let it go, right? We can go to the other stuff and the other proofs, and we go all through that all day, but you can't even admit this one. So how are we going to know that you're going to act in good faith on any other argument, right? That's kind of what it comes down to.
So your argument is that just because we're not going to sit here and play your game by your rules, in other words, go ahead and say you can't measure it from where I'm standing, from where I'm sitting, I can't measure the
honest game, yeah.
The Earth moving around the sun.
You can't do it.
But yet on the equinox, I can certainly demonstrate that it certainly moves the way it does based on the fact that we're a globe.
The equinox proves the equinox proves that the light ain't parallel.
Wait, he's just saying that we do it because you guys won't even be intellectually honest and absorb your position for what it is before we go forward. Okay? That's the problem. You guys want to skip over it. You guys want to lie about it. You want to deny it. You want to divert. Anything but say, yeah, of course, relativity says you can't detect the Earth's orbit on the Earth because we're in the frame of reference that moves around the Earth. And that, according to relativity, the Earth moving around the sun moving around the Earth are the same thing. They're interchangeable. And according to relativity, we can't directly measure it from the Earth. So then we would move on to the next thing. But you guys can't even just be honest and concede it. It's just an intellectual honesty test.
Well, I don't think it's an intellectual dishonesty to say, we think you're wrong and we're going to go look for the information and find out why. Because basically, that's whenever I do science, the first thing I do is I make a question and I go, I think there's something wrong here. I better find out what the cause is.
Yeah, but he just gave you the
last brain
information. He just
cell,
literally
as
gave you the
FTFE wants to
information,
say,
bud.
right? We
That's
hit
not,
that last
that
brain
information
cell.
is not correct.
Go ahead and go do your
Einstein's
research and
paper
come
on
back. We'll be
relativity
right
is
here.
not correct.
It's not Einstein's paper on relativity that demonstrates the orbit of the Earth, around the sun.
Okay, so see, this is Einstein. I just dropped the PDF again, page 61. You can read it. He talks about stuff like stellar aberration and stuff like that, and how you can interpret that as the Earth's orbit around the sun. But it is just requiring you to assume it. So Einstein rebuts you, but you're not going to read it. You are not going to read that PDF that I've dropped in here 4 times. You're not going to even download it.
It's not a PDF, it's a GIF.
It's a PDF.
No, he dropped the 184-page paper. It's just like posting a 6-hour video and expecting someone to watch it real quick and then come back with a rebuttal.
Actually,
to be
I
fair,
know that you're just a liar also, I guess, but I put page 61 right underneath it and cited it like 5
Right.
times. So
And
it's
to be
actually
fair,
just you read one paragraph and come back.
Well, I mean,
Since-
you could
since
just
he-
know what you're talking about in
Since he
conversation.
posted it, I opened it, read it, and I already
Speak on it.
screenshotted it to put stuff in here for you guys to read that. So I'm trying to help out. Try to help you help me, guys.
Can you highlight
Everybody
the
just,
last?
even McToon agrees. He says right here, negative result equals measurement of stationary.
That's great. Shane,
No,
can you highlight the
Don't
two
exclamation
sentences
point
afterwards?
equal. That means does
Yes,
not
I
equal.
did, Bowder.
Not equal. Not equal.
Right.
Well, that's
The-
crazy because we have you on video when I asked you, well, how would you suggest that we measure stationariness? And you said you would try to detect rotation, and then if you didn't get a rotation measurement, if you got a negative result, that would be a measurement of stationariness. That would mean it's stationary. That's what you said.
Michelson-Gale, for example.
So it doesn't apply to the rotation of the Earth around the sun.
Rotation, I said. Michelson-Gale.
Does the Earth rotate the sun?
The orbit
There's a difference between rotation and orbit.
Does the Earth rotate around the sun?
It
No, it
the
orbits.
sun.
So you guys are saying it doesn't rotate the sun around the sun?
No, it orbits.
You're just gonna keep saying it?
It's literally.
So 6 months later, midnight should be 12 noon.
They don't even understand, dude. They think
don't
that the
understand.
Earth
It's
doesn't
pathetic,
rotate
bro.
around the sun, bro.
What's it? How
They're
can
just
you
twisting your words to
understand?
try to make you look stupid.
How can you understand relativity if you can't even understand the difference between rotation and orbit?
Dude, orbit is a rotation.
No.
You are an
Orbit means
idiot.
a linear path around something.
Yeah.
Rotation
Earth
is
didn't
something
rotate
moving
around
to
the
place.
sun.
Know what he fucking meant though? Holy fuck!
So it
If
doesn't
the
rotate
Earth-
around the sun as the center?
The point is that Whitsitt is trying to preach to us about quantum physics, and he does not even understand the basics, the difference between
The
rotation
action of
and orbit.
rotating around a center.
Right.
You're incorrect because the galaxy rotation curve problem is to do with bits of the galaxy rotating around the center.
So
If you
How
run
many
with that
days are
from
in a-
hold on
in a-
guys
in a-
guys from
in a
from
356
wikidiff.com
days in a
rotate
solar year?
Yeah, hold on. From wikidiff.com, rotate versus orbit. As verbs, the difference between rotate and orbit is that rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve, while orbit is to circle or revolve around
So it
another
also
object.
orbits then.
Wait,
so
you didn't let me
revolve.
finish my
What happened at
sentence.
noon?
You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Let him- Brian, why'd you
Maybe if
interrupt
I
him? He
maybe if
buried
I
himself.
maybe
Read
if I
it
start the
again. Read it
sentence again and just read it right to the end. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with anyone here. I'm just reading out what it says so everyone can understand. Rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve, while an orbit is to circle or revolve around another object.
Oh, so revolve means rotation?
No. Orbit is
They
to
had the same
revolve
word
around
rotation, yeah.
another object.
They are synonymous. Come on, they're
Yeah,
synonymous.
it's so stupid.
You know.
Yeah,
Again,
there's a
I'm
difference
not
in
arguing.
actual
I'm not
rotation and
arguing.
orbital
I'm not arguing
rotation,
for or
obviously.
against anything. I'm just telling you what it says. All right.
Well, you emphasized the end as if it was a refutation. Good try, though. But
I
it's
really
obvious
didn't.
that it's
Nice
claimed to
gaslighting there.
rotate around the sun in the center, right? It revolves around the sun. They say the Earth revolves around the sun. It actually says it's an elliptical
does,
orbit.
you're right.
It's not
It
just
it
linear,
revolves
by the
around
way.
another
Whoever
object,
said
you're
that
right.
stupid comment. So it doesn't. This is the point, right? You guys are being sophists because McToon said that a negative result doesn't equal stationariness. And then we're like, wait, well then how would you get a measurement of stationariness? You said, oh, try to detect rotation and then get a negative result, and that would be a measurement of stationariness. So he contradicts himself blatantly, and you guys then come in to defend it and then try to say that orbit isn't a rotation.
There you go.
It's not.
Putting words in my mouth.
Witsit, you clearly just had the difference explained to you.
Right,
You're just
Mickelson
gonna
Morley
keep
was
doubling
not
down.
set up.
You have a
Right,
problem.
Mickelson Morley was not set up. Mickelson Morley was not set up to detect the rotation of the Earth. That's not
No
what
shit.
his goal was.
No shit, bro. You're 2 days late, bro.
We're talking about the rotation around the sun.
It also wasn't
Right? It's
set up
also
to
not set up to do that either.
See where it is
wasn't set up
orbit.
to
Yeah,
There
make
is
sure
a
you use
key
the
difference.
perfect terminology, Witsit. You got to say orbit and not rotation, because they take it too literal. They can't just have any sort of thought process for themselves to just understand that that's exactly what you fucking mean.
Yeah, they had to
Well,
take
it's the
that
same thing.
pedantically.
The orbit is rotation, right? Like he just
No,
read the
it's
definition.
not.
Okay, well, look. Hey, Connell, since you're so smart,
rotation.
can you answer my question?
Okay,
Does the Earth revolve around the sun? Yes or no?
Yes, in a linear path, it does revolve, but a rotation is not a revolution.
It's a linear path, so it's not elliptical?
It is moving in a singular direction. It's similar to a vehicle running around a racetrack.
So it's
Now
not
who's
elliptical.
Splitting hairs.
So it's not elliptical?
Now who's splitting hairs?
Someone pick up his eviscerated body because he...
Come on.
Let me just end this. This is a bit of a silly nonsense about words. Okay, right. The Earth does not the Earth does not rotate. Hold on, right, guys, please. The Earth does not rotate around the sun. It orbits or revolves. A rotation is not a revolution. Which is right when he says the Earth revolves around the sun. He's wrong when it says it rotates around the sun. There's a difference between
So when I cite
revolution
NASA
and
saying the
rotation.
Earth rotates around the sun, you'll all admit you're wrong, or are you going to say NASA's wrong?
Well, NASA would
There are
be using
two-
the wrong word in that case.
I have a question. I have a question.
That's just what the words
Can I
mean.
ask a
That's all.
question? Can I ask a question?
Only if you stop screaming to everyone that you have a question. Can you ask a question
Yeah.
without doing that, please?
Yeah, sure, man. I just want to ask, how would you explain? So we all would agree that in the heliocentric model, the Earth spins, right? It's rotating, right?
Yes, a rotation means specifically around an axis.
Yeah, listen. If the Earth is rotating in the heliocentric model, and it orbits the sun, okay, to use your specification of the word, it is still rotating while it's orbiting the sun, right?
No. It's
Yes.
revolving when it orbits the sun. Rotation
rotates.
means specifically around its own axis.
Dude.
If it doesn't rotate, what will noon be 6 months later if it doesn't rotate?
The moon phases would go the opposite
Okay,
way.
so
Yeah, sure.
all right. Again, this is just nonsense about like words, but the Earth rotates around its own axis whilst it revolves around the barycenter of the solar system. The problem is that there's a difference between the words rotate and revolve. You
Just
only rotate
to
around your own
distinguish the
Yeah.
difference
Words
in
mean
actual
something, especially in
rotation
science.
in orbit. Okay.
Yeah,
but the
that's
point
fine.
is that it
Just
is
so everyone's on the same
rotating
page, that's all.
around the sun, and
No,
it
no,
is
no, it's
elliptical
revolving around the sun, not
orbit.
rotating around the
and
sun.
you just read. Shut up. You just read the definition of
Let
rotate.
me paint an analogy for you, Witsit.
Wait, no, I'm talking.
I work
I'm
on
aware if you have
cars.
any
You have
social
Should I
skills
interrupt,
at all, or you're just a douchebag. It's one of the two, though. So you just read the definition that the Earth revolves around
Yeah.
the sun, and then you read the definition of rotate, and it says revolves in the definition that you read.
No,
okay?
I
So
didn't
it
say
is the-
that. It's. I said there's a difference between revolution, revolve, and rotate. I said that revolution.
Oh, so
occurs
why
when,
does your definition for rotate say revolve then?
It does both, man. Let's move past this.
No,
They're-
make
they're
him
trying
answer
to-
again?
FTFE,
Yeah, they're
why
all-
does your
right.
definition say
maybe
revolve
right.
then?
Maybe you haven't heard me properly. Okay, the Earth rotates around its own axis, but it revolves around the sun because you can't rotate around another body. You rotate around.
Does
your
it
axis.
rotate?
The
Does
Earth
it rotate around the sun too?
The Earth rotates around its own
Your
axis.
Why does your definition of rotation that even you read off have the word revolve in it?
It didn't.
Read again then.
Right. To do where difference where
The first part, FTFE, ended with around an axis. So please don't skip that.
Right. Okay. So here we go. This is what I read. Right. As verbs, the difference between rotate and orbit is that rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve. Right? That rotate, revolve, different things there. Okay?
You just said rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve.
Oh. Well, orbit is to revolve around another object. Right? So you can rotate around another object. You revolve around another object. And when you look at the difference between the words revolve and rotate, revolution occurs when one body moves around another, while rotation means moving around the axis. For example, the moon revolves around the Earth, and the Earth revolves around the sun, but the Earth rotates around its own axis.
Yeah, but you just read it said revolve in the definition of rotate. You just said it out loud again. It's super funny. And then you're trying to use, we use the word as it pertains to the Earth. We use the words differently, right?
I'm just trying to get everyone on the same page, right? That's all, right? And to make
if we
it
were
simple,
to use the same word,
to make it
right,
simple, how about everyone just says
just make sure you talk through me, FTFE.
Right, hold on, please let me finish. Please let me finish what I'm saying. Right, please let me finish what I'm saying.
And D'Angelo, you're going to white knight when he.
Please let me finish what I'm saying. Please let me finish what I'm saying.
No.
Thank you.
Unbearable, dude.
But I'm trying to move this conversation forward by getting everyone to just
He's trying to respond to you, Craig. Let Austin respond.
But I haven't fucking finished what I'm saying.
Stop helping, Brian. Jesus.
To move this conversation forward, can everyone just agree that the Earth rotates around its own axis but revolves around the sun? And that is the words we use, just so everyone's on the same page. Is that okay?
That's literally
You just flip-flop your words.
Yeah, so we use the words differently so that it's not confusing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So that we're not confused.
Dude, I swear to you, you actually need to get in a boxing ring or something.
Shut the fuck up and just.
You can disrespect.
I'm trying to move the conversation forward. Can we all just agree? Can we all just agree? Can we all just agree?
Right. You're like a giant teddy bear.
Again, can we all just agree very simply to say the Earth rotates around its axis but revolves around the sun? If we agree that, we can just move forward.
You're still trying to interrupt me again.
Right.
Okay.
If we agree that, we can move forward. Can we agree that, yes or no?
This is insane.
Right.
So the point is,
I am trying to move the conversation forward. Can we agree that, yes or no?
Or convenient.
Can we agree that, yes or no?
The Earth revolves around the sun.
Shut up! Let Austin respond for fuck's sake.
I just want him to say yes or no.
He obviously took his mic out of, his earphone off and is just talking, so just let him talk.
Why can't Austin just agree with what I'm saying? To move the conversation forward, let everyone just agree a very simple thing.
You won't let him say anything, bro.
But we're just going round in circles and I'm trying to move forward past this. Okay?
Okay.
To move forward from this point forward,
everybody
to move forward, right, let's just agree to make it simple that we say rotate when we're talking about the Earth going around its axis, we say revolve when we say about it going around the sun. Just so everybody's on the same page and no one gets confused. Simple.
This is where you're going to interrupt me again. So
there's no proof of that.
So we use different words, right? Because we couldn't just use the same word rotate for meaning axial rotation and also meaning the orbit. So we say it revolves around the sun, but it's the same mechanical motion, right? Angular change in motion, change of direction, right? It's a rotation motion, right? We say orbit or revolution to distinguish between the axial rotation of the Earth and the Earth moving around the sun. Now, as it pertains to what we're talking about, MC Toon's home run was that, oh, well, you don't have any measurement of stationariness. I said, dude, you don't measure stationariness, right? Unless something's moving and you measure it and then it stops, or if you try to detect motion and you get a negative result, you don't measure zero. It's stupid. It's a very stupid thing to say. So then he keeps saying it. So I said, okay, well, then what would be a measurement of stationariness? He said, well, you would create, he said, a negative result is not proof of stationariness. It's not evidence of stationariness. So then I said, how would you measure stationariness then? And he says, Well, you would create a test to detect rotation, and if you didn't detect rotation, then it would be stationary, which would of course be a negative result, directly contradicting his claim that negative results aren't actual evidence of stationariness, because he has to doublespeak. And once I called him out on that, you guys jumped in and brought up the semantical difference in orbit and rotation. Thanks for playing.
Okay, the test that you are talking about a negative result on, Michelson-Morley, was not designed to detect whether or not the Earth was stationary.
That's a non sequitur.
No, that's bullshit. Don't tell me it's a non sequitur, because it directly addresses the point. Don't tell me it's a non sequitur, because it directly addresses the point, correct?
No, I didn't claim that's what the test was doing. The test wasn't.
That's what the negative result is in context with.
The test wasn't trying to do anything regarding proving or disproving the ether or the motion of the Earth. The test was about determining if the velocity of light is the same in all directions. And they assumed both the motion of the Earth and the ether to do this. That's why the title of the paper is The Relative Motion of the Earth and the Luminiferous Ether. And in Edward Morley's letter, he explains they're doing the test to see if the velocity of light is the same in all directions. They assumed both the ether and the orbit. They used these two assumptions to come up with a prediction, right? And then the prediction was not matched. They had a negative result. Well, the negative result is relative to the prediction that's built upon the assumption that the Earth is orbiting. With or without the ether, there should have been a friendship. So if you throw the ether out, you still have to explain why the motion of the Earth did not cause a friendship.
So you said the test was set up to measure the relative velocity between the Earth and the ether they presumed to exist. The test came up with a negative result for that hypothesis. The test and the negative result did not confirm stationariness.
So no friendship doesn't equal stationariness.
You can quite clearly conclude that it's stationary from those results. Like, if you have a brain.
No, it's not about whether or not somebody has a brain. Don't use that bullshit tactic. If you look further into the future from that experiment, there's another one, Michelson-Gale-Pearson, which came up with a positive result for rotation. So you cannot use Michelson-Morley.
So something is rotating, right?
So you cannot use Michelson-Morley to say you've confirmed stationariness because you, quote, have a brain. Because there
so
are
you're
other
trying to say that we're rotating, but we're not moving around the sun? Is that what you're trying to say?
Wait, Michelson-Gale-Pearson actually assumed there was an ether. He actually assumed there was an ether. Albert Michelson came out and said this actually verifies the ether, and it matched their sidereal prediction built upon the assumption of an ether and the vortex within 98% accuracy using the Sagnac effect, who, when Sagnac discovered it, said it was a vortex of the ether. Michelson literally came out and said this verifies the ether. And then later on, he ended up saying it verified relativity because he could come up with no other way to explain how we could get this ideal rotation but not the orbit, which means this is the part that you're going to do everything you can not to address, which is why I bring it up now, because it shows that you guys are dishonest. When they got the result, it didn't match the prediction. If we throw the ether out completely, we still have to address the result. Even without the ether, there should have been a friend shift because the Earth would have been going against space.
And I will post Michelson's result.
Relativity claims that the apparatus contracted just a sufficient amount to where it will look like it's stationary, even though it's actually orbiting.
I will post Michelson's quote where he claims what Austin just said in his paper and the numbers, and they'll deny it anyway. Even after him quoting it, he's obviously studied in this category, and I can show the actual literal quote from Michelson, and they'll still deny it and try and switch back and forth because they're not honest. I agree.
Well, if you don't hurt to Michelson-Gale-Pearson, that's called a red herring fallacy.
Maybe they just can't tell because the universe is expanding, so then they can't tell.
So, Vincent, you're saying that without the ether, then you're measuring the Earth against space. Relative to what position?
Well, you're relative to your position on the Earth. This is what relativity explains, that you can't do that because if you're in the motion of direction, which you would be on the Earth, then you would suffer from contraction. So you wouldn't be able to tell that you're contracting or that your apparatus is contracting because all the space around you is also contracting in the direction of motion.
using that to measure, to measure the motion? Yeah, of course not. But we're not using that.
That is what we were using.
They weren't
According
using
to
it-
Einstein,
they
it would have
weren't
been
using it.
decisive, and that's why all of physics had to be changed in response to Michelson-Morley. It's called the greatest failed experiment in history because it changed all of physics. And just like Einstein said, before relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to all the negative results in every single attempt to terrestrially use experiment to measure the orbit. So
Whose
relativity
opinion-
saved the day.
whose opinion paper put out saying that was the greatest, change in physics, that one experiment?
Well, because it wasn't the only. You got Aries failure, and you got the Michelson-Gale, like you was just talking about the follow-up. So it wasn't the only failed experiment. Aries failure showed because he didn't get any change after slowing down the light by using water to fill up the telescope. He didn't get any change in the light. He didn't have to change his angle of his telescope any at all.
All right, everyone. So this is FTFE's event. Any other flat earther have another question for FTFE while he's here?
I hear the Smithsonian saying it, by the way.
I just want somebody to at least attempt to address how we can quite easily measure the rotation of the Earth with a pendulum. No one's ever attempted to address that.
Hey, if you establish an independent frame of reference with the gimbal, then why doesn't the pendulum move on its own? Not in the plane back and forth, but left and right.
The pendulum swings backwards and forwards, and that swing stays relative to the axis of rotation, which is what we expect to happen with physics.
But if you claim that it establishes an independent frame of reference with the gimbal, then that means it's in an independent frame relative to the Earth that moves independent of it. So even if you didn't push it, why doesn't it move left and right?
Why would it move left and right?
Because the Earth's moving separate from it.
Yeah, and the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards. That's it. Just
No,
like
before you
you
swing
can
the
get a
pendulum-
merry-go-round and put a pendulum on the merry-go-round. Start swinging the pendulum and then spin the merry-go-round, and the pendulum will maintain its position backwards and forwards over that merry-go-round.
Before you swing the pendulum, okay?
And a measuring tool.
You're claiming that it establishes an independent frame of reference. Of course, to detect motion, you must do that. You claim that even though it's attached to the Earth, which is what it's allegedly detecting the motion of, the gimbal establishes an independent frame of reference from the Earth moving underneath it, which means before you swing the pendulum, it should be sitting there detached from the frame of reference from the Earth. It should be moving independent of the gimbal and the pendulum.
No, there's no reason it should start moving on its own at all. Nothing in physics says that should ever happen.
But
Really?
why?
I just
It's an
posted the
independent frame of reference.
GPS. Hold on, I just posted the GPS engineering documents that should say that the Sagnac effect is not caused by the rotation of Earth. It's caused by movement, period.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay,
talking about the Sagnac effect.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, don't know why you brought that up. Yeah, so there's no reason why a hanging pendulum should just start moving on its own. Nothing in physics says that should ever happen.
See, you notice how when you responded the first two times, you strawmanned it to be the plane of motion, right? Where
I didn't
we
strawman
push
anything.
the pendulum back and forth, and then you would get a precession. I'm not
Yes.
claiming the pendulum should swing in the plane back and forth. I'm claiming that if it's just sitting there and it's actually in an independent frame of reference from the Earth moving underneath it, right? Then that means it's in an independent frame of reference from the Earth's movement.
It's still rotating with the Earth like the gimbal that it's attached to.
Oh, so it does rotate perfectly with the Earth and in the same reference
Of
frame.
course, the entire apparatus rotates with the Earth, but the pendulum, the swing, is allowed to maintain its position in 3D space relative to the axis of rotation.
That's irrelevant. The gimbal
Not
is
irrelevant. That's
established-
how we measure the rotation.
That's irrelevant. The gimbal is establishing an independent frame of reference because it can move in all directions independent of the apparatus that's attached to the Earth, which means the Earth is moving separately from what is attached to the gimbal, right?
Yeah, but it's still hanging from the gimbal, moving with the Earth.
Oh, so it just
with gravity.
moves with
With
the Earth.
gravity, of course, it just moves with the Earth because conservation of momentum is a thing. Why would it just
But so
stop
it's an
moving with
independent
the
frame
Earth?
of reference?
You don't stop moving when with the Earth when you just jump up. You don't fucking slam into the back of a train at 500 miles an hour when you jump up in the air. That's not how
So
it
is
works.
it independent?
I'm still talking. Thank you very much, Brian. The pendulum and the entire apparatus is rotating with the Earth. Once it starts swinging, it is a freely moving object that can have Coriolis forces applied to it laterally.
So you're saying it's not a freely moving object before you swing it?
Absolutely not. It's stationary.
Oh, it's actually not stationary though. There's always an intrinsic vibration, and the Earth would be moving underneath it. It would slowly vibrate back and forth, left and right. It wouldn't go forward in the plane of motion.
We're not talking about little vibrations. We're just talking about in general. It is stationary. If it's just hanging there, in general, it is stationary, moving with the Earth along with everything else.
No, it would barely vibrate.
And the tiny vibrations would not be enough to make it have the Coriolis forces applied to it that would be appropriate for you to be able to see drift. That would
Straw man. No one said it would have the Coriolis effects that we detect with precession once we put it in motion.
You only get Coriolis once it's moving.
No one's saying that. What we're saying is, if you're claiming it's an independent frame of reference, you can't simultaneously claim that it's moving perfectly with the Earth. It's independent of that.
No, the entire apparatus, Witz, I don't know why this is hard to understand. The entire apparatus is moving with the Earth, including the gimbal that the pendulum is swinging from. But the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards. The fact that it's on a gimbal allows it to swing and maintain its swing relative to the axis of rotation of whatever it's on. Like the video that has been posted in the chat shows, a Foucault's pendulum on a merry-go-round. As you swing it, it will maintain its swing relative to the axis of rotation.
Okay,
That's
how about you
can
do an
measure it.
experiment? How about you do an experiment where you put that on there with the gimbal and then you spin it and see if the thing attached to the gimbal moves
that's
at all.
what's on there right now.
It doesn't move at all? It doesn't move at all?
No, it doesn't move unless you start swinging it. Because it's directly above the axis of rotation.
Well, how come it immediately starts with it moving then?
Because they're swinging it.
So then
So
you
if
just
I
made
flew
up that
a
it
clone
doesn't
back
move
and
at all.
forth, it would also go in a circle. If I just flew a drone back and forth, it'd start spinning with the fucking pendulum.
No, because a drone isn't attached to a gimbal, Brian, is it? That's very strange. A drone isn't a pendulum, dude. You should know that.
So you agree that you're saying that according to you, if I go do this and I put the pendulum with the gimbal over top of a merry-go-round and then I spin the merry-go-round, then it should stay completely still.
Rotate it at the same speed that Earth is going, and you will see that once the acceleration has, obviously as you move it first, an acceleration, right, it's going to be moved. But then once it settles into, say, moving at 15 degrees per hour, the entire apparatus would move together, and the pendulum would not swing independently or move independently because it's on something that's moving. It would all move together. Only acceleration causes a change in movement.
Okay, so you're saying that if I did that, then it wouldn't move at all. It wouldn't vibrate any left and right. It would stay perfectly still.
I've had experience with this particular misconception. If you put a pendulum on a merry-go-round, and then no matter what speed you spin the merry-go-round, it can be any speed, if you allow that pendulum that's on the merry-go-round to come to its new rest position, it will not swing on its own.
Yeah.
That's
So the
a
football,
straw man.
so the football,
That's a straw man that flat earthers have created, that it should start swinging on its own if the Earth were rotating.
Nothing
And
about
that's-
Its own. Stop
Spinning
saying
and while
that.
the Earth
That's
is supposedly
17
spinning
times in a
wobbling.
row. All you people have is
17
a script.
times. Yeah, that's not 17 times. I said it
Let's
once.
cover it so no one can misunderstand it. So what you do is you take the pendulum and then you swing it back and forth. And they claim that it'll precess relative to that back and forth motion because the Earth's moving underneath it. Okay? Now, when I say you're claiming it's an independent frame of reference, which means the Earth is moving underneath the gimbal, right? Now, the whole apparatus is moving with it, but it still has a free range of motion due to the gimbal. So if the Earth is moving underneath it, it should slightly change left and right, not start swinging.
Could you show me the
And then
maths
you're
to
going to
back up that
respond with,
assertion,
no,
please?
it doesn't start swinging.
Yeah, could you please show me the maths to back up that assertion?
That an independent frame of reference moves independent of whatever is
Well,
independent
no,
of it.
specifically what you just said, I would like to see the maths to back up your claim that, wait, I'm talking, just chill. Right? You just made a very specific claim about something that should happen within the realms of physics. Can I see your maths to back up that claim, please?
While he's getting that, does the football curve into the field goal?
Is a football a pendulum?
No, I'm just asking, bro. Based on the physics you're explaining, does the football move and go in so they won the game because of Coriolis? Is that your claim?
It would be based on the maths. There would have been about 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right. Yes.
So anything underneath, anything that leaves the frame of reference is independent, and the Earth is spinning underneath said things.
No.
Including footballs.
Only if it has a movement. It's the Coriolis forces on it are applied to stationary things relative to the thing they're on. So the fact that the football was moving through the air, it then had a lateral force applied to it based on the position, the direction that it was going.
Right. So anything that leaves the Earth, anything that leaves the ground, then the ground will spin underneath it. Right.
Only if it is moving relative to the ground, not if it is stationary relative to the ground.
Okay, so we couldn't have Coriolis with a train moving north to south, right? If it was hauling butt on its tracks, there'd be no.
The train's on a track, and Coriolis forces are tiny, 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 and the fact that the train's on a track would overcome those forces.
But so we'd have to change our right tire though first, technically.
No,
to apply,
the forces are
the
so
physics.
tiny. It's so tiny that it would make zero difference.
All right, tell that to Bob. Hear that, Dr. Bob? I'm trying to get y'all on the same page because every time we have this conversation with y'all veer back and forth. Y'all have your own little explanation.
Yeah,
and
Bob
it gets
would agree
old.
with me that the Coriolis forces are extremely tiny.
Right, and he used an aircraft as an example, and you used a train, which is stuck to the ground.
Different things.
Hilarious.
I don't know why this is hard to explain, but a train isn't a plane, a drone isn't a pendulum. They're different things.
So what if something moved like above the tangent from your feet? What if something was at an upward trajectory? Then what way would it curve
just going
then?
straight up?
No, like if a tangent from your feet. So would there be Coriolis on a cylinder?
If a cylinder is moving, is rotating, there would be Coriolis forces like from the top to the bottom applied, but you wouldn't have. No, sorry, there would be Coriolis forces left to right, but not top to the bottom. You would only have Coriolis forces on a east-west.
Okay, so no Coriolis top to bottom. So if something's on the Earth and it's moving above the tangent, like as if the Earth were a cylinder. So as long as something moved at an upward trajectory and never dropped below the tangent, then the Coriolis would be opposite, right? So shouldn't we have to adjust the firing tables?
Firing tables are adjusted.
No.
The firing tables have adjustments for Coriolis, yes.
Well, so it would be opposite then.
Yeah,
The
and you
specific thing that
have to
Brian is
have the firing tables actually have different calculations for north and south of the equator.
Yeah, the specific thing that Brian's bringing up is about firing at a target that is further north. Brian, I mentioned this before. The end result is that the target is quote below. It has moved to a point that is closer to the axis of rotation, so it needs to be forward, not backward.
No, this is my whole point. Let me say my whole point so everybody understands. So they just said that firing north to south on a cylinder there'd be no Coriolis because everything's moving at the same rate. Okay, the whole cylinder is moving at the same rate. So on the Earth, if we fire at a tangent, the tangent represents the cylinder. So if we fired on a direct tangent straight out, then there would be no Coriolis. Like I said, that represents the cylinder. But if we fired above the tangent, the projectile would be entering a region that is traveling faster than where it left from. So we would actually get opposite Coriolis for any projectile that doesn't drop below the tangent. So until the airplane lands, it's going to have reverse Coriolis on its way up, and there's a whole mess of problems with this, but it proves to me that they're full of shit.
What problem specifically?
And I've explained this to you before. Like if you're in the northern hemisphere and you're firing south, what you've described is perfectly accurate. That you would be experiencing move into a larger a region with larger tangential speed. But
so
if
he
you're
would have missed the
firing
field goal.
north in the northern hemisphere. It would be in a region with less linear tangential speed.
No, bro.
It
He would have
wouldn't be
missed the field goal,
backwards
bro.
just
You missed my
it
point.
wouldn't
He
be
would have missed
backwards
the.
just because it wouldn't be backwards just because the gun had a lay angle that was higher than your latitude.
What are you
We went
talking
through
about?
this. We already went through this at length, Brian. The fact that
No,
you
we
still
did
didn't
not. Don't
understand
quit
it from
lying
our
through.
last conversation, the fact that you didn't understand it from our last conversation is apparent.
So you agree then that
Stop
something that
yelling,
goes,
dude.
something that, yeah, sorry. So something that a projectile that enters an area that's rotating faster, not slower, but faster, it'd be reverse Coriolis. So the football would have deviated the opposite way because of its upward trajectory, because it's entering a frame of reference that is spinning faster, not slower.
Which direction was the football kicked?
Yeah, the football wasn't kicked on a cylinder Earth. That's part of your problem, Brian.
Yeah, but I'm not the cylinders, just so people like you can understand what I mean when I say tangent. And so do you
know
agree?
what a tangent is?
Okay, do you agree that no, let me ask him. Do you agree that on a cylinder Earth there would be no Coriolis because the frame of reference is moving the same speed?
On a cylinder
North and
that's
south
rotating
trajectories.
around its axis, there would be no Coriolis forces applied when going north to south because there's no change in the the circumference underneath you. There would be Coriolis applied going east to west.
So that represents
But that's a
a tangent. That cylinder represents a tangent line from the football off into the distance. Okay, the tangent line represents the cylinder. So anything above the cylinder, the Coriolis would be reversed because it's literally entering an area that's spinning faster and not slower.
Well, yeah, it depends which way the football was kicked. What direction did the football go?
The football supposedly curved to the left.
Yeah.
and
But right,
hit
what
upright
direction
and
was it though? North or south? Which direction was the football
South.
kicked? Right, and it deflected left. Yeah, that's right. That's what you would expect.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it curved, it deflected to the right. Okay, listen, it deflected to the right. Okay, and it hit the goalpost, and it deflected in. So it deflected to the right and hit the goalpost. The point is it should have deflected to the left if it's firing to the north.
No, it shouldn't.
If it's going to the north, it deflects to the right.
Right. The
goalpost. Not if it's going upward though. Not if it's going downward.
Neil deGrasse Tyson already talked about this.
Yeah, the goalpost is not on a path that is higher than a. So what you're saying is at that latitude, if the angle of the kick was higher than a certain angle, it would be reverse Coriolis. Great.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if the football is entering a region, that's rotating slower than.
Listen, I'm not going to listen to you guys keep bitch fighting through each other. Let's just do this. Someone else ask FTFE a question. Thanks.
Okay, FTFE, can you agree that if the Earth was stationary and then there was motion around the Earth, that there would be a translation of motion to the Earth that could drag a pendulum?
An imperceptibly small. Well, no, the Machian principle which you're talking about is completely hypothetical. So there's no evidence that would ever actually happen.
Can motion be translated through a medium?
If there's a medium, yeah, but again, the Machian principle that you're talking about is 100% hypothetical, and there's no evidence for it existing.
Can a motion be transferred through a medium?
I believe I said yes. Maybe you have.
Okay, that was the question. That was the question. Your other comments are relevant. So then, if the Earth is stationary and there's motion around the Earth, then there could be a force of that motion translated down to the Earth that could drag the pendulum around, correct?
Nice hypothesis. Do you have anything to back that up?
Wait.
Yeah,
say that it's correct.
It's a hypothesis.
Yeah.
No. I said if it's happening, would it drag the pendulum around? Yes or no?
Well, it depends what the medium was and the mechanism for it to be transferred.
So you agree it is possible that the Earth could be stationary and the pendulum get dragged around?
There's a hypothesis that you're talking about, but there's no evidence to suggest this is the case.
No, it's not. No. We have tons of evidence that translation of motion and force through a medium is a real thing. So you're just saying that you want specifics of the hypothesis of why it's happening. And before we get to that, you're going to have to be honest and admit that there could be a situation, no matter what the details are, right? There could be a situation where the Earth is stationary and there could be motion around the stationary Earth, and it would translate motion and force to the Earth and then drag a pendulum around.
Well, I couldn't answer that without knowing the mechanism behind it.
It doesn't. So you're saying,
But
is there any scenario
there could be a
that
magic
happen?
pink elephant dragging the motion around. There's no evidence of this happening. What you are saying, you want me to go, well, this could possibly be the case if there's some kind of medium that could drag it around, but there's no evidence that there's a medium that could translate the motion of the stars to drag a pendulum around. And the Machian principle which you're referring to is a purely hypothetical thing that even in the hypothesis says that it would be imperceptibly small and would not give us the measurements that we experience in reality.
Actually, they're currently coming out saying that Mach's principle applied to quantum mechanics may be what saves the paradigm from dark matter and dark energy.
Again, it's all
so you don't even know what you're talking about. Your own religion's going to end up invoking it.
Well, no, sorry. Is anything that I just said there wrong about the Machian principle?
The Machian principle, that it's a theory?
That it's completely hypothetical. There's no evidence behind it. And even if it was the case, what Einstein described, he described as an imperceptibly small motion that would not give us the measurements that we experience on Earth. Am I wrong about that?
No, it's not completely hypothetical. You can test it. You can have an empty sphere. You could spin it around, and whatever's on the inside of that will have an effect of the force exerted into the interior of the system. You can literally do this a million
ways.
So
you're saying that the Machian principle isn't hypothetical?
Only as applied to the context of relativity, the context of the universe where the stars are so far away in a vacuum.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't believe nonsense like relativity, double
I don't care what you
speed,
believe, frankly.
Well, you
We're
believe
talking
in
about the
relativity, but told
rotation
the
of
whole
the
room you
Earth,
didn't
so what we talk about has to be applied to that. And there is nothing about the Machian principle that could say that the movement of the stars or the universe in any way could make a pendulum drift the way that we experience it on Earth. There is no explanation for what we experience with the drift of a pendulum, apart from the Earth being a rotating globe.
You're incorrect. So
No, I'm not.
even Einstein himself explained that their pendulum could be dragged around on a stationary Earth due to Machian principle, which is integrated in principle in relativity
Incorrect.
to explain the Eddington experiment. Now, he said it would be imperceptibly small amount.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, this is talking about the stars being thousands of light years away, so trillions of miles away in a vacuum, and that translation of motion would be like damn near not perceptible. Now, if there was a more dense medium in the sky and the lights were closer and there was a motion that was more local and there's a background medium, all these different aspects individually could explain it. And we know that motion and force translates through mediums, so it absolutely would drag the pendulum around.
Maybe if we existed in some kind of fluidic space, but unfortunately species 8472 were mostly destroyed by the Borg.
See, you got nothing. And
nothing
like,
apart from the fact that what you are
that-
saying makes no sense in the context of what we are talking about. It is
Let me make it make
hypothetical.
sense. You're
Right,
saying
that
that
was
what's
a-
making the stars move wouldn't make the pendulum move also, Craig?
No, there's no
Right, that-
evidence that it would.
There was a ton of ifs in all of that from
Yeah.
Witzit's side.
Yeah, like you. If the Earth is rotating, then it's causing the precession of the pendulum.
Yeah, but that's a
Right, that
prediction
falls out
according
from
to
the-
science.
that falls
Obviously,
out-
you don't know the
Yeah, that-
scientific method, so you wouldn't understand how that works.
Well,
No,
now
that's
it's
never
okay
even-
when you do it. All right, so
No, you just don't know the scientific method.
That
Witsit. We
if
covered
statement
that.
of if the Earth is rotating, that falls from the laws of motion affecting things that say mechanical gyrocompasses and mechanical gyroscopes. The laws of motion say that if something is rotating, you'll see a deflection in those.
that's
no,
right.
that's a
So
spinning
if the
effect.
cause of the sidereal rotation is not actually the Earth is moving, but it's just the stuff in the sky move, and there's a mechanism of that movement, regardless of what it is, it would translate motion down to a stationary Earth, and then it would drag the
How would it
pendulum
do that?
around.
You'd
So
be
they only
presupposing that there is a
mechanism.
medium there.
One
They only
at a
agree with
time.
Einstein when it suits him. You realize that, right?
No,
They agree
Einstein
with
doesn't
Einstein.
say it would
Only when
happen.
it suits him.
Even Einstein said it would be imperceptibly small,
Wait,
like Witsit
I
just
think
said.
Gleam
But
was
then
trying to
Witsit said,
talk.
oh, but if there was a thicker medium, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, if. Who cares about if? We don't have a thicker medium. We have
Okay.
a near vacuum.
So
up there.
if the stars are light years away, then it would be
Oh, Brian,
inconceivable.
Gleam has been trying to talk.
Yeah, let's let Gleam go.
Oh,
in
sorry,
forward,
Gleam.
then. Go ahead, man.
How you doing?
Yeah, yeah, you're good. Just to try and progress it more. Don't pick out the particulars here, because it's more of the thought experiment to follow your acceptance that it could be put into a hypothesis. So let's deal with everything that we tangibly know, let's say, except that the Earth is a sphere. Now, with the pendulum, we understand that the pendulum is a plumb bob, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
And more often than not, I see them and they're metal. Yeah. Now, when you put metal
I've
in
done it with
motion,
a wooden one.
yeah, okay. It's just the metal it provides you with that longevity. Let's say because it's a
if
heavier
you're doing
weight.
the electric ones, like in museums and stuff, you mean?
Yeah. Either or. I mean, put it this way: the original Foucault pendulum is now gold. I don't know whether you've seen the upgrade they gave
Wasn't
it.
it lead originally?
It was originally. Yeah.
I didn't know that
and
upgraded to gold.
that has something to do with it. The reason why you use that. But
lead into gold.
either way, the core mechanism that I was trying to explain there is when you put metal in motion, and you have free electrons running about. Number one, it's going to build up eddy currents within the object. Let's say the plum, and that eddy current will have an imbalance, or could have an imbalance, based on its surroundings, and also influenced by a magnetic field. Now, if we assume that the magnetic field is as we measure it, and it's different at different latitudes, due to it bellowing out, and obviously on a sphere, you got, so to say, the flare at the back. If we say that at different latitudes it measures differently, how have we tested, or has anybody tested for the influence of just basic magnetic field versus a magnetic material?
Yeah, didn't the gentleman physicist use a wire on his?
Yeah, well, the gentleman
Specifically
physicist
for that purpose?
used a concrete block with a plastic fishing wire wrapped around it, with plastic inside. And I've done it with wood. I've seen it done with many different metals. Obviously, lead is diamagnetic, so the eddy currents it creates will kind of be based on the movement towards something else. The fact that it's done with many different types of materials, and we still get the same result, shows that it's not really a result of any electromagnetic interference.
I like your line of reasoning with the concrete, but the plastic just totally goes out the window there. But either way, they all collect electrons. They all collect current in motion. Everything in motion will.
I mean,
create
everything is going to
magnetic
generate
field.
some kind of eddy currents based on its, diamagnetic properties. But
I appreciate though exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, the fact that
But
it
who
could
has
be done
tested
with
it?
different. I think the mere fact that it's done with different materials and we still get the same results, because you would get a different force applied from the eddy currents depending on the material, right?
That's exactly it. That's
That's why
that's the core.
Yeah,
Who's isolated that?
When I did it at college, mine was wood, and there was other groups that were using metal. There was one guy that tried to do it with ice, but it kept melting. And I think that alone shows that because you can do it with different materials, that it's not a result of electromagnetic interference.
I don't get them all getting exactly the same.
Well, the eddy
result.
forces are going to be really small, all right? Especially if there's not things around it, because like if you're moving something that has a magnetic field towards something else, as those things move towards you, you're going to have eddy currents build up between them, right? But if you're a freely moving object, if you're a freely moving object, the eddy currents aren't going to force themselves against something else. It's just going to be eddy currents within that one object.
No,
you
you're right.
kind of
It's
need
got
an
to be a
interaction
reaction.
between. Yeah, and
Yes.
if you have the pendulum away from other things, then I don't think there would be enough eddy currents building up to create forces that would generate a difference.
No, that's cool. And yes, perfect answer. But I'd say that we know that the magnetic field actually reacts with little bits of metal, tiny bits of metal, in fact, because we use them in compasses, even though there is a magnet on the other end, obviously. However, that's what happens when you create eddy currents, you create charge, you create a magnetic field. So you're kind of turning whatever it is into a tiny magnetic field or a massive magnetic field, depending on the material.
Yeah, I just think the forces involved. I just think the forces involved, electromagnetically are are too small to make a perceptible difference over, say an hour of a pendulum
No, it's
swinging.
valid. That is a very valid statement, but that was my point. Who's done that? Who's tested that? Who's basically done the old, where they touch something or ground something before they'll start it swinging, and then
It's
who has
interesting,
measured how much charge it's picked up over a certain amount of time. But just the whole point of going through that whole tiny thought experiment was just to show that exactly that Earth's magnetic field. If you were to take a flat Earth model, a flat Earth approach, the Earth's magnetic field will be vortexing around it. And therefore that's doing the motion, and therefore that is creating the currents which are aligning your compass. So that is kind of like the Machian principle of something out there affecting something here.
But yeah, you're right. But when we're talking about the Machian principle, you need a medium that's able to translate that movement, right? And there isn't a medium. We know we've sent, even if we don't believe in space travel and stuff, we've sent up balloons and stuff to know that there's practically zero pressure up there. There is no medium that could translate that motion. There's no mechanical explanation as to how the motion of the stars could get to a pendulum.
That's incorrect, actually, because even when you have a vacuum chamber, so like one step would be like do the pendulum in a vacuum chamber, see what happens. But even in a vacuum chamber, we have transference of energy, force, and motion. We have an electric and a magnetic constant. This is well documented. So you actually don't need physical air molecules, which is actually just a concept anyway. You don't even need that to actually have a translation of energy, force, and motion. So you're just basically asserting that, but all of physics
some kind of medium, don't you?
that you can do it in a vacuum chamber.
No, I'm saying that you need some kind of medium to translate the motion. Do you agree with that?
Well, that means that if, according to you, then there must be a medium in the vacuum chamber.
Why?
Because we translate force, motion, energy in vacuum chambers.
Checkmate.
Wait, no. The motion of the stars to move a pendulum, how would that... what is the medium that would translate that motion? That's what I'm asking you.
Again, in a vacuum chamber, we can transfer force, energy, and motion. It's well documented and well known. Okay, so if you're claiming that the only way you can transfer force, energy, and motion is a medium, then according to your own statement, inside of a vacuum chamber, there is a medium.
Now, are you talking about a specific experiment, or what kind of force and motion has been translated? What are you talking about here?
Oh, there's all kinds of experiments. You don't know about vacuum energy?
But vacuum energy isn't anything that could explain the movement of a pendulum.
We're talking about the translation of force and motion.
Yeah.
So do you agree that force and motion can be translated in
could translate the motion of the stars? There's no physical mechanism for that to happen.
Do you agree that force and motion can be translated in a vacuum?
Depending on how you're doing it, are you making force and motion happen via magnetic fields, or what? What have you done?
Magnetic fields is one way. Yeah, we have a magnetic and an electric constant in a vacuum chamber. We have what's called free space impedance.
Yeah, and again, none of that affects a pendulum because you can do it with different materials and you get different results. So it's not a result of that. There is.
First of all, you just say stuff a lot.
Wait, no, I was still talking there, but again, you keep saying that there's a movement of the stars being translated that could move the pendulum. That is a completely 100% baseless assertion with nothing behind it, no evidence to say that could happen to get the results that we have. Do you have any?
No, actually, like an intellectual that's competent would understand that detecting Coriolis or centrifugal effects on the Earth is not exclusive to the Earth itself moving, nor is looking at sidereal and solar rotation, because they're interchangeable reference frames even according to relativity. The question is it the Earth moving or is it stuff moving around the Earth? This is the fundamental question.
Absolutely.
In order to actually determine the difference, we would have to be able to establish something that is exclusive, which would be the Earth orbiting the Sun, for example, right? But you won't understand that. And the point is that when you make the claims that it is the only way it could possibly happen, you're just saying that, but it actually isn't, because we know that in a vacuum chamber we have the exchange of energy, force, and motion. We know that the sky moves. We actually know that in your own paradigm, they're claiming that there's dark energy and dark matter. They're claiming the sun puts off water. They're now proposing quantum field theories that say there's a quantum fluid background medium that connects everything. So you can come on Discord and pretend that you know this archaic Newtonian emptiness of the vacuum is still true, but your own paradigm disagrees with you. It doesn't really matter. The point is that if the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it, there could be a translation of motion that would give us centrifugal and Coriolis effects on the stationary Earth.
You keep saying that, but there's absolutely zero evidence that that's the case.
We can literally translate motion in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but the motion would not relate to what a pendulum does on Earth. There is no forces that would. Have you got any evidence that it would? You're just saying there's forces and motion being transferred in the vacuum chamber, and there's no evidence at all that that is a medium that could transfer the motion of the stars to a pendulum to get a drift that matches your latitude. This is a completely ad hoc nonsense explanation with absolutely nothing behind it apart from your wishful thinking and a need for the Earth to be flat and stationary. Do you have any evidence behind your claim that vacuum fluctuations can be the reason that a pendulum drifts?
You just keep saying the same thing over and over, but
no, I just asked you a specific question.
Now you're interrupting
I'm
me.
going to ask you the question again, and I don't want you to go.
I'm just going to talk through you.
I'm going to ask you the question again, and I don't want you to
talk through you.
Okay, I want to ask the question, and then
I just let you finish talking.
No,
and then I went
because
to respond.
you didn't answer the question. All right, I'm going to ask the question
I didn't even
again.
get one word in.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question again, and then you can answer. Okay? Do you have any direct evidence to suggest that vacuum fluctuations or whatever your suggestion could be the reason that a pendulum drifts exactly relating to your latitude and is a direct translation of the motion of the stars to the pendulum? Do you have any specific evidence for that?
Are you going to shut up now?
Yes or no?
Are you going to interrupt me when I go
yes
respond?
Yes or no?
Are you going to interrupt me when I respond?
Are you going to say yes or no? If you don't say yes or no, then I'll interrupt you.
Hey, dude, just let him respond, buddy.
Well, I'm waiting for him to say yes or no.
Oh, hey, Data. Welcome, buddy.
Let him
respond. Okay, so it actually does make sense, even relative to latitude. If you are to look at a vortex extended across a plane, then the actual centrifugal and Coriolis effects would be literally relative to latitude as it extends over a plane. It would also have some correlation seemingly to altitude. And so there are a couple tests that we could do. We could put a pendulum inside of a vacuum chamber. I expect to see similar results. Then we could take because we actually know there is a medium in the vacuum, and, that's just objective. Then we could take the pendulum to different altitudes, maintaining latitude, and see if the results remain the same. And we could begin to compile data that way. But one thing is for sure, is that there would be centrifugal and Coriolis effects translated if there was immense motion over top of a stationary Earth. And in fact, it would be unfounded to claim that in the scenario that the Earth is stationary and there's all this motion around the stationary Earth, that no motion would be translated to the Earth. That's very unfounded based on all observations we have, which is that motion, force, and energy do translate through mediums of all sorts and in relative to different mediums. And in fact, a vacuum would actually be less impedant, seemingly.
Right, okay, that was a very long yes or no and didn't answer the question. Everything you said
I did answer the question.
No, everything you said is hypothetical. You assumed a vortex. You assumed that the forces would be exactly the same without anything to back that up, like maths or anything. This magic vortex somehow absolutely matches what we get with latitude. No, complete nonsense with absolutely zero base behind it. You just made that up and said that it would match with nothing to clarify that that's the case. There is no medium that can translate the physical motion of the stars to a pendulum. It does not exist. You are making it up. You have no evidence for anything that you are saying. This is a fact. You cannot deny it.
Actually, we have all kinds of evidence that you guys hand-wave dismiss.
You don't have any evidence. There's no vortex.
Right? You guys pretend that didn't really happen. You have your script. You want to interrupt me with your script right now.
Sorry,
and say, that didn't happen. That was a lie. No one's ever been able to do it again. I'm better Glober than you are. Okay?
What did I pretend didn't
actually,
happen?
the lie spec was done many times by the same person and even another person, and it's difficult to do it because it has to be done on a large scale during a specific type of eclipse. You're interrupting me.
Yeah, because I didn't hear what you said at the beginning, and I don't know what you're talking about.
You're unbearable.
Because he's moving the goalpost again.
I'm not moving anything.
Yeah, really? Okay.
No, it's actually moving the globe post and applies to you guys specifically. But go ahead.
Yeah, how am I moving the goalpost when I'm specifically talking about the Elias effect, which is about a pendulum and an
there. I
eclipse?
genuinely didn't hear what you said at the beginning, so the rest of what you said
You guys
I
are
didn't
just
know.
dumb, I think.
Right? So that's why I was trying to say to you, could you please repeat
They're
it?
imploding.
Yeah, it's pretty fun though.
Yeah, so the Elias effect actually shows that during eclipse, the pendulum changes the way that it moves. And now if this effect is real, which the only option that you have is to dismiss the whole entire phenomenon. But if it's real, that makes perfect sense where it is the sky and the motion within the sky that causes the pendulum to move, right? Because then a change in the sky would change the motion of the pendulum. Of course, in the paradigm that you believe in, that makes no sense. So would you like to, instead of just repeating your script that you don't believe it's real, would you like to concede that if, hypothetically, as a hypothetical preface of if, okay, soak it in. If the Elias effect is real, that it could not be explained within the assumption that axial rotation causes the precession of the pendulum.
No, that's incorrect. Number one, the Alias effect has actually never been, recorded as actually happening. It's just people have said it has. Number two, there's actually been many suggestions for why that could happen, including it actually being a combination of gravitational effects with the fact that the moon and everything is lining up. Nothing about the Alias effect debunks the pendulum, and also there's no evidence that it actually exists. Every time that they've tried to make it happen and record it, it doesn't seem to happen.
I asked you to not just repeat your stupid script, and you did it
repeat
anyway.
anything. I've never said those words before.
Yeah, you have. You've 100% said the Elias effect has never actually been recorded, blah, 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 because you guys all say the same stuff.
So I'm not going to just make assumptions about things that have never been shown to exist. That's all you want to do, Witsit, is make assumptions about things that possibly could, maybe, possibly might exist. I don't care about what ifs. We have a plausible mechanism for a rotating Earth that causes exactly the reason why a pendulum precesses. There is no plausible mechanism on a flat Earth apart from ad hoc nonsense with no math to back it up.
Okay,
Can't even entertain a hypothetical.
So it doesn't matter. Like, the point is that
I just want to point out that my volume keeps getting
Oh.
reduced whilst I'm talking, and I think that's very unfair.
No, it's actually whilst you're interrupting because I used
No, it's
priority
whilst I'm
speaker.
talking, it happens all the time. And
No.
Witsit, don't you
Look what he's
fucking
doing.
turn my volume down again, all right?
Oh, dude, I would like tackle you or something, right? Because
Oh,
it's
shut
like
the
you're
fuck up,
so
bitch.
annoying.
Yeah, you
So,
really
like-
are, aren't you? You're the most arrogant motherfucker I've ever met.
I mean, why don't we
Too scared
just
to
Reason that
debate
your
Professor
vol-
Dave about getting paid.
All right,
The
this is
only
over.
reason the volume goes down is because when I'm talking and you try to jump in and interrupt, it puts your volume down.
No,
No one has
it's
touched
literally
your
been turned down.
volume.
Yes, it has.
No
I've
one's
watched
touched
it
your
happen.
So
It's
you're
an
actually
automatic
proving to the
Even
room
Shane
right now
told
that
me
you
it
have been
happened.
actively interrupting.
Even
Watch, I'll show
Shane
you.
told
Now
me
I'm
it
on
happened.
priority. You're interrupting and no one can hear you.
It's an
Yeah,
automatic
see how
feature
it
that
works?
somebody
When
else is
I'm
talking.
talking and you're interrupting, it
Yeah,
puts your
you
volume
interrupt
down.
me all the time.
Yeah, but can you please not use that anymore for today for this event?
To him because if every time I begin to speak, he gets to
Oh, so
scream
he has
through
been.
me.
He
then
has
we
been
have a
doing that.
conversation.
You
Right.
don't get to mod yourself, dude.
I've
You don't
been
get to mod your own
trying.
chat.
I've been trying to break you guys up for a little while and have someone else speak at him, honestly, dude, because it's getting a little bit emotional. You guys are really angry at each other.
I
Right,
did
I've
want to
server
hear
muted
FTFE's
Witsit because
explanation of
he
why.
thinks it's okay to turn my volume down.
No, if I'm in the middle of talking and I let you fully point and I get 3 words in through me every time, the conversation. So anyway, someone else is that if the Earth, the skies,
Some small bitch.
Who's doing that?
Dude,
Me.
somebody's cutting you in and out, bro.
Yeah, he's been doing it to me, so I'm server muting him. So that's
Oh,
fine.
so you're acting like a child.
Yeah, my rule is I do what the flat earthers do.
You're a
Everyone should
child?
know that.
I just removed mod from both of you, so no one can do that anymore. Carry on, guys.
That's better.
Anyway, just the conclusion is that if the Earth is stationary and the sky is moving around it, even according to relativity's letter, Einstein's letter referencing relativity to Ernst Mach in 1913, that it would drag the pendulum around. It would just be small, assuming the distance to the stars. If the stars are more local, there's a more dense medium, and if there's a background medium, there's a huge logical framework that it would actually translate this motion. In addition, of course, when you ask the Globers for the actual proof that the pendulum doesn't move on the equator, you'll get crickets. They'll just keep saying it happens, but they'll never give you actual proof of it. It's been 5 years. I've been asking for 5 years.
So
no
you
one
want
has
evidence
proof of
that
it.
it doesn't happen on the equator? I've actually got a video of it.
You got evidence that someone pushed a pendulum on the equator and it doesn't precess at all.
Yeah, I've shown it on my channel many times.
Is it some random YouTube anti-flat earther or something?
No, it's like a bunch of school kids on the equator.
Yeah, I would love to see. Is that the only one you have?
It's the only one on the equator that I have.
The fact that there's one already debunks you.
Yeah.
It still wouldn't mean anything if the etheric medium is relevant to the Earth that it's moving across and has an interaction with that flat stationary plane. It's still extremely plausible, and neither argument proves or disproves anything. Like,
That's
honestly.
correct. That's the honest.
Can I
point.
Well, let's just look at Occam's razor here, the thing that requires the least assumptions. Everything Witsit has said has to have a bunch of assumptions about stuff, whereas mine is just a plausible mechanism that is within the realms of physics.
How is it not a plausible mechanism on a flat
Because there's
stationary plane
there's
as well?
no maths
Like,
or
what the
anything
fuck?
behind it. There is no actual mechanics that's described here. It's a what if, a possibly, this could maybe,
There's
with
no
no evidence
math
that could ever
involved
happen.
yours either. You're just
Yeah, no, mine is a
itself to be
physical
flat and
mechanism as a
stationary.
result of physics actually happening.
Did you just invoke Occam's razor, that which causes, like, requires the least amount of assumptions? In order to think the Earth is rotating, causing it, we also have to think the Earth is orbiting. It's a package deal. If the Earth isn't rotating
it's
and
not.
orbiting,
No, you're saying that. It's not. I'm
the Earth
just talking
isn't
about I'm just talking
orbiting-
about the Earth's rotation. You're the one adding in the rest of it.
if the Earth isn't rotating and orbiting, then we can't even explain the observations that we see in the sky. It's a package deal that it both rotates and orbits. So actually, the
You're
rotational
saying that. I'm
assumption.
just talking about the rotation of Earth. You're just forcing other things on.
Craig,
that I'm
don't
not
make
talking
any
about.
assumptions. How did the Earth start spinning without making any assumptions? How did it start spinning?
Gravity.
So the point is, just objectively, and I'm going to fall back. Like, if it's a package deal, they want to separate it because they don't like the orbit part.
No, you're
But it's
forcing
like
it
if
to
the
be a
Earth
package
is-
deal. It doesn't need to be.
Stop.
If the Earth is rotating, it has to also be orbiting, unless someone's going to propose a brand new model that could possibly explain the what we observe, right? But you need the rotation and the revolution to explain that it's the Earth's motion that causes it look like there's motion in the sky. And this actually comes into a huge problem when you talk about Occam's razor, because that requires us to believe that matter contracts, but you can never measure it, and every detection of stationariness is actually a proof of motion, and that time slows down. It requires a ton of assumptions to
Nice
assume it's
non-sequitur.
axial rotation causing it.
Nice non sequitur
Imagine
to the
assuming
pendulums.
an
Yeah.
entirely new dimension just to protect your globe, and then citing Occam's razor. The audacity.
I've not cited any extra dimensions or anything. I am just, within regards to the pendulum, Occam's razor matches the globe.
You just said
and
space
not
time
anything
was
else.
the reason it spins.
No, I didn't. I said gravity.
Oh.
Which is what?
An apparent attractive force between all mass.
Is
The bending and warping of
subject that you
space-time.
don't
Yeah,
want
and
to
it's
talk
also an
about.
apparent attractive between all force between all mass. That's exactly what gravity is.
Apparent meaning it's not actual, and it's not an actual attractive
No,
force,
that's not
nor
what
is it an
apparent
intrinsic
means in the
property
realms
to
of
mass.
science. That's not what apparent
How
means in the
did-
realms of science.
How did gravity make the Earth start spinning? And when did gravity decide not to attract more masses?
Gravity's always attracting mass.
Okay. So why are we constantly bombarded by, mass that is flying around the Earth?
You never heard of asteroids?
Yeah, I've heard of
You guys are
asteroids.
funny.
Yeah.
But can you prove them?
Unicorns.
Can I prove
unicorns.
asteroids?
asteroids.
Yeah.
Prove asteroids. Wow.
Well, actually, not only maybe 2.5 months
But
ago.
not today. Not today. Not today. Word. The first question was how did gravity
No, I
manage
was-
to
you
make
mean
the
I was
mass
talking-
spinning? Yeah. But that's more
Hey.
important. That's more
Come on,
important.
boys. Stop
Again,
being a
gravity
dick.
is the answer. So,
Yeah.
you know,
How did gravity do that?
so it pulled inwards as with lots of
Okay.
mass. As, right. So if you're sitting on a chair like that you can spin around in, right, and you've got your arms out in front of you and you're spinning around, and then you pull your arms in, right, it increases the rotation, increases the.
It only
No,
amplifies.
that's
It
how it
doesn't.
adds up. Why did it start spinning in the first place?
Right. You have to have the inertia. You have to have the angular inertia in order for that effect to take place.
because it would be pulling in from all
without
directions.
any assumptions.
It'd be pulling in from all directions, and some of it would be missing it, and then basically orbiting the bigger masses, and that would have some things spinning. It's just a combination of all this stuff as it's trying.
You ain't moving, bro.
I'm not making any.
You ain't moving, bro.
Okay,
Craig, you ain't moving.
Sorry, what? Homo habilis discovering his opposable thumb says what?
He said, "I promise you, Craig, you're not moving."
I mean, I've measured the
believe you're
movement,
rotating.
but,
You have to believe you're orbiting.
I can't believe you invoked Occam's razor, bro. Occam would be rolling over in his grave.
Yeah, Occam would
literally
agree with me 100%.
Hundreds of responses, man.
So can I ask you this? If gravity is the factor which started making the Earth spin, when did it decide to go over into a constant and stop creating more speeds?
Once there was no more mass to pull in.
Ah, okay then. So
it ran out of mass. There was no more stuff.
But doesn't it accelerate anyways?
It doesn't accelerate constantly. That requires a force.
Yeah, but why is it accelerating and then going slow and then faster again?
What's going slower and faster again?
The spin of the Earth. Why is it sometimes accelerating and then going a bit slower? I mean,
it's not
minimally.
You're off script, bro. Get back on script. It is
about the elliptical orbit needing to accelerate because it's elliptical.
Wait, are you on about Earth's rotation or Earth's orbit? Which one?
Any of that bullshit, bro. Any of that bullshit. But stay on script, please.
Jesus Christ. I had a question for Witsit quickly about the magic medium.
Yeah, he's gone. So.
Just
No,
wondering,
you say the magic medium. You say the magic medium, but I mean, ain't light propagated through nothing in your medium?
No,
medium,
they have no idea what light is, Brian. Don't worry about it.
Light.
I mean, electricity.
I know exactly what light is. It's
transmitted through a vacuum.
electromagnetic energy. That's it.
But if Witsit's the magic medium exists, it would affect the stationary objects also. There's no
Why do
reason
you
why
say
they would affect things in motion.
we say the same thing about the Earth's rotation, bro? If the Earth's rotating, it should make the pendulum start swinging, right?
I thought there were rules
No.
about interrupting. Are there rules about interrupting?
I guess depends on which side you are.
Yeah, the
Is there
rule
rules
is if you
against
complain
responding?
about
You just
interrupting,
listen
then
to
I
Craig
interrupt
interrupt
you.
the whole
That's
show.
right. Brian, come on, man, you're killing me.
Yeah. Yeah, but I fail to see how the medium wouldn't affect every object, whether in motion or not, because it would be a medium.
We say
Just
the
like
same
air.
thing. Okay, I'm just responding. I'm not interrupting, unless I got a lag. We say the same thing about the rotation of Earth. We say that, yeah, the pendulum should start moving. If the Earth is moving the way you say it is, speeding up.
All right, Brian, why should the pendulum start
orbiting.
moving? Could you give me
God forbid me panic.
Could you give me an explanation within the realms of physics as to why the pendulum would start moving on its own?
Yeah.
Every
Okay,
swing
because
set
if I
should
say-
stay in
because if I was
motion,
in
every
the
spider
phone,
that blows in the
let me
wind should
respond.
stay blowing. Go ahead.
Let Brian respond. So, Brian, what in physics says that it would start moving on its own?
Innocent physics. Okay, according to you, if I was at the North Pole and the Earth slammed on brakes, I would stumble. And the Earth slammed on brakes, I'd go flying off at 1,000 miles per hour. You're going to tell me that me flying off at 1,000 miles per hour is going to have such little effect from the North Pole where it's just going to stumble me over a little bit? So you have to effect how you want to in your model, and you acknowledge them however you want to.
Sorry, what was that? I actually genuinely missed what you said. I only caught the last 2 seconds because it cut out.
If my difference in motion from the North Pole to the equator, and if they're slammed on brakes, is 1,000 miles per hour, in other words, stumble or maybe not. But then if I move to the equator and they're slammed on brakes, I go flying off at 1,000 miles per hour. And you're telling me that
Why would you go up
motion,
1,000 miles an hour?
if the Earth slammed on brakes, I would conserve momentum, right?
If the Earth slammed on its brakes, right? So you mean if the Earth just like stopped in space? Is that what you mean?
Right. Yeah. So if the Earth just stopped in its tracks, I say it's not moving. You say it is.
Right.
But at the North Pole, I wouldn't.
Are you on
I wouldn't
about
move around.
right? Can we? I want to break this down to either. Are we talking about Earth rotation or Earth's orbital movement? Can we just stick? So if we're talking about Earth's rotation, right? So if the Earth just stopped rotating, yeah, if you were at the equator, you would shoot to the east at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah, but, no, what would happen at the North Pole? What would happen if I was at the North Pole?
Nothing.
Okay, now, you say from nothing all the way to 1,000 miles per hour, I'd go full. Then you're saying that that force ain't enough to move a freaking dangling pendulum?
No. Because the pendulum is rotating with the Earth at whatever point the Earth's on. So if it's at the equator, it's already moving tangentially 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth. The pendulum, the bob, the scaffolding for the pendulum, every part of that pendulum is moving at 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth tangentially already.
Okay, let me tell everybody what really happens. I've done it live on camera. I've done it several times. I've set up a pendulum, not 30 meters tall, but a decent-sized pendulum, and it's wildly inaccurate, bro. Okay, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but Mitchell from Australia went and showed that after 4 hours he got zero rotation at all.
He showed a broken pendulum, yeah.
Y'all accused him of lying, and then he went back the next day to show y'all the whole 4 hours, and it had an out-of-order sign on it.
Yeah, because it was broken. Brian, it was broken. That's why it didn't show the motion. Because
what makes it broken, Craig?
I've forgotten the actual word. The bit that it attaches to.
It's called bullshit, bro.
It was broken. It wasn't allowing it to maintain its swing within 3D space, so it couldn't process. It was physically jammed. But it's actually working now. If Mitchell from Australia went back now and recorded it, he'd see it. But the thing is, showing a broken experiment not working doesn't disprove the experiment. It shows that the experiment was broken.
How do you know that it wasn't free to swing?
Because that's what they said.
That Mitchell hasn't gone back. It's interesting that he haven't gone back.
It is. You're right.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that a free hanging pendulum was not free to swing, to move? That there is cognitive dissonance, bro.
No, I'm saying that this particular one in the museum that Mitchell went to was broken. The bit that it was hanging from wasn't allowing it to process. It was stuck.
Every time I do it, wait, what are you saying processes, bro? What part?
The swing of the pendulum processes.
What part processes? If
The
not
swing of the pendulum processes.
That's not a part.
Do you not know what the Foucault's pendulum experiment is?
Not an experiment, that's for sure.
I mean, it definitely is an experiment.
Okay, so then what's the phenomenon?
What's the phenomenon? You want to? Are you trying to go to the? Are you trying to go to the basic?
An experiment.
Yeah, I mean you're mixing up the scientific method there. It's observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment.
Yes, observation. What was the phenomenon?
So
he created a hypothesis about to try and test with a pendulum. What phenomenon
no, you test the prediction,
has
not the
shit
hypothesis.
to do with a pendulum?
Well, your hypothesis, your phenomenon could be whatever you want. Do you want me to answer, or?
But a pendulum.
Do you want me to answer, or? All right. Right. So my observation could be whatever I want. Whatever I want. So in this case, my observation could be that in general, storms seem to rotate counterclockwise north of the equator and clockwise south of the equator. Right. That's an observation. Do we all agree that is an observation?
That is backwards. That is backwards. The pendulum spins opposite of hurricanes.
Okay.
So it can't be
again, no. Do we all agree that I just made an observation in nature? Yes.
Okay. Something spinning a direction. Now, what does a pendulum have to do with something found in nature?
You're skipping steps of the scientific method. Do we all agree that what I have just described is an observation in nature?
A large enough hurricane
If
across
that's
the
what you
equator, but
observed.
most of the time they move counterclockwise and clockwise. I have never observed it, but that's what's been reported. Okay.
Right. Do we? I just want to get. Do we all agree that that is an observation in nature? Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, brilliant.
I've
That's the observation,
opposite
right?
in both because I've lived in several states.
My hypothesis, the reason why I think that happens is that the Earth is a rotating globe. That's my hypothesis, right? So it's simple, right? So if the Earth is a rotating globe, as my hypothesis states, we can make a prediction. And if the Earth is a rotating globe, then the prediction states that a swinging pendulum at different positions will process a different amount because of Coriolis forces.
All right.
And then we can do the focal pendulum to test that prediction.
So the phenomenon is a storm, but your hypothesis has nothing to do with the storm. It has something to do with the Earth. This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. The reason why I think that storm is happening, my hypothesis as to the reason why I think those storms are turning in that way is because the Earth is rotating. That is my hypothesis as to why the storms are doing.
So now you have a Modens-Tollens trap that you set for yourself. If Q, then P.
The scientific method doesn't care about that.
You've yet to prove P.
Yeah, again, the scientific method doesn't.
Strikes.
The scientific method doesn't care about that.
The sun moves overhead in the sky. These are observable phenomenon by anyone. Now,
Again,
to
the scientific method
experiment
doesn't
with
care
the
about
sun
that.
going across would be to stop it from going across the sky, or to make it go backwards. Yeah, this is an experiment. Manipulating things, yeah? Changing the wind, changing the temperature, changing the types of gases that are interfering.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, manipulation.
Yeah, okay, none of that has anything to do with the scientific method and what I've just described. The scientific method, right, here's the thing.
Have nothing
here's
to do
the thing.
with Earth moving.
Well, actually, my hypothesis is that they do.
Yes,
and my hypothesis can be whatever I want. As long as my hypothesis is testable, it can be whatever I want. Right? So my hypothesis as to the reason the storms turn the way they do is because we are on a rotating globe, right? That's what we expect would happen if the Earth is a rotating globe, is that storms would do that. So that is my hypothesis.
Oh, that's reification.
Again, scientific method does. The scientific method doesn't care if you think things are a reification. The scientific method does not care about that.
Yeah, and it doesn't care if you think something is a phenomenon of something else that isn't even what you're experiencing.
But again, the scientific method disagrees with you. The scientific method doesn't say that your observation has to directly link to your experiment. It's a process. One thing leads to the other. My observation, storms, rotating in different ways. The reason I think that happens, which is my hypothesis, is because the Earth is rotating. That is a valid hypothesis.
Back to Modens-Tollens.
Again, the scientific method doesn't care about that. The scientific method does not care about that.
Stop, Cuddles. Jeez, let him talk, please.
The scientific method does not care if you think something is reification. The scientific method does not care if you think something is a fallacy. The scientific method is simply a method that you follow to get to a conclusion. That's it.
And it
My
works.
hypothesis can be whatever the fuck I want it to be.
Because there's a null, and that's why there's a null, though, because the scientific method
my null
does
hypothesis
care.
would be the Earth. Yeah, my null hypothesis would be that the Earth isn't rotating. But you don't have
The
to try and
scientific
prove it.
method works, period.
Yeah. And the scientific method doesn't care if you think it's a fallacy.
Stand on the thing. You can't stand on the thing and then go, hey, I think the thing that I'm standing on is moving. Especially when you have a vestibular system in your head that works based on rotational movement under your feet.
Could you tell me where in the scientific method it says that I can't do that, please?
You're not using the scientific method yet.
Well, I was using the scientific method.
Yeah, not even close.
You're very.
No, I've used the exact scientific method.
A scientific method.
No.
I
was using the scientific method, the basic version of the scientific method that you learn in high school. Observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, analysis. That's it.
Experiment with the phenomenon.
No,
to stop the phenomenon.
Could you cite to me
the cause?
Could you cite to me where in the scientific method it says that you have? Right. Could you cite to me where in the scientific method?
Because
wait, hold on. Let me ask my question. Could you cite to me where in the scientific method?
Are you fourth time?
Wait.
Let
me ask my question and then speak. Okay. Could you please cite me where in the scientific method it says you have to experiment on your observed phenomenon?
Am I lagging or is he lagging? Because when I do talk after he shuts up, he cuts me off immediately, and I got jumped on. So I don't know if it's me
that's just Craig.
or him.
That's just him.
I was just
It's
asking
Craig,
you a
right?
question.
I mean, it's both, right?
You don't know how to have a normal conversation. You got to
But I can only yell at you, Cuddle.
Maybe I can just ask the question once more and you'll be able to hear it. So, Cuddles, can you hear me?
Bro, 5 times isn't going to change the fact that it's nonsense.
Well, can you hear me? I just want to confirm that.
Scientific method in natural science deals with cause, effect, relationships, and what? Phenomena observed. What causes the phenomenon? So, Earth rotating. Where can I go to see this phenomenon with my eyes, not a device? Where?
Well, okay, that's not
Real
the scientific
simple
method.
shit.
Right.
Well, hold on. Observe
Cuddles,
the phenomenon is
again-
step 1.
Yeah, no,
Hold
but
on,
I asked you a
hold
question
on.
and you didn't answer.
Observe phenomenon is
Why
step
didn't you answer
1.
my question?
Where can I go to observe this phenomenon? Why are you running?
Well, because I asked you a question you haven't answered. I mean, I've observed my phenomenon. I've observed storms rotating in different directions north or south of the equator. I've physically observed that myself.
Yeah, but why is it opposite of the pendulum, bro? If you say Coriolis, why does the storm turn
Because
opposite of the pendulum? So you're saying it's the pendulum and the caused by Coriolis, yet they're opposite.
Because a storm isn't a pendulum and they react to things different ways.
So not
Storms tell you that the atmosphere is not attached to the Earth.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So Cuddles, again, the question to you was, could you please tell me where in the scientific method it says that you have to do an experiment on the observation? Could you please cite that to me?
No.
Yes, because that's not how it works.
Effect.
You don't have to cite it.
Cause and effect phenomenon. You are trying to determine, using the scientific method, what the cause is of the observed with your eyes, phenomenon in nature.
Could you cite me that, please?
So where can I go see Earth rotating naturally? What vantage point do I have to go to observe this alleged phenomenon you're trying to reify
that wasn't
with
my
some
observation.
shit that has nothing to do with nature nor a phenomenon experience? Yeah.
Okay, so again, that's all completely wrong. I've made an observation. Storms rotate in different directions, north or south of the equator. We all agreed. Wait, I'm still talking. We all agreed that that was an observation. Every single one of us agreed that that was an observation. All right.
No,
that is,
I'm telling you right now, that is not an
attached to the Earth.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Wait, who told me that wasn't? Who told me that seeing storms
I'm telling
rotate?
you right now that storms, I've posted 100 times that storms don't always go in the same direction. And I'm also telling you that if you're saying it's earthquake, then why is the pendulum doing the opposite, bro?
Because they're different things.
Observed phenomenon has to be real.
Yeah, nice straw man there, Brian. They're different things. A pendulum is not a storm. They will react to Coriolis forces in different ways.
So it's not Earth rotation causing it because they're going opposite of each other in the same.
Yeah. Again, the Coriolis forces are applied in different ways because storms are not swinging pendulums.
So not
this shouldn't be hard to comprehend that a storm is not a swinging pendulum. But I would like to get back to the fact, Brian, that you told me that it is not an observation to see that storms rotate in different directions.
Wait, there must be a different effect then, right, bro? There's got to be a different effect if they're going in opposite rotations in the same hemisphere.
Okay, you're just ignoring what I'm saying?
Rotation, right?
Are you just going to ignore what I'm saying and talk through me? Is that right?
Well, you're saying
I mean, you've been doing it, shit.
In order to falsify that it's Earth spinning, that we would have to observe a hurricane going, the opposite direction. And Brian's saying, "Boom! We observed that, therefore not Earth spinning." I mean,
but again,
Brian has already had this discussion with me too.
Yeah.
This is the greatest hits of Brian Leakey.
He's lying. He's heard my discussions with other people, and when he says something we've actually discussed, say, this guy said,
Prof. Phil Bell and PhD Tony, 100% that is going to happen.
Right. I'm going to bring up
So
the
just
diagram.
because we've discussed
for
it,
you.
is that your answer? We've discussed this before. Is that your answer?
Right. I'm going to bring
I
up the
didn't say
diagram
that.
that I drew at the time. I'm going to bring up the diagram that I drew at the time that we had this discussion, and you'll see the date stamp on it from months ago.
Hurry up.
The problem is there's no phenomenon observed, so there's no experiment.
I told you
You're
my
not
observation.
manipulating anything to do with a phenomenon.
You don't manipulate the phenomenon.
Yes,
That's not
your
how scientific method
modus
works.
tollens. Yet again, modus tollens. If Q, then P.
Could you cite
You're
me where in the scientific
reifying
method
a
modus tollens comes in?
belief.
Could you cite me where
Bro.
in the scientific method modus tollens comes
Bro,
in, please?
chill. You chill.
No, I'm just asking a serious question. Could you cite me where
Oh,
in
bro,
the
it
scientific...
can't be Earth turn if they're going
Brian, I'm
opposite
asking
of
a
each other. It
question.
can't be Earth
Shush,
turn.
Brian. I'm asking a question. Cuddles, could you please cite me where in the scientific method that it has a modus tollens?
Well, you know it doesn't exist in there. That's why you want.
Michael, it's alright. I'm asking Cuddles a quick question. If I could just get an answer.
Yeah, I can hear, bro, but I'm
he doesn't have
answering
an
it.
answer.
It doesn't exist in there. I'm going to cut that bullshit short.
Right, so there is no modus tollens in
And
the
you guys
scientific
need to-
method. Brilliant. Right, so we don't need
No,
to talk
there
about
isn't.
modus
I
tollens.
answered that.
So we don't need to talk about modus tollens whilst I'm talking about the scientific method.
Modus
Brilliant.
tollens is
But,
illogical.
Right,
People
but
need
you're
to quit
creating one. You're
over talking, please.
fallacy.
What fallacy?
Bro, you're saying if Q, then P, and you've yet to observe P.
Again,
you can't
I'm using the
Q
scientific
and say,
method,
I've
not
made
modus
an
tollens.
Hey, dude,
Yeah, I'm using the
dude.
scientific method, not modus
Chill.
tollens. So why are you talking about a different thing?
Bro, you're over talking.
Well, let's
I'm
talk
in the
about-
middle
let's
of
talk about
talking.
the
Why
scientific
are you
method, not
talking?
modus
Why
tollens.
are you still talking? Why? Why?
It's fine. I just want you to talk about the scientific method. That's
Why?
all. Can you talk about the scientific method?
Just shh. Jesus. I've explained why it's a modus tollens. It's not in the scientific method talking about it. Modus tollens is a totally separate fallacy used.
Modus tollens isn't a fallacy.
It's used in a reification the way you are. It is a fallacy.
No, modus tollens isn't a fallacy. I don't know who told you that.
It's a
Okay,
philosophical
so then
concept.
where?
Yeah. And again, it doesn't
So then
matter
where
in the
can
scientific
I
method.
go?
It's irrelevant.
It's logic.
Okay, so
right?
where can I
it's
go
relevant.
to see moving? It's really simple. Where do I go?
I didn't say you could go anywhere to see the Earth moving. That wasn't my observation. So.
Okay, so
My
then
observation is
how
storms.
do
We
you
agreed
have
on
a
what my storms
pendulum
was.
based on a phenomenon to do an experiment when you do not have a phenomenon?
I do have a phenomenon. We've talked about that several times. It's storms rotating in different directions.
Okay.
And you
What-
said that's
what
not
does
the
the-
rotation, so it's not the phenomenon, because you already
No,
said
it is a
not
phenomenon.
rotation.
We all
It's a
agreed that's a
separate
phenomenon. No one can disagree that that's a phenomenon. Everyone's agreed that's a phenomenon.
That has
But it's Earth
nothing
rotation
to
I'm talking
do
about, not that
with.
Well, my hypothesis is that that's because of rotation of the Earth. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah, and if
How
the
are you-
Earth were a globe, then,
can't manipulate the rotation
hurricanes
of
could never spin clockwise both north and south of the equator. Ever.
My question
Exactly.
is, how are you going to establish a cause and effect relationship?
Between what?
Yeah, you can't
The
manipulate your
storms,
variables. You can't
excuse me.
manipulate-
The
Yeah,
storms,
could you cite me where in the scientific method it says I have to get a cause and effect relationship between the observation and the experiment? Could someone cite that?
No,
to me,
I
please?
can't even finish my sentence. To establish cause and relationship in the natural scientific method, yes, you do need experimentation.
Could you cite
'Cause
me
if
that,
you say-
please?
Excuse me, I'll do that, but don't interrupt me. So the assertion that this is the cause and the effect, that doesn't do anything. That's not science. We actually established that, and you know this. You're being obtuse.
No,
For the purpose
nothing
of-
that I have done is wrong about the scientific method. I would like you to cite me the things that
You're
you are
being
claiming about the
obtuse.
scientific. In what way am I being obtuse? By following the scientific method.
Oh, I'm sure you know more than one: inductive, deductive, natural. I'm sure you know this method. And you know in the natural science, when you observe a natural phenomenon, you establish a cause and effect relationship to experimentation.
No, you
This
don't.
isn't-
That's not how it works. That's not the scientific method. That's wrong.
It is the natural scientific method.
There's no
Now,
such
it's
thing
not
as the
induct-
natural scientific method. That's not a thing.
It is.
No,
it is.
Could you
Natural
cite? Could you
science
cite
is
me?
stupid.
Could you please cite me the
correct. It
natural
is
scientific
the
method?
scientific method.
Yeah, but
Cause
what
and
you're
effect
going
is
to do is stop.
Yeah, but the way he
trying
is
to
describing
talk
it is
over
not
me.
the scientific method. The scientific method
Wrong.
says observation,
Listen,
hypothesis,
dude.
prediction, experiment, analysis. I have given you my observation. I've made a hypothesis. I've used that hypothesis to perform a prediction. I've used that prediction to create an experiment, and then I analyzed my experiment. I followed the scientific method 100%, and nobody can say that I haven't.
Okay, define experiment.
Define experiment.
Yeah, how do you define experiment? What experiment did you do on this hypothesis?
The Foucault's pendulum is the experiment.
The Foucault pendulum is it can't be the Earth's rotation, bro.
So,
Because the Foucault
Sorry,
pendulum
one
is
at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Let me see if I get this straight. Foucault's pendulum is the experiment for the rotation of storms, not the storm.
Foucault's pendulum is an experiment to test my prediction.
On the pendulum, not the storm.
You really don't know how to
And it's
scientific method works,
opposite.
do you?
You're predicting.
My hypothesis, right? Maybe you need to make right. My hypothesis is that the Earth is rotating, and that's the reason that the storms are doing what they're doing. If that is the case, I'm going to form a prediction. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Christ, man.
If that is the case,
we all know how
if
full
that
of shit
is
it
the case, that the Earth is rotating, then the prediction is that there will be Coriolis forces applied to moving objects. If that is the case, I can use an experiment to test that prediction. My experiment to test... I'm still talking. My experiment to test my prediction of things moving having Coriolis forces applied to them is the Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, you observe it. Well, how do you manipulate?
Independent and dependent.
Yeah, that's
One
what I
at a
want to
time,
know.
one at a time.
Guys.
One at a time.
We make an observation with the pendulum, but how do we manipulate the variables to establish this cause and effect relation?
Quite easily,
That's
right?
what makes it an
let me answer the
experiment.
question. Let me answer the question. Right? The parameters of the experiment are that the amount of the drift will relate to your position on Earth. The amount of drift, you will be able to have a correlation between that drift and your latitude on Earth. Okay? That's what you get. Wait, let me finish. Don't interrupt.
So
and
the
just let,
cause is
okay, right. Shane, I'm trying to talk, and
the cause is the place
Right,
on
no,
Earth.
again,
And
right,
if you want respect, you have to give it.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
the one.
no, it's
I
fine.
give what
If you
I
don't-
get.
Yep, that's exactly what I do. If you want me to answer, then shut the fuck up.
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Do likewise.
right, yeah, I do what you guys do. That's literally how I work. So if that
Literally,
is
you don't.
it's literally how I work.
man.
Everybody knows that. Now shut the fuck up. Right. So the parameters of the Foucault's pendulum experiment are that the drift will correlate to your latitude. I'll start again. The parameters
We all
of the
know this
no, I'll start again. The parameters. No,
bail out and just leave Craig here by himself.
I'll just start again. That's fine. So the parameters of the Foucault's pendulum experiment are that the drift of the swinging pendulum will correlate to your latitude, right? So if that's the case, your independent variable is your position on Earth. Your dependent variable is the amount of drift. So you manipulate your position on Earth to see if you get a different amount of drift, which will verify your hypothesis that the Earth is rotating. That's how
No
these
longer
things
the
work.
storm, then. No longer the storm.
Let him finish. I want to ask my next question. Okay, the independent variable is the cause, right? It's not dependent. The dependent variable is affected by the cause.
Yeah.
So your cause for the pendulum is geographic position, not rotation.
That's what the prediction says, that if the Earth is rotating, then a different position on Earth will cause different amount of Coriolis forces. So to test that prediction, the independent variable would be the position on Earth. The dependent variable would be the amount of drift, because that's what would happen if the Earth is rotating. You would get different amount of forces applied at different latitudes.
A rotating triangle, a rotating square, a rotating
A sphere,
what?
as my hypothesis has said, the Earth is a rotating globe. Look, I know you guys have issues with the scientific method, but this is what you are taught in high school.
Bro, stop your gaslighting, bro. Here's the
Nothing
point.
gaslighting. That's a fact. I don't think you know what gaslighting is either. Yeah, Brian, how about getting a mic that works, dude? I need to get him. Brian's definitely CGI.
Talking to Craig, so.
Hey, Brian, your mic was really messed up.
What?
Please stop Johnny 5.
Can I make a tangible
Five,
suggestion, though?
Hey, Gleam.
Or can
Flat
I ask,
Earthers, what
can
should
I ask-
the experiment be?
wait there, can I just ask a tangible question to Craig?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, on your observation, can I just double check it was that you noticed that in the northern hemisphere they were spinning one direction and then the other hemisphere they were spinning the other?
Yeah, that's my observation, yeah.
But then what would happen, let's say we go through the scientific method and you are given exactly what you were asking to be given. What happens when you then observe anticyclones, which do the complete opposite in the opposite hemispheres?
They're very
Yeah,
rare
it's not
things, and,
possible.
and there's explanations as to why that happens, and it's only very
It's not
close to the
possible on a
equator.
globe.
I mean, it actually is when you look at all the forces applied. And
It's to do with high and low pressure?
Yeah, and the high and low pressure
high
bands
pressure in the
can
middle.
go above and below the equator at certain times. But in general, like my observation was that in general, storms north of the equator go counterclockwise, and storms south of the equator go clockwise. In general, I'm aware that there are very minute exceptions to the rule based on very particular circumstances.
No exceptions, Craig.
Well, of course there can be exceptions.
Anticyclones are high pressure.
There can't be exceptions if
Anticyclones
it's
are
Earth
high
spin.
pressure in the
Of
middle.
course there can be.
No, it's not an exception. Anticyclones are high pressure in the middle.
Ruhif.
So they follow Coriolis.
Oh, right, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. All right,
Guys, we talked about this for 3 hours yesterday, please. Coriolis is killing me.
I got confused with Ruhif's then. So
He didn't
explain
know it was
that.
you,
Right,
Ruhif.
maybe I'm getting anticyclones confused. Ruhif, could you define an anticyclone for me? Is he still there?
It's a high pressure system in the center, right? So the air actually goes outwards from it, and it still follows Coriolis.
So which way do they rotate the same way, north and south of the equator?
No,
He's
opposite.
right. He's right. No, you are right. And it's the low pressure that goes into it like a vortex.
Okay, right.
But that's all saying that's dictated
Imagine
by
there was
pressure.
a simpler explanation.
Yeah,
You guys
pressure
don't even know
related-
your own fucking model.
Weather. That's pressure related to the temperatures and the downdrafts and stuff, not any rotation of anything. It
That's
causes rotation.
That's how
Vortexes are
hurricanes
caused
work.
by pressure change.
Hurricanes
Yes, I know
work,
they're-
get their
they're caused
energy
by
from
pressure.
low pressure. Hurricanes get their energy
You know,
from
hurricanes. Yeah, hurricanes just don't pop up as hurricanes, right? They're first storms.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
storm systems.
They're not actually in a hurry.
That are turning that have high and low pressure and have a certain they're not in a hurry,
Them satelloons above your
and they
island
usually are established
are freaking out.
We
man.
can't hear
at
you.
certain
We
times of
can't
year,
hear
which
you.
would also tell you their weather related.
Robot.
Yeah, those satelloons over your island over there are getting a little bit wacky today, dude.
I actually heard him crystal clear all the
Yeah,
way.
he sounded
Did you?
good to me.
Wow.
Oh, for me, it was breaking up.
Perhaps you're getting hacked.
Right, guys, stop hacking them. I've told you about this.
It's where all
I
the
do-
knowledge is at.
I do want probably a back and forth between Mr. Nice Guy and you. I think he's here. That would make for good entertainment. Maybe before it's over, we been going for like
I've
3.5
got about
hours.
15
by the
more
way.
minutes.
Yeah,
I probably
yeah.
should. I've got to get out with my kids to take them to school in about 5 hours. But
Mr. Nice Guy.
Flat Earth Theta, I think, is what we call it. I don't know if someone renamed him or he renamed himself, so I didn't want to change it.
I was gutted that Cracker ran away so quickly.
Oh, he came back, I think.
He
Oh,
was
no, he's
very
gone
angry
now.
with me.
Well, you did treat him like a little child. I mean,
It's kind of how he needed to be treated, to be fair.
well, it's like you poked the bear like 7 times, then it swiped you. You're like, I'm telling.
Shane, hey Shane, what's your justification for your biased moderation policies?
I do what I want, Brenda. Right? It's not a It's not a Glober event. It's a Flat Earthers versus FTFE event. If it's FTFE versus all the Flat Earthers and all the Globers chime in all the time, it's genuinely chaos, right? So we had that event. That was yesterday. We had a good 5-hour chaos. Today's not that. That's all.
Right.
I've been trying to mention something on this. Yeah, I've been trying to mention something on this hurricane topic for a good hour or so, but I've been muted. I had a drawing, and somebody else posted it for me because I was apparently in the wrong text chat. The low pressure system, the air is rushing into it, and that's why it's rotating the opposite direction of the pendulum. I've been trying to explain it, but nobody wanted to unmute me for some fucking reason.
Well,
Nobody cares.
you didn't ask. When you did, I got you.
Hold on. I've
What's
asked
the
in
control?
3 different channels now, but that's okay.
They don't want to hear the truth.
on the
They're
wrong
not here
channels.
to get the truth. They're here to abuse
Brenda,
people.
shut
It's
up.
because you're
just
literally
Google
the only people.
All right, let's
that
not
talk
just
about
let
this.
one start arguing about.
Listen, we literally let your boy interrupt everybody and shit all over the whole lobby, so just get over it.
I think it's been fun, to be honest.
I've had fun.
I think you guys know how I would moderate if it's my server, and you got fair. Fair as it's going to get.
Hey, Shane, I do want to say I'm sorry for muting Witsit, but I didn't appreciate him using that tool on me.
Well, I think he was kind of overusing it, to be honest. So I think the new rule is if people are involved in an event, they shouldn't be moderators. I think that's fair. And then as soon as it's done, we'll reinstate it. So no big deal. It's not that we don't trust you guys. It's just that people can't be trusted.
Oh, no,
We
don't
found
trust
with
me.
this, right?
I will destroy you.
If you give someone a tool, I will use it to my advantage behind your back. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
No, you're the one in charge. I appreciate that you make me moderator here, and I overstepped my bounds by muting him. It was retaliation, me being a bit childish because I felt like it. So you know.
Yeah, man, a little bitch actually, right? Because you did it like 43 times in a row. I literally.
I know.
had to,
I'm
like...
sorry.
Why didn't you remove?
I was a little bitch.
Why didn't you remove Witsit's mod powers? You only removed Craig's.
We didn't. We didn't.
Again, Brenda, like the answer to all your questions is just going to be I do whatever I want. So you can keep asking them. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Excuse me.
Are you going to take my mod power when I kick her out?
Only one way to
I'll
find
take
out.
your mod power. I'm going to do
Look,
like a Doctor
I'm
Strange
a
thing.
fair
I'm just going
guy.
to absorb all your mod powers and become the Uber mod. That's how that works.
I just try to be. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, dude, we had like 85 people in here at one time,
Yeah.
so it's kind of a shuffle to moderate that and get anyone to talk, right?
It's real easy to sit in the voice chat and cry about moderation. It's another thing to make everybody act like adults. I'm not a babysitter, so I'm not very
You
good
don't
at
do
it.
that. You don't do that. You allow flat earthers
That's
to
right,
act
Brenda.
like children. You don't. So you don't act.
We do
make
the
people
same
act
for
like
you.
adults.
Who keeps unmuting Brenda?
How can I make
wasn't
somebody
muted.
act like
Right.
adult, Brenda? This is why we just keep letting you shit on the lobby. I mean,
So-
the very fact that you get to talk here is it just defies what you're saying.
All right, guys. I think it's probably about time to call it a night. Look, I know I can get aggressive and angry and stuff, but you know, it's all part of the fun, and I appreciate that you are letting me come into the server and do this. You don't have to do that, and I really do appreciate you letting me come in and have these conversations. I find them incredibly fun. I don't agree with any of you. I may think you're stupid, but you know, you think I'm stupid, and that's cool.
Yes,
you know,
that's what I've
Were
been
you
saying
smart?
all
Were you
along.
smart enough, Greg, to turn off your live stream while Witsit was destroying you?
Oh yeah,
Speaking
I
of
had to
stupid.
hide that from the internet completely. You know,
Well, I
I'm,
mean-
I'm currently going through it and editing out all the bits with Witsit in, so I don't look like an idiot.
For like 3 hours, you're gonna have like a 4-minute video.
Yeah, that's
I
all.
mean,
That's all that's left. Yeah.
You
I'm
you
sorry.
do have the 1v1 up there still, right? You didn't take that
No,
down.
no, I
did you?
took that down. I hid that ages ago. I couldn't let everyone see Witsit destroying me. God, you
Yeah,
think I am an
no,
honest
no.
person? I'm not going to leave videos up that show me loot. No, I'm kidding. Seriously, thank you very much, guys. I do appreciate it. I'm going to come back in next Monday and have another conversation with you guys. And I hope that it's just as fun. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to take my leave and read my super chats and have a good night.
Thanks, man. See you next week.
See you later. Well, people, what fun. What fun. So, here's the thing, right? I don't know a lot about relativity. Of course I don't. You know, I've never studied that. I've got a bachelor's in physics. You don't touch it. And so my performance when I am debating relativity isn't, you know, I'm not going to have the answers. I'm not going to, you know the ways to debunk everything that he's saying. And Whitsitt is correct in a lot of the things he's saying in context very specific to certain things, but the conclusions that he's reaching are very wrong, and it's actually quite easy to show why they're wrong, but I still want to be able to do it in the most succinct, the best way possible. So I'm taking it upon myself to learn a lot more about relativity. I see that Professor Phil Bell and PhD Tony have offered to slap me about a bit and teach me a lot about relativity. I 100% accept that offer, and I'll contact both you guys to arrange a conversation maybe later this week or as soon as you're both ready. But the thing is, me not knowing all the answers about relativity doesn't change the fact that I'm right about all the things I say about the Earth being a globe. You know, I'm not going to sit there and argue about something that I don't know that well. That would be stupid. Right, it'd just be two people who don't know what they're talking about arguing past each other. And maybe that's the mistake I made the last time I spoke to Whitsitt, is that I let him go off on this relativity tangent, which is, it's almost a non sequitur to the entire thing. You know, it's a way for him to avoid the fact that we've got empirical measurements that show that the Earth is a rotating globe. But the best way for me to counter Whitsitt in particular is to learn a lot more about relativity. So I'm going to take up the offer from PhD Tony and from Professor Phil Bell, and that should be a great stream. I see you in the chat, guys. You're going to bill me for a new brain since my current one died to the dumb you exposed it to. Mandarot says, never admit that you don't know something to a childish flirt. Now, that's the thing, right? I'm more than willing to admit that I don't know something. You know, I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything related to science. I've had to relearn a lot of the stuff even for this basic argument, but not knowing something doesn't ever mean that, you know, you've lost a debate about the flat Earth, because it's impossible to lose a debate about the flat Earth. Hey, you might lose a debate about relativity, but that in no way debunks the fact that the Earth is a globe. Yep, Professor Phil Bell, absolutely. We want everyone to learn about special relativity. Send me an email and we'll get that sorted, all right? So I hope you've enjoyed tonight, guys. That is going to be what happens every Monday from now on. I'm going to go into that server and have a bunch of fun. Man, teaching about the scientific method is always a fucking killer. Like, I see a whole bunch of super chats, which, again, blowing my mind. There was like 700-800 people watching at one point. Again, blowing my mind. It's coming up to Christmas. There's a cost of living crisis, and you guys are still supporting me. I can't thank you enough. The Snark for €2 says, "Take the mic out of your asshole." Well done. Yeah, Demok needed to do that. Eon Dust, who's been a member for 16 months, says, "Help, my brain has fallen and I can't get up." Not That Luke Perry, who's been a member for 1 month, says 3 minutes in and the first facepalm concussion could be a new record. That is, you know, again, stop sending me lawsuits. The thing is, all the FTFEs you've watched previously, they're dead and I'm a new clone. So technically you can't sue a dead person. The Jumbo Show for $5 says, "Make more live debates with those potato heads." Don't worry, every Monday. Dave Kircher, hello Dave. Member for 3 months says, "Enduring the Demok gibberish is tiring." Dave Kircher has become one of my favourite people in the world. Look up who he is if you like the video game Portal. Not That Luke Perry for £2 says, "Never known a Discord to actively feel sticky." Ooh. Mark Grondin for $5 says, "So you can get yourself upgraded facepalm protection for these. I don't know how you can put up with them, but thanks." It's my job. I love it. Petermas Prime for $5 "It's clear that all of this drama happens on the Flerfs side because Flerfs are vicious imbeciles that only have their own self-interests in mind." Yeah. You notice how Whitsitt wanted drama, right? I've been trying to arrange a debate between him and Professor Dave on my channel. It's a favour to me. Professor Dave is doing it on my channel. But Witsit says I'm too horrible, blah, 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 won't come on. There was something about someone offering him money, and I don't want a Flerf to be paid to come on my channel, because that sets a bad precedent, really. And I said, I'm not hosting a debate if the Flat Earther is getting paid to debate on my channel. I don't think that's fair on other people that have debated and stuff, you know. But he's throwing a hissy fit about it. Basically, he's got to be paid $5,000 to debate, otherwise it's not happening, because that's Witsit. Also, he's lying, telling people I copyright struck his channel, which I didn't. That guy for $4.99 says they don't think nukes are real. I told them I worked with nukes and gave my full name so they could look me up. They then kicked me. Yeah, also a nuke. Rick Sanchez, $5. Another thing I love about Witsit is that he only quotes old stuff and nothing recent. I love you, FTFE. I love you too, Rick. Peter's Prime, $5 Australian dollars, says, here's a simple scientific equation. F equals the Earth isn't flat, you fucking idiot, plus derp. Thank you very much. Dave Kircher for $5. It's fascinating that they're all backing Witsit as an expert, but always complain about appeals to authority in any other context. Witsit is not an expert, and you know what? The more of them that call Witsit an expert, the more glorious his takedown is going to be. Waikikamuka855 for $5 says, Austin, stop trying to argue relativity when you can't even explain where the sun goes at night. Boom. Ted Ayaka for $4.99 says, Witsit is the antipodal to cool. If he pointed the quickness of his mind to actually studying maths and science, he would hate himself. Yeah, he would. Ted Ayaka for $1.99 says, how do I get into the debate? The Discord server link is there in the chat. Join so you can get involved next week. Andreas Eldritch for 50 secs. Thank you very much. Relativity is very hard to understand. Therefore, the Earth is flat. 10,000% logically correct. Yeah, it's fucking stupid, right? Nerd Alert member for 28 months says, Witsit, why wasn't Mikes and Gale a null result? Good question. Rachbot for $5 Australian says, Witsit just admitted he doesn't understand. I bet he wouldn't talk about general relativity. Bloody twonk. Connell Silver, $5 says, apparently Austin is afraid of having other people talking. He never took a breath and I found myself muted. No less than 3 times this debate. Don't you love how they constantly complain about me interrupting them? But can't stop doing it themselves. Tim Pryor, $10. Oh no. Pardon me. Fucking hell, I'm sorry. Oh no, you stopped 13 people from hearing Craig, but over 600 people on his channel can still hear him. Just like in the real world. You don't have any power, Witsit. Jake the Surgeon, $5. Sorry, can't stand Witness talking. Gonna have to bail. Have a good night. Yeah, it is kind of like a fucking earworm, right? Tim Pryor, $10. Craig, seriously, start demanding from them what they're demanding from you. Make them give evidence for Flat Earth and not talk about the globe. They do this every time. I tried. That's what I was saying to Cracker over and fucking over. And all he did was run away. So long, ran out of my thing on the behind. Skycloud Observer, member for 20 months, says, loving the Discord saga. I'll need a better, another title for episode 4. Earth is Life for $5. Witsit, when are you going to admit that you're wrong about the speed of jet streams and Southern Hemisphere's flight heights? Witsit can't ever admit that he's wrong. Tim Tully for $5. Nice word salad with stupidity dressing on the pendulum. Yeah, they're never going to get the pendulum or how it's an experiment or what the scientific experiment is or what experiments are or what variables are or what hypothesis is or an observation or how modus tollens and fallacies don't ever debunk any of that stuff. Connell Silver for $5 says, to be clear, Witsit gets basic things like orbit and rotation wrong, then gets upset if you correct him or question his credentials. Pat in the chat, member for 10 months, says, wubba lubba dub dub! Episode 9 I get to watch tomorrow at 9 PM. So fucking annoying being in the UK. Stringer News 1 for $5. Witness word salad, now with more aether. There was never any aether to begin with, so no aether. Samuel Green, $5. Thank you very much. No message. Then Stringer News 1, another $5. Right now, Einstein is wishing his name was never associated with the words thought experiment. Yeah, Einstein would hate flat earthers using him. String News 1, $5. Don't do drugs, kids, and if you think your sister is cute, use a condom. A String News 1 for $2. Flat Earth modus tollens. If pee, then drink. Oh my god, I can't believe that.
So you don't need the toilet anymore. Why? Because your
Why,
body
Nathan?
has reabsorbed all of what was contained in your bladder that you would consider waste. Well, it's not waste, or your body would, there's no way it would reabsorb it.
First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss.
Yeah, fucking flat earthers. PhD Tony, the only real person in the chat for $5 Australian, says Relativity episode with Professor Phil Bell. Make it happen or I will get angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Look, you're a real person, you're not the Hulk, okay? You can't be both. But yes, that will happen. Graham Pierce, member for 30 months, says, you're a very patient and tolerant man, Craig. Tell my wife that. No, I'm kidding. Adrobiel for $10 Australian, thank you very much, says, a couple of weeks ago I watched a real old video of yours and I can see you definitely did fight the tight shirt and totally won. Stay awesome. Yes, I did. I am no longer a fat fucker. And then Industrial Nerd for $2, what is your favourite flavour of Hot Pocket? I don't like Hot Pockets. They're disgusting. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. It means the absolute world to me. I'll be back in a few days with another stream, and I'm working on the new episodes of Flerfs Idiots as we speak. It's been fantastic. Look out for a new episode of Debate Shorts in the next couple of days. A real good one with Lemonbird. But for now, thank you all for watching, and remember that stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Good night, all. Are you ready for a nuclear dumpster fire? Because I sure am. Dance, yo. This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm dancing. Hey Rachbot, how you doing? Nice to see you there. Earth is Life, Tau Software. Concord 327, Shadow Fan, that's a name I don't recognize. Hello. Hey Charlie Welch, how you doing?
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what I have actually done to my tight shirts by losing a whole bunch of weight. Yeah, I was a chunker not too long ago, and Austin Whitsitt said one of the funniest things of his life and called me fight the tight shirt. So I did, and I won. Tonight, I am going to be going over to a dragon's den, a den of wolves, a wasp's nest. if you will. The 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord server. They are kindly hosting me while I debate everybody. Yes, everybody. Any flat earther there is welcome to come and have a discussion with me. It's going to be moderated by Shane, the flat earther who I've spoken to a couple of times. So we'll see how that goes. So why don't we pop over there and say hello? Let's just do this. Quite a lot of people in that chat. Hello, 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord.
All right, Peyton NASA, thanks, man. Hey, Craig, thanks for coming in. And hey, Witsit, thanks for coming to spend some time with us. We do appreciate it, guys. So we're going to do sort of an open forum here. I don't know if you want to go first, Witsit. I'm sure FTFE is chomping at the bit to get at you. But we do have kind of an open question forum for FTFE, maybe 20 minutes each maximum, I think was what we agreed upon. So
yeah, that sounds good. You know, obviously there's a lot of people here, and you know, I want to try and have a decent conversation with as many people as possible. There's been a bit of a misconception about me in the Discord server with some of the flat earthers in regards to dumpster fires, and as Shane, you'll be aware, it's not me that decides a dumpster fire; it's the person I'm talking to. If I'm discussing something with someone like you who's willing to have a back and forth decent conversation, then it goes nice and smoothly. If it's a democ, you know, other things happen. So whoever I'm talking to, if you're decent to me, I'll be decent to you, and you know, I'll keep it that way. But yeah, thank you very much for hosting me, and you know, I will hand the reins over to you guys. I'll sit here and do what I'm told.
Would you like to concede that according to relativity, you cannot prove that the Earth is revolving around the sun from the Earth?
Would I like to concede?
Yeah.
That according to relativity, you can't... What? Sorry, repeat the question.
You cannot prove the Earth is revolving around the sun from the Earth.
From the Earth. Well, you can measure Earth's rotation, and you can measure Earth's movement. Yeah, you can measure Earth's movement around the sun. That's not a hard thing to do.
How do you do it?
Well, gyroscopes do it. Fiber optic gyroscopes measure like a roughly 1 degree drift a day in a horizontal plane around the sun. You can. There's many ways to measure that movement.
No, they don't do that actually. So
they do
gyroscopes.
actually.
Well, you can cite it if you would like to, but they don't.
I've cited the papers on my channel before, and I'll gladly pass those papers on at a later date if you'd like to contact me. But yeah, the gyroscopes not only register a, you know, roughly 15 degree per hour drift, but they also register a roughly 1 degree drift a day if left to run.
Actually, I think
enough.
it's something like 1/24th of a degree allegedly, and
no,
it fluctuates.
It's roughly 1 degree a day that we travel around the sun. You know, 365 days, 360 degrees. So, you know, you can measure that 1 degree a day that the Earth moves in its orbit around the sun.
That's interesting because relativity claims that you actually cannot do that. And to quote Einstein and then also Stephen Hawking, that all attempts to measure the motion of the Earth terrestrially have resulted in a negative result. And prior to relativity being put forth, this was hard to become reconciled with. So seems like you disagree with Stephen Hawking and relativity with your claim here.
No, I don't disagree with them at all. It's very difficult to do it in optical means, is what they were talking about. It's specific types of experiments, but there's lots of ways to actually measure it. You know, and you know the fact that these papers exist and it's been done. You know, show that it can be done. The instruments to do it exist and are used thousands of times, millions of times every day. You know, there's also other ways to there's also other ways to measure it around. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I do apologize. There's also other ways to measure it. You know, without resorting to using instruments and stuff, just by observing the stars and the motion of the of us through the stars. There's lots of ways to measure Earth's movement.
They weren't talking about optical experiments. That's a different quote from Einstein when he's giving a lecture in context of Michelson-Morley, explaining that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity. And he said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. But this is a separate quote from him in his writings on general and special theory of relativity, where he says that no terrestrial experiment can prove it. And this was cited by Stephen Hawking in 2007, A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, which the entire book is about the fact that you cannot prove that the Earth is moving around the sun from the Earth, and that the universe effectively deceives us with this stubbornly persistent illusion that we're in the center.
Well, the fact that the measurements exist show that in context you can do it. When you're talking in reference to something like special or general relativity, that's to do with the fact that within different reference frames, it's very hard to determine what is actually moving. There's no absolute measure of movement. All movement is relative to something else. So it's very hard to determine exactly what is moving using just the confines of special or general relativity. You can go outside of the realms of that, and it's quite easy to do.
Okay. So first you said that you could for sure prove it. You detect it 1 degree a day, and then you're saying that it's difficult to prove it. But
within the confines of special and general relativity, but there's other ways of measuring these things. It's just that within the context of describing it in the way that Einstein would describe the way that motion is relative to everything else, it's difficult to determine exactly what is the thing that's moving. That's why we can use other methods as well. We don't just rely on one particular thing to show that something's happened. We use all of the knowledge that we have and put it together and come to conclusions.
According to your paradigm, everywhere there's mass, general relativity applies. So this can go back to Michelson-Morley, where they shot the lights perpendicular to each other, one with and one against the motion of the Earth, at a predicted value, because the Earth is allegedly revolving around the sun 20 miles a second, and it was sensitive enough to detect as small as 2 miles a second. It did not detect the predicted value. So then Lorentz came up with the idea of the Lorentz contraction, claimed that the ether was contracting the matter. Einstein then took the Lorentz contraction throughout the ether and claimed that even though the light traveled further and took longer to get to the receiver, in reality, since time slows down and matter physically shrinks, you couldn't tell, and it looks like it didn't change because the measuring apparatus physically contracted. So according to Einstein, using a clock or any type of measuring apparatus that's on the Earth, you could never prove the Earth is revolving around the sun because of time dilation and spatial contraction.
So could you repeat what you said about the Michelson-Morley experiment? You said they were looking for a movement of the Earth?
Just have a script that you're trying to say. Now, what I did say was that they expected a predicted value as they were trying to detect the motion of the Earth through the ether, which is the title of the paper, which I didn't say. You're just trying to divert to the script.
No. I just wanted to clarify exactly what was happening. I didn't want to misquote you. I didn't want to, straw man you in any way. I wanted to clarify exactly what you're saying. Honestly, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand your point so that I can respond properly. Okay, please. Yeah. I'm not trying to be combative.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I know that you have a script where you want to say it wasn't about the motion of the Earth, it was about the ether. That's not what I even mentioned. What I said was they had a predicted value, assuming that the Earth is revolving around the sun 20 miles a second within an ether, and then they didn't get that predicted value. So then Lorentz proposed the Lorentz contraction, saying the ether physically contracted the measuring apparatus. Then Einstein took that Lorentz contraction, which is still in relativity to this day, right? And he threw the ether out. But he said that the reason it didn't show a difference, even without the ether, is because time physically expanded and slowed down, and the measuring apparatus physically contracted. So any attempt to ever measure the difference would be futile, because effectively the universe deceives us with illusion due to time dilation.
Well, again, the fact that you can measure these things using the correct instrumentation shows that you don't just have to sit within the confines of one particular paradigm. You put all of the knowledge together. When you use something like a gyroscope that can actually detect that there is a physical 1 degree movement a day in the horizontal plane, it shows that there's a movement there. And then you comport that with all the other observations and knowledge that we have, and it shows that the Earth is revolving around the sun. We don't just have to stick within the confines of one paradigm, looking at one particular paper of what one person said of this and that. We look at all the knowledge that we have and put it together. I'm not going to sit here and have a deep discussion about special and general relativity and Lorentz contractions and stuff, because that's, it's kind of pointless to the main argument that it's quite easy to measure the Earth's motion.
Yeah, so it definitely is relevant. And it's not about what one person said. It's about your current paradigm, and your model claims that the general theory of relativity is the causal mechanism for motion in space. So you have no choice but to defend relativity if you're going to defend the current model. And general and special relativity are still applied within your paradigm. And the point is that what special relativity said was that Michelson-Morley didn't detect the motion of the Earth around the sun because time slowed down and the apparatus shrank. So you must indeed claim this. And of course, you're claiming that you can detect the motion of the Earth using interferometry, right? Like a ring laser gyro. Is that what you're talking about? Ring laser gyro?
Yeah, again, I present the papers for that at a later date. Absolutely, no problem to do that, because that's something that's been done quite often. But just a quick question. So you're claiming that, not claiming, sorry, you are quoting Einstein, claiming that it's impossible to measure the motion of Earth. What year did he say that?
28, maybe. And then, but Stephen Hawking said it in 2007.
Or was Stephen Hawking just quoting what he was saying and relating it in context?
He was quoting what he was saying to make the point in his book that was entirely about this. That's why it's called Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. It's the whole book is about how there's this stubbornly persistent illusion that the Earth is stationary, not going around the sun, and is the center, even though it actually isn't. So it's about the fact that the motion of the Earth can't be detected around the sun, and it's about the fact that when we look out from the Earth, it looks like we're at the center, even though he believed that no matter where you are in the universe, it would look like you're the center. So he's describing how it's just an illusion that makes us look like we're stationary in the center. So he was quoting Einstein to reiterate the point. He goes on to further explain that he agrees with the point and why he thinks that's the case.
Again, and they're talking within the confines of Einstein's paradigm of special and general relativity. Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Which is still the current paradigm, of course.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. Sorry, my wife's just going for it. I'm just saying hello. Right, thank you.
While you're looking that up, yep, about maybe 10 minutes left for Witsit on the first round. Then if someone else wants to step up, we can take that, or maybe we'll come back to Witsit afterwards.
Sorry about that. Apologies. My wife had just got in from work. I was just saying hello to her. Sorry, Witsit. What was that last thing you said? I do apologise. I'm not ignoring you.
You keep on saying, like, within the confinement of the paradigms of Einstein, but that is what the current paradigm still claims. So.
Yeah, but it's more about the way that Einstein described how to detect motion compared to other things. What we do is we say, okay, so using just those confines, it's very hard to detect which is the thing that's moving, this or that. There's no way to determine. It's the same way you said there's no way to tell. There's no difference between like being in free fall and it's hard to detect which one is which based on the way that he described the universe. But that's why we take other things into consideration as well as just the base mathematics that describe general and special relativity. We apply other things to it as well. So
according to relativity,
sorry,
you can't detect it with a gyro, bro. That's the whole point.
Well, a gyro disagrees with you.
Michelson-Morley was using interferometry. That's what they were using to detect the motion of the Earth, and they tested throughout the whole year. It's been done
it wasn't the motion of the Earth.
It's been done by the Air Force.
It was that they were trying to detect the ether wind, not the motion of the Earth. You do keep getting that wrong.
No. It's the motion of the Earth through the ether. That's the title of the paper.
Yeah, but what they were trying to detect was the ether wind created by the motion
of the Earth.
Yeah. But they weren't trying to detect the motion. The title of the paper is the motion of the Earth through the ether, but what they were trying to detect, if you actually read the paper, was the ether wind created by the Earth moving through the ether. The same as if you put your hand out of a window, you feel that wind going against your hand. The point of the Michelson-Morley experiment was to detect the drag created by the Earth moving through the ether. So yes, you are right, the title of the paper was that, but that doesn't mean that's what they were trying to detect. You read the paper and it shows you what they were detecting was the ether drag. That was the thing they were looking for, and they didn't find that expected amount.
Right. So the results were either the Earth is not moving and there's an ether, or there's not an ether and time slows down and matter contracts. All it did was throw out the possibility of a stationary Earth or ether, and you have to claim that time dilates and that the measuring apparatus physically shrink, which is what special relativity is, which Einstein specifically explains that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity in the first place. So if you're now claiming in 2022 that you can use interferometry to detect the motion of the Earth around motion of the Earth around the Sun, you're claiming that time did not dilate and that the measuring apparatus did not physically contract, which means you're claiming relativity is wrong.
Is the measuring device on Earth moving with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is there going to be a contraction of the device compared to Earth?
Because the whole Earth in your paradigm is contracting, as are you. All matter moving is contracting. That's
Right.
What the
So
model claims.
if all matter is contracting, then the device is still going to show a drift because it's relative to something else, right? It's still going to show the fact that the entire Earth is moving around the Sun. That's why it physically shows a 1 degree drift a day. You know, this is something that happens and has been tested on. And again, we don't just use the confines of special and general relativity to determine the world around us. It's just an extremely easy way to, well, actually, no, it's not, sorry. It's an extremely complicated way to explain how things are happening.
You're fundamentally disagreeing with the principle of relativity if you're claiming that you can detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun with a device on the Earth, because the claim is that, like in Michelson-Morley, even though the laser that's perpendicular to the other laser is going against the Earth, so since it's going against the motion of the Earth, it's going to be behind the other, path of light, because it has to travel further to catch up to the Earth and then hit the receiver. And so since it has to travel further, it's going to take longer. But we didn't get that result. So what the model claims to this day is that the apparatus you use to measure that distance physically shrink. So even though it actually was a greater distance, you just can't tell because the matter got smaller. And even though it took longer, the clock suffered from time dilation and time slowed down, so it looked like it took the same amount of time. So if you're claiming you can use interferometry to detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun, you are literally disagreeing with relativity.
No, I'm not. You're misunderstanding what relativity is trying to say and how light works compared to time dilation and matter shrinking, which isn't the way that they actually say it.
Expanding.
Yeah. Well,
no, matter contracts and time expands.
Yeah. So again, also the Michelson-Gale experiment kind of disproved Einstein's hypothesis that he came up with in 1920. Anyway, if we're talking about it that way, but again, Witsit, we can get into deep conversations about special and general relativity, as much as you like. It doesn't change the fact that you can actually use a gyroscope to measure the Earth's movement around the Sun, and it's been done. And again, I can present those scientific papers to you. I'll find them and email them to you. You know I have your email. And again, there's other ways of determining it as well that you can put with the data against that. You don't just use that one thing. You don't just look at one way of describing the world and go, well, that's it. You take everything that we understand, all of the knowledge that we have, and use that to come to a conclusion. And when you put all of the knowledge we have, all of the observations that we have, all of the experiments that we have, the conclusion is that the Earth is rotating around the Sun.
Objectively, the current heliocentric model claims that relativity is the causal mechanism for the effect called gravity. So if you're going to claim anything about the heliocentric model, then you're going to have to integrate relativity and defend it, or you're going to have to come up with your own new model. And Michelson-Gale-Pearson actually did match the predictions of sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy, because of course it doesn't literally go 15 degrees per hour. That's just a convention we use for time. It's pretty close to that. It's pretty close to that. So Michelson-Gale-Pearson did match the predictions of sidereal rotation using interferometry, but it didn't detect a revolution, which actually goes to show that the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it, since there was no revolution detected. And if you're claiming it can be detected, you disagree with Einstein and Stephen Hawking and relativity, which is 2022 paradigm that you're defending.
Okay, there's no way that any kind of interferometer could ever detect the sky. That's kind of a ridiculous thing to say. I don't know why you people come up with that. It's completely impossible. Light isn't affected by any kind of electromagnetic charge, so it wouldn't be affected by anything happening up there. So no, there's only one conclusion.
No.
Sorry, do you disagree with the fact that light isn't affected by electromagnetic charges?
Well, first of all, light is actually just electromagnetic radiation with the oscillating magnetic and electric field itself. But no, I don't disagree that in your paradigm the photon doesn't have a charge or any magnetic properties. That's a non sequitur. You're diverting away from the point that we actually did
I'm not.
match
I'm
the
responding
sidereal
to what
rotation.
you just said. You said that it showed that the Earth, that the sky rotates, but there's no way any kind of interferometric device could detect the sky rotating. There's no mechanism to transmit what's happening up there to the device that's detecting any kind of motion. That's impossible. So the conclusion that you drew from that, saying what actually shows that the sky is rotating, is completely false.
No, you're claiming that it wouldn't, but actually, if there was a medium of exchange for translation of motion, i.e. a background medium, it objectively would affect this, and you would have to know what light is itself and what's its relationship with this background. And it's a vortex. Of course, that's called the Sagnac effect. The person that discovered it, Sagnac, said it was the vortex in the ether, but you're actually skating past the real point, which is that we did get the detection of sidereal rotation, but we did not get the detection of revolution, which goes to show you that the Earth is actually stationary and it's a motion around the Earth, or we would have detected the revolution as well.
Again, there's no way that anything happening in the sky could be detected by a interferometric device. No kind of ether or anything would be able to transmit what's happening up there to the device itself. That's not how it works. It detects physical motion of what it's on, not something going around it. It's simply not how the device operates or how electromagnetic energy of any kind is transmitted. We know what light is quite well. Sagnac actually didn't think that. He came up to very different conclusions later on in his work. But if you want to cherry pick that one little thing he said, that's absolutely fine. And again, there is many ways of detecting the Earth's motion around the sun, other than just using the confines of mathematics within special or general relativity. I don't just go to what Einstein said or anything. I look at all the knowledge and experiments and everything that we have and put it together and come to a conclusion. That's the problem. Sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, just for a second, your 20 minutes is up with Witsit. It's your show, though. If you want to keep going with Witsit, you can. But there are 33 other people here that might want to ask you something.
Well, Witsit, I'm very much enjoying this conversation, and I very much tried to demonstrate to you that I can have a decent conversation. I would like to continue the conversation, and there are other people here waiting. So how about you and I have a time, just the two of us on this server, to talk at a different time? Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I just want to say my conclusion. Everyone else can talk. This is the point, though.
Please go ahead. I don't want to interrupt that.
You just can't defend the heliocentric model without defending relativity. To this day is the only thing proposed for the idea of gravity. This goes all the way back to Michelson-Morley, also known as the greatest failed experiment in history. It changed all of physics because we have to explain the Michelson-Morley, which can be replicated, has been even by the Air Force with even more precise measurement. So that's the point, right? Like, objectively, if you think the Earth's a ball and you think the current model's true, then you have to believe in relativity or come up with your new theory, which is not what everyone thinks, which is what you do. Usually you guys appeal to consensus in the model. And if you appeal to relativity, then you have to claim that time slows down, matter contracts. So any attempt to measure the revolution of the Earth would be futile because all your measuring apparatuses will be affected by the bending and warping of space-time. So I don't want to keep debating it. It's just kind of objective. We may can talk in the future. I don't care. I would be maybe interested in like this room, right? I'm not particularly interested in your channel, but yeah, you were decently cordial. I'll give you that. You only interrupted a few times, so.
I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me, Witsit, as well, and you were also very cordial. I do appreciate it. I would like to have a decent dialogue because there are lots of things that I think we could discuss. So let's take it from here, and I appreciate your time.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. This has actually been a really great conversation to listen to. I'm sure most people listening in here would agree. And if you want to hang around for it, Witsit, I'm sure there'd be another opportunity where everyone would prefer to hear you speak.
Yes.
Anyone else have a question for FTFE while he's here? Any flat earthers? Don't be shy, guys.
Don't be shy. You can unmute Demok. That'd be fun.
Is he here? He is. Really?
I mean, if no one else wants to ask
crazy.
a question right now, there's 33 people there. I'm sure one of them would like to ask me a question.
I'm too scared.
Don't be scared. I'm not that scary.
Well,
Craig,
FTFE, good to chat with you. We go back to Facebook even before I engaged with this topic on Discord. It's Killian from Facebook. Remember shaking Professor Dave's tree and you falling out. So it's good to finally engage with you verbally.
Hello.
So just for the hello, for the sake of the audience, wondering, has anybody in fact measured the surface of the globe?
Yeah, lots of times.
Okay, and what were the, if you could give me maybe just one or two of the ways that they did in fact measure. If you could save me the stuff in the sky though, I'm more curious about how the surface was interacted with and how in fact the measurement was extrapolated from actually touching the surface that we're attempting to measure. So no stuff in the sky, thanks.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert in surveying, but I would refer to the the large scale surveying of the planet has been done for ages, like the transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel, where they measure between elevation points and create triangles over the surface, and then put those triangles together and then measure the angles of the triangles. And what they find when they do that is that the triangles add up, every single triangle adds up to greater than 180 degrees, which is what is called a spherical excess. Anything over that 180 degrees is a spherical excess. And when you put all the spherical excess together and you map it out, it matches what they say the globe is. And similar measurements have been done all around the world, across the UK, across India, across Asia, everywhere, and it always matches up. Again, I'm no expert in surveying. I could gladly present the papers. So you can find them on mctoon.net/r. There's a whole list of large measurements there. But that's I think what I would, if you want purely kind of ground-based measurements, that's what I would go to.
Okay, you good?
Yeah.
All right. So the two things that I find interesting with your what you put on the table for consideration is your appeal to the surface and your appeal to elevations, and in fact your appeal to surveying. The thing I find interesting is that surveyors on their drawings report their elevation numbers marked off as datum markers, DATUM markers. And those are in fact recorded usually in the legend, the title block of the drawing, stated as above sea level. And those, those sea level points, yeah. Sorry, my friend, I let you go. Just allow me my space. I don't.
Sorry, I apologize. I was just engaging. My bad. I didn't mean to
interrupt. Need to
interrupt.
apologize for seeking agreements in my statements. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. With respect to, again, surveying, they, from my understanding, surveyors go to their local offices there, and those numbers are control points that are reported to those offices. Again, those numbers are reported as above sea level. So if you brought in the aspect of appealing to elevations and then the surface, then I'll ask you my next question being, how do you explain level?
How do I explain level? Could you ask the question another way, because that doesn't really make sense?
Well, level is, how do you explain it? You said that there's a surface and there's elevations. So my question to you is that if the elevations are reported as above sea level, my question then is, how do you tip your hat to level? How do you see level within regards to above sea level, if those are the elevation points that are reported by surveyors?
So you're asking me, what does level mean, right? I just want to clarify the question. You're saying, what does level mean?
Well, within the confines of you giving your evidence
Okay, so I'd go to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, adjective 1 of 3, level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface.
Okay. So with respect to the appeal to the definition of level of curvature of the surface.
Yeah, you just asked me how I would define level, and I would go with that definition that is in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, adjective 1 of 3.
So it's just for the rehashing of it, just for the sake of the audience, with being vindictive, I just want to be precise. You would summate that observing level involves the observation of curvature with respect to the definition in the Webster Dictionary you just gave, right?
I would say that level, in regards to surveying, is following the surface of the Earth, which happens to be curved.
Okay, again, and so you're appealing to the aspect of considering level and curved in the same breath.
So you keep saying I'm appealing to. I'm just answering your questions. I'm allowed to reference things. I don't think that's necessarily an appeal. It's just me talking about knowledge.
Didn't you just appeal to the definition in the Webster Dictionary? Sorry,
No, you asked me how I would define it, and I said I would use that definition. I'm not appealing to that definition. I'm agreeing with it.
Okay. An appeal and agreement, I thought it would have been the same thing, but that's fine. I withdraw. I thank you for your time, Craig.
Okay.
Very good. Anyone else want to speak up? Take a turn? Now's the time.
Hey, I got a quick question about debate with Branch. Branch was saying that you might debate him.
With who, sorry?
Is that true? Branch?
I have no idea who that is.
He said he asked you 2 days ago. He said that you were considering it.
He
might be known as Hellboy.
Nope, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. But again, if someone wants to debate me about the shape of the Earth, then there's many ways to contact me. I don't remember talking to anyone by that name, but. Anything else?
I have a question.
Oh, you're very
Jimmy,
quiet.
Go ahead, man. Yeah, we got to turn Jimmy up.
How about now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, I'll turn you off on my end as well.
I have him up at 200%. He's still a little quiet.
All right, let me find me.
All right. Hey, Michael, are you here? Nope, just listening. I wanted to hear your question of FTFE. I thought that would be good. Well, Jimmy sorts out his mic. How about Napalm? Hey, man. You got anything for FTFE? Not to call you out, but definitely.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, why don't you just call me out, Shane? Appreciate it. No, I'm joking.
Hey, Napalm.
No. Hey. I wouldn't mind hearing you possibly, we don't need to rehash, but maybe you reiterating your ideas as to what was the premise of Michelson-Morley and what was actually being tested. Your claim is that it was a test of the ether. If that's the case, and there was no ether detected as a interferometer, a device that is designed to measure something that doesn't exist, or what was taking place, because there was a measurement that was taken, right, but it was not within the idea of what was expected.
So
if you just wanted to elaborate.
The paper that Michelson-Morley wrote, obviously the movement of the Earth through the ether, the idea was they were attempting to detect the drag that the Earth would create whilst going through the ether. And because this drag would change the way that the ether is moving, it would also alter the way that light and stuff was coming into it, and you'd be able to detect all of that. And they didn't actually detect that. They expected a certain amount, and what they found was a much, much smaller amount. But that much smaller amount was actually within the realms of the margin of error of the equipment they were using. So say the equipment was only sensitive enough to detect to 0.5 of something. What they detected was only 0.2, so it was within that margin of error of the equipment. So they couldn't really say that it was detecting anything, but it certainly didn't detect the amount of drag on the ether that was expected.
Has equipment changed since then to where we have less of a margin of error to where we could get a more precise result? And then I also have another question.
Yep, sorry, the Mux and Gale experiment was a bit more advanced and kind of confirmed the results. And nowadays we have extremely accurate interferometric devices. That most major airplanes have 3 of to detect motion that are very similar to the concept of the equipment that was used in those experiments, and they kind of confirm what they said.
Okay, so if it wasn't, if the Michelson-Morley result was not something that was detrimental in any way, shape, or form to the heliocentric model, meaning it didn't disprove that the Earth was revolving around the sun, what is the point of the application of the Lorentz contraction in regards to the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Honestly, it's not a question I could answer. I don't have a deep knowledge of general or special relativity, and I've never looked past the basic mathematics, and it's not a question I would want to answer for fear of being inaccurate.
Fair enough. I concede to somebody else. Fair enough.
Yeah.
About Jimmy, do we get your mic fixed, Jimmy?
How about now?
I think you're just naturally very quiet, man. Maybe he can hear you.
Okay, maybe I am naturally quiet.
I can definitely hear you, Jimmy.
You can actually hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is more of a philosophic question, not trying to make a gotcha or anything. Do you find it admirable or deplorable that flat earthers are trying to understand reality without having to go to authority figures for their definitions and the way things are working? Now, the things that they can't change are like apparent observations, the laws of physics,
Mm-hmm.
You can drop an apple, it'll float in the water. You can drop an iron, it'll float in mercury. These are things that are axiom. You can't change it. So pretty much it's trying to get a good definition of what you're seeing. Do you find it? Do you think flat earthers are crazy for trying to create a description of the world around them, since they disagree with the majority of what the authority figures are saying with the heliocentric model?
Hell no. I can easily answer your question. No, I find it extremely admirable that anybody would want to try and find out about the universe around them. And I've never just listened to authorities. I've spent my life testing the claims, that's why I wanted to get a physics degree, so that I could understand these things and do the tests myself. And I find it extremely admirable that anybody would want to try and confirm things for themselves. What I have a problem with is willful ignorance. When you can be shown something so many times and explain something so many times and just completely ignore the very clear evidence of something and think that they can know more than the people that have spent their lives studying and testing and come to their own conclusions regardless of that. That's what I would find. I don't know if deplorable is the right word, but I certainly find it, extremely stupid to stick to that willful ignorance despite all of the evidence that's been shown. I would never say to anybody, just listen to what you're told and accept it. because that's pointless. That's not a way to learn about the world around you. You're never going to advance if you do that. Always test what you're told. But yeah, the problem I have is with the willful ignorance.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Open floor. Anyone want to step up? I'll start calling on people.
There's 750
Andy.
watching. Come on.
Is this for Fight the Flat Earth or for Wetsuit?
Well, it's technically Fight the Flat Earth event.
Okay, okay.
But maybe he'd allow you to ask a question to Witsit. What do you think?
If Witsit is willing to answer a question from somebody, absolutely. That's fine. Is the person asking a question a globe earther or a flat earther?
I hold no opinion one way or the other.
Okay, that's fine. Austin, are you willing to answer a question?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So I was wondering, do you have any representation of the flat Earth that you can show me?
No.
Why not?
You can't freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, so that would be literally impossible to get.
The 60th, right? So do you have anything up to the 60th south latitude? Like, so just for example, let's say that you set out to travel, I don't know, from your current location to, well, the 60th south latitude. What would you use to do it? Would you just, like, I don't know, use Google Maps, or would you come up with your own little map?
We can use flat maps. They work fine.
You can use flat maps. Can you show me the flat maps you use? Like, you know, from your location.
The Gleason flat projection.
A Gleason flat projection. Right, on the Gleason flat projection, would that be your closest representation of what we live in? On.
Oh, well, you can never actually have an accurate one without an accurate central point to map out from, and we can't fully map out the south. So if you want to call it the most accurate, maybe azimuthal equidistant projection would maybe be.
Okay.
It's all non sequitur though.
Okay, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. On this AE map, can you explain why we have a south celestial pole, and why that south celestial pole can be seen from, say, I don't know, South Africa and Australia at the same time?
Yeah, very easily.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there are many things that could be happening. One of them you can demonstrate with like just a little clear paperweight, and you can draw concentric circles on the paper, and then move that container over top of it, and on the edges of that container all around, there will look like there's a convergent area around the outside.
Well, okay, why does that not happen with the... Does that happen with the North Celestial Pole?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not the same as the edges that curve down like the container represented in the demonstration.
But you just told me you don't have a representation of the flat Earth. How could you possibly know that it curves down or does anything at the south as opposed to the north?
You just said, is there any way that you could explain it? And I said, yes, there are multiple ways. And one of them is a container that would cause that illusion.
Right, but we could probably rule that one out, since that doesn't happen with the North Celestial Pole, and you can't claim that it curves or does some magical thing, whatever, you know, magical bullshit thing that you want to say, because you can't show me a representation of anything past the 60th south latitude, was it?
Yeah, and no, we can't rule it out because it doesn't happen on the north, because it's not the same at the north. Because the demonstration showing that it curves down on the outside, that's the second time I've said that.
Right, okay, but how do you know this?
Again, you're not allowed to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude, so there is no way to actually know for sure what it is.
Okay, so you said you had multiple explanations. Do you have any other explanations?
Yeah, there
Can you give me
could
an
actually
example?
be two. There could
Go
actually be
ahead.
two. You have impulse control issues?
I think there's a bit of a. I think there's a little bit of a delay with it. To be fair, I am hearing a slight delay between the two of you. I don't think he was trying to overtalk you.
You could actually have two different rotations itself, which can be represented by like a magnetic field, which would actually have two rotations. So it could actually be a literal separate rotations.
I have no idea what you mean. Like, I'm very confused now.
Well, I'll drop a picture for you.
Oh, please do.
Yeah. So there you go. Basically the claim that there's no way to explain it isn't true. There are ways to explain it. So.
Don't you think it's curious, though, that if you had, let's say, one person in Australia, one person in South Africa, both looking south at the same time, on your AE map, which you say is the closest representation of the flat Earth, they're looking in completely opposite directions?
No, because for one, it's nighttime at different times for those people.
No, it's not.
And they're not looking in opposite directions, are they?
They would be in an AE map, yes.
If they're on opposite sides of the Earth, it's nighttime, different times.
They're not on opposite sides of the Earth. Australia and South Africa can absolutely be at night at the same time. In fact, you could possibly do South America, South Africa, and maybe Western Australia during our summer solstice. It'd probably be night time too. You may be a bit of a stretch, but certainly you can get two of those locations, South Africa and South America, or South Africa and Australia. There absolutely is nighttime in those two locations at the same time.
And they're not literally on the opposite sides of the Earth.
It doesn't matter if they're opposite sides or
Well,
not.
you were
They're
wrong.
looking in different
You were
directions.
wrong then when you said that. Yeah. So, yeah, what is your question exactly? How can they both see the stars at the same time?
In opposite directions, yes.
Yeah, because I just explained to you that...
Right, but you gave me some woo-woo explanation that has no basis in reality, for which you have no evidence, and you already said that you cannot represent your fly Earth beyond the 60th south latitude for some unknown reason. Well, no, the reason you'll give is that you can't explore past it. Even if you could, you certainly wouldn't go past it to explore. That's for sure.
You're just imploding at this point. So,
Yeah,
it's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. That's objective. That means we're intrinsically confined to speculation station. I did, of course, appease your request for speculation, and all of this is, of course, a diversion because falsification is independent of replacement. I've explained it to you. There are multiple ways. I'm dropping for you. You can read Charles Produce Steinmetz, and he'll explain to you exactly how magnetic field works and conjugate geometric expression of dielectricity, and you would understand that this could happen in the sky. You're just going to say that's word salad because you don't understand it. So there you go. I told you how it could work, and I told you that there's a demonstration that could show how it could potentially work. But again, it's impossible to physically verify it because you can't go out there freely.
It really doesn't matter if you can go out there freely or not, because you're not actually, we're not worried about the ground here. We're worried about what we can see in the sky. Whilst on your AE map, these two people...
The AE map is a globe map. It's not our map. Why do you keep saying that?
But I asked him, that's
Why
why
do you keep saying that?
Christopher, I think
I prefaced this by asking him for a representation of his flat Earth. He used the AE map because he said the AE map was the closest representation to what the flat Earth would look like. I'm only going on what he said.
I didn't even say that. I said there's no way to get a
question.
map because we don't have a central location to map out from. We can't go
But
past the
then you
60th
said
south latitude freely and privately. But if you
Great.
said, well, what would
Then
you
you
use
said
if you
the
had to use something? I said, I guess we could just try to use the azimuth of equidistant projection.
Okay, well, we tried to use it and it didn't work.
Sorry, buddy. I think he answered your question. I think we're going to move on. I think Hammer's here. I think if you wanted to crack at him as well. Thanks, buddy.
Fair enough.
Again, Austin, thank you for agreeing to take part. I do appreciate that. Yeah, Hammer, how you doing?
Hammer,
taking some shutters off my house. How are you, brah?
I'm doing good. I've been busy today. So I was listening to you talk to Toon and Jesse yesterday, and you kept talking about helicopters and how you think that kind of debunks the Earth rotating. Would you go through your logic with me with that, please?
Oh, sure. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to get on my computer.
I appreciate you coming, Hammer. I know it was a direct request from us to get you here per FTFE, so I appreciate it, man.
Oh, no worries, brother.
Collection of awesomeness.
Mic
Yeah,
check. Here we go.
This is excellent. And Michael, if you want to go next, I think that'd be good too. If you're here.
All right, so the logic's pretty simple. The claim is that the ground is moving, right? We have things like helicopters that take off from said ground that's supposedly moving.
Mm-hmm.
When the helicopter takes off, you should be, especially in the equator where it's said to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour, that helicopter should see the surface of the Earth rotating underneath of it 1,000 miles an hour.
Why do you think that would be the case in the heliocentric model? Now, remember, we are discussing the heliocentric model here, so everything about the heliocentric model is taken into account with what we're talking about. So based on that, why do you think the helicopter should just shoot off to the east at 1,000 miles an hour?
I mean, that's fine if you want to just concede right now that you're just talking about a model that's a theoretical thing that's made up.
No, a model is a description,
I mean,
and we are talking about everything taken into account with the heliocentric description of the world. So based on that, and your claim that on that a helicopter would shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour, why do you think that would happen?
Well, no, if we're going to frame it like that, I completely agree with you. Then in the theoretical heliocentric model, right, they have plenty of quote-unquote reasons or excuses why what I just explained doesn't happen, right, and why what you see in reality is as you see in reality, which would be equivalent to a level stationary plane as we see in reality. But no, I can completely agree with you then. If you just want to talk about the model,
well,
what I just said is incorrect then.
Right, your claim is if the Earth that we live on is rotating, as we say, that as a helicopter takes off, it should shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Could you explain why you think that is the case?
I mean, that's just simple logic. If you if you're hovering above, if you're in a tree, right, and you're above a merry-go-round or whatever, right, that thing is spinning below you, right? It's pretty much, that's it, simple as that.
Right, so when you take off from something that's moving, it doesn't just disappear underneath you. I mean, you started talking about the conservation of momentum when talking to Toon, but you kind of ignored it. The conservation of momentum isn't the only reason that will happen, but you have to take that into account. So if we're just looking at the conservation of momentum, why would the helicopter shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, quite simply, because it produces its own force. So when it comes to the conservation of momentum as brought up in the conversation the other day that you mentioned, it was brought up by MC Toon, as is often brought up by the Globe side, but
yes,
isn't fully described or explained.
Okay, so but you claim that because the conservation of momentum doesn't work the way that we've said. The conservation of momentum says that if the helicopter took off from the Earth as it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, then it's going to maintain that horizontal momentum of 1,000 miles an hour. Why would that disappear?
Is that what the conservation of momentum says?
Absolutely, yes.
Why don't you go ahead and cite that for me, please?
Well, it's Newton's second law of motion. In fact, I've got a video which actually would show.
No, we
exactly
don't need
that.
videos. We're here. I'm right here.
Okay, so I mean, it's a video showing that it
second law of
happens.
motion. You said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So conservation of momentum shows that it will keep that momentum. Once you separate from it, there's no reason that momentum would disappear unless there was a force acting in the other direction. So you're claiming that there is a force acting in the other direction to the helicopter, or to the other direction that the Earth is
I'm
moving.
not.
So why would the helicopter
is that there's
simple question? Why would the helicopter lose that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity? Why would that disappear once it left the surface?
Well, quite simply, like I said, because it's producing its own force, and it's producing its own force in every direction because It can fly in every single direction. That's the beauty of a helicopter.
But in your thought experiment,
quite-
the helicopter is simply hovering. Is that correct?
There is no quote unquote simply hovering in reality, sir. As McToon
in your thought experiment,
display, are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to keep talking all over
let me
me?
clarify my question then, instead of you
okay.
answering something that isn't the actual question. You said that if a helicopter takes off from the surface and hovers, the Earth would move underneath it, right? So I'm just going with what you've said, right? And if a helicopter is hovering, maintaining a stationary position over a point, right? There is no vertical forces being applied. There would only be there's no horizontal forces being applied. There would only be a vertical force applied as the helicopter took off, right? Which means that momentum, the horizontal momentum, that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity would not disappear because there was simply a vertical force applied. So why do you think that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity would disappear?
So is somebody going to put this guy on mute so I can answer the question? Because I kindly let him finish. Because I don't want to get interrupted again when I destroy what he just said right there. Are you going to keep yourself on mute?
I don't need to mute. I'll just be quiet. I've finished my question now, and I'd very much like you to answer it.
So what you just said right there is absolutely false and incorrect. There is no just a vertical force, as you guys are proclaiming, when a helicopter is taking off from the surface of the Earth. A helicopter, by design, operates with a tail rotor, which produces force in a horizontal motion to counteract the torque that turns it in the opposite direction of the main rotor, right? That's just how a helicopter works. When a helicopter is hovering, they are constantly it's not like you set cruise control on a helicopter and say, hey, look, I'm hovering. The helicopter pilot is not sitting there with his freaking phone, like making a phone call while he's hovering. He's working the entire time. In fact, hovering is one of the most difficult parts of, if not the most difficult part of flying a helicopter, right? So your claims of how a helicopter work in reality are just completely false, as it is with every single glober who makes this argument. Thank you.
Okay, so the torque being applied to counter the rotors means a net sum of zero force being applied in the horizontal plane, which means that as a helicopter takes off vertically, there is no counteracting force to the 1,000 miles an hour that would be applied as it, tangential velocity being imparted onto it. So even if, as you say, which is correct, the tail rotor is countering the torque of the rotors, the net sum of forces in the horizontal plane is actually zero, which means there would be zero counteraction to the momentum applied by the Earth. So once again, I ask you the question, why does that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity disappear?
Because, sir, that helicopter is not fine-tuned, as you just said, to supposedly just take off and counteract itself perfectly, right? As the RPMs increase, as the blades turn, because of all that, like I said, the hovering part of the helicopter, there are inputs constantly being made in all directions by the pilot in order to keep it, quote-unquote, where it is exactly, right? So yes, there is. I mean, you just making a statement saying there is no force counteracting. Yes, there is. It's constantly there. It's there from the time it takes off from the surface.
So
hi, Zanuck.
Why are you talking in the middle of someone, man?
Zanuck, we don't want to have to mute you, man, please.
Someone was over talking there. I don't know who that was.
So yeah, it's just you guys just constantly make this assumption, like I said, or this claim that there is no horizontal force, there's nothing counteracting it when the helicopter is hovering. That's just simply false. You also don't acknowledge that the helicopter is producing its own force.
Okay, so
counteracting whatever it was having whenever the surface of the Earth was supposedly interacting with it when it was sitting there stationary.
Okay, so quick question. What's the maximum speed of a helicopter? Let's say an Apache attack helicopter. What's the maximum speed?
Maximum speed of an Apache attack helicopter?
Yeah. Okay, so let me. Is it higher or lower than 1,000 miles an hour?
It's going to be way lower, my friend.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, even if the Apache attack helicopter, as it took off, was applying its full thrust to be moving forward, it still wouldn't do what you say it does. There is no horizontal force that would counteract 1,000 miles an hour as soon as it took off. The second it takes off, there would need to be, the second that it left the floor, there would need to be a counteracting force to the momentum imparted by the Earth moving at 1,000 miles an hour. That isn't the case. There is no horizontal force being applied to a helicopter as it vertically takes off. The net sum of forces horizontally will be very, very close to zero. Certainly not anywhere near enough to counteract 1,000 miles an hour. But your entire description is completely wrong. And the next reason it's completely wrong is because of the reason why the helicopter takes off. The helicopter takes off is because it is using its rotors to create a downforce in the atmosphere. The atmosphere that is also moving the same speed as the ground. Therefore, there is absolutely zero reason a helicopter would shoot off as soon as it left the ground. It is a ridiculous argument showing a lack of knowledge of physics, of Newton's laws, of the conservation of momentum, and basic engineering of helicopters.
You notice how he just repeated his claim that there is no horizontal force being applied to the helicopter. Also, like when you're talking about something, it's already, you're talking about conservation of momentum. It's already at that speed, right? So when it takes off, right, when it starts counteracting it in any way, that's going to be a gradual acceleration that
I'd love to see your free body diagram to explain this. Do you think you could draw one for me?
I'd love for you to let me finish the thought without interrupting me.
Well, you kind of go on quite a while, so I'll reiterate my question. Could you please draw me a free body diagram describing what you are happening to the helicopter? And then go and claim your Nobel Prize in Physics for debunking the conservation of momentum. That would be fantastic.
It's a projection the way that you guys present it as
no, it's reality. And I was going to show a video, you know what I mean? At the start, and you said no, don't show me a video. But if I showed the video, it would end the argument because it shows what you say would happen not happening. So, you know,
and there you go. That's a straw man, right? It's not what I say would happen. It would happen. It's what would happen.
You say would happen. It is what you say would happen.
I would appreciate it if you would let me finish the sentence.
You are straw manning. Don't say it's a straw man when you are the one that is making the straw man. That's opposite of how this works. I'll show the video on my stream as you don't want to see it. So anybody on my stream can see that this disproves what he is saying, of course, using the laws of motion.
Could you perhaps stream it here as well?
Yeah, absolutely. He said he didn't want to see it, but
I do, and I'm sure our stream does, just for context.
Sorry, one sec. So how do I do it? I've not streamed to Discord before. Give me 1 sec.
Right. So it's the button right above the mute where you mute yourself, and then it should be easy from there.
Share screen. Right, there we go. That works. So picking up my vmix feed. It's bloody made my vmix crash.
Look at his streaming software.
Sorry. Yeah, I need to stop streaming to you guys because that is just crashed my streaming software for some reason. It doesn't like to play with Discord.
It does seem to happen periodically to me too when I stream stuff.
Bugger.
I should be able to work the next time.
Computer runs
Sad, isn't it? Sad we ain't got no
helicopters flying the ways you think on your model that you would draw, like 1,000,000 helicopters flying? Like, do we got any sideways flying helicopters? Yeah.
Mark, can we wait until after with Hammer, and then we'll give you a turn if you mind. You don't mind, dude.
That's a D-mod reality drop.
When there's empty air, can't we? Come on.
You may need to give me just a second to restart here, because my
See,
thing has
he's
turned
asking for space. That means we get to say whatever we want.
All right, give me 2 secs. Let me sort out my chat.
This has been
One of our 21. That was to check and see if it had vibrations during flight, and then we would adjust the main rotor weight and balance. But I turned on my mic and I forgot I turned it on. My bad.
no worries, man.
All right. Okay, so I'm not going to attempt streaming to Discord again because that crashed everything.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys, watching the stream. I apologize for that. You know, hamsters running my tech and all that stuff. Right. Where were we? Hammer. What would you say about the fact that, you know, the helicopter uses the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth?
That was what was your claim in the video?
No, it was a different video. The video was just demonstrating the conservation of momentum. But, you know, I could show that another time. I'm not going to do that because it'd break my stream. So I'll just ask the question, what do you say to the fact that a helicopter uses the atmosphere for lift and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, meaning that there would be no disappearing off to the east or west or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice claim and all, but I mean, you're going to have to show evidence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, number one, which you don't have. So
I've got lots of videos.
I mean, I can
and
speculate as to why it doesn't work on your model, but again, as I was trying to reiterate when you were interrupting me earlier, is that it's a straw man that you're putting on me to say it's what I claim the helicopter is going to do. That's what it would do in your model if it worked the way that you guys claim it does. Thank you.
No, that's a straw man of what would happen on our model, or a misunderstanding, one of the two. But yeah, I can show lots of evidence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, and videos and pictures from space. The fact there is no 1,000 miles an hour wind at the equator. You know, the atmosphere, if the Earth is rotating, which I've measured it to be, then the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. So your entire claim about helicopters is completely false, because it ignores the conservation of momentum and ignores the fact that the atmosphere is the medium by which the helicopter gains its lift. So you really should stop using that as an argument, because it fails on every single level.
Craig, did you just say level?
I did say level.
That's right.
I must be Bev.
Remember, you said level means curve last time we talked.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, I can Merriam-Webster dictionary, adjective, 1 of 3, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. For a further 40+ citations, you could go to mctoon.net/level and see how surveyors and engineers have been using it for centuries. Yes, level in regards to the Earth. The meaning of it is curved. Of course, level has many meanings, but when you're talking about the Earth, it means following the curve of the Earth.
I've been getting all my information for years from McToon's site. I think his words are almost damn near biblical.
Well, it's just a bunch of he's collected all the great information that makes it very easy to do these arguments.
Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Funny looking.
He really believes what he says.
Look at the shit that I walk in on here. Biblical McToon? What's going on?
Hey, no thanks. We're doing an open roundtable with our buddy FTFE. If you want to take a stab at him, now's the shot.
Please don't stab me.
No, it's not, man. Stab you. I mean, it's just there's no need to stab you, man. It's just there's a contradiction, just like you said. You know, everything's level, meaning horizontal, except for when you're talking about the Earth in its entirety, then level is curved. That's a contradiction. It's not like, oh, let me just tell you how simple this is. That's not simple. That's the problem. Yeah.
I mean,
cool,
this is
though,
level.
that you
Level
believe
has many different meanings. If you look at level in the dictionary, there's, a whole bunch of different meanings because it's a word that has context behind it, and based on the context, it can mean different things. And when
So
surveyors
when you
and
say level means
engineers,
curved, you're saying it means the exact opposite, though. It has many different meanings. Plus, it has the exact opposite meaning of what it really means too.
well, what do you mean? What it really means? That there is no what it really means because there is many different meanings for the word level.
So you're saying level could also means curve, which is the exact opposite of the meaning of the word level.
No, again, there is no meaning of the word level. There is lots of meanings of the word level. One of the meanings, when you're talking about Earth, backed up by the dictionary and other 40 plus citations, is that level means conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. That's one of the meanings of level. There is many meanings of level depending on the context and usage of it in the language.
Well, how would they even measure? How would they measure the curvature of the water, of the surface of the ocean? How do they measure that? Can you tell me?
How would they measure the curvature of the surface of the
How
ocean?
do they? How do they measure sea level?
Well, sea level is just a reference of, an elevation point.
Well, sea level is also would mean the curve of the ocean, because level means curve, right? So how do they measure this curve of the ocean, this sea level?
Sea level isn't the same as level. Sea level is just an elevation reference. That's it.
So ocean level is different than sea level, then, right?
What?
What?
Ocean level is different than sea level?
What's ocean level?
The level of the ocean.
Yeah, it's a word.
In regards to what?
In regards to the ocean?
Yeah.
Its surface, in regards to the ocean surface, you're saying it's curved.
Yeah, so
because it's conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So my question is, how did they measure that?
How did they measure the curvature of the Earth? Well, I gave evidence of the.
No. How do they measure the curvature of the water that's conforming to the curvature of the Earth?
Well, that they've measured the entire Earth, and that includes the water.
So you're saying the circumference, when they give the circumference of the Earth, they're talking about the water's surface, the water's level surface, which is conforming to the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, the water surface is part of the Earth, and when they measure, the entire Earth, that includes the water parts. I'm not sure what's the issue with that.
So do the water parts move simultaneously with the Earth parts, which also move simultaneously with the environment above the Earth, like the air, which you're saying is all moving in one body, right?
Yes, the water moves with the Earth as it rotates. What? Why wouldn't the water move with the Earth that's rotating?
Well, now you're asking me a question of why I wouldn't do something that doesn't even exist. You know what I mean? So how about put it this way: if I'm a lawyer for somebody who's being tried for murder, and I can prove to you that my client did not murder this person, I don't need to come up with the person who really killed this person in order to get my client out of jail. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and that's relevant to measurements of the surface of Earth. How?
So when you can't come up with something, you'll ask us like, you'll want an answer for why something is or isn't this way when that's not even our claim.
Well, you're the one that said it. You made the implication. You said, oh, so the water's moving with the Earth, which, maybe I made an assumption about what you meant, and if that's the case, I apologize. But for me, the assertion there was you were saying that the water doesn't move with the Earth, but within understanding the heliocentric model and reality as we know it, the water does move with the Earth. So I apologize. I apologize if I made assumptions about what you meant.
Well, the Earth doesn't move, though. That's the thing.
Well, I've measured that
the water moves independently.
So I've measured that the Earth moves. So
how do you measure that the Earth moves? How would you do that without an independent variable?
I use the pendulum.
Well, he just claimed that the water moves with the Earth, meaning everything on the Earth's surface moves with the Earth. So how did you leave the Earth's surface to measure that the Earth is moving?
I didn't need to leave the Earth's surface. I used a pendulum.
Then the water that you're talking about is moving with the Earth or is not moving with the Earth?
Yes, everything on the Earth is moving with the Earth. Like if you're in a
Then
train,
how would you have a tide?
tides are the
Why would
water
it go against
moving
it?
slightly,
Away from the Earth's direction. If the Earth moves one way, a tide goes back and forth, right?
Wait, I've been doing one. Okay, tides are
And
independent.
actually what happens-
all right, Demok. Shh. Tides are independent movements. The tides, as they're happening, are also moving with the Earth. The entire body of water, including all of the movements, is moving with the Earth. This is. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
Why don't
I'm
lakes
not-
move
I
like
wasn't
that?
arguing about it. I was asking how did you measure the movement of the Earth from the surface of the Earth if everything on the surface of Earth moves with the Earth?
I used a pendulum.
Which is on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
Moving
well, a
with the Earth.
pendulum's attached to the Earth via a pivot point and is a freely moving object.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. So
when something is freely moving, the Coriolis applies a lateral force to the thing that is freely moving. So when something is freely moving,
force or a real force is applying a real force.
Fictitious doesn't mean it's not real. The Coriolis applies a force, right, to freely moving objects, and depending on your position on Earth, the amount of Coriolis forces applied to a pendulum as it swings will be slightly different. And you can use this to measure the Earth's rotation and to accurately calculate your latitude on Earth. You can find where you are on the planet. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
You can find where you are on the planet just by using the drift of a swinging pendulum. You will know your latitude.
You haven't yet done that. You're working on that, right? Or you've
No,
done
I've done that at college, but I'm redoing it as a bigger experiment.
You just remember that somebody told you, said, look, and you don't remember how they did it, but you're going to try to redo it to prove it to yourself.
What do you mean? I don't remember how they did it. I did it myself at college, and I am redoing it on a much bigger scale at the moment.
Right.
Craig, remember when you said when you used to be in the Navy?
Sorry, sorry, you were really peaking there. Could you maybe move your mouth a little bit away from your mic?
Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Yeah. Sorry, it was a bit garbled.
Okay, so you said when you were in the Navy, you used to use when you were inside the ship navigating, you used to use a globe as navigation, right?
Yeah.
An actual globe.
Well, you would use things that are based on the globe. I mean, submarines used very advanced computer software that had a globe as its navigation.
You said you used one though as navigation.
When I navigated the ship, I used the globe. Not a physical globe in my hand, but I used the globe.
Oh, okay. So I thought you meant you actually had the globe inside the boat and you were using that to navigate with.
No, well, there's computer programs that contain the globe, which does most of the navigating calculations. But when you have to do stuff by hand, you use things that are based on the globe.
Yeah. So I mean, that was. I just wanted you to go back to explaining how you measure things that are moving with the Earth, separate from the Earth, and like, what do you orient it to?
So I explained what happens with the pendulum. It doesn't matter the orientation. If the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards, it's a freely moving object, which means there's going to be a lateral force applied to it if the Earth is rotating.
Freely moving against the wind, freely moving against the air, freely moving
against anything. If it's freely moving, if it's going forward and backwards, which is what a pendulum does.
Is it a free fall, or is it freely moving, or is it like a free fall? Like what's free? What's freely moving?
Freely moving means that it's allowed
to move. Is a helicopter freely moving?
It can be, depending on which, if you're moving it through a horizontal plane. But when I mean that freely moving, I mean something that isn't just stationary, something that is actually moving about. If something is moving about,
I'm saying you're claiming that it's detached now from the Earth's rotation.
It's attached to the Earth via a pivot point, right, which allows it to maintain its position in 3D space.
So I'm
as
going to
it's
imagine.
swinging.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm imagining what you're right. I'm imagining I have this huge 200-foot pendulum. Just let me imagine for a second. And I put it on like a pivot. I put it on like a pivot up, and now the Earth is spinning so fast that like the wind is blowing against the pendulum and allowing it it to
No.
just kinda, like,
The
sort
Earth's
of
not
flow
moving
backwards?
fast. It's going very slowly. And that's why the drift of the pendulum is very slow. So
but is that what you're saying is happening? That we're hanging this pendulum in the air, and then the Earth is spinning, and then like maybe the wind or something's blowing against
No.
the pendulum
It's
and
the
allowing
Earth.
it, like,
The
to
Earth.
stay back there.
The Earth applies a lateral force because it's rotating. Because the Earth is rotating. If something is moving freely on an object that is rotating, there is forces applied to it laterally. Okay, which is what you can measure in a pendulum. As the pendulum swings backwards and forwards, all right, that's a straight line path. That's a freely moving straight line path that it swings backwards and forwards on. But what happens is, based on your latitude on Earth, that straight line path deviates. So if you are standing directly above the pendulum and looking down at it, right? Or if you were at the North or South Pole, as that pendulum was swinging, over 24 hours, it would rotate 360 degrees. All right.
I mean, that's what you keep saying, but like I'm looking at my ceiling fan right now. You ever seen a ceiling fan? It's got the strings. You got to pull the string.
Yeah, I didn't finish my.
Why is the string not like doing anything? What's going on?
Sorry, why is the string not? What?
It's hanging from my ceiling fan. You know how you pull the light.
Yeah, it's just
pull the
hanging.
fan
It's
on,
not a
turn the
freely
light on.
moving object that's swinging backwards and forwards.
You ever seen the little balls that go in? You connect them. It's just like that, just like a pivot. What's
Yeah, but it's not just swinging backwards and forwards in a periodical motion that you can calculate the amount on, is it? Right?
Let me know what to expect. Ready on 3. I'm going to tap it. Ready 1, 2, 3. I tapped it. What should I do?
Well, what's your latitude?
I don't know. It's just swinging right now. It's going towards the TV and then back towards the back of the
I
bed.
can tell you what to expect if I know your latitude. So roughly.
I'm in the north. I don't know what to tell you. I'm in America.
You're in America. So let's say you're 45 degrees latitude, right?
That works. All right. All
right.
Yeah,
so
it's slowing down. Hurry up.
So to calculate your latitude, what you need to do is figure out how long it would take for that swinging thing to rotate 360 degrees. All right. So let's say you were able to keep it swinging for 3/4 of an hour, right? And over that 3/4 of an hour, it drifted about 7 degrees from that straight line path. Okay. What you would then do is you can calculate the period of rotation, which is t, based on how much it drifted over how much time. And then all you need to do is take the sine of the period of rotation divided by 24, and it gives you your latitude on Earth, right? What you would expect to see at 45 degrees latitude is in about 3/4 of an hour, it would drift between 5 and 7 degrees. So you would expect to see very, very, very little. But over enough time, you can measure the angle of drift, how much is drifted, and then applying Foucault's sine law, which I just told you, you can calculate your latitude on Earth. That's empirical evidence that there is a rotating body applying a force.
You keep going on with like that, the formula part that like everybody just blacks out, right? Because we're trying to figure out how it's detaching itself from the surface of the Earth, just like the oceans. You say don't detach, right? They spin with the Earth, right?
Oh, it's still spinning with the Earth. It's still rotating. It's still spinning with the Earth. The entire apparatus is spinning with the Earth. But
so that
because it's swinging backwards and forwards, right? It will maintain its position in 3D space. Hold on. Let me.
Please let each other finish.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If you want me to explain, I need to explain. Okay. So.
Well, I don't. You're going to go on with the thing I'm asking you to stop doing, right? You're just going to do it again.
You asked how it would do this, and I'm trying to explain that.
Asked it, right? It was a 2-part question, right? So it was one. So let me just do the 2 parts, so you can really go far with it, right? But so the one part is how it's detaching itself from the surface, right? And then the step 2, the other thing, what is it referencing? That's what I need to do. What is
Step 1, it's attached via a pivot point, which allows it to both keep rotating with the Earth whilst maintaining its swing relative to the axis of Earth's rotation. That's physics. That's what happens. If for instance, if you were to put a big pendulum on a roundabout, I don't know what you call them in America, thing you stand about and it spins around.
Roundabout.
Right, and you spin that roundabout and then you start swinging the pendulum. Even though the entire thing was spinning, that pendulum would stay swinging backwards and forwards relative to where it started, right?
because that's what happens. The pivot point allows the swinging pendulum to maintain its swing relative to what it started swinging on. But because the Earth is rotating, and because the swing is relative to the axis of rotation, it can drift a different amount depending on the latitude on Earth. It's quite deep understanding, but that did answer your question.
Right, that's fine. All right, and then step 2, what is it referencing?
It's referencing the axis of Earth's rotation.
So you point the pendulum north? Is that
no, you don't need to point it anyway. The swing, the way that it swings is referencing the axial rotation of Earth, which is why it will drift a different amount depending on the latitude. So if it's directly above the axis of rotation at the north or south pole, the swing is going to be exactly relative to that rotation. But as it moves away from the north or south pole towards the equator, the swing is still relative to the axis of rotation, but it's now moved off of it at an angle, so that the drift will take a different amount of time depending on where it is. So the swing is always relative to the axis of rotation. That's what the drift is relative to.
The drift is relative to something. Yeah, I gotcha. No, that's fine. I got
so the thing is, right, that you can use this to accurately calculate your position on Earth. You know, based on purely the drift of
the position. I mean,
you don't need to know. You don't need to know your position, right? Yeah. Purely just from the fact. You can confirm it many ways, right? But let me finish my point. Purely just from the drift of a swinging pendulum, you can calculate your latitude on Earth, which shows that there is different forces being applied to that swinging pendulum based on its position on Earth. And those forces match up exactly with what you would expect Coriolis to apply if they were on a rotating body with dimensions and speed that we say. It's empirical evidence of what we claim.
Coriolis, right? So I just want to. I mean, you talk for a long time. It's great because you are being like a
I'm an educator. It's what I do.
Yeah, that's great. But my questions were more about so Coriolis. I mean, I agree with. I'm not against Coriolis. I believe there is a Coriolis.
Yeah. Okay. Right? I never said you weren't. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you maybe have different ideas of it, right? But so it's just curious. It just is interesting to me, right? In a way, if you can take this, pendulum and swing it, right? But you're saying it's moving but separate from the Earth. I guess so, right? On a pivot, but I don't see anything else doing it. But then you can find your latitude, right?
Yeah.
And but then how do we get our latitude? How do we confirm that that's the correct latitude? Like, what are we using to reference? What's this? How do we reference this latitude?
Well, how do you find your actual latitude on Earth? Where you can just look it up and then see if it matches. Yeah. I mean, your address. You can go on Google and go, what is my latitude? And it'll tell you. Or you could take some measurements of the stars with a sextant and figure it out that way. But it will all match up to where your latitude is on Earth. Whatever city you're in America will have a particular latitude. And you will find that latitude with nothing but the drift of a swinging pendulum.
And then I confirm it with the stars?
Or GPS or Google or whatever however you would normally confirm what your latitude is. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know what your normal process of confirming your latitude is, but however you would confirm your latitude.
What you're putting forth is the idea that the pendulum is a natural object that will coordinate naturally. So no GPS or nothing, right? You're saying it's a naturally occurring phenomenon that will allow you to navigate according to and in reference and orientation to the stars. So
absolutely, and experiments show this to be the case. Yeah.
So you're saying that there's some sort of Coriolis, like some sort of spinning that we reference this pendulum to, and we can find it according to the stars that we all see spinning above our heads. That's what you're saying, that the pendulum somehow can detect the stars. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said the stars are an alternative way of calculating your latitude that can confirm the observations made by Coriolis being applied to a swinging pendulum.
And the only way to affirm this without the maps that are in question, etc. But the only way to do this just naturally is the pendulum will match the stars.
Or any other reference of what your latitude is.
What other reference that occurs naturally? and spins at the
Well,
same time.
latitude is a polar coordinate system. It's not a natural thing. We've determined that there is lines of latitude and they're on the Earth, and you can find those lines of latitude accurately, which gives you your position on Earth with just the drift of a swinging pendulum, confirming what physics says would happen if we were on a rotating Earth.
Right, I hear your claim. Yeah.
And again, it's not just a claim. It's something that I've personally done myself. I've verified this by doing the experiment. And, you know, I wasn't a YouTuber back then. I was a uni student, so I didn't have camera gear and stuff to record it. But now I am, and I've got all that equipment, and I'm near somewhere that can actually do it. I'm going to do it.
Somebody did it for you. Yeah, like you said, somebody did it for you then. And I'm sure you'll when doing it yourself, you'll find it more interesting and maybe find out exactly how it performed for you then.
Well, no, I did it myself at college.
Oh, okay. Like for a class, or you were a student?
Yeah, I was a physics. I've got a degree in physics, and it was part of my physics degree, as well as doing Cavendish and many other experiments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, everyone that's ever done a physics degree would have done that, really. But yeah. Who am I talking to?
My name's Chris. Well, can you explain to a layperson why Coriolis affects the pendulum but doesn't affect the helicopter?
Oh, Coriolis would affect a helicopter if it was moving, freely moving. Obviously, if the helicopter is just stationary, just hovering there, it's not going to have a lateral force applied to it, because Coriolis only applies to a freely moving object. Something hovering, just hovering there, isn't a freely moving object. A pendulum swinging backwards and forwards actually has a movement that will give a lateral force applied to it. If a helicopter is just flying perfectly north, for example, yeah, it's going to absolutely have Coriolis applied to it. However, the Coriolis force is so small that the fact that there's massive engines and corrections being made would negate that completely, because the Coriolis force is very tiny. That it's barely detectable, which is why it would take 24 hours for 360 degrees to happen at the North or South Pole.
Why do planes not have to account for Coriolis when they fly north and south?
Again, they do, but it's such a small force that it's negligible. The natural corrections being made to maintain the plane at a certain altitude, and direction would take into account the tiny forces being applied by Coriolis.
They don't take it into account. Like when someone manually flies a plane, they don't account for Coriolis and say that. What if you are correct in the opposite direction of Coriolis? Then how would that account for Coriolis?
Again, the forces applied are so tiny that you would barely notice them. It would just be a tiny little correction that you wouldn't even notice happening. It's not like if you didn't account for Coriolis, the plane's going to go wildly off in another direction.
Would you notice or wouldn't you notice? You said barely, but then you said you wouldn't. So would you or wouldn't you?
It's so small that you would hardly notice it. It wouldn't be something that would even be perceptible to you, because the natural corrections that you were making as the pilot of the plane, or even the autopilot, the forces
applied. You did it again.
Let me finish. The forces applied are so tiny that you probably wouldn't notice them. Because of the natural corrections that are going on.
That's your final answer.
Guys, please.
You wouldn't then. That's your final answer?
They're so small that they'd be barely noticeable.
So you would notice them, but barely.
You just naturally correct for them. They'd be so small. It's like when you're driving along a road and you hit a little bump, you barely notice that you're correcting for it. But it would be 1,000 times less than that. Probably 1,000,000 times less than that. It's tiny. That's the point. The Coriolis forces applied are very small because the Earth is moving very slowly. So the forces applied are tiny.
Because if you flew a 5.5 hour flight south, right, then you would, over the course of that 5.5 hour flight, there would be over like 3,000 kilometers that would have been corrected for.
Yeah, just naturally at every point they would be making corrections like they do for turbulence and everything else. In fact, the forces applied by turbulence would probably be more than the forces applied by Coriolis. You
It doesn't matter though. My point is it'd have to account for it, right? Because if say you were correcting for wind or whatever, and you go to the right, but Coriolis would be is supposed to be affecting you to the left. If you go to the right, you're not accounting for Coriolis. You would have to go to the right a little bit less to keep on your straight trajectory. But in reality, they do not do this. They do not actually account for it in reality.
Yeah, because again, the forces are so small. Just other forces in general would make it so that you would hardly notice what's going on. You would barely need to do anything. It would be like, you know, subconscious that it's so tiny. Even less than that. That's the point. It's the over time. So over that 5.5 hour flight, you know, you're not going to notice a gradual thing that you're doing that's so tiny. It's just. But
they're not doing it.
Again, they're making corrections to maintain their elevation and their direction. That's it. They're making corrections, right? If they go off slightly, they correct, right? They don't care what's made them go off. They just correct. You know, you can't say what they're accounting for because, you know, they're just accounting for everything that's going on, be it Coriolis, be it turbulence, you know, whatever's happening, they're making constant tiny adjustments to account for these things. So the tiny forces applied by Coriolis to a plane as it's moving is going to be counteracted by every other little thing that's happening.
Okay, so we just don't. We have to pretend it's not there, and it's not factored into autopilot or manual flights, and we just magically get lucky. So what the question is then? Are you saying that the air, the atmosphere, is being dragged with the Earth?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, friction's a thing.
Okay, so then the higher and higher we go, the faster the air would have to be moving, right?
Friction, yeah, you know, there would be a slightly higher tangential velocity.
So what energy is being introduced to proportionally increase the speed? Because if there's not additional energy introduced, it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
No, it doesn't. It's just dragging the entire thing around. The same as if you were to put a mixer into a bucket of water. The outside of that water would eventually be dragged around at the same speed as the inside of the water. You know, friction will make everything go around at the same speed eventually. Also, there's the fact that as the atmosphere formed, it was already on the Earth that was rotating, so had that motion imparted onto it naturally as it was forming, and the fact that there's been billions of years of gravity and friction, it's going to be making the atmosphere damn near exactly. Studies have shown that the higher up in the atmosphere there is a slight drag behind. It's very, very small, but it has shown that the very top of the that we can detect of the atmosphere, that it is slightly behind, even though it's all rotating at the same time, it's like slightly bent back if you were to follow a column up. But
that's actually incorrect. So for one, using fluid dynamics, like you can think of a blender, the stuff to the outside of the blender would be proportionately more and more behind the internal mechanism that's spinning. And then secondly, so what that means is as you increase in the atmosphere, you don't have material connecting yourself to the Earth. You just have freely flowing air, so fluid dynamics necessitates that for the top of the atmosphere to keep up with the Earth, it would have to have more and more energy proportionate to increase in altitude. Additionally, you said that they have proven that they have discovered that at the top of the atmosphere it goes behind it, but actually your model claims that there's something called super rotation on the Earth, and that the top of the atmosphere actually goes up to 30% faster than the bottom.
It's not the top, that's certain layers that are slightly below the top actually, and it only happens at certain points in the year when the atmosphere is extremely hot. In general, the atmosphere is a column with a bend slightly behind. Super rotation is something that happens in special conditions.
No, your model claims it's always happening. And
in special conditions,
it always. And what's the question is then again, same problem. If the top of the atmosphere is moving faster than the Earth, then there has to be an additional energy introduced.
It's
so
not
what's
moving
the
faster
additional
than the Earth,
energy
it's moving the same speed as the Earth at 0.000694 RPM.
It's not. No, the top of the atmosphere moves ahead of the Earth according to the globe model.
No, that's certain patches of it due to super rotation do, and that's because of heating up of the gases.
It's the entire layer of the atmosphere.
No, it's not the entire layer of the atmosphere. I don't know where you got that from. Super rotation only happens at certain points.
Yeah, I got it from like Stanford, so I'll be happy to drop it. So you would need you would have.
Sorry.
you would have to have a constant introduction of energy proportionate to the increase in speed, or it would violate the law of conservation of energy.
Could you show me the maths to back up that claim, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll get you this paper as soon as you give me the paper about the gyroscope claim. That's ridiculous. So
wait, sorry.
The point is that you guys
you've got a paper that's that shows the maths behind what you've just said, that the atmosphere would require more energy to maintain it, even though friction and gravity has been dragging it along. You said you've got a paper that describes the maths as to how that doesn't happen. Is that right?
Of course
the
he
maths
doesn't.
are trying to explain it, but like Stanford admits that, and even like Yale, they admit they don't know the answer yet. They don't know what causes super rotation in your paradigm in 2022. They admit they don't know what it is.
Yes, I
The
do
point is
know.
that it's
and
Yeah,
nobody
we do
admits
know
I don't.
super rotation's been studied for a while. We know exactly what causes it. I don't know where you got
What
that
is it?
from. It's
What is it?
heating up of gases in the atmosphere.
No, actually, that one of the theories is that solar flares play a role, but that there has to be an additional relationship potentially with the magnetosphere because it's so consistent and solar flares are sporadic and it's not directly proportionate to the increase of speed. Secondly, it's basic physics that if the top of the atmosphere is going faster than the surface of the Earth is rotating, then there would have to be more energy there to make it go
Okay, you're
faster
saying it's
than the
basic
Earth.
physics,
So
but
gravity
I
and
would like
friction
the
does
maths
not
to back
answer
up
the
that
question.
claim. You're saying it's basic physics, but I would like the maths to back up the claim that it's basic physics, because basic physics actually disagrees with you.
It's called the conservation of energy and momentum.
Yeah, and those laws being applied mean that it would move the same thanks to friction and gravity and everything else being applied, and the fact that the atmosphere was already rotating with the Earth as it formed. The entire thing, the atmosphere and the Earth, as it formed, was rotating, which means it's still going to be rotating because there's nothing to stop it.
Exactly. If you apply the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum, it would say that it would be moving with it due to this gravity well dragging it along. And there would be friction, so it would slowly get more and more behind the Earth as you increase in altitude. But your model claims that it, yes, just like a blender, it's called fluid dynamics. But according to your model, the top of the atmosphere actually goes faster than the surface of the Earth.
Okay, I'd like to respond to one thing you said there, that it should start going behind. No, there's no reason why it should start going behind. That would mean it would lose the momentum that it had as the Earth was forming and rotating. There's no reason for the atmosphere up there to lose its momentum because there's no force acting in the other direction. In a blender, there's the outside of the container that it's in as you're rotating that liquid. So right at the outside is going to be dragging along slowly. But if you have it going fast enough or long enough, you will notice that the entire thing pretty much goes at the same speed because the fluid is being dragged around with the rest of it. No extra force is being applied just throughout the entire thing. You don't need an extra force. So you're the one claiming that there needs to be an extra force. What maths do you have to back up that? Wait, hold on. What maths do you have to back up that claim that an extra force is required to keep the atmosphere rotating the speed it always has been?
No, wouldn't that only be applicable in a perfect vacuum, which you guys abandoned? You don't think you have one anymore?
No one's ever said space is a perfect vacuum, and yes, a bit.
No, but I'm saying as long as there's air like there should still be some drag. Nothing should move like with no drag for infinity.
Okay. So, Austin, do you mind if I respond to that, or?
I guess I don't know why.
I don't mean to detract. I don't want to take away from your guys' conversation, but just your point seems invalid to me.
It's not, and I can go through why it's not. But I don't want Austin and I. We've got thoughts in our head. I don't want us to lose that. If people don't mind Austin and I having a little conversation right now,
It's fine. My bad. If it's going to be a long-winded answer that takes away from your conversation, ignore me. Sorry. Austin, run with it if you think it's a good point.
I don't really, to be honest, because I don't think it's relevant. Like, the point is that, according to the globe model, as you go higher and higher above the Earth does slowly drag behind the Earth more and more. It's just their claim is that it's so little that it's not that significant, and you really wouldn't have to worry about it. But it does slowly drag behind it because of fluid dynamics. but that the gravity well keeps the atmosphere basically moving with the Earth. Okay, that's what they claim. Now,
Well,
the point that you would need more energy is if you're
the friction as well. It's kind of the combination of the fact that the atmosphere was there as the Earth formed. Gravity is obviously pulling it towards the Earth, which is creating friction between the layers of the atmosphere, which is dragging it all around.
That's right. The friction comes from the gravity well, right? But like the point is that at the top of the atmosphere, they claim there's something called super rotation. Like they also claim it's on Venus, going way, way faster, right?
And
they claim we have that on the Earth as well.
Yeah, we see it in a lot
They
of
claim we
planets
have
with
it on the
atmospheres.
Earth as well. So if just based on the gravity well and friction, then it would be going basically with the Earth, but a little bit behind it. But if the top of the atmosphere is going significantly faster, I mean, it might even be up to 300%. If it's going significantly faster than the rotation of the Earth, then there's going to have to be more energy introduced to it because the gravity well alone would not do that, right? So that's called the law of conservation of energy.
How
There
do
must
you
be
know the
more
gravity well
energy.
wouldn't do that? What do you base that assumption on?
Because based on the gravity and the friction alone, it would just be moving with the Earth, and in fact, a little slower proportionate to altitude. Yet it's actually supposedly going significantly faster at the top, which means there have to be an external introduction of energy to make it go faster.
Oh yeah, no, the super rotation. Right. So you're talking about super rotation specifically, which isn't the exact top layer. It's a layer slightly below it. But again, super rotation is because of something else. What we've discovered is super rotation happens because of atmospheric expansion, because of certain areas getting heated more than others, and that because the atmosphere expands, it forces it to move faster. But that's only in certain areas and because of specific reasons, and it's not the entire atmosphere. It's bands of the atmosphere, and you know there is extra force being applied in heat and stuff that is causing that super rotation. But that's a separate thing to the atmosphere in general moving with the Earth.
It's a separate thing, but it's all interconnected. And so this is what your current paradigm's position is we don't fully understand super rotation on the Earth. The top theory that most people think may be a good theory, or at least play a role, is solar flares heat up the atmosphere. But since it's allegedly the entire layer going faster than the Earth, it isn't the full explanation because it isn't like a consistent introduction of extra energy, because solar flares are sporadic. Right, but I'm about to back out. I'm just going to say this is a conclusion. If you fly a plane north and south over 5.5 hours, you have to correct over 3,000 kilometers. In autopilot and in a manual, they don't do that at all. And if you did account for Coriolis, you'd have to know that and factor that in when you fly manually. And it would actually, you would have to correct more and more the higher you go, proportionate to altitude. And to explain super rotation at the top, you would have to have extra energy consistently introduced.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you've got to drop out, Austin, I'd like to keep that there and we can continue that conversation at another time. That's a good place to stop there because I do have many questions that I'm going to listen back so I know exactly what to talk to you about next time.
Explain that super rotational speed on flat Earth, please.
It's just within a vortex.
Huh?
Also, don't believe stories of way up in the sky. Anyway, that's just what your paradigm claims.
Where's the energy for the vortex coming from? Where's the
What?
energy for the vortex coming from?
There's a huge vortex within the ether, and there's a source of energy somewhere external to the Earth,
Yeah.
seemingly around Polaris.
Where is that? Where is that source of energy?
I don't know. I can't go to Polaris, so.
What?
Yeah, it seems to be in the center, like how a magnetic field works. There has to be a vortex within a magnetic field, right? So we're in a toroid, and there would have to be a source of energy seemingly in the center.
What is that source of energy? What is it?
Again, I don't know. It's illegal to go to the center. You can't actually go directly
It's
to
not
the
illegal
center.
to go to the Arctic.
I've been
No, it
there.
isn't.
Okay. You have not been directly to the North Pole, dude.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you were talking
Stop
about the South
lying.
Pole. I've been like to Antarctica, but you know the North Pole.
Okay.
Loads of people can go there all the time.
No. You can't. They claim that even flying over the North Pole is too dangerous because there's not like any infrastructure in place to rescue someone in case something happens, nor can communication be effectively accomplished directly in the center. So they claim that you can't fly directly over the center within 500 miles of each direction, according to the FAA.
I live in Minnesota, and back in the 70s and such, we had people here from Minnesota who would take a dog sled during the winter and travel to the Arctic, to the North Pole. on a
Didn't go
dog
exactly to
sled.
the North Pole. That's wrong.
I don't know if they went exactly to the North Pole. I think they probably did, but there's no law saying you can't.
Secondhand anecdotal.
Anyway, I'm actually going to interrupt you, Dinner. I'm just pointing out that you're asking where the source of energy would come from. It comes from the center. We can't
guys,
go there.
Austin does need to leave.
If you didn't go
he did
with
say
them,
that.
it is secondhand.
Yeah, peace out.
Yeah. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate the talk.
Thank you. It's it.
Do giants reside at the North Pole?
Well, Brenda's claiming that there's land at the North Pole. I think that's.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it? Do giants reside at the North Pole?
What's it left?
Did they? Bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear them say what's it was leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'd say I
must
haven't been there,
have
so how would I know? Giants.
There is no land at the North Pole, but it's frozen over during the winter. People from Minnesota took dog sleds and traveled to the Arctic region. There's
the
no
North
law.
Pole is more. The North Pole is more than 3,000 miles from Minnesota, so they took dogs 3,000 miles.
They told you that? That's all I want to
Giant
know.
dogs, probably, right?
You can
Giant
actually
dogs?
do. I live in Canada and I've been in the north extensively. Like I've been up to. I haven't been in none of it, but I've been there. I was in it when it was still in Northwest Territories before they formed it. I've been out there on dog sleds. You can go pretty far. I've never been to the North Pole. Apparently, there are trips that I can confirm. There are trips you can take that claim to take you up there. I've never personally been on one. I've only gone out polar bear watching a couple times. But you can go extremely far north. Like I hunt extremely far north. I have a hunt camp up there. You can go up there. It's just not like a common trip. There are polar bear watching tours that you can go on. They're pretty easy to find. You can Google them.
Well, if you could send me a photo of somebody holding a plumb bob, right, and holding their camera straight.
That would
up,
be
looking at
secondhand.
flowers.
That would be
awesome.
secondhand information.
Hey, was I talking about?
Eddie,
was I talking?
No,
talk.
Austin left.
No, I was talking when Brenda was cutting me off.
Yeah, please finish.
All right,
You're the one that cut him off,
a
Brenda.
photograph, right, of holding a plumb bob at the right below Polaris and taking a photograph of Polaris at their zenith. That'd be awesome to see.
Are you accepting photographs as evidence?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have photographs of the globe Earth,
Awesome. Well,
and by the astronauts on their trip to the moon. They turned around and looked and operated a manual camera, not a digital camera, but an analog camera.
Hasselblad camera.
yeah, Polaroids from space. That's a cool. I'm just wondering if you have
Not a
one of the North
Polaroid.
Pole.
It's not
Yeah.
a Polaroid. It's a Hasselblad.
Whatever, great.
Would you charter northern hunts to your cabin?
What?
The guy that's got a cabin north, would you charter a hunt there? Would you take people there? I pay to go caribou in Canada.
That sounds fun.
I'll do a chartered hunt. I pay.
With the North Pole, with the Polaris at their zenith.
All right. Who's next to ask me questions then? Let's do this.
Lou, did you have one for him?
I had a question, point of clarification. Go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you go ahead, Napalm. Actually, no, whatever. It's, I was just with that point that Battlemod and him were going, Witsit and him were going on. I thought that the point seemed relevant. I still do, but I don't really care anymore. Go ahead.
I'll get in after Napalm if that's cool.
Yep.
So you
I
made
got
the
a
claim
question
that,
for Third if I can.
Sure. So you made the claim that a blender within a fluid, that the fluid on the outside would eventually match the same speed or rotation as the blender in the middle. Do you have any examples of this with a a liquid or a fluid with a very low viscosity
Not to
actually
hand,
taking
no.
place?
Not to hand,
So-
no, but I've done experiments in the past with very low viscosity fluids and stuff. So it's something that I've seen happen. That's why I said it.
Where
But
the,
no,
where the whole of the,
I couldn't
the
present you
motion,
with a video
meaning
or
there was
anything. But my
Right.
point is that there's friction obviously in the bowl on the outside, right? So it's unlike with the Earth's atmosphere, it's never going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be really, 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 really close. And the longer it goes, the more the friction is dragging the fluid around, the more that all that fluid is going to have the same rotational velocity. But with the Earth, there's nothing stopping the outside of the atmosphere. There's no friction against that, so there's nothing to stop it moving with the rest of the stuff.
I mean, that's
maybe
the
use
claim, but
maybe use a
we have no
rotating.
direct evidence.
Maybe you rotate a bowl of water. Would that be enough for you? You could actually rotate that at a fairly constant speed, and eventually the water would all be spinning at the exact same.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. You're right. If you were like to hold a bucket by the handle and just like hang it from a rope and spin it, the water would spin with the bucket. It wouldn't just.
Dan coming in to help FTFE. Was Napalm done? I wasn't sure if people started to overtalk him.
Oh, sorry. Was that two different people
I'm
talking?
finished.
I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
that was still Napalm talking.
He
No,
speaks
that's
very slowly,
Xanax.
right? He
He's,
chooses.
he's
Yeah.
a habitual overtalker, man. So
but
Xanax can't help but overtalk me. It's
No,
just his nature.
I'm trying to behave. I hope you all realize that I am trying my hardest to behave, right?
Greg, I think you've been
Yeah,
on
no, you're
perfect
fine.
behavior. Actually, this has been the least dumpster fire we've ever had. So this is great. Xanic, don't add to the flames.
If you want a dumpster
No, I
fire,
just
just
added a
just
simple
unmute
comment.
them up
I
and we
think
can get that burn in. But
For anyone
does
For
anyone
anyone who's
here
interested in
believe?
looking at it, I'm going to post, this is swooparctic.com. If you want to go to the North Pole, you can go in June, July. There's a very limited number of trips there. Less than 1,000 people go up every year. It's usually nuclear-powered icebreaker, or you're flying in. But that is the company that you would want to use. It's reputable. I use a different travel company if I'm up there, but to do like polar
You
bear
can
watching and
charge-
shit like that company goes there.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, you can charter a trip there and you go where they take you. But what he was talking about was free movement.
Yeah, but
Does anyone here believe that
somebody
the
on that? That's
Nephilim reside in
confirmation
the
with,
North Pole?
Kind of a non sequitur.
Does
Yeah, if we
anyone
could
here
get
believe?
somebody on one of those excursions with confirmation via like a sextant
But
or
that
something
dude
like that, where
moderate.
we can get the pole star at direct zenith, right? That would be pretty cool if we could confirm
Hey,
that.
there was somebody trying to talk, bro. Moderate.
Well, it's
Go
Napalm
ahead.
and then it's Hammer. Hammer's on the list to talk next. So.
We are moderating, but interrupting to say moderating wasn't helping, dude. Sorry.
Right, who's next? I hear the Hammer wants back in.
Yeah, just real quickly, you made a claim talking about Coriolis that would be similar to the minor corrections that a pilot would make for turbulence. I just wondered if you could expound upon that.
My point was that the forces applied by Coriolis to a moving plane are so small that everything else would outweigh it. Forces from a small bit of turbulence, forces from a small bit of wind. It's all going to outweigh the tiny, tiny, tiny bit of force applied by Coriolis. So the natural adjustments that you're making for everything is going to include that. Does that
I'd like to
clarify?
get a question in if I can.
Yeah, I think Montreal is next. I just wanted to finish off with this. So are you saying that a pilot does or does not correct for turbulence?
No, of course a pilot corrects for turbulence. But my point
how,
is that
how exactly does a
Wells
pilot correct for turbulence?
well, if turbulence takes the plane off of the course, then they readjust the plane to get back on the course. Right? So
That's
they
your
adjust-
understanding?
What the pilot's
You're
gonna have a
recording
course
this,
that
right?
he's flying, right?
You're
The-
recording
the-
all this? I just
The
want to make
pilot's
sure.
going to have a course that he's flying, right? And if there's some turbulence that takes the pilot off of that course, he's then going to adjust to get back on that course, right?
Yes, we're recording Hammer.
I just want to make sure. Go ahead, Southeast Montreal. Thank you for expounding upon that. Appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, bro. Fight the Flat Earth. This is SC. You told me a few months back, if you remember, that you thought the surface of the Earth was 2D.
Yeah, the surface of a
Still
sphere
hold that opinion?
the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. That's just how shapes work. Are you going to go around a bunch of semantic stuff? I don't understand.
No, I didn't ask you a sphere. I asked you specifically. You said the surface of the Earth was 2D, correct?
The surface. Well, no, I said the surface of a sphere is 2D.
I'm pretty sure you said the Earth.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Okay, so how can you have a 2D sphere then?
Because the surface of any shape is two-dimensional.
Can you have curvature on a 2D surface?
Yeah, I mean,
actually, yes, you can.
Yes,
yeah.
actually.
I don't.
Can you draw a curve on a piece of paper?
A Poincaré circle is curved and it's two-dimensional.
A Poincaré circle, Brenda? Come on, surely you're joking, right?
Do you think FTFE needs Brenda to step in or what?
Poincaré was a French mathematician, and he developed something called the Poincaré circle, which is you have seen in Escher drawings, right? It has curvature. It is a hyperbolic surface. But
We're talking about a sphere, not a circle, Brenda. A sphere.
You specifically asked about circles.
No. I said a sphere.
No,
I said, Greg, do you remember when you said a 2D sphere? The Earth is the surface of the Earth is a 2D sphere? That's what I said, Brenda. Nice try, though.
The surface of all geometric forms is n-1. So the surface of a sphere is 3D, minus 1 is 2D. It's a 2D surface embedded in a 3D object.
Yeah, a surface.
Greg,
a surface has zero thickness, right? So it's two-dimensional. The entire shape, the entire sphere, is 3D, but the surface of any shape exists in 2 dimensions.
So you have a 3D sphere with a 2D surface, correct?
This is how mathematics and geometry works. Yes. Is that okay? Do you disagree with mathematics in general?
Okay. No, it's not okay, sir. No.
So you do disagree with mathematics then?
No, I disagree with your assessment. You think that a 2D surface can curve.
Yeah,
so,
the surface of any shape is 2 dimensions.
Let me finish. Yeah. Greg, don't get triggered. Are you saying we can have a hump or a drop, that's elevation change, by the way, on a 2D surface?
Yeah, so if we're just talking about the surface of a sphere, the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional. It exists with zero thickness. It has 2 dimensions, no more. That's it.
Right. So how can you go
again?
Let
let me clarify. This is what mathematics says. This is how you describe shapes and surfaces of shapes. I'm not saying a sphere is 2-dimensional, but because the surface of a sphere has zero thickness, the surface doesn't have a thickness. It exists in 2 dimensions. The surface of a shape is 2D.
Craig, you might want to help him a little bit and just say, look, we're talking about spherical geometry, where that 2D surface has a curved shape. It is a 3-dimensional object.
Yeah.
But the math he's using is 2-dimensional. And I know where you're going, SC. I got you loud and clear. You got a surface, you got a sphere with no depth, no volume, just looking at the surface, you're saying, well, if I'm going to look at that thing, it's 3-dimensional. You're right. But the math that determines its shape is spherical geometry, which says that one dimension, that single dimension, that is the surface, going north or south, can be curved. That might help you a little
So
bit.
you're saying, Zanuck, you're agreeing with them, with Brenda and with Greg, that a 2D surface can curve. So is that what you're saying, really?
Yes. Yeah, because spherical geometry works out. I'm just trying to help you because I know what you're thinking, and I know where Craig's going too. I'm just trying to be a mediator there. Say, yes, it's a 2D surface because that's how spherical geometry works. It defines that surface as being curving with some curvature rate. But if you're going to take a picture, if you're going to actually look at, if you're looking at,
I didn't come here for you. I came for FTFE, not you.
So the surface of an 8-dimensional sphere is 7 dimensions.
What, Brenda? You outdid yourself once again.
Yeah, the
Eight-dimensional sphere.
The
I
surface
thought
of
what
an
I did was useful. I don't know. Maybe not. Does everyone
It was.
understand
It
what I'm
was.
saying?
And maybe this will help. Maybe not. The surface of an eight-dimensional, take an eight-dimensional sphere. Its surface is 7 dimensions because it's n minus 1.
My God, Brenda, you truly don't believe that. Does anybody here believe that? Anybody?
Belief is irrelevant to mathematics. Someone in my chat made a good point. In addition to the fact that it's got 0 thickness, you can actually locate any point on the surface of a sphere with only 2 coordinates. Right?
As long as you presuppose and know that it's a sphere first. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
we were talking about
presupposing is irrelevant, right? You can find the position on a sphere with only 2 coordinates. That means it's 2-dimensional.
So what? I'm just talking about position.
Presupposition is completely irrelevant, especially when your mathematics are based on a presupposed globe, i.e. 7/6r, where r represents the radius. Just as an example, you don't have to explain anything. I'm just rendering it for example. Thanks.
I just wanted to make my point. I'll back up, give the mic to somebody else. They're delusional. Everybody saw that, right? They're saying a 3-dimensional sphere has a 2-dimensional surface, yet you can go up and down and curve on it. I mean, it's fantasy.
100%. Like use angles like trigonometry, 3 angles, 3 straight lines to observe mathematics on a globe, a model globular surface. My ass.
What now?
Well, SE was talking to you at FTFE. If Brenda and Zanik could just chill a little bit. I didn't really even understand what he was describing at SE.
Well,
you didn't understand what I described?
just disagrees with the fact that the surface of a shape is 2-dimensional. I mean, yes, that sounds wrong when you hear it, right? But at any level of mathematics, that's how you're taught to describe a surface. You know, that's why you can use a 2-dimensional coordinate system to find a position on the surface of a sphere. The sphere is 3-dimensional, but the surface of any shape exists in 2 dimensions. This is just a fact of
2D is
mathematics.
just a concept, right? Right, Fight the Flat Earth? 2D is just a concept, right?
2D is just a concept. Did you just say that?
Yes, I did just say that. Would you like me to repeat
having
it?
2 dimensions of something is just a concept.
Correct. It's just a concept. Did you not know that? Were you not aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware that 2 dimensions is a concept.
Well, you might want to have a look at that then.
Yeah, you might want
Because
to look
we live in a 3D world.
You might want to have a look at what the surface of a shape is, you know?
Yeah, you might want to do that, and you will find, sir, that nothing you've ever seen, touched, even thought of is, well, maybe thought of, maybe you can think of a 2D, but nothing you've ever experienced in your life, Greg, if I may call you that, is 2D.
No, daddy to you.
Yeah. And surface area is way different than volume. When you have 3 dimensions, i.e., well, no, 2 dimensions right now, let's talk about X and Y, X going left to right, Y going up and down, adding the 3rd dimension being the Z-axis gives things perspective. You guys seem to always relate things to a 2-dimensional observation.
That's not what perspective is. Perspective
Have you ever seen anything in 2D, Brenda?
Yeah, we see everything in 2D.
Yes,
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's how seeing works.
Are you kidding me? When a car drives towards you, you see it in 2D, you silly boy?
Yeah, your brain extracts information by binocular vision. By binocular vision, your brain extracts a 3-dimension image information
What if I looked at a clear square?
Hold on a second, Demont. Angular resolution happens what now? How do you bring angular resolution on an observation on a 2-dimensional plane? Please.
Go ahead, Demont, dude. You haven't had a turn yet. You can go for it, man.
Please.
I was just going to say that if you get a clear square or a clear sphere, what would you be looking at? You wouldn't be looking at the clear 3-dimensional object in front of yourself, seeing all accounts of it? Well, what's going on there, Brenda?
Well, if something's invisible, it's invisible. That's kind of irrelevant to the conversation.
No, clear, like a clear plastic square in my hand, Goofy.
Yeah,
a clear piece
so
of
it's kind of
plastic. I didn't
invisible,
say
right? You can see
invisible.
through it.
Are
So
you
can-
magic?
So
What do you mean invisible?
So you can see through something
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry,
What's
one at a
invisible?
time.
Is it clear or is it opaque? Which one is it?
Nobody said invisible, Superman.
Is it clear or is it
A
opaque?
piece of plastic. Do you know what a water bottle's made of?
Yeah, and you can
that
see through it,
material,
right?
goofball. Yeah, so you see it's 3D, goofball.
Yeah, and the surface of it is 2D.
Yeah, case closed.
Yeah, and the surface of it is 2D. Because
It's a
the
3D
surface
fucking
of shape.
object. You see all of it. You see
Yeah.
through it to see the other side. You
Yeah,
see the
and
area of
you're
all
still
of it.
seeing in
You
two
see all
dimensions
6
because that's
sides
how
of
your
the
brain
cube
works.
that's clear. You
Yeah.
see all 6 sides of this clear cube, stupid. Shut
Right, so
up.
I
that
can
might
draw.
not be the case.
I can
for
draw
demo.
a clear cube on a piece of paper. That clear cube will
I
still
don't care
be
what
in
you're
2
doing on
dimensions.
paper. You can draw your globe on paper too. Does that make it a ball? I want a clear object in your hand that's a square, Goofy.
I
a
don't
clear
care what
Rubik's
you want,
cube.
Democ, because
And
what
tell
you
me that you
need
can't see
is a
it.
mental asylum.
No, you said that's one-dimensional. You
Hold on
got
a
a
second.
one-dimensional cube in your hand. That's funny.
No one ever said one-dimensional
ignorant.
cube.
Wait, Craig,
How many
hold on a minute.
dimensions is your paper?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Craig, how are you possibly going to claim a cube when a cube has 3 dimensions, length, width, and height? It is a volume. You have to calculate volume with 3 dimensions, my friend. Not
Okay,
just
well,
2.
I am right now drawing a cube.
You can listen,
Right.
you can represent a cube, right, on
So
a piece
that's
of
a clear
paper
cube.
because a piece of paper is a planar object, right?
Right,
You can
right.
reduce.
So
the
does that look
observation
3D
of
or
the cube
2D?
to the observation
Because
of a 2D
looks 3D
plane.
to me, but it's 2D.
However, again, a cube is the illustration of length, width, and height because it has a volume. Do you understand that? You can't
Yeah.
say that a cube is a 2D dimension.
I never said a
Or a
cube is a
2D
2D dimension.
plane. Sorry, a 2D plane.
I never said a
Oh,
cube
geez.
is a 2D plane.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Nope. Nope.
Not once did I say that at all. I don't know where you got that from. I said the surface of
What
any shape
did
is
you say?
2-dimensional.
What did you say a cube can be shown as?
Well, I can draw a cube on my 2D board.
Right? Now,
So is that a
the
cube? Is
illustration
that a
of-
cube? Or, right, have I drawn a cube or not?
You drew it on a cube. You reduced the cube, right, to the observation on a plane piece of paper, right?
Yeah. And I never
Right.
said
Now-
that a cube is 2-dimensional. I never said that.
I'm sorry, appealing to the court or the panel, if you will. Did this man not say a cube, 2D plane?
He said we see in 2D.
Yeah.
He was describing how an image of a cube, or the way we see a cube, is in 2 dimensions. Saying you could draw it.
Right. Now, again, I'm going to say that when you look at the definition of a cube, right, the difference of a square or a cube, a square has 2 dimensions, length and width, right? A cube, when you introduce the 3rd dimension of height, makes it a 3-dimensional object. This is my point.
But you're not taking into account that when you draw it out on a 2D plane, you are referencing a 3D object in 2D.
What is the volume of the surface of a sphere?
Good question.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
you
that's
are not even at that point
Yeah.
either.
What is the volume? What is the volume of the surface of a sphere?
Okay, we were looking at a cube again,
Okay.
right? We are looking at a cube, which
Okay, what's the volume of a
square-
surface of a cube?
Yeah, I was about to say you could just switch the shape to a cube and go, what is the volume of the surface of a cube?
So a cube has 6 sides, right?
Yeah, and what's the volume of the surface of that
Right.
cube?
And they're all even, aren't they?
Yeah, so again, what is the volume of the surface of that cube?
It's literally one-sided cube to figure out the volume of that.
No,
and if you
no.
wanted to figure out surface area of
It's
that,
a simple
it'd be
question.
6
What is the
each
volume of the surface of the cube?
What
We're not
size of a cube are you using?
times the faces, my guy, which would be 6 to this. It would be the length cube. It would be length to the
Right.
power of 6.
Yeah, there's no volume to the surface of anything.
It's 0.
Thanks. I know this. This is why I said to you it's the 6 faces, my friend. I've never.
Yeah, and the 6 faces still have 0 volume.
My friend, please understand that in order for it to be a cube, right? The beginning of this conversation is in order for it to be a cube, you have to give it a 3rd dimension. And in order for things to be real in real life,
no one's arguing that. We're talking about the surface.
Yeah,
right, listen to the words coming out of my mouth, all right? Please, I'm going to reiterate the question as clearly as I possibly can. The surface...
No, we're not making it. It's okay.
Hold
you
on.
can hold one.
Hold on, let me
No,
finish.
no, you're...
Right, I'm going to finish the question. Right, I've started, so I'll finish. The surface of all 6 sides of that cube, what is the volume of them, and how would you calculate it?
Can I pour water on a flat surface and expect water to be
Why
retained
did
on
you
the
answer
surface?
a question with a question? Please just answer the actual question.
Because your question is dumb. It's like
no,
getting
my
water
question is a question. Right? Don't jump around it. I'm not letting you just jump around. There is a specific question I want answered right now. What is the volume of the surface of that cube? Right? Assuming that each side of that cube is 1 meter. Right? Every side of that cube is 1 meter. What is the volume of the surface of the cube, and how would you calculate the volume of just the surface of that cube?
Understand.
If you don't answer, I'm going to just ask the question again.
How can you calculate the face volume of a face?
Exactly! You can't, because the surface is 2 dimensions.
Dumbass question, McToon.
Get water to stick
I'm
to
not
the
McToon,
face of
dipshit.
You
How am I
sound like him.
I sound nothing like him. I'm a dude from fucking Bristol in Scotland. He's from fucking America. We sound nothing alike.
Oh, you're a nutsack.
Right, but how am I supposed water to stick to the surface of a ball? I'm still confused. Or sorry, stick to the surface of a cube. I'm still confused. This is
Sorry,
why
what?
I asked you. It's like getting water to stick to the surface of a ball, which is your globe. Your question is the illustration of your fallacy of your observation of the model.
I don't think you know what fallacy means, because that word did not belong in that sentence.
Anyways.
Again, I don't care how much you guys want to argue about this fact. The surface of any shape in existence is 2-dimensional. That's it. There is no argument about this.
Only in your brain, my friend.
No, in
Only
reality.
in your brain.
This is a fact.
Yeah. You ask any maths professor in the world, and they will tell you that the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional. Your ignorance on this subject does not change that.
So ask him to remove, when you get a flat tire,
one at a time.
Let me tell him something. Hold on. Ask him, when you get a flat tire, get a 2D thing to take off your 2D bolt. Okay?
Right, that's nonsensical.
Yeah, nice straw man there, dumbass.
No, because you're talking ridiculous. There's no such thing as 2D. It's a concept. Get it out of your mind, my friend.
Is a such thing.
You know what is a concept? Essie Montreal, you know what is a concept? Your high school diploma.
All right, let me help out. Let me help this out and say, because whoever was talking to before, I think it was Hammer. He himself, you said that the cube is made up of 6 squares. That's the sides of the cube. Squares are 2-dimensional. The surfaces are 2-dimensional squares. However, the only other point I was going to make about that is also when you make a measurement of the surface area, it's going to be referenced in square feet, square meters, because it's a 2-dimensional result. But
exactly.
That's why it's a clear object that you can see through. You can see all sides from through the other side. And therefore you can get all your 6 sides and add them if you want. You can see through the fucking object in your hand. A clear Rubik's Cube, right? A clear red one, a clear green one, a clear plastic one, a clear blue one. A glass one. So you don't comprehend that the way I turn this glass looking like a diamond shape one way, but it's a cube, because you don't understand that's 3D? Are you okay? McToon's nutsack?
No one here is called McToon. And
You're
again,
McToon.
I don't know why this
McToon
concept is
is here.
difficult for you guys to understand. The surface of
I thought
any
you guys
shape
were twin
is
brothers.
two-dimensional. Two-dimensional.
You and
Surface
McToon-
is 2D.
You and
Right,
McToon are two-dimensional.
I think we can move away from this discussion now because every maths professor and teacher in the world is having some kind of aneurysm listening to this.
Yeah, when they draw cartoons of McToons, we know. Flat tune.
If we could attack ideas, not the people. Thanks, guys.
I'm saying cartoons are flat. That's all. I'm sorry.
Homo Habanus discovering his opposable thumb says what?
Your grandma did who?
You.
That's
yeah,
the opposite
your
of what
grandma
I just
did you,
said, guys.
dude. That explains a lot.
Anyway, I liked it.
How old is your
I liked
grandma,
it.
and can I get her number?
I liked
I'll take your
it.
grandma's
It's
number.
fine.
Yeah, I'll pass you a
Exactly.
number. I've been seeing her on the side.
She's beautiful.
She's
I love
88,
it.
but please don't break her hip
Regardless, can we
again.
just see it?
Emmett pulled out his own teeth because he thought there was tracking devices implanted in them by the CIA.
Well, this is weird, right? You talked about helicopters going around a sphere or the model of a ball, but yet how many different directions or ways do you have a helicopter flying besides vertical?
Well, a helicopter flies in 6 axis.
A helicopter supposedly flies everywhere around a sphere.
Yeah.
How does it do that? Draw that for me. How it does that?
Axis.
Yeah, using
Can
6
you
axis.
draw that? Which way does the helicopter do
Wait,
it?
hold on.
Which way is it doing
One
it? Are
sec,
you going
one
to draw
sec,
it or
one
not?
sec, Demok. Is it axis or axes? I need to get this right.
Axis C's is what I always thought it was.
Axis C's. That doesn't sound right.
It's non-existent. Every helicopter flies vertical, regardless.
Well, never mind.
Regardless.
Anyway, yeah.
I've never heard Axi, so
Yeah, no, that doesn't
It's
sound right either, does
axes.
it? Axes, right?
Axes.
Okay.
Just axes.
Axes.
Can I watch the bottom of a helicopter fly around the globe while it's flying around it? Can I see the bottom of it?
Can you
Is it
sorry,
bees
Demok?
or is it bees or beeses?
What?
Is it bees or
Horizontal air
beeses?
bubbles.
Bees, yeah, you're right. Right, sorry,
need
Demok's
horizontal,
trying to ask a
helicopters,
stupid question. Let's listen to
horizontal
what
air
Demok's
bubbles.
saying.
We need horizontal helicopters, 33-degree helicopters, 45-degree,
Right, no, he's
90-degree
broken.
helicopters.
No, Demok's broken. Sorry, he's
Horizontal
broken.
bubbles. Do you know how a sphere works?
Yeah,
If you're on a sphere and the sphere is surrounded by water and you let air go everywhere around that sphere, wouldn't little air bubbles release in every direction away from that sphere?
Gravity would say no.
So, do what?
Gravity would say no.
Gravity says air bubbles aren't going to move every way from the surface of the dirt around a sphere surrounded by water.
Gravity says they'll go vertical. We've already been over this.
The gravity fallacy.
So a sphere can only, so on the sphere, you've only got bubbles that can only go up from a half portion. Let's draw me this for me real quick. Show me that. Show me how vertical works on a ball only.
Up
with the
is a
air
way
bubble where you're standing.
Demok,
Show me where they come
Demok,
from. Hello,
listen.
can you
Demok,
draw this or not?
Demok, listen.
Hello?
Demok,
Are you
listen.
okay?
Demok, listen.
Listen to your non-drawing. I need a drawing to go with your bullshit lie.
I'm not going to draw right now. I just would like you to listen. Up is away from
To imaginary shit.
Nope. Yeah, okay. Up, Demok, is away from the center of the Earth.
Draw your
That's
air
it.
bubbles, leave the water in every direction, and show me how they're leaving vertical again. Because vertical doesn't exist on a sphere, right?
No, it
so
does.
how is everything fucking being vertical? Where? How many verticals are on a sphere? On a circle? A sphere?
Infinite.
A sphere. A sphere. Infinite on a sphere.
Yeah.
Read the definition right now. How many verticals are on a sphere for us all? Read that for us, dumbass.
You can have
Hello?
infinite verticals on a sphere.
You have no verticals on a sphere.
Like
none. So why is everything vertical on your fucking imaginary sphere
You can
when
take
you
a
have
sphere
no verticals on a
and
sphere,
have
and on a
a
sphere
vertical there
everything would go at
and a vertical
angles.
there?
You would have diagonal.
They're
Shut up
both
for a minute, dummy.
verticals.
I'm trying to teach you something,
They're both
dumbass.
yeah, I don't think you're
there are
capable
no
of teaching.
verticals on a sphere. None. on a
Vertical,
sphere.
you're pointing away from the
Everybody
center of that
Google
sphere.
this. Everybody Google how many verticals are on a sphere. The answer is a big fat ass black zero.
Oh,
Don't
Ed,
fuck
I'll
around
tell you
with
what
me,
else
stupid.
you can. Tell you what else you can Google
Why is it zero
is the
black?
shape of the Earth. Right? If we're using
Listen,
Google,
there
we can
is
just
no
Google
shape
what
of the
shape
Earth.
is the
Earth doesn't
Earth.
have a shape, you dumbass.
All right, hold up,
Definitely
everyone,
does.
hold up. FTFE, we have a lot of Globers here. We've kind of been keeping a lid on. Do you want them to hop in at any point? Is it open forum now, or do you want to keep it just flat earthers?
Yeah, bring them in. We want videos of horizontal air
Thank you,
bubbles.
Craig. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah,
come on,
free. Just before you do, I just want to say thank you for looking after this and moderating it and everything. I'm having a lot of fun. I think you've got another hour and a half before your next thing, so I'm happy to be around for like another hour or something. But yeah.
Oh, I already moved it for you, Craig.
I'm also happy to open it up to the rest of the floor.
Excellent.
Although Demok, I'd like him to come on my channel for a 1v1 because that would be more fun.
Did you guys already do that?
Why? So you can mute me? So you can fucking mute me and not play your video that versus mine? Because you don't have a video that shows how mine's wrong, how your imaginary fucking
your
sphere
video
works.
showed how it
you
was
don't
wrong,
have a
but
physical demonstration.
But anyway, like you just said, Demok, let's give respect to the server. We've just said we're going to open it up to
I
other
haven't got
Globers.
my sentence out yet.
Yep, yeah, well, that's fine. That's probably better for everyone, to be honest.
Demonstration.
Demok, it's probably better if you just stop talking for everybody. And like, please, other Globers.
Can we ask Demok to give Can we give him a statement and then withdraw for a while, Demok? Is that cool?
Yeah. He wants a shit show with no demonstration. Or were you talking to me or him? I'm sorry.
Really? Come on, Demok.
Demok, like if you want to just give your final statement and then withdraw for a while, I think that'd be cool.
Okay, you want me to give mine? I got you. Okay. Yeah, he wants a shit show because he won't demonstrate how my spherical demonstration, how I show him the portion of the sphere acts or reacts in reality. A 3D portion of a sphere is going to have a tilting object. There is no drop without tilt. A helicopter, well, I'm almost done. A helicopter has to fly all directions. Sideways, upside down, right side up, every fucking direction from a fucking L, from 0 degrees to 90. Now listen, I don't care about your cartoon Dr. Seuss words. Listen, and bubbles need to do the same thing. Bubbles need to leave horizontally to leave the fucking surface of a globe water, and vertically at the same time, if we're on a ball.
Okay, so your point...
No, they don't. No, they don't. Bubble flies vertically.
Yeah, he tries to play...
Can we let Craig respond?
Okay.
No, I don't really understand even what Demok is saying. So I'm happy right now just to open up to another Glober. I think we should keep it the way that it's been, kind of trying to have one person talk and one person respond. So, I'm happy to just sit on the sidelines for a bit, and if someone wants me to join in the conversation, I'm happy to.
Excellent. Time for the Xanax show. Come on, bud.
I'm going to smoke a bong because I fucking need it. Oh, can I fucking say, by the way, 1,000 people watching on my channel. 1,000 people watching on the channel. You are fucking awesome, everybody.
Hey, before you go, can you answer one more question before you hit the bong?
42.
Hit the bong. All right. Which direction is down?
Towards the center of the Earth.
Party's gonna start. Aw, come on.
Okay, so now, does that mean down is every direction? Fight the Flat Earth?
Okay, let me give another definition. Down is towards the point where time goes slower.
Oh boy, that's even worse than I thought.
Okay, so you told me that the observation of a construction plumb bob in Canada is different than the observation of a construction plumb bob in Australia.
That's what they think.
Sorry, was that to me?
Right?
Plumb bobs deviate, plumb bobs around the world aren't all horizontal to each other.
I'm a Glober. I have a question for Craig, please.
Yes, Brenda.
But I was.
Yes, Craig. The vector down to the center of the Earth. What happens to that vector when you reach the center of the Earth?
If you're at the center of the Earth, there is no more down. If you're at the center of the Earth, you would have an equal pull all around you of mass, and you would technically be weightless.
Thank you.
And when do you start going up? Fight the Flat Earth?
When do you start going up?
You reach the center now, like Brenda said. You start floating, right?
You wouldn't start going up ever. You would need enough velocity or inertia to go past the center and keep going. If you were at the center, that's it. You wouldn't go anywhere else because you would have no weight. You would have no way to create a force to move any direction.
But let's say you had a magic machine that could make you still go that way.
Essie, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question. At the center of the Earth, every direction is up.
Yes.
Thank you, Brenda. That's all I wanted. Thank you. You heard it, guys. Every direction is up and every direction is down.
No, that's not what I said. You're misrepresenting.
No, that's not what that was said at all. It's when you're at the center of the Earth, every direction is up from the center of the Earth. There's
And no
nothing
direction is down. There is no down at the center of the Earth.
Yeah, there's nothing was stated about a down. You added that.
Okay, let me rephrase it then, because you guys are being shifty, right?
That's
We're
not
out here in
shifty.
Canada,
That's,
right?
that's speaking the truth of what was said, not being
Okay, so you
shifty.
shouldn't be scared then of my next question, my next scenario. It shouldn't scare you at all.
Nobody's scared.
Okay,
Terrified.
so I'm in
Just
Canada
annoying.
now. I start drilling, right? I start drilling down towards my feet, right? Now I get to the center of your mythical sphere, right? And I keep drilling. What happens then? Do I start going up? Is it still down?
Yes,
What happens when
you
I
start going up.
pass the center of the sphere?
You start going up.
I start going up.
Yes.
So my down direction just became up without changing any vector at all. I kept the same vector,
Exactly,
but my
yes.
down became an up.
Well done. You just agreed with physics, yes.
You
Yes,
heard it,
and
ladies
also-
and gentlemen. Down is up. There you go.
SE, the way vectors work is if you change direction, you're no longer on the same vector.
But you didn't change directions, Brenda.
Exactly.
You kept on the same vector
Exactly.
going down.
You
Right,
are on the vector of down. When you hit the center, you are still going in the same path, but now you are going up because every direction from the center is up.
Exactly. So your down became an up. That's what I just said.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My case is rested. It's unbelievable what these
Okay,
people
welcome
believe.
to the globe. Hey, nice to have another one of you on board.
You don't realize what you just said, bro.
That count's
you
still at
made
zero.
the down direction up as well in your mind, in your brain. You made
Does
down
it not
up.
register? Does that not register that once you go past a 0 point of down, then you are going up? Is that a problem? What's the problem
Only
with that?
when if you live on a mythical sphere.
We're in reality now.
Hey,
And it
Essie,
happens.
this is what we call personal incredulity, and it's kind of a you problem.
No, this is what you call entertainment, and I'm
Oh,
laughing
absolutely.
as hell.
Flat Earth
'cause
is entertainment,
You
yeah.
guys just said down
yeah,
becomes
absolutely.
up, and you don't realize how
Completely agree.
dumb that sounds, man.
I mean,
See,
flat
you're
Earth
one
is
of the
entertainment.
few people in the world that thinks that sounds dumb. So maybe it's you that's being dumb. No, it's definitely you that's being dumb.
So you don't think it's dumb to think that a plumb bob here in Canada and a plumb bob in Australia hang antipodal?
No,
And you don't
not at all,
think a
because
plumb
that's a
bob-
fact. I don't think facts are dumb.
Yeah, a
So-
plumb
so
bob
li-
there
listen
and
how
a plumb
dumb you
bob in
guys
both of
are.
those locations are not parallel to each other. That is correct.
Also, SE, they are not hanging. They are standing upright in Australia.
Upright. So Brenda, if I have a plumb bob here in Canada and one, let's say, in South Carolina, right? You're telling me that plumb bob is hanging sideways as compared to my plumb bob,
No,
right?
they're both hanging vertically.
Yeah, but
as
he
respect
was,
to each
but he was
other,
saying as in respect to each other. All right, that's a different question.
Right. The zeniths are not parallel. There is an angle.
Yes.
Exactly. So you have a ball, a mythical ball, and there's a plumb bob hanging one direction on the top of it, and on the side of it you have one hanging sideways, and on the bottom of this mythical
No, it's
ball
not hanging sideways, it's still hanging
upside
down.
No. I think here's a big point that I think a lot of flat earthers overlook, and especially in this particular conversation. When you're talking in a three-dimensional space, what is the top of a sphere?
Anywhere.
It's anywhere, right? So any direction could be the top, right? So what do you mean by sideways? What do you mean by going sideways
Let me give you
at
some
all.
clarity.
There's no actual top, right? There's no top and bottom. Even though we discuss and like look at the Earth in representations as north being a top point and the south, south being a southern point of a sphere, and top and bottom type look, but that's not actually a case for saying, hey, this is the top, this is the bottom. You understand,
Sure it is.
right?
You've been
Because
conditioned.
the bottom, technically, if we're talking bottom as down, is the center of the Earth, and top is out in all directions.
I hear you, bro, but you've been conditioned, right? Let me give you an example. Look at the moon.
You
right?
agree, so thank you.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't agree. I said you've been conditioned. Now, let me give you
I
an example.
agree, and then you've been conditioned, is what you actually said.
Yeah, you've been conditioned to think that way, and I will explain to you why and
That's a
how,
claim.
my friend, if you allow me. Look at the moon, for example, right? Look at it from that perspective.
Yes,
from
yes,
away.
the wonderful moon, yes.
Yeah, let's pretend it's a sphere, right?
No, it's definitely a sphere.
If I were to tell you, and if I was to tell you and point to the moon and tell you, show me the top of the moon, from your perspective, would you be able to point to the top?
No, because balls don't have a top.
Well, and that's the thing where I would say what would be the top from my perspective of the moon is different for people in different places of the world. Like if I was to say, yes, exactly,
That's
right?
where
Why
the
would that
magic
be?
has you,
Hold on. You're on the right point, right? Why would that be that it is different for people in different places around the world? Why would that be that the top of something would change? On top of the moon, what we would consider the top of the moon from our perspective change. If it was flat, everybody would see the same top of the moon, but we don't. Why?
Okay, let me know when you're done. Are you done?
I'm done. Yeah, why? Can you answer that question?
Because I will tell you why. You've been conditioned to think you're always on the top, and it's worked. Now, I'm trying to take you away. What?
No, my question was, if we're looking at the moon, and I give my perspective of it and say, hey, this point of the moon that I see is the top, why, and we agree what top is, why is it that what the top point of the moon is changes depending on where you are on the Earth?
Right, I agree. It's individual.
But why
view,
does it
right?
change? Why does it
Just
change?
relax, dude. Take a breath, bro. It's not gonna hurt that much. I promise
All you
you.
have to do
Take
is
a
answer
breath.
my question.
Okay? We're both standing on the Earth. We're looking at the moon. We're side by side, and we both agree what up is. Can you live with that?
Okay.
Okay. Now we hang a plumb bob on that up, right? Now, can we agree where down towards that is on the moon?
Okay.
Right?
Yes,
on our
we can.
perspective. So you hang a plumb bob on the bottom. Those 2 points are going to be pointing towards each other, correct?
They point to the center of the moon.
The point to the moon,
Which is going to be towards each other in your the way you understand this, right?
Okay,
and if we put one to the
if
side,
me and you, so if me and you are standing right beside each other and we come to an agreement of what the top and the bottom of the moon is, right?
right? I'm trying to give you like a God's eye view so we can understand the Earth and the plumb bob thing. So what you're saying is, if we put a plumb bob on the top and on either side and on the bottom, they will be facing in different directions, right? The south and the north, let's call it the top and the bottom, plumb bobs are going to be
on the
total.
moon. Okay. Yes.
Even on Earth, same thing.
Yes.
If you have the
Yes.
same, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the ones on the side are going to be pointing to each other, right?
Yes.
So you have 4 different directions that plumb bobs are pointing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My job is done here. My job is done here.
Thank you.
There's
Thank
no-
you. Welcome-
there's
welcome-
no
welcome to
universe-
gravity. Yeah.
How
thank
is your
you. That's
job done?
gravity.
You've just made some facts. You've just pointed out some facts and then gone, oh, it's done.
And let's not forget the fact that you did completely ignore and not answer my question.
Yeah, there's
What's
no.
the question, dude?
I
Essie,
asked a very specific question. If we look at the moon, and me and you, like you said, standing side by side, we look at the moon, and we determine by looking at the face of the moon, what we see on the moon, as what top is. Why does that point change for the perspective of other people on the Earth? at different points all over the world, why does the perspective of what the top of the moon is change? That was my question, but you didn't answer.
You're in different locations?
Okay,
and
if it's
you're looking
flat,
at it from a different
but if it was
perspective.
flat,
I mean, I
we
don't
would
get
all-
you. What's so hard about that?
If the world is flat, we all have the same perspective of looking up at the moon and seeing the top point. But yet, why does the moon actually, in reality, of what is the top point, completely reverses? If you're in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, and you're looking at the moon, what you would consider the top of the moon completely flips over 180 degrees.
I think he's
Why
asking
is
a
that?
very simple question. I see. Like if the
That's
moon,
simple,
like if the moon
man.
was hovering.
On a flat Earth, we wouldn't all see the moon at the same time. what
Yeah,
are you talking about?
He's asking the moon.
Hey, Shane, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I need to use the toilet, okay?
Yeah, the problem is that SE is
We're
that
trying to
there's
get on
no
without you.
SE Montreal. There is no universal up or down. Up or down is defined by gravity, and it's relative to where you are.
Exactly. In your fantasy, Brenda, that is exactly what you believe in, and I just wanted to show that how ridiculous that is. That's all.
That's
But
not
you
an argument.
haven't.
That's just
But-
incredulity.
You haven't shown that it was ridiculous, and the only thing you have said when in response to my question that you didn't actually answer was state facts that actually state that exactly what we're saying.
Dude, I made you say without realizing that if I hang a plumb bob here and I go 100 miles over there, it's going to hang sideways. You don't realize what
In
stupidity
relation to the other, in
But it'll
relation
come
to
to
the
you.
other
It'll
one, which
come
is
to you.
what you were talking about before, in relation to the first one, they are not parallel. Yes.
Exactly. That's nonsense. Ask any construction worker, any builder, and he will laugh at you right in your face, bro.
SE, you are presupposing a universal up and down when you say sideways. There is no universal up and down.
Exactly. For you on a mythical sphere surrounded by water and atmos, right? Of course you're going to believe that. But I'm just
We're
trying
not
to show
surrounded.
you how, in reality, thinking that a plumb bob will not hang the same way a couple of 100 feet away or a mile away is just
measurable. It's measurable. We can measure. We can measure it.
Here in Flat Earth reality, up and down are definite for everyone, just saying.
Yeah, like if I were to take a plumb bob to like a cliff, right, and hold two plumb bobs 6 inches apart from the top where I'm holding them all the way 1,000 feet down to the bottom, they're going to measure the same distance apart every single time in reality.
No, they won't. They will be. They will not. They will not be parallel.
But they are in reality.
But they're not. But they're not.
They're not.
They're measurably. We can measure. We can measure the deviation from parallel. We can measure it. It's been done.
Yeah, it's been done. Whether they're parallel. If I hold them.
No, it hasn't been. You're just citation needed then.
Oh, you said that you measured divergence.
Yes.
Yeah, every time I hold two plumb bobs next to each other, it doesn't matter 6 inches. They measure the same distance apart from the top and the bottom.
That's false. That's false. They don't measure the same.
Yeah, and if you're holding them within 6 inches of each other, I'd love to see your way of measuring.
You're not. I don't know if you can measure that deviation. That would be very small.
So, has anyone mentioned the Veracruz Bridge? The fact that the two plumb towers that are plumb, they have to be for the way suspension bridges work, are actually like 3 5/8 inches further apart at the top than they are at the bottom.
Exactly.
I've heard about suspension bridges. Those are the bridges they build like to bounce, right? Like to take on weight, to like to.
It's not
the ones with the. Right?
All bridges are designed to do that.
Yeah,
hold on a minute. Listen, I want to know, do you think we could construct that bridge perfectly to dimensions as laid out on the blueprint? Do you think so?
Yeah, that's why blueprints happen.
No, listen, I actually could, yeah, we have tolerances, and that's because we know damn well it doesn't go perfectly as planned.
Yeah,
so it's within tolerance.
Suspension towers have to be
and
plumb.
I would say, I wasn't finished. They're not perfectly plumb. They're within tolerance of plumb, and I would count on human error before I counted anything else for differences.
So suspension bridges have to be plumb to support the weight the way they do?
Yeah, that plumb is within a tolerance.
Yeah, and the tolerance isn't going to be the amount that the deviation is measured as.
Are you a civil engineer?
I am an engineer.
Can you give me an example of the tolerances?
Can I give you an example of the? I don't know the tolerances. They're not going to be as much as 3 inches.
Oh,
extra,
so we're
are they?
just making definitive statements. So we're making definitive statements about things we don't know about definitively.
Well, no, I know that
What's the
suspension
total height of
bridges
that
have to
bridge?
be designed to be plumb.
Pause. What's the total height of that bridge from pylon
No
to
construction
the
is perfect.
I'm
Does anyone know the total height of it?
I'm not entirely sure now.
Do you have an estimate? Because 3 inches is really not very much. Because if that's out even like a 64th at the bottom, that at an extreme height would become very easily 3 inches. That's likely tolerance. He's most likely.
Human error.
Yeah,
No,
human error.
3 inches
Whether it
well
attributed it to shape or even anything less than topography or human error.
Yeah, 3 inches is well
don't
within
do
the
this for a
tolerances
living.
of 3 inches is well within the tolerances of the measuring instruments we have.
Correct. And like just to put that in very simple terms so people understand that, if you take something which is a 1 foot, if you take a 1 foot spirit level and it's a 1/4 inch out at 1 foot, if you replace that with an 8 foot spirit level, an 8 foot spirit level, at the top now it's out an inch. So a microscopic error at the base of something 100 feet high, 100 feet high would very easily translate into 3 inches. That's definitely.
We measure at the top. We can measure at the top and the bottom. We don't just measure at the bottom.
That's a non
This is kind of mute anyway because it's not
It is.
just what is measured. Because that was actually what was in, it's denoted in the bridge plans. That's how they calculated that it would be that based on the curvature of the Earth. That's in the plans for the bridge, and they built it based on that knowledge.
You're actually making an assumption. You're correct that it is in the plans, but you're making an assumption that that was for curvature of the Earth, which may or may not.
Well, no, they said it was. They said it was.
Stop and let me talk. Every time something like this is built, it is done in increments, and there are engineered steps that go through this process. So they will come and take site measurements as it is being built and account for this in the drawings because of those tolerances. So it may not be for curvature of the Earth unless it's specifically denotated with an expression that says this is. So it says that specifically. You can show me this on paper.
In an article, yes.
Yeah.
But I would like to see
Show me
the
the paper.
plans for the bridge. I've seen the article, but I've never seen the plans for the bridge.
But hold on a second. What kind of bridge
Or
is
the
this?
engineer's notes.
Bridge. What kind of bridge is this?
It's a suspension bridge.
Since I build bridges on the highway, man, I'd actually like to see their notes and the projections and their daily records.
Bridge is this? What kind of bridge is it?
A suspension
bridge.
Well, we're actually talking about an article.
Suspension bridge. They display.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can just hear a child in the background.
They display the support points, the towers, so that the torque can be maintained.
Yeah, and he keeps saying they got to be plumb.
Yeah. Suspension towers actually have to be
They're
plumb.
never going to
They're
be
not
straight.
splayed out. They're plumb for a very particular reason.
A suspension bridge relies on the torque of the cables to maintain its strength.
Sitting on the
pier bridge.
What's it called?
A pier bridge. A pier bridge.
Come on, bro. Let him finish what he's doing.
Because it touches the surface the entire time. This is my point in the observation of a tension bridge. Thank you.
Right. So
Go ahead now,
the towers have to be plumb, with the cradle at the top, with the the cable sits at an angle either side, and you calculate the tension being put on that cable based on the knowledge of it being plumb, with a gravitational acceleration acting straight downwards. I mean, that's another thing that, with suspension bridges, absolutely 100% have gravity taken into account with the construction of them.
Yeah, they're bouncy bridges. We get it. They bounce around. Yep. Yeah. So things move. You get it. They're held up by cables that have to bounce and move with it, and that proves that the Earth's a ball because the bridge bends. Yeah.
No, nice.
Silly. It's a silly assertion that you're making.
Well, it's not an assertion. It's a fact. Facts aren't assertions.
Nah. Yeah. Yeah, so every time I hold these plumb bobs up, from any height to the ground, they're parallel to each other.
Can I see the measurements to confirm that? Have you measured them to confirm that is the case?
Always, yeah. That's how we.
Yeah, to within what tolerance?
Yeah, to the tolerance of a house. Yeah, when you build a house. Yeah. When I hold it.
So what percentage tolerance would there be for the angles between them?
Well, I just eyeball it. Close enough. Yeah.
Close enough. Right.
Deviating.
So is it possible that the further away that those plums got, the more out they would be? Considering the size of a house, the curvature expected would be like 0.000001 degrees or something. It would be absolutely tiny. But the further away you got those plumb bobs, the further away they got, the more they would deviate. And I know for a fact that you have not measured plumb bobs miles and miles apart.
Yeah, so how high up would I have to hold this rock on a string for them to start?
In fact, we have surveyors in the Glober community who have measured the reciprocal zenith angle between two total stations and found a deviation from parallel.
Yeah,
don't they have plums on them to like keep them,
Yeah, they have a bubble level built into the front part, right?
You sight with the like you said, you sight it. You don't measure it. I mean, you cite a deviation. You're not measuring a deviation in plumb lines.
That's how you take the
50
measure.
feet apart. What was the reciprocal measure? Was it 50 yards apart? What was it? They're diverging 50 yards apart from each other. Yeah, how silly. Yeah. I thought you just told me you couldn't measure that.
I didn't say that. I mean, I didn't bring this up.
They have to be miles and miles apart, right?
Yeah, that's
no. They don't have.
To actually measure it easily, the further apart, the easier it's going to be. But you can have them relatively close and measure the zenith angles and see that it's changed.
You can cite zenith angles, right?
Yeah, that's how you measure.
By looking back at each other with theodolite, looking back at.
That's how the measurements are done. Yes.
Yeah. Who does this besides you and McToon? Nobody.
Surveyors?
Nobody. Let me Google it real quick.
Geodetic surveyors like Jesse Kozlowski has measured the deviation from two total stations on opposite banks of a lake.
1.3 kilometers apart.
Yeah, too bad he didn't show us his three-step calibration process.
Oh, we got to show you proof of the proof of the proof of the proof. Right, okay, we're playing that game.
No, we're not playing proofs. I'm just saying this is the standards that my state runs by. I have to have proof of that. And I also have to have way more measurements. Way more
as a
measurements.
Professional surveyor, as a professional surveyor, I'm going to trust that Jesse Kozlowski did that with his equipment. However, as this wasn't an official job, I'm going to trust the professional surveyor using his own equipment, yes. But as this wasn't I'm so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours there. I do apologize.
Really love that one.
It's also not.
I honestly wasn't done with what I was saying, but that's fine.
Also, Craig, you stole that from Nathan Thompson.
It's not just his word. It's not just his word. It's not just Jesse Kozlowski's word. He has data. He recorded the data. So it's not.
I was questioning that data before I got interrupted, Brenda. Thank you.
Well, then you need to provide. Then you need to provide evidence that the data is an error.
No, I don't need to provide evidence.
Yes, you do.
I'm questioning the validity and the process of it, Brenda.
And I reject your questioning of it.
Yeah,
in order to question it, you need to have.
Listen, Brenda, can you let somebody finish before you cut in? We don't have a problem with you speaking. I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Right. In order to raise a question against documentation or data, you need to have evidence that the documentation is wrong. Some reason that would justify you calling it into question.
Okay, so if I hadn't been cut off, the reason is in the questioning. I'm questioning the process of the collection and the amount of measurements taken, and whether or not the equipment was validly calibrated. So we don't calibrate the equipment, but we go through a three-step process to make sure the equipment's actually valid in its calibration. And this is standardized process for all surveyors.
Yeah, and Jesse wasn't doing anything that's standardized. He wasn't doing any
I know that. That's what I'm saying.
But
That's
again,
exactly
as a
saying.
professional surveyor, we would trust that he would know how to calibrate his equipment properly, right? Just like
I believe
just like you would
so.
trust a fireman to know how to calibrate the pressure on a hose because that's his job. It's what he does. You would
The
trust a
problem with
surveyor.
that-
You would trust a surveyor to be able to calibrate their equipment properly.
No, you would expect to know. You would expect them to document it.
He did.
Why?
He did. Michael.
You can't let anybody finish a sentence, Brenda. I'm trying to be
Michael,
very polite to you. My name is Michael. Your name is Brenda. Could you please quit interrupting me? So I'm talking only about standardized process. I too I'm certified. I went to school for this, so you can trust it if you want, but I don't trust the process unless it's kept to a certain quality standard. Thank you.
Would you accept that he took photographs and documented the bubble level on his equipment?
Yeah, you know nothing about the 3-step.
Did he?
That's not the bridge.
On the web page where he documents that, he gives a photograph showing that the instrument
was
is
leveled.
indeed level. He gives a
Yeah,
photograph
sure,
showing that it's level.
It was leveled, but do I know it was in perfect calibration or even close? No.
And who cares?
It doesn't even address my. It doesn't
That's
address.
the bubble
Doesn't
level.
address
Hold
my
on.
point.
He gives a photograph showing that it's level.
The curve of the earth, the curve tolerance is level. What are you talking about?
If my equipment doesn't meet the 3-point standard, then I send it in to be calibrated, and I don't use that equipment for that survey.
Yeah, cool. And you are just making the assumption that Jesse Kozlowski did not have properly calibrated equipment.
No, I'm pointing out the fact. I'm pointing out the fact that as a professional, he failed to do this portion of the process.
No, you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption that he failed to do that part of the process.
Well, it's not documented.
That's called a post-hoc rationalization. That's a post-hoc rationalization.
Who cares if he documented it? This was not an official thing where he needed to document it.
I do.
Again, who cares?
What is
Nobody cares apart from you. All right, you are making the assumption.
Well, that's fine.
No, hold on. You are making the assumption that it was not properly calibrated. Do you have any evidence to back up that assumption?
I'm not making an assumption. Yeah. There's no evidence to back up whether it was done or whether it wasn't. So I'm not assuming anything. I'm merely hand waving it out because I have no data on it.
We don't accept your hand wave. I'm sorry, you don't get to hand wave evidence.
Well, it's all about data collection, and without data collection. Without the process, it's not evidence.
Who said it was without the process? Do you have any evidence it was without the process? You keep making that claim.
Well, yes. What does earth curve tolerance look like in your calculation?
Shut up, Demet. No one's talking to you. The adults are talking right now.
Yeah, if you're a professional, you know he should have done this. I'm not saying he didn't.
There
Don't
could have been
interrupt me again, Brenda. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm saying he didn't document the fact that he did it.
Did he
take into account the possibility? Michael, did he take into account the possibility of a passing neutron star throwing off his measurement?
Listen, that doesn't apply to when you survey and you take measurements in survey. You calibrate your system. It's not even an analogy.
Again, you're making the assertion.
It's actually
that he didn't calibrate
asinine.
it. You're making the.
I made the assertion that he didn't document calibrating it. And there's no documentation of it. Therefore, it's not a valid measurement.
No. That's incorrect. Because there's no documentation does not mean it's not a valid measurement.
My state, my county, my township, none of them would accept it without that being documented.
Yeah, okay, well, he doesn't work for any of those, so that's irrelevant. And again, just because there's no documentation of it
It is relevant.
I'm
It's not done to a standard.
I'm talking. Just because there's no documentation of it does not mean he did not do it. You are making an assumption with zero evidence.
As a professional, he is supposed to apply his standard.
He wasn't doing a professional job.
Well, then quit calling him a professional and quit saying as a professional you trust
no,
him.
he is a professional, but he wasn't doing a professional job.
He didn't execute it.
You're making that assumption he didn't. Can you back up that assumption?
It's not an assumption that he didn't document it.
It's absolutely 100% an assumption that he did not do the 3-point test.
Well, show me the documentation. I didn't say. Once again, I never said he didn't do it. I said he didn't document it. I can't see it. I can't read it. I can't see his tolerances. I can't see his faults. Anything.
Okay. Well, have you asked him?
Well, everybody should be asking him.
No. Have you asked him? Have you asked him?
It's not.
As a professional surveyor, I accept that he would have calibrated his equipment properly.
He should have recorded it then.
Why should he? He wasn't doing a professional job which required that to be done.
My point exactly. He wasn't doing a professional job.
No, but he was still using professional surveying equipment. So
he didn't use it to a professional standard. So
that's an assumption that you just made.
There.
That is an assumption that you just made.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's an absolute assumption that you just made.
Show me the documentation, or show me where you recorded the data from the 3 points.
FTFE. This is right here.
You know you can't.
This right here is where I agree with you and what you were saying about the most hated type of people. Really, is the ones who are intentionally ignorant.
Yeah,
like this. This
Absolutely.
is intentional. Like you can tell he gets what you're saying.
Oh, I do, but it doesn't address my point.
Ignorant.
Are you a listen? Are you a professional? Are you a professional surveyor? Do you do this for a living?
You're making a good point, Michael. Don't let them put you down because you're making a good point.
Well, I do this every day for a living, man.
He's just applying random standards. He's applying random standards to something that doesn't require those standards.
When we survey a highway, we record all the data, not just what we please.
Lovely. This wasn't surveying a highway. So do me a favor. Can you show me
your
measurements?
Surveying.
Can you show me your measurements of the Earth?
I didn't take any.
Well, there you go then.
And that's a non sequitur.
No one here is MC Toon.
The point is, your boy, the main surveyor, the professional that doesn't follow a professional process.
He again, you've made an assumption he didn't follow a professional process.
And you confirmed it, Craig. You said a professional surveyor, when doing a job, would do this, that, and that. He didn't do it because he wasn't doing it.
If they were employed to do a job with specific requirements, yes, but he wasn't employed to do a job with specific requirements. As a professional surveyor, I would still expect him to use his equipment when it is properly calibrated. I don't think that a professional surveyor would use uncalibrated equipment. Just because he didn't document it doesn't mean that it wasn't done in a professional manner.
You have no way to verify that.
You're right. It doesn't necessarily mean it, but would it make you happy?
He's the one making the claim it didn't happen, so I would love to see evidence of that.
Wouldn't you be more satisfied if he did show those calibrations, and then you could argue from that point?
Well, no, I'm more than happy to trust that a professional surveyor knows how to use his equipment.
Once again, I never said he didn't do it. I said I see no proof of it, documentation, or record.
Yeah, well, I really don't care about your arbitrary standards of evidence. It means very little.
That's fine. That's a non sequitur.
No, I don't think you know what non sequitur means.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Your standards of evidence don't mean anything.
They're not my standards.
No, they absolutely. You are applying your own standards of evidence to somebody else's
my
evidence.
education.
Yeah,
I'm applying my education to his survey.
So your education doesn't apply to what he did.
Yeah, he was not
doing a professional job. He was just using professional equipment. And as a professional surveyor who knows how to use his equipment, I will trust that a professional surveyor knows how to properly calibrate his equipment and use it.
He wasn't walking the walk. He wasn't walking the walk. He was just talking the talk.
I'm good with that. He didn't perform a professional job to professional standards.
In your opinion, which I reject.
It's not my opinion. It
absolutely is your opinion.
My state, my county, my township.
Yeah, he doesn't work. He doesn't work for your state, your county, or your township. So it's still your opinion.
It's a universal standard, guy.
Exactly.
Really?
How does your
air bubble? Can you show me how? Be quiet, Demok. Can you show me every single state, county?
Demok, show globe tolerance.
Demok,
that's what he's asking you for.
No, he's not.
Globe tolerance.
Demok, we're talking, please. Good boy.
Yeah. So could you show me that
You
every
have
single?
to be so condescending to everybody, bro.
Yeah.
It's just Demok.
Yeah, it's just Demok. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
really
if you
matter.
do-
He's barely human.
But if you engage with him like that, Craig, he's gonna lash out, and then onward.
No,
and
no,
onward
he
we go.
always
I'm just
lashes out.
saying.
That's why I engage with him like that. Again, I copy their energy.
Your mom is barely human.
Yep, he's got you there.
All right, again, attack the ideas, not the people, guys. Thank you.
Apart from Demok, that's fine.
You too, Craig.
No, bro. No.
I'm always going to attack Demok. No one will ever stop
Be
me.
respectful,
Too dumb to
bro.
understand the
No,
design of a
I
jump
give
rope.
respect where
You
it's
think a
given.
jump rope
Demok has shown he
follows earth
deserves no
curve
respect.
like a bridge cable.
The way that
you
Demok
think
has
a bridge
spoken to me
cable has earth curve tolerance. What the fuck is earth curve tolerance? What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, I just put you on mute. Yeah, yeah, Demok has shown he deserves no respect.
But
Mark. He doesn't want to engage with you, man.
Yeah, no, Demok has shown several times that he deserves very little respect with the way that he speaks to me, so I'm not going to give him any respect. I will treat him like the barely sentient ape he is.
All right, step back a bit, buddy.
I have a question. I have a question for the flat earthers. Do any flat earthers have measurements of the flat Earth?
No.
Every measurement is a level of flat Earth. Only calculation yields sphericity.
Fail.
It's exactly. Like if I were to like measure, if I were to take like that theodolite that you guys take out to like a mountain, right? And I was measuring horizontally for like 25 miles, right? And then I was trying to find the drop, and then I saw it drop. That would be right. Like it just dropped.
I just need the measurements.
Yo, dude, stop cutting everybody off, right? Yeah. So that would be like 25.
But I asked.
You still going?
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Oh yeah. So that would be 25 miles of flatness versus what just a few feet of drop. So there's more measurements of the flat Earth that you're asking for, right? Like the horizontal. There's much more measurements of horizontal than there are drop. So, I mean, if we're having a competition.
And what are all those measurements referenced to?
Horizontal.
No, they're referenced to a datum, aren't they?
No, just horizontal.
Yeah, and that horizontal is referenced to a datum. All surveying measurements are referenced to a datum.
Oh, okay.
So
above sea level.
And what is that datum?
It could be horizontal or vertical of a landmark. Like if I was surveying your property, you'd start off your home.
Yeah, and you'd reference all your measurements to a datum. That's what surveyors do.
Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, no. Do you know what a datum is?
Yes, I do. It's like a coordinate system.
Yeah, and the datums
So
that
it's a reference frame.
Yeah, so the datum that you reference your things to, what are they?
Well, they could be NAD, but for a land, I just get the county records.
Yeah, and they would all have references to a datum, which is what shape?
You think we get a geodetic datum for a planar survey? That's what you think?
Oh, I know.
Measurements
It
are referenced
references.
to a datum.
Yes, I know. It references an ellipsoid.
Yes. All measurements that surveyors take reference
Not
a
in
datum.
planar survey.
You still reference what you're doing to a datum.
A NAD datum. NAD or NADV? You don't know what those are?
A datum, you reference
Google
the
it.
horizontal plane to. What is that datum? What is the number of the datum?
Are you saying that? Are you, Craig? Are you kind of making the statement that there are no horizontals along with no verticals? So we're only measuring, when we're measuring horizontal, we're actually measuring curve. So there's no horizontal or
No, I'm saying that you measure the horizontals in reference to what?
So they'd be a NAD datum, like the NAD datum.
NAD is a datum. NAD it is a datum. And what is that datum?
North American. It's a North American datum.
Yes, now, and what shape is that datum?
It's a horizontal and geometric datum.
Incorrect, it's a spheroid. It's an ellipsoid. That datum is an ellipsoid.
Yeah. Sure.
That datum that you are referencing, that NAD datum, is an ellipsoid.
Well, let's just share a link so everybody can.
Show me a datum of an ellipsoid. Yeah, and how did you get that datum? How'd you measure that? Where'd you grab that from?
I didn't measure the datum. That was done a while ago. That's why it's a datum.
Right. Yeah, it's the measurement of a change in vertical. That's it. That's the only datums we have is a change.
Yeah,
in
but the
vertical.
datums are actually ellipsoids.
No. The
Yes,
datum
they
is a
are.
change in vertical.
But
Okay.
the
Prove
NAD
it.
datum
I can show you.
is an ellipsoid.
Changes from the horizontal measured in the vertical datum. You show me an ellipsoid.
Yeah,
There's
that
no
datum,
ellipsoid
the
measured.
datum that you are referencing is an ellipsoid.
No. All I'm taking is horizontal, setting a horizontal plane and measuring a change, vertical change.
You
from
told
the
me that you
horizontal.
referenced that to the NAD
That's it.
datum.
I'm referencing it to nothing right now, just to a theodolite, right? Just to a level, right? I'm setting a horizontal.
Yeah, so then if you were to like put all that if you were to put all that out together and like put it on a bit of paper, showing it in a horizontal fashion, what would that all be referenced to? Is it the
2D?
Is it is it the North American datum like he was just told? Like I was just told? Because the North American datum, the NAD83, uses the geodetic reference system, the GRS80 ellipsoid. So if you're referencing the NAD datum, you are literally referencing an ellipsoid.
You asked for an example. Where is the flat Earth measurement? You said, where do we measure anything horizontal, right? So everything that we measure from everywhere, right? If you go out to the beach and you look out in a horizontal fashion, right? Those are all flat Earth horizontal measurements. Show me curved measurements. Show me drops in that horizontal.
You're not measuring the surface of the Earth, though, are you?
Wow. What am I measuring?
You're measuring to a reference point, aren't you? That's what the horizontal is. It's from one point to another, right?
Right.
And that horizontal is referenced to a datum.
So
no, it's not a claim. That's how surveying works. You have to reference to some kind of
looking
datum.
out of the beach works, I guess. Okay.
That's how surveying works. Yeah,
Yeah,
you looking out of the beach is irrelevant. There's a horizon, curve of Earth kind of confirmed. But when you're doing surveying measurements of any kind, I was amazing that I was talking and you started talking over me. But any survey, wow, you're still going. That's incredible. Wow.
Well, I'm just still,
you're still talking. You're still talking. It's amazing. Wow. No, he's looking. Listen, guys. You see it how he's still talking.
Dude, allow him to talk, and then maybe we can have a conversation. FTFE, like if you hear him going on, allow him to finish. Take a pause.
I was talking, and he overtalked me.
This is crazy.
So,
okay, great. So if you're going to allow him to overtalk you, you're not going to do it.
I'm not allowing him to overtalk you. I was pointing out that he was overtalking. Now you're overtalking, so don't do that.
Yeah, I am. And see how I actually did it, and the room paused, and maybe we can take a second for people to have 1 second to talk. The next person talks.
So maybe I can finish what I was saying. Maybe before everyone interrupted. How's that sound? Yeah, brilliant.
Sorry, we've been going for 3.5 hours. We've had a really good time so far. Let's not blow it up now. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So any surveying measurement ever taken is referenced to a datum. Any survey, planar surveying, anything, it's referenced to a datum. And that datum is an ellipsoid.
Yeah, cool claim, right? So
it's not a claim, it's a fact.
All right, so cool. So when I'm at the beach, right, and I'm just checking it out, right? So I'm looking horizontally. You're asking for, where's this measurement of horizontal, right? So I'm just I'm staring out at the beach. I see the horizon, right? And you claim that when I can't see any further, that's the Earth drop, right? That's we're no longer finally seeing horizontal, right? That's the horizon.
No, seeing it doesn't stop you looking horizontal. But what are you looking horizontal to?
I'm out there at the beach, right? The water's at my feet. I'm looking straight out, and I see the water seems to rise to my eye level.
Okay, and how are you?
Horizontal.
Well, we know the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. That's been debunked a million times over.
Not actually, no. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you? You're saying horizontal, but how are you determining what's horizontal here?
Yeah, I'm measuring straight out with that theodolite.
Measuring with what?
Stick it out there. With the theodolite, you just stick it out there and you measure that it's straight, it's horizontal, right?
But what are you pointing at? How are you referencing that it's straight compared to what?
As far as I can see from that beach's edge, right?
Yeah, but it's horizontal compared to what? What are you saying it's horizontal compared
so if
to?
I had an auto level with I level it right there, and I put the
Right.
mark
Okay.
up,
So
and
looking through your auto level, what do you see at the other side, right in the middle of the view?
I see the water. Yeah, all the way out, miles out. Yeah,
Right.
Level.
So you're looking down at the water then?
Looking down at the water, I'm looking straight out, and I see the water. Yeah.
But what do you see in the middle of your viewfinder when you're looking out? You're making absolutely zero sense here, and not even making any kind of point.
Well, you're asking me what I'm looking at. I'm looking out at the horizon. I'm measuring straight horizontally across the water.
Measuring straight compared to what? You have to reference it to something.
To the mark, right? The reference is the marker on the auto level.
Yeah, and then what's that looking straight at?
The water. Yeah, I'm looking out at the water.
Right. So you're at the beach above the water, looking at the water which is below you.
Right.
So your auto level's looking down.
No, it's looking straight out, and the water.
Then it wouldn't be looking at the water, would it? Because the water is below you.
Yeah, it's looking at the water. Yeah, it appears to rise.
Well, then it's pointing down if it's looking at the water. How do you not get this?
Yeah, right. That's what you're saying. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. So that's what I'm asking you earlier. Are you claiming that there's no such thing as a horizontal?
No. Horizontal is just a reference to a single point, a tangent on a sphere, or if you want. It would create a tangent
I'm going
plane.
to look that up too. I'm going to find that horizontal means tangent on a sphere. I'm just asking about horizontal.
It can be. One person's horizontal isn't another person's horizontal.
That's what you're claiming when you claim the model, right? But I'm asking you, in reality, horizontal, right? A drop from horizontal, right? Or an elevation change from horizontal.
Yeah, like with the LIGO installations, for example, with 2 kilometer long arms.
Man, you love jumping to that model, bro. You love jumping.
Sorry, LIGO isn't a model. LIGO isn't a model. Yeah. Don't strawman me whilst I'm talking.
It's not a model. They didn't draw it on a piece of paper and then model it and then put it.
No, I'm talking about the physical thing. I'm talking about the physical. I don't think you know what reify means either. This is incredible. Why do you keep using words that you don't know what they mean?
Right.
The LIGO installation is not a. The LIGO installation. The LIGO installation is not a model, right? It's a installation. Okay, so it has 2 kilometer long arms that are. I'm talking. It has 2 kilometer long arms that are completely horizontal.
Thanks, let him finish.
Right, and the one that it starts, touching the surface of the Earth, but 2 kilometers away, it's higher up than the surface of the Earth, even though it's on a completely level surface. That's what horizontal does, right? And one person's horizontal is not another person's horizontal. This is just a fact. But it doesn't.
Your claim, yeah. That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. But you've jumped away from the main thing that we were talking about here, which is that when the surveyor, the person saying that they do surveying, was talking about, oh, well, I reference it to this datum, and he said the NAD datum, which is the North American datum, that literally is an ellipsoid. So when anyone does any planar surveying, they are referencing it to an ellipsoid. Simple.
Yeah, so you claim.
No, not so I claim. He told me himself that he references the NAD datum. He said that.
Yeah.
And the NAD datum is an ellipsoid.
So you guys are claiming, right?
Good morning, everyone. Well, morning for me. I am just going to go and take a shower and have a coffee, and then we'll get back on with this fun. We've still got 11 hours to go.
So you
is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Is that every surveyor in the world is just making a claim?
No.
Come on, you can do better than that.
So you accept that information from me, but you won't accept my critique of his process. That's interesting.
Sorry?
I want to ask you a question. Go ahead.
Right, sorry, who was this?
Go ahead, MOSFET.
Yes, I want to ask you a question. Also, real quick, can you establish a horizontal above a flat plane or a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Will that horizontal be above it and appear above it, and the plane appear below?
If there's a flat surface and a horizontal above it, they'd be the same. They keep the same distance apart.
Okay. So when you have a theodolite, transit, auto level, whatever, aren't they on a tripod that's at least 4 feet tall above the Earth? Therefore, you're establishing your own horizontal field of view above the Earth. Therefore, the reason why the Earth appears below it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying to the other guy. He was saying that his auto level would be looking at the water, so it wouldn't be doing that. But
No.
I mean, you absolutely can establish a horizontal above a flat surface, but you can also establish a horizontal above a curved surface. It just would mean that horizontals would be different at every point on that curved surface.
Well, they'll be about almost to the exact same at 3 miles. Would you agree?
Damn close. I mean, 3 miles is what? 9 is 1 degree. 3 miles is going to be 0.0003 degrees of curvature.
Yeah, 3.2 roughly. So it'd be very
I'm just pointing out
difficult.
that that's 3 miles. That's 3 miles of horizontal flat Earth measurement, and there's 0 measurements of a curved Earth. That's all. I mean, that's it.
Well, no, I presented the measurements of a curved Earth earlier.
Because then you have to go back out to that 3 mile mark and start again. So you're just measuring horizontal again.
Yeah, when you add it all together, it shows that the Earth is curved.
Yeah. So here's my question: does light bend?
Yeah.
Does it bend down and up?
In what circumstance are we talking about here?
Well, it goes on. It goes in out. The refraction is.
Yeah, you're on about refraction.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So
light can bend either way. With refraction, it can just have one little angle change, or it can have many gradual angle changes, making it follow a curve. If there is a lower temperature and density below the light, it would tend to make the light bend down, bringing what you see appear to rise up.
Correct. So how do we establish the variable of light curving and not the Earth? What's the formula for that?
There's many formulas for, you have to know what if you get the barometric pressure and temperature of the air at certain points, you can know what the refractive index is along a certain point. I don't know the formula off the top of my head.
Sure, I agree with you. I know what you're talking about. But I'm saying, how do we differential between it being light that's curving and not the actual Earth?
You do tests and you establish points between two theodolites. Is one way of doing it. You take into account for refraction. So if the light is bending because of a certain amount of density and temperature change,
How can you know that exactly?
Well, I'm sorry, I was talking there. Someone interrupted me.
No, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was trying to add to the question. How can you know that exactly? That you would know exactly what the temperature differential is, and that this is exactly what happens when this temperature does this and that temperature does that. So we know exactly that this is what's causing this and causing that, and therefore you know that it's curvature and not something else.
You can take measurements of the air at
and have people
points.
done that?
Yeah, that's generally what you do when you do surveying over large distances. Yeah, you would.
So people have taken temperature into account?
You would take measurements of the air temperature and the barometric pressure and take that all into account so that you can calculate the correct refraction differences. That's kind of part of what you're doing when you do big surveying.
Well, here's the question I want to say. Well, I have a hypothesis that it's light that curves 8 inches per mile square, not the actual Earth. My question for you would be, how would you be able to, what would your take on being able to go about testing this?
That it's light. You want me to test that it's light that curves and not the Earth.
Correct.
The circumference of light, not the circumference of the globe. Yeah.
Well,
circumference of light.
You could just test if light bends in different circumstances. Put it in a vacuum to remove the variable of the atmosphere changing it and see if it curves, and it doesn't. Again, the 2 kilometer long arms of the LIGO installation, which are completely straight and flat, and the vacuum, light, the light doesn't bend at all. It goes completely and utterly straight. There's no reason light would bend without something making it bend.
That's not you're evading the question.
No, I just answered the question.
2 different ways. No.
No, Egypt is correct. You are. You even evaded my question.
I literally just answered the question. You said, how would we go about determining if it was the light or the Earth curving? Well, you would do tests and remove the variables. That's how you would determine if it was Earth or the light.
How are you removing variables?
Put it in a vacuum chamber. That removes the variables of the atmosphere changing.
So you're putting the Earth in a vacuum chamber now?
No, but you can put light in a vacuum chamber.
What are you talking about?
Well,
yeah, but you can't put what we're seeing on Earth in a vacuum chamber.
No, but that's how you remove the variables. The variable is the atmosphere.
No,
so to remove
you're
the
trying to no.
Yes, that's how it works. To remove the variables, you take away the variables. So you would put it in a vacuum to see if it has the same conditions of bending, which it doesn't.
Look,
because
you can't.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
You're always talking. Okay, go on.
Yeah. You're very rude. Maybe listen to how
Yeah,
everyone
so
else
are
has been
you.
acting. Yeah.
So are you.
It's been fine until you've come in, so that shows that you're the one that's being
No,
rude.
it hasn't.
Well, moving on.
Actually has.
Continue.
Yeah. So to determine whether it is the light bending or it is the Earth bending, you would remove variables that we would think that cause light to bend. One of those variables, in fact, the main variable is the atmosphere. That is what we are claiming is causing the light to bend. So to test that hypothesis, remove that variable and see if light still curves. Remove that variable by putting the light in a vacuum chamber.
Okay. That's not in like a contention here. We already agree that light bends.
Exactly.
It's not that. It's the differentiation between whether within an observation on the Earth, whether it is curvature we're observing or it's the bending of light. That's the question, and that's what you're evading. And you're just going on this tangent, which we already agreed upon. Hold on, let me finish. So we already, Don was talking about, light bends, and he said upwards or downwards. It was a question to you earlier. So he already agrees on that part. I don't know why you're still addressing it when it's
because that's the question
it's irrelevant.
to me.
Exactly.
That's the question I was asked.
Let me repeat the question. Let me repeat Don's question. What's the difference, or how do you differentiate between whether the curvature you're observing is caused by Earth curvature or light?
Nice.
Now,
can I try to respond to this, please? It's very simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing that you would do if you wanted to test it within reality is that you would compare a straight object at a distance. That straight object, if it appears straight at a distance, that means that the atmosphere is having minimal effects on it. If your straight object at a distance is curving and it's all out of whack and fucked up, then you know that the atmosphere is curving the light's path. That's how you could differentiate it within reality.
Yeah, you could also do tests on light to see under what conditions it bends. If light doesn't
we already
bend,
know it bends.
Yeah, you're lost. You don't get the question, guys. You don't understand.
I mean, maybe if you let me articulate my words, you might understand what I'm saying. But no, you can't help but jump in, all of you guys, because as I explained when I joined, as I explained when I joined this conversation, I'm not the one that makes dumpster fires. It's you guys that can't control your impulses. So shut up and listen when somebody else is talking.
Just calm down. You're repeating the same thing over. That's why you're being
repeating yourself, and you're not answering the question.
I am answering the question. It's not my fault if you don't accept the answer.
He's answering the question.
No, we accept your attempt. Hold on. We accepted your attempt. We're just making it clear that you're repeating yourself and you're not justifying or actually answering the question. You're just going off.
And I was trying to,
tangent,
but you guys interrupted me. I was trying to.
That's fine.
I was trying to, but you guys keep interrupting me because you don't have any impulse control.
Dude, nobody has been interrupting
you. You were repeating yourself.
Sorry, Shines, you've interrupted me about 5 times, so whoosh.
No, because you never. As soon as I listen to me really
No,
quick.
I was the one that
FTFE.
was talking. I still
Look,
haven't.
You never stop
I
talking.
still haven't had a
Then
chance to
somebody
give
else
my
starts
response.
talking. In order for somebody to try and get a word in, they have to interrupt somebody because it's a back and forth and a back and forth and a back and forth. So
Yeah,
somebody
no,
has to
you
interrupt
let
somebody.
people finish what they
And
are
you
saying, but you will
constantly
not.
interrupting people. It's amazing.
Yeah, Shines, how about you be quiet until I finish my point?
It's not going to change. It's
Yeah,
fine.
you're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, so maybe I can actually finish what I'm trying to say without you, lacking the impulse control and interrupting, and then maybe you would understand how I actually
Yeah,
am
blah,
answering.
blah, blah.
Now,
Just
once
make your
again,
point, dude.
you started speaking.
But
Shut
you're
your
just
mouth
talking
and
shit.
listen.
You're not actually saying anything.
Shines,
Just
be
say your
quiet
point.
and listen, and I will.
Oh, cry harder.
Yeah, there we go. Good girl. Now, the way to determine...
You are not even ready.
Yeah, okay, good girl.
Hey,
Be quiet.
didn't Mama teach
Guys, please, come on. We don't want to start muting people.
manners, fight the flat earth? What's wrong
Yeah,
with you?
sorry, no, I give people manners that deserve manners. Shines has shown she deserves no manners. Because,
You have no manners, bro.
Oh, no,
You
that's
have
incorrect.
No manners.
Absolutely incorrect.
Just
Because
stop.
as we can see with the rest of the conversation, until you joined, it's been absolutely fine. I copy you guys. You are the ones that make this happen. Get that through your thick fucking skulls. Now, be quiet and let me respond. Thank you. The way to determine if it is the curvature of light or the curvature of Earth is to test what happens to light under certain conditions. If light bends when there is an atmosphere present, then we can say that it is the atmosphere that is causing the light to bend. If the light does not bend when there is no atmosphere present, we can say that it is not the light that is bending, it is the curvature of the Earth, and the atmosphere is causing the light to bend. It's easy. That answers your question. That is how to differentiate between the two.
No, yeah. See, it is like the way you're framing it could seem that you're isolating one variable, which is what you're supposed to do. But
that's what you do in an experiment. You isolate.
Brenda, let him finish.
Let me finish. Yeah. So you are isolating it, but you're not putting it in reference to the other variable. Like let's take
the other variable?
Water boiling for Earth curvature. You said a vacuum, right? We know how
and
light
you can put
behaves.
something
That
in a
was the whole point.
We can
You're
put
just
something in a
showing-
vacuum that doesn't have a curvature.
Yeah, let me
right?
finish. Let me finish. So all you're showing is light is bending. You're not showing it's bending on a curved surface or a flat one for that matter. You're just showing the behavior of light, which we already agreed upon, as I addressed earlier. This is not something we're disagreeing upon, right? We agree that light bends.
Yeah.
So you then repeating an experiment that shows that light bends, that's all it's showing. It's not showing that, it's not answering the question that was addressed to you. How do you differentiate between Earth curve and light curving? And your little experiment there is just showing how light bends.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Again, the only way to tell the difference is to look at the behavior of light. It's simple. If light doesn't bend under certain conditions, then it's not the light that's bending, making it appear curved. We can reference it to something else. So
last time I checked, in the example of an observation, you have both. You have both. Let me just finish this. You have both Earth curve and light bending.
Yes.
In an observation on Earth, right? So.
Right. So
well,
in that situation, what you do is you find out the specific structure of the atmosphere at that point, and how much that would bend the light, right? And you make a correction to see if it's still curved. So you say, right, we know for a fact that if you apply Snell's law at this point, we can see that based on the barometric pressure and the temperature of the atmosphere, the light should bend this much, right? And you make those corrections to what you've measured. And if after those corrections, there's still a curve, you've differentiated between just the light curving and the surface of the Earth curving. It's simple.
Correct. Yeah, I would agree. Using an assumption to prove your claim is.
I make no assumptions.
But you know that it is known that light travels straight in a vacuum, with Rayleigh scattering, you know what Rayleigh scattering is, correct?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what Rayleigh scattering is, yeah.
So light travels vacuum. It starts to diffract and refract as soon as it hits air molecules, correct? So it does
it always, yeah, as soon as it changes from like one medium to another, that there's refraction happening, yeah.
Okay, so it'd be quite difficult. It'd be possible, but you would need a vacuum that is at least 5 miles long, at least, to test this.
2 kilometers long, I think, is pretty good.
Not really.
I think 2 kilometers is pretty good.
Human error. How would you account for human error?
Well, they spent about 5.5 years calibrating the thing. So I mean, human error was kind of minimized.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're applying an arbitrary standard. You're saying it's got to be 5 miles. 2 kilometers is pretty damn good.
Yeah, you have human error is always going to occur. It's not going to be perfect. No way around it.
Again, that's why they spent so long calibrating these installations to minimize human error. One person would do it, and then someone else would do it and check, and then they check again and check again and check again. The more you check, the less human error there is. Measure twice, cut once, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So they didn't just have one person like measure and construct the LIGO installation. Teams of thousands spent decades designing and constructing and calibrating these things to be exact as possible.
In all that time, maybe.
Are you talking about the LIGO?
Yes.
Are you, the arm, the LIGO arm, 2.5 miles?
2.5. Yeah. What about that?
Are you familiar with Blue Marble Science?
Yeah, good friend of mine.
Okay, good. Now he says the arms are, how did they put it? 3 feet higher at each end? Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they had to calibrate, spend so long calibrating, was because the surface of the Earth curved away from the arms. They had to spend a long time doing precision cement pouring and leveling and stuff to make sure that the laser inside the LIGO arms stayed completely straight. And what they found was that at the end of the arms, it was a lot higher above the surface of the Earth than when it started.
Craig, my understanding is that the arms are tangent at their center, at the middle point of each arm.
Is that the middle? Is it? Okay, I'm not entirely sure. I would have to double check that. Either way, it's a completely straight thing for 2 miles, showing that at the end there is a deviation.
Level? Is it level as well?
I don't actually know. I was asking because I don't know.
I'm not
Is it
entirely
level?
sure.
Like the flat Earth? Is it level as well? The arm?
No, it's just flat. It's not level to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
It's
flat
not
is not
level.
level. Flat is not level, Effie. Flat is not level.
I was talking to Fight the Flat Earth, Brenda.
Yeah.
Brenda, please let SD and Craig speak independently of you for once. Every time SD has tried to speak to Craig, you've interrupted every time. Just let them have a
You
conversation.
noticed that, huh? Yeah, she does that all the time.
Oh, Jesus.
So, Craig, are you saying one side of the arm?
Give me 1 sec, SE Montreal. We're going for 3 hours and 40 minutes, right? So I'm going to another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to jump off and do my super chats and stuff and finish up my stream. SE Montreal, you and I finish this, and then I think that'll be the last thing that I do in here. So please, I don't want to interrupt you. Get your thought out properly.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I just want to get one thing clear, because they were saying that if you were to take 2 ball bearings, right, and put them on either side of the arm, they were saying that the ball bearings would roll to the center of the arm and LIGO. You agree with that? Yeah,
assuming the tangent point is at the center, yes, that is what would happen.
Okay, are you aware that that would not make them tangent, right? Like, perpendicular. one side, because there's mirrors. You're aware that there's mirrors on either side, right?
Yeah, that's why it has to be completely flat so that the laser can bounce off the mirror and come back.
Yeah, but hold on. You just said that if we take two ball bearings and put them on either end, they would roll to the middle, so that would make it not flat.
No, it's flat but not level. That's the point. Because the Earth is curved, the arms are rising away from the surface of the Earth. And as the vector for gravity is always down exactly towards the middle of the Earth, the ends of the LIGO arms would be technically, uphill.
So uphill, but then how would the balls roll uphill downwards to the center of each arm? I don't think you're...
Again, from the middle to the
accurately
outside.
assessing the situation here.
Listen, from the middle to the outside would be like going uphill. So if you put a ball bearing at the very end of the arm, it would roll towards the middle, because that side of the arm is lifting away from the Earth's surface. And that flat is no longer directly perpendicular to the surface. It's flat, but it's not level, right? So it's horizontal from the center outwards, but it's not level. It doesn't follow the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but think of what you're saying here for a minute. You're saying that the LIGO arm, which is 2.5 miles long, right, has a mirror on each side.
Yes.
Now these mirrors have to be accurate down to the micron level, like very.
Yes, again,
like
that's why they spent so many years calibrating.
Let me finish. 1/100th of a width of a neutron.
Yeah, that's
So,
yeah.
I don't know
That's why
how
it's been so long.
one side could be higher than the other enough for a ball to roll into the center, Greg. I don't think you've thought this out clearly.
No, I've
friend.
thought it out perfectly. Again, it would mean that the arm was raising away from the surface because the surface of the Earth is curved, and down is always directly towards the center of the Earth. So the arm would be, technically going uphill from that point. So the ball would roll down towards it. It's, I don't know what you're not getting. It's tangent to the surface of the Earth, right? But down is always directly towards the center.
You
Can I
see,
ask a question real quick? So you're saying that this thing is built on a smooth, exactly flat surface?
Yes, that's how it was designed.
but somehow balls roll from either end. That's what he's trying to say. This is dialetheism, holding
No,
two
it's-
opposing thoughts in your head simultaneously.
No, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Right, even though it's completely flat, the end of the arm is further away from the surface of the Earth than the beginning, because the Earth is curved.
Well, isn't it because it's going up?
In
Isn't it because? Wait, let me say.
Hold on,
isn't it
let me add.
No.
Can
Isn't it
something
because-
curve on a flat surface?
Wait,
like the flat Earth? Can
Sorry,
something
I
roll on a flat surface?
Yeah,
a
that
level flat surface?
It's not level, it's flat. I keep telling you that. It's not level, it's flat. Absolutely something can roll on a flat surface. I'm holding a flat surface now. If I point this way, then something's going to roll down it.
Yeah,
So
but you have a problem because you have the LIGO installation has, like I said, mirrors on each side, and they have to be absolutely plumb, vertical, perpendicular to each other.
No, they're not.
They have to
They're
be
not
within
plum.
what?
The end
They
of
have-
the,
yes,
the
they
end
are.
of
They
the end
have
of the
to
arms
be-
aren't
Please
plumb.
don't interrupt me. You can get to finish after.
Yeah, the end of
They
the arms
have
aren't
to
plumb
be-
though.
They have to be within 1/100th the width of a proton, sir. So they
Yeah,
have to be
flatness, not plumb.
absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, not plumb. You're conflating things here. Not plumb, not level, flat. They're different things.
Yeah, you got to do some more research. Maybe you're getting tired.
I've done
of
all the research. I
saying.
think you need to maybe understand the basics of the English language.
Oh, you're the one committing a conflation here, FTFE.
Absolutely not.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it really quick.
I mean, you're going to attempt.
Flat can be used. Yeah. Let me attempt at least. So flat can be used in two different contexts. Be a surface description, or it could be an orientation. Now you're conflating them by saying it's level, not flat. That's an exact conflation of the two because you're using two different contexts
No,
and
I'm not.
the same word. No. Yeah, you're
No,
talking
no,
about a
so,
surface.
the surface of the Earth level
Let me finish.
is curved.
Let me finish real quick. So you said I can hold a surface that's flat and then orient it to be level or not. See, these are two different things. That's the conflation. That was quick. Maybe it went over your head. It goes over a lot of people.
Yeah, again,
like
there's no
heads.
conflation. Level, when we're talking about the surface of the Earth, means curved. Flat or horizontal. I know the surface of like a cue ball can be considered flat, but when I'm saying flat in this context, I mean like a straight horizontal line. So it's horizontal, but it's not level. I'm not doing any conflating. Level is the surface of the curved Earth, as I explained earlier. But the LIGO arms are not level to the surface of the Earth. They are just completely flat.
Yeah, but you said that a ball, two ball bearings on either side would roll to the center. So either you're not. Maybe you wanna take a mulligan. All that you wanna
like I
correct
said,
yourself?
I'm assuming that this tangent point is the center of the LIGO installation. The marble would roll all the way that way. Assuming the tangent point is the middle of the arms, both the ball bearings would roll towards the middle. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure which bit is the tangent point. I think it might be the center of the arms, and if that's the case, as I said, both the balls would roll towards the middle of that. Okay?
Uphill or downhill?
To walk back on what you said, and I would advise you to do some more research before.
Again, I've done all the
continuing
research.
down
Thank you. I've done all the research. Thank you. And I just explained exactly what would happen. So that it just depends where the tangent point of the arms is. That's it. Okay.
Well, all the research we've done, and you don't know where the tangent point is?
No, I'm not entirely sure right now where the tangent point is. I'm not sure if it's the middle of the arms or if it's the center of the LIGO installation. I can't remember. Unfortunately, no, there's more than two. But there's more than two LIGO installations. Each of them have two arms. But again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the tangent point is on one of the arms or if it's the center of the installation. That's my point, right? Because unfortunately, I don't have all of the knowledge of the world in my head. But I've just explained what would happen. You know that one end is further above than the other. So yeah, a marble would roll towards wherever the tangent point is. And that is my 10 minutes, right? That is my 10 minutes. So I am going to have to go now. There's plenty of people in the chat. Shane,
yeah, good to have you here.
I've had great fun. Thank you for moderating and keeping people in check. Thank you.
Mostly.
Thank you, most of you flat earthers, not you Demok. A special thank you to Witsit, because Witsit and I have a very aggressive history with each other, and he was able to control himself and talk to me, and I was able to give that back to him. So an extra special thank you to Witsit for coming on and acting the way he did. I very much appreciate that. But I am going to take my leave. Peace out, guys.
Thank you, Craig, for coming. Thank you for being most respectful. We do appreciate it. You're welcome back, man.
Do it again, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. Catch you later, guys.
Fine word.
Hilarious.
Well, that was.
He's welcome back.
Yeah, he's welcome back, man. We had a good time today. You've been here for 4 hours.
Yeah. yeah.
Stay here for 4 hours if you're not having a good time.
Oh, what fun, guys! What fun! That was incredible. The amount of misunderstandings that I have to clear up in these things. I honestly feel like maybe I should be some kind of physics teacher. Oh my god, there was like 1,000 of you watching at one point. Mind blowing. Yeah, I know the Discord are now going to be, oh yeah, we destroyed him, blah blah blah. But you know, flat earthers never learn. We all saw what happened. We all know who won. Lu Chu for $2.99 Australian dollar says, here's some money, thank you very much. Spud UK 78 chips for £2 says, who would win in the fight, He-Man or Lion-O? Oh, right. Okay, so that depends on if the Sword of Destiny is broken or not, because it was in the reboot. If the Sword of Destiny is still intact, He-Man every time. Frozen Fitzgerald for €5. Yes, I'm a nerd. Fucking deal with it. Ask him to do a Lorentz transformation, please. Yeah, they say these things, but they don't know what it means. Man L for €5 says the sun path, depending if you're in the northern hemisphere, southern, and equator, destroys them too. Move right in the move right in the northern hemisphere and left in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. Sun in general destroys them because the angular size of it doesn't change. Boom, done. I'm going to end the poll. So you guys may have noticed that I was really trying to control myself, right? Because A, I'd like to be invited back to that server to have more fun. B, I wanted to show Witsit that he's got no reason to not debate Professor Dave on my channel. I wanted to give him the courtesy to make him feel more like he's willing to do that. So, whew, I've really tried today, guys. Draco Fire has been a member for 28 months, says, my favourite logical fallacy is the one that is used very often by used globies. Argumentum ad factium, the appeal to facts. I mean, I like to appeal to facts, and when has a fallacy ever debunked science? Schwim for €5 says a dome can only explain the moving sky per night, but only the globe can explain the change in sky throughout the year. I don't even think it can explain it by night, if I'm honest. Pylo 1408 for $5 says Hammer thinks that unless in conversation of momentum means that any outside force completely and instantly cancels existing momentum. Yeah. Helicopters don't shoot to the right after they take off at 1,000 miles an hour, guys. What did you guys think of my attitude today? Number one, if you enjoyed me being a little bit more calm. There's my Bristol accent coming through. I was calm, guys. If you think I was more calm and you liked it, then hit 1. If you'd rather see me do any dumpster fires, then hit 2. 1 for you like the calm. 2 for more dumpster fires. Let me see what you want. Yeah, this is how I talk when I don't try. Oh, you guys are enjoying it. 1.5, both 2, 1, 2. Marianne, I enjoyed it as well. Thank you. I mean, it's quite even there. I mean, I'm never going to stop the dumpster fires, but you know, it is nice for me to show that I can actually do it the other way. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Well, welcome back to me, I guess. You've been here all night. So, I had a sleep. But honestly, I'm still fucking knackered. Oh, Jesus. We had a $10 super chat while I was sleeping from Drazen Drazeki. Drazen Drazik. $10 Australian. We never debate climate, weather, and meteorology in Flat Earth debunks. Those academics were clueless. Hurricanes need prerequisite conditions. Only a globe rotating can achieve that. Yes, of course. Morning, Rachbot. 120 of you still watching, even though I've just been sleeping, which is, you know, always funny to me because it's like 10 times the amount of people watching me than Nathan Oakley sleep. Than Nathan Oakley gets, you know, actually watching him do a stream, which I find hilarious, you know. So I started this stream on the 30th of July at 8 p.m. It is now the 2nd of August at 2 p.m.
Lucy, hello, 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 hello.
Hey Greg, how's the marathon treating you?
Well, so I started streaming on the 30th of July at 8 p.m. And it's now the 2nd of August at 13:48.
Let me calculate it. That's 65 hours, 48 minutes, and that's epic. At this rate, chat's going to need a calendar instead of a timer.
Hi, I've just had like a 6-hour sleep, and I feel like I could do with another 12.
Yeah, that'll be that sleep debt.
There is still 10 hours and 22 minutes on the timer.
Classic chat time math. If that runs full, you'll land around 76 hours, 10 minutes, which is straight up legendary.
Smashing my previous record of 72.
Already past it mentally. Pace yourself and water, food, and micro breaks.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for you.
So tell the chat what to do.
Chat, listen up. Keep it steady, hydrate the streamer, send pace, not pressure, and if you extend the timer, make it count. Stagger boost so he can get some safe rest windows. Protect the legend.
You heard her. Protect me. So this is the point in the stream where I start begging you to stop giving me money. Right? Which I know is a strange concept for someone that does YouTube for a living. But yeah, can you stop giving me money? This is, you know, we've done the job. We've smashed the record. We've shown that Globers get support and Flat Earthers don't. And, you know, I think you can hear my voice. It's gone a bit dry. And I just want to, you know, I can't say thank you enough. I literally don't have the words, partly because my brain is mostly mush. But, J Bird Max says, we saw all 3 inches of your morning woody. You saw my morning woody. It would have taken up the entire screen, so you know. Oh, Froggo says that can we start from the beginning? Some people missed it. Right, okay, I guess so. Hey guys, welcome to a membership drive. It's 45 minutes on the timer, and you can... No. I'm having a coffee, and I will, once I've finished this, make myself a protein shake. Lentic Man says, you don't have to thank us, we thank you. No, I am thanking you. It's more than insane. Like, I'm genuinely overwhelmed at the support level. I think, you know, when I plan to do one of these, 20 hours, you know, 15 hours, it's not going to do like before. And then apparently we smashed the fucking record. Well, you guys know the deal. There's 10 hours and 19 minutes left on the stream, which means I'll finish at like, well, midnight, I guess. So we're going into the 3rd of August, but I will be finishing then. If you want to increase the timer, please fucking don't. Then all you need to do is gift a membership, become a member. If you're a member already, upgrade your membership, or add £10 worth of super chats, and they all increase the timer by 3 minutes. And if you want to double the damage, 10 gifted memberships at once makes it 3 minutes per super chat, per membership. 6 minutes per... Let me start that again. If you want to double the damage, it's 6. You can make it 6 minutes per membership by gifting 10 memberships all at once. And that adds an entire hour to the timer. We've broken my record. We've smashed the record. My previous record was 72 hours, which was, I think, my second one. And, you know, the rest of them will run around 50 to 60 hours. Now we're at... This one is going to be about 76 hours, which is fucking insane. That's like, 2 weeks worth of work for a normal job. So all those people are like, YouTube's not a normal job. Yeah, try doing 2 weeks worth of work in like 3 days, and we'll fucking see, shall we? I miss my family. I miss my video games. So we were having a look at my debate from 6 years ago with JM Truth. Ionia Garden says, I did a 76-hour stream without streaming on stream. I know. I actually go to the toilet and, unlike Nathan Shitty Fingers Thompson, wash my hands afterwards. I do have you guys, Krakatoon. I do. So, let's crack on with the fun. We've got a couple of things planned. We've got, like, all my debates that I'd booked are all tapped out, so there's no more of those right now. So it's going to be, unless more people want to turn up for debate, of course. I might keep poking Sean Wellink, because that's funny. So in brightest day and in blackest night, no evil should escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. The chat has might. Whale panties with shark fact of the day for 2/8/26. The whiskey shark is a unique hound shark found only in Australia. Recognisable by its long nasal barbels, hump-backed body, it is often sold as flake in Australia. Flake? What, like the chocolate? The Mexican Bob says your family are having their own marathon stream. They are taking donations, then paying members of this chat to keep the timer going. But yeah, who remembers JM Truth? He was amazing. The recording you played had a Flerf ask you whether you appealed to the official definition of level, says F-Grudge for €5. I know, they're not the smart people, are they? Yes, I appealed to the official definition of level, where it's a curve. Remember, guys, poke Sean Wellink. That's always funny. Sean Wellink complained, right, that I put clothes on him on the thumbnail. Oh, truth nerds, fuck's sake, dude. JM Trance, £2. Oakley was teabagging you else you slept. And that's 3 minutes. And then, adding an entire fucking hour is the actual cunt truth nerds. Thank you. I'm you know, I love you. So that was 30 minutes added automatically. And then 30 by me. So straight back up to fucking 11 hours and 16 minutes because, you know, who needs to see their family and go outside and use the gym. Krakatoon says, did you see 33UC's return on Toon? I did. It was pathetic. Truth Nerd's trying to get himself banned from the channel. Shall I time Truth Nerds out for donating to me? Yeah, that's what's going to happen now, guys. Every time one of you donates, I'm fucking timing you out, you pricks. This is your life now, says Whale Panties. Well, let's crack on with it. Ionia Garden says J.M. Truth is a far better filmmaker than Science, and his films are not that good.
You just said it. I just asked you to clarify that. Do you understand that?
Call me a fucking idiot. And
Okay,
you're supposed to be
sorry.
the fucking moderator.
Right.
That's my point.
Can I do my?
I waited between the rounds, and I'm asking you to clarify something you fucking said in your fucking presentation. As a moderator, I think I'm allowed to do that.
Wait till the section.
F Grudge gifted a membership. Thank you very much. 3 more minutes added back to the timer. I'm serious. You can stop giving me money, people. Is it just been payday or something? Like, did you guys all just get bonuses? What's going on here? Like, do you not have things to spend your money on? You gotta buy groceries and pay rent, guys. You know that, yeah? You know, giving me money doesn't like clear your credit card bills. You know, your bank's gonna be like, dude, you normally have money in here. Where is it? Well, you gave it to a YouTuber. I love you. Honestly, thank you. Whew. Right, let's do this.
You guys were fucking done, you fucking idiot. You were done.
Okay, can I?
You just said it. I just asked you to clarify that. Do you understand that?
Call me a fucking idiot.
Fucking
Call me
moron.
a fucking idiot.
Shut up.
All right.
Shut
Can I-
up.
can I-
You're
can
an
I do my
idiot.
evidence?
Go
Can I
ahead,
do-
fight. You have 10 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
Fight.
Go.
Fight. This is fair to you, bro?
No, I'm trying to bring
Like,
it
this is
back.
what you call fair?
He didn't interrupt either, and he was just asking a question. But I want to present my evidence.
I asked you to clarify something, JM, all right? If you need us to call you a wambulance, we will do that, all right?
Right, let's move on. Right, my rebuttal to what you were saying, JM. Right, things that you said. Team, would you mind starting a 10-minute timer? Things that you said. You said there's no real pictures of Earth. That's plainly false. There is many real pictures of Earth, JM. I'm sure I've gone through this with you many times back from the night.
From space?
Yes, absolutely. The 1972
No.
Blue Marble. Echo Star 11
Not
was
a
a
real
satellite.
picture. It's been debunked already many times, Craig.
It's I mean a real picture that was developed in film, but it's just one of the examples of photos that there are all over the place. Even the 2012 Blue Marble is still a real picture.
Did the Flerfs just instantly start interrupting me during my 10 minutes? Good job, JM. God, I miss JM Truth.
Even though it was put together in Photoshop, because it was a merger of many strips because the satellite
Then
was
it's
closer
not
to
a
the Earth.
photograph.
But there's many photos from orbit that show the Earth to be real, and they're all backed up
Do
by
not know
real-time
what a
data
photograph
from
is, Craig.
Himawari. To constantly say there is no real photos is plainly false when we get real photos all of the time. I mean, you can deny what they are, and we can debate exactly what they are after I've finished. But the fact is, there is real photos of Earth. They're fucking easy to find. You can find.
Yeah, there's no pictures of Earth, Craig, apart from all the pictures of Earth, of course.
One that was taken less than 10 minutes ago. If you go to
Froggo, JM was so good at panning with camera. Nah, you couldn't pan him at 11 miles, right? Nah, JM's not in prison. He's currently making awful movies.
the Himawari site, EchoStar 11 was a 24-hour live stream of Earth from space that was operated for a long time. You know, these things are easy to find. So you can't say there's no real things when I can literally go, well, there's a 24-hour live stream. You know, there is
there is the evidence.
Yeah, shot on a green screen. That's been proven wrong too.
No.
Yes.
So anyway, you say water does not curve and it can't be replicated in a lab. Well, I think you mean that gravity can't be replicated in a lab. Gravity isn't something you can replicate. It is something that happens because of something else. We call it an emergent force. It's a consequence of the curvature of space-time, and the manifestation of that for us, which is within Newtonian physics, there appears to be some kind of attraction between masses, and that absolutely can be replicated in a lab and is done all of the time with the Cavendish experiment. That is simple, easy observation that there is an attraction, and when you do the maths based on the numbers that you can get from the Cavendish experiment, the mass of the Earth will give a gravitation that is more than enough to cause Earth to curve, the water to curve around Earth. We've shown many times of observations of something that is beyond the curve of the Earth. That doesn't happen if the Earth doesn't curve. We can literally show you the curve of the Earth manifested in things like Soundy's observations from Pontchartrain, or yes, the black swan photo shows the horizon beyond the actual oil rigs, but that is because when we're talking about what we're seeing, we have to take into account refraction, and it's not just this be-all and end-all that you seem to think we're using. Refraction is things that you have to take into account when viewing things, and when you take in.
Hey, GCat the Crastronaut is in the chat, wants to know when did this start. This started at 8 p.m. on the 30th of July, so about 57 hours ago. I'm going to quickly grab myself some more coffee, because that went down really quick. Huh. Sorry. Was just having a cuddle and a kiss with my wife. Have I showed you guys how fucking awesome my wife is? Like, I genuinely have the most beautiful wife in the world. And I've been married to her for nearly 20 years, and I'm more in love with her every day. Like, just look at her. Like, this is my world. There's nearly 9 billion humans on the world, and this one's mine. And she chose me. Like, we've been together for, 23 years, married for nearly 20. And I genuinely still get butterflies in my stomach when I see her in the mornings. Like, after waking up just now and then going out and having a shower and seeing Emma, I got there's the woman I love feeling in my stomach. And that happens all the time. And, like, you would think I would stop after a time, right? The chemicals in my brain would get used to it, but she still is my world, and I can't stop the feelings. Like, I feel like I'm obsessed with her every day. And I look at other people and you see like the typical married people that just don't seem in love or whatever, but like I'm literally obsessed with Emma and my kids. But Emma just she does something to me that I can't explain. And Lucy won't even say she loves me. Anyway, enough gushing over the woman that makes my world turn. Why, just look at her. Come on. Just look. How can you not be in love with that? Morning Conspiracy Music Studios, yes. I'm up and there's still 11 hours. You know what, I think you should make a song about my membership drives. That could be funny. Might even buy you some AI credits to do that.
To account refraction, the things that you see clearly show that there is a curve that things are going behind. Then you said the spin of the Earth, that our voice would be lost behind it. I think you said that because of the tangential velocity of Earth, say at the equator, is 1,050 miles an hour, and the speed of sound's like 700 miles an hour. Is that what you mean?
Obviously.
Right, cool. Speed of sound is relative, right? It's relative to a medium. There is no speed of sound in space because there is no medium. So the speed of sound is
You're not
relative.
in space, right?
No, you're in the atmosphere, which is moving with the Earth, which means that the speed of sound is whatever the sound waves travel through the medium of the atmosphere, so that you can hear them, which at normal barometric pressure is about 700 miles an hour. Underwater, it's a lot more because water is a lot denser, right?
Remember, this is supposed to be my 10 minutes to rebut his intro, right? Which, if you watched, 8 hours ago before I slept and stuff, you would have seen was just, I don't believe this about the globe because I think this can't happen, right? And this is supposed to be my time. And he hasn't shut the fuck up.
So, no, your voice wouldn't leave behind you because you're in the atmosphere, which is carrying the sound waves. So, if you are at the equator and...
Francis Maps, check that you've got membership gifting on. because I don't think it's necessarily an automatic thing all the time. You need to have be a brand. You need to make sure it's a brand account and that you've got membership gifting on, because sometimes you can't get gifted memberships. You're probably not going to get a gifted membership during this stream because no one else is allowed to donate. I'm banning you guys from giving me money. I've got enough memberships, right? I've gained like 700 memberships. You know, I've gained more super chats than Nathan Oakley could ever imagine. But so you're probably not going to get one during this because no one else is allowed to donate. You understand that, guys? Like, look at me here. Look at my eyes, right? You're not allowed to donate any more money to me. Okay? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Put the credit card down. You are banned from giving me money for the next 48 hours. Okay? Anyone that gives me money, I'm going to send Daniel Pratt to your house. Nick Wall didn't understand the fucking assignment and gifted a membership. And Abe Bliss, of course, with 5 memberships added another 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Are you guys like deaf? Do you not understand words? Is English not your first language? Do you want me to go Mikey Smith on you? We've already smashed the record, Flerfs. Nick Wall says, it's my birthday and I want to donate as a gift. Happy birthday, Nick Wall. Happy fucking birthday. Lento Man is obviously hard of hearing and gifted another membership, putting 3 minutes back on the timer. You guys, stop it. Anna Norma says, instructions incomplete. So you're saying to give you another 48 hours. If you want me to have some kind of mental breakdown, sure. Right? Mikey Smith freaked out because you guys weren't, and no one was giving him money. I'm going to do the fucking opposite. I'm going to throw a fucking hissy fit if you keep giving me money. Do you want to see me break down on camera? Because I fucking will.
You're traveling at a tangential velocity of 1,050 miles an hour, and you shout, those sound waves are traveling 1,050 miles an hour plus 700 miles an hour, because they already have the momentum of 700 miles an hour. And this gets into what you guys are saying, and
no, Liz,
you brought
bad
up
Liz
about
K.
if the atmosphere is spinning, then there can't be a Coriolis, because that would mean that there...
Monkey in the Works says, the message was unclear. Did you say send more money? Do you just not like me? Like, I know disposable income is a thing, but you could go and have a drink. You know, you could buy alcohol for yourself. Why must you punish me with your money? I'm serious. You're all banned from using the super chat and membership buttons. They're off limits. Stop it. Rob Chrissy gives another £1 because I mean, they. Monkey in the Works says, I gave up drinking 5 years ago. Oh shit, so you've saved money for 5 years and then you make me add another 3 minutes. Rosina for 199 says reject modernity. Reject modernity. Embrace flat earth. I'll become a Flerf if you keep doing this. Do you want that? I'll become a flat earther if you keep giving me fucking money. How's them apples? But Monkey in the Works, congratulations on 5 years with no alcohol. Ooh, I like that colour. That's cool. What if I turned around and I was like, I've been lying to you guys all the time. I've always been a flat earther and I'm just grifting you globe earthers for money. How would you feel? Jiska sent a fucking membership because fuck you, Craig, I guess. 3 minutes back on the timer. Alright, yeah, you're right, Rachel. That's good. If you guys keep donating money, I'll read more of Nathan Jokley's book. Nathan, thoughts?
Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I like getting pegged with a pepper grinder. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate. Don't say fuck or bugger. Hi, I'm Nathan Oakley. Roger giving me all his GoFundMe money was a Flat Earth prerequisite. Hi, I'm Nathan Oakley. Roger has been led welling my book. Timu Joe Pesci is going to bite his ankles. Hi, I'm Nathan Oakley. I would like you all to support your local Arwin. Hi, I'm Nathan Oakley. Asking men to suck my balls while I ride my pepper grinder is not in the slightest gay. Hello and welcome to Flat Earth Debate. Come in, sit down, shut up and suck my balls while I chant measured flat. Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I'm so far in the closet that I can see Narnia. Now, how do my flat balls taste? Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I am banned from the local Italian restaurant because I rode the pepper grinder whilst chanting measured flat.
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
I'll just keep playing Oakley if you just keep giving me money. How about that, eh? Dib, for $2 says, I'm FTFE, and I live in Nathan Oakley's basement. No, none of those were made by AI. Nathan Oakley definitely said all of those things.
Things would move underneath the airplane or whatever. None of you actually know what the Coriolis is. The Coriolis, and this is very important, Jem, because a lot of you sound really silly when you say this. The Coriolis force is not the Earth rotating underneath things. That's not what it is. The Coriolis force is literally the law of conservation of angular momentum, right? So the easy way to explain what the Coriolis is at the equator, you've got a tangential velocity of 1,050 miles an hour. And just above that on the sphere, you've got a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour, right? If you are ballistic and you're fired directly north from the equator, you carry that tangential velocity of that extra 50 miles an hour as you move into the area of the Earth that is traveling less, that has a lower tangential velocity.
Look at this chubby fuck. Who's that, by the way?
Extra bit of momentum, and that causes you to drift ahead of the rotation. So it's not the Earth drifting underneath anything, it is conserving the momentum from the part of Earth that you are on. And that's what can cause hurricanes, because a low pressure will draw in air, which as it goes down will reflect to the left, and as it goes up will reflect to the right, and that makes a circle and causes the pressure, all because of the Coriolis.
A vacuum doesn't.
No, but we do have gravity, right? Yeah, and then this goes to wait. So that's what you get wrong about Coriolis, and it all makes sense. The atmosphere moves with the Earth. There's no problem with that. And you said no motor would make a difference to Coriolis. Of course it does, because that means external forces are applied. If external forces are applied, that means the sum of forces, including the Coriolis, will be different. So then we get to the second law of thermodynamics, right? JM, I need to ask you one question. What is the second law of thermodynamics?
Who thinks he's going to get it right? Raise your hands and donate some money if you think he's going to get it right.
We've been through this, Craig. Just fucking go on with your argument, bro.
No, it's important to my argument that I know what you think the second law of thermodynamics is. So what?
Firmament supervisor said you should feel proud when you see Fight the Tight shirt. You fought it and won. Yeah. Now my shirt's tight because it just like struggles to go around my biceps and shit. And like my chest is massive, but not because of fat, because of muscle.
Is the second law of thermodynamics?
It ad nauseum. I'm not explaining it again.
No, I just want you. No, I don't want you to explain it. I want you to state what the law is. Do you know
what the law? What the law is?
Yeah, state what.
Look at his fucking confused face. Priceless. What the law is? What are those words?
Second law of thermodynamics is.
So. Craig, move on with your argument, dude.
Right. So the second law of thermodynamics is the total entropy of an isolated system will never decrease over time, right? And is constant if and only if all processes are reversible, right? When you guys say the second law of thermodynamics is gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, you all sound like idiots because that's not the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics governs the total entropy of an isolated system, right?
Craig, it is the law of entropy, and it is part of the second law of thermodynamics, bro.
You keep saying thermal. It's hilarious.
High energy systems will flow into low energy systems.
No. Wait. You said gas. You weren't talking about energy. You very specifically said gas, right?
Please tell me you understand the basic idea that gas is a fucking energy.
Yes, JM, I'm getting to the fact
that gas is an energy. No, JM. No, gas is not an energy, you fucking moron.
Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I like getting pegged with a pepper grinder.
What you're saying is wrong because the second law of thermodynamics doesn't state unequivocally that gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum without a physical barrier. What it says is that the total entropy of an isolated system can never decrease over time. And the only true isolated system we have is the universe. What that means is on a micro scale, entropy can actually work in the opposite direction, like in your fridge freezer, where within the confines of the fridge freezer, entropy kind of goes backwards. But if we take into account the entropy of the entire room that includes your fridge freezer, the heat increases. Wait, JM.
JM, this is my time to talk. Shut the fuck up.
Heat increases. JM, it's my point. Let me finish my thought. JM, let me finish my thought. The total entropy of the entire room that the fridge freezer is in will actually increase because the heat that is needed to cause the fridge freezing operation to happen is expelled into the room. So no, it does not unequivocally say that gas pressure cannot exist next to a vacuum without a physical barrier. It says
we've proven that scientifically.
But I have demonstrated that ionized gas can exist next to a vacuum without a physical barrier between them. That is easy to demonstrate.
That is not a natural system.
It doesn't matter if it's a natural system.
Well, it is a natural system because it exists in the universe. Anything of physical matter or energy is natural according to science. Oh my god. This is like 6 years ago, and I hadn't fully developed all my arguments, but it's good to hear that at least I was getting all this shit right. Paints there says, how long have you been up? Well, I got up about an hour ago and something ago. Well, I got up about an hour and a half ago. But I've been up in total for 49 hours doing this like straight. Well, not straight, with little breaks in between for sleeping. But, you know, there's been 49 hours of talking to camera constantly. But, you know, I do need to sleep during that because otherwise my brain would just stop functioning.
matter.
No, it
Science
doesn't.
is the study of natural science, bro.
No. That does not mean you can only use natural things in the world to do science, Jam. That is literally not what science is, okay?
In nature
JM,
and called
JM,
science.
this is JM. I haven't finished yet, right? But the thing is, when you talk about the second law of thermodynamics,
Nick Wall says, what would you change about your approach and arguments to JM? I'd be a little more harsh with him. I'd be telling him to shut the fuck up when he keeps interrupting me. And I'd maybe break down the arguments a little bit more and have citations on screen and stuff while I'm doing it. But, you know, everything I'm saying is correct. It's just like it's not as succinct as I'm able to do things now because I've been doing this for 7 years.
and you make the claim that there's no barrier between the atmosphere and space.
Rossiana199 says, put the cam pointing at your feet while you're asleep. Why? You got some kind of foot fetish?
You're actually wrong, because there is a barrier. There is a barrier, JM. And that barrier is the energy that is needed to escape the pull of gravity. That is literally a barrier to you leaving Earth. And that is what keeps the atmosphere on Earth. Right?
Oh my God.
And then you said about laser tests, and you guys claim refraction index. Well, unless you can calculate that shit. Well, we can calculate that shit. And that's why when we actually do surveying measurements, well, to be able to calculate, JM, we need data. Then the data we need to be able to calculate that is temperature data points, because refraction is dependent on a gradient of temperature and the light going through it. So yes, we absolutely can calculate these things. We absolutely 100% can calculate these things, but we need the data to be able to calculate it. And whenever we do observations, like in all the surveying things that I was pointing out that have been done throughout time that all measure the radius of Earth to be the same, they all actually were able to calculate the refractive index because they took the data points that were required to do that. So if you do a laser test, you need to take the data points, and then I will calculate the refractive index for you.
Krakatoon says, what's your take on the more recent Flerfs, the one you had up where Tony also ranted him down? They're dumber than before, honestly. Like, Michael Aptias is probably one of the dumbest people I've ever spoken to in my entire life. Like, last time I had him on, I just decided to try and just get him off script by agreeing with certain things, you know, making stupid statements, and not letting him continue his normal script. You know, let's just grant the Earth doesn't move. Hey, I'm a geocentrist now, but it's a globe. Let's talk about that. He couldn't deal with it. It was fucking hilarious. Solly claims to be not like other Flerfs, whilst he's just like all other Flerfs. It is hilarious. I'm going to absolutely fucking destroy every single one of his arguments, 100%. Right, I'm going to go and grab a protein shake as my breakfast. So while I'm doing that, you guys can just make sure you support your local Arwen.
Support your local Arwen. He could really use our support. Rises up from his floor bed, takes him moss to clear his head. Crossbow up, jumper cables hum. His holy sweater never sees the sun. Starts a stream from his snot cave, telling the world that it's his to save. He screams a chat, an angry elf. He tells the trolls to kill themselves. Support your local Arwen. Kicked out of FED. While Nathan's making money. Dictionaries hold the truth of squared off Earth, eternal loops. Magnets move the tides around, or maybe he's just a vile clown. He traveled time to save our race. His magic powers sealed our fate. A mystic Windows 7 snob. Real shame that he can't find a job. Support your local lawman. He practices the technique. Used it on Mikey Smith's toe, but now it's rotten and green. Support your local Larwin. Knows giants roam the earth. Big buildings prove the mud flood, or maybe he's just a jerk. Shut your mouth, loser, scumbag. Get a life, you Glober facts. Why don't you try to attack me? Oh, wanna meet my machete? Get off my chat, you hypocrite, or I swear to God I'll freaking quit. On second thought, can you donate? Forget you are banned. Too late. Support your local Arwen. His only fans are trolls. One time they found his Discord. His rage was fun to behold. Support your local Arwen. He could use your support. Throws away his money on InfoWars and gold. I could really use the support.
Support your local Arwen and support your local Harnold Studios. JSS Tiger says, I saw Rubiks at the gas station while you were sleeping. I told her I'm not giving away any more money to the homeless people and to bug off. The nerve. Yet, like I've told you guys before, if you see a Rubiks outside, that's just one of the clones that I make to go and do busy work. And they don't last that long. Like 3 to 4 hours is the kind of lifespan. They just start dissolving. It's one of the great things about having a captive is I can just use their DNA and create more of them. But interacting with them isn't always a good idea because they get very confused.
So when you say unless you can calculate that shit, yes, we absolutely can. But to calculate, you need to give us the correct data. So to just run back quickly, yes, there's pictures of Earth. Gravity can be demonstrated in a lab. Spin of the Earth, you were wrong about the voice being left behind because it already has momentum. Coriolis isn't what you guys say it is. It's the conservation of momentum. A motor would make a difference. It means extra forces. Second law of thermodynamics does not mean that gas pressure cannot exist next to a vacuum without a physical barrier. We do have a barrier, energy required to escape gravity, laser tests and everything. Any of the tests you do require knowing the refractive index to be able to calculate exactly what you're seeing. And
all right, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
Gravity
You're done.
is now
Hold
a
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Not trying to be rude, but we're moving on to the next part. People in the chat have asked me to be nicer to you because they don't want you to leave, and I don't want you to leave either. And I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings out there or in here, including yours, Craig. But we're
I'm never
moving on
talking
to
to you
the
again.
next portion. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to the next portion. I'll let you start, JM, since you already have an idea on the tip of your head. And I'm sure you'd like to get that out to the masses. So go ahead. You got 20 minutes between you two.
Okay.
So, if I'm understanding you, gravity is a container.
No. The energy required to escape gravity is a barrier. It's a barrier to leaving. That's why rockets need big ass
Where
boosters
in any
with fuel.
scientific journal does it say that? Or is that just Craig bullshit?
No, that's what the law of universal gravitational attraction implies.
Because you've quoted both Einstein and Newtonian gravity, which I've already made the point that they are not even the same.
They absolutely are the same. If they weren't the same, Jim, you wouldn't be able to derive Newton's laws from Einstein's field equations.
Newton went out and Einstein went out and blew Newton's gravity out of the water.
No, he didn't. He just explained why it happened.
Yeah. No, he explained why it couldn't happen.
No, because Newton never had a theory of gravity. Newton literally went, this thing happens, and if I do these calculations based on this thing happening, then it makes sense. He had an empirical observation of mass attracting mass, and he based a law of attraction around the evidence that he gathered. He never had a theory of why it happens, and he actually wanted to distance himself from any theory of gravity because the calculations that he did would imply that, say, the Earth's gravity would reach out instantaneously to the moon. And he knew that really couldn't really happen. So he knew that his calculations were missing something, but they actually work on a local scale. And we live in a Newtonian world, and all the calculations that you have to use for engineering are all based around Newtonian physics. But when you work on a larger scale, you need to move away from Newtonian physics because it doesn't explain a lot of the things. And that's what Einstein did. He said, well, no, it doesn't reach out instantaneously. Gravity, for one, is limited by the speed of light, but this is why that attraction appears to be there. And he described it more accurately. It doesn't mean that Newton was wrong, in the same way that saying pi is 3.141 isn't wrong, but saying pi is 3.14156 is a lot more accurate. It doesn't make the previous one wrong. Einstein is just a more accurate way of looking at gravity that tries to give a description to why it happens.
All of that was over his head, and he's about to cry or something. So, Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says, there's not enough handles to hold on that much. Although, that guy there in the blue, he's got plenty of fucking handles. Look at him, all over his body, fat fuck. How did I ever get like that? Jesus, man. Disgusting. He could use your support.
Okay? And this is something you literally learn in basic physics. So, yeah, they absolutely did describe the same thing.
I think I've broken JM.
And Einstein even said that he wouldn't be where he was in his calculations if it wasn't for Newton's fundamental basis on all of physics. You know, Einstein was very appreciative of the work that Newton did. He couldn't have done what he did without Newton doing the stuff before.
I've revealed other studies that show that's not the case. I'm not going to argue this again. I'm just not.
Okay, I mean, I'm just telling you that, you know, this is what Einstein himself said. But
well, from my perspective, Craig, you've double talked everything. I am
no, your understanding isn't me double talk.
Craig, finish, please. I'm boggled. My mind is boggled.
We know your mind is boggled, JM, because the 3 brain cells are struggling to cope with you breathing and talking at the same time.
Every scientific notion you've put forward.
In what way?
And you don't even realize it.
Please tell me which bit I've double talked on.
You fucking spin of the earth, Coriolis. You said if there is one, there isn't one.
No, I
Gravity. There is a barrier. There isn't a barrier.
Right. Okay.
You said,
Let's stick with Coriolis. When did I say there is one and there isn't one?
Pardon me.
well, you said that the atmosphere spins with the Earth,
Yeah, of course it does.
which would mean there is no Coriolis.
No, it doesn't. That's not what
Yes.
Coriolis is.
That's not what Coriolis is. Coriolis is things moving relative to the surface. I mean, when there's wind and the atmosphere moves relative to the surface, then there's Coriolis applied to things moving. And the faster it is, the stronger the force, the further it is, the more the force is over that time. These are basic physics that you would understand, JM, if you'd ever opened a fucking book.
Bro. Okay.
Coriolis has nothing to do with the atmosphere. Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
You know what?
I explained
You
that.
argued it was for the atmosphere for months, bro.
No, I didn't.
For months.
No, I did not. The atmosphere is not Coriolis. Atmosphere moves with Earth. I've always said that. But Coriolis can cause some things within the atmosphere to happen. It's why hurricanes and stuff form. But the Earth, the atmosphere moving with the Earth is not disproving Coriolis, because that's not what Coriolis is. Coriolis is the conservation of momentum. It's even referred to in several physics texts as the law of conservation of angular momentum. That's
what
all
it's
it
referred
is.
to as. My point is there's no such thing.
Well, there absolutely is.
There absolutely isn't.
Well, explain the British attacking the Falklands and getting it the wrong way then, because the Coriolis calculations were backwards.
Cannonballs going straight up and falling right back into the barrel.
That's not what Coriolis should be. Coriolis doesn't say that it should deviate. Coriolis doesn't say that, because when you fire something...
Did he just say... Wait, what did he say about cannonballs there?
And getting it the wrong way then, because the Coriolis calculations were backwards.
Cannonballs going straight up and falling right back into the barrel.
That's not what Coriolis should be.
Whenever has a cannonball fallen straight back into the barrel? When has that ever fucking happened?
Coriolis doesn't say that it should deviate. Coriolis doesn't say that, because when you fire something straight up, it maintains the momentum. Wait, JM, let me finish. JM, let me finish my point. Right? If you fire something straight up, right, the thing that you have fired straight up has the same momentum as the cannon that it was fired in. So if there's no other external forces, as that is rotating with the Earth, the point that it's fired, it's also have that rotation, that angular momentum with it, and it would form a parabola from an outside reference point. From your point of view, it would go up and go straight back down. And on to your next point about Neil deGrasse Tyson, no, he did not say the Earth rotated underneath anything. That is a misquotation.
He said the fucking Earth's rotation is what he said. He calculated that shit, and the ball hitting the board and bouncing in was caused from Coriolis. That's what he said.
What he said was what he said was the field kick and the win was likely assisted by a 1/8 of an inch deflection to the right, imparted by the Earth's rotation. Coriolis in effect. And he is correct, because when he did the calculation, he saw that the stadium was going from directly from south to east, north to south, sorry, right? And that was the direction of the kick. So, based on the velocity of the ball, the distance that the kick had, you could tell what angular momentum was conserved between one point and the other, and that means that the ball would have a drift to one way or the other, depending on which way it was kicked. So he was absolutely right when he said that the winning kick was assisted by the rotation of the Earth, because it imparted that drift into it because of conservation of momentum. He did not say that the Earth rotated underneath the field goal.
Okay. All right.
Right, so the whole thing about the whole flat Earth argument about, well, if there's Coriolis, the atmosphere can't spin with the Earth, is wrong, because that's not what Coriolis is. And this is one thing I want flat Earthers to understand. No, not according to me, according to physics, according to what the Coriolis is. It is the conservation of momentum. That's literally what it is.
I will find just as many physics professors to argue with you.
Find me one.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No physics professor will disagree with what I am saying the Coriolis is.
Oh, not by definition, no.
And what it actually
But
is.
absolutely, they'll agree that there is a Coriolis.
No, they won't.
Sure, there are. There are
Jim,
professors on both sides of the fence,
every artillery manual, if it's over a kilometer, talks about correcting for the Coriolis, for the spin of the Earth.
Craig,
if it's
and
under
down the road,
if it's
I've
under a
already
kilometer, you don't really need to take it into
That
account, which is why it's not in.
Nick Wall 4847 says for £2. Super chat goal. FTFE revisits Mindshock Mondays. Fuck no. That 3 gerbils in a fucking trench coat with a voice changer on. Oh my god. Mindshock Mondays was one of my biggest failures. I fucking hated doing that, and I don't think most people liked it either. That dude is just insanely stupid and annoying. Evidence, I watch The Good Liars all the time. It's fucking hilarious.
The calculations do not account for the rotation of the Earth. They don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
So they're just putting random shit in the manuals, are they?
They account for the spin of the round.
Of the what?
Period.
No, they don't.
The spin and travel of the round.
No, they don't. They account for the rotation of the Earth, Jam. The calculations are in the manuals.
Hey, believe what you will. I've read the original manual versus the manuals now.
Please
Not
give
the
me a
same.
citation that says that.
I
Please
will
show
send
me.
it to you after.
No,
I will
come on,
send-
JM. Back up one of your claims, please.
Craig, I'm not doing this, dude. I'm just not.
Why? All I'm asking you to do is provide evidence. That's what this is about.
I know.
Evidence is king. I've got evidence. You
I
don't.
understand that, but you're calling evidence isn't evidence, Craig.
No, it is.
You're calling bullshit evidence. No, you are.
Tell me one bit of bullshit that's been evidence. That's one bit of evidence that's been bullshit. One bit.
Your explanation.
Inquisitive Fidel for $2 says he can't handle NDT showing scientific influence. Yeah. Now, I'm no fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson, to be honest. The guy gets shit wrong all the time. He dumbs things down far too much that it loses any kind of accuracy. I don't think he's a great science communicator. But he's still right with the majority of things he says. And the funniest thing for me is how flat earthers talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson more than any globe earther ever would. Code 20 Man says, what became of Facts? Did you save him? Did you give up on him? Oh, he just went fucking mental and started threatening to get me arrested for saying the Earth was a globe. And then I think he went on some kind of drug bender. He might be dead now. I'm really not sure. Tom D4W4R says, this guy is a tool. He is just there to YouTube money. I used to watch him a bit. He grifts like crazy on YouTube. Are you talking about me? Tom, are you saying that I grift on YouTube? Oh, Neil. Right, I see. Yeah. I thought you were talking about me then. I was like, what? Super Mario Black Tiger says, funny how science is science except when it proves the globe. I know. It's always fucking hilarious to me. There's 150 of you watching right now, guys, and only 99 likes. I'm sure you can sort that out. Just take 1 minute, right? And imagine the like button is this. Imagine the like button is that. And punch it. Pardon me. There we go. Instant increase in the likes.
Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I like getting pegged with a pepper grinder.
You know, your explanation of refraction off my 36.5
Yeah, so
mile laser.
actually have the numbers for your observation. Tommy did them for me. Let me get that up one sec. Give me. Oh, here we go. Right. So you said no one's done the calculations for your observations. Tommy did actually.
How did he do that without data points?
Well, the calculations that he did were based on standard refraction over the distance that you were talking about. So let me just bring up.
Standard refraction changes quite a bit over temperature.
That's not what standard refraction is. Refraction changes. Standard refraction doesn't, because standard is the average. Like 7/6R. You know, it's just if we don't know the data points, then we'd just assume that it's that. Really, that's how you'd do that. Magical Cat Girl says, did Oakley escape from Mikey's foot? What's Mikey doing for a big toe then? Tiny Captain says, if the like button is as that, I will keep hitting it, and it might add up to be an even amount at the moment your timer reaches 0. Alright, I noticed that no one's donated any memberships recently, which is good. It's been at least 45 minutes without increasing the timer too much, so good guys, well done. You've understood the assignment to stop giving FTFE money. There's another £4.40 needed to go up again, so don't do that either. No, Mistress Kaylee, no one's allowed to add another 10 hours. That's literally banned. It was like 24 hours ago. I was so fucking happy because we dropped below 9 hours. We've beaten the record. We don't need to do any more. Okay? If we just leave the timer as it is, I can go straight through without having to get any more sleep, and we can just finish. That sounds like a plan to me, okay?
No, standard.
Now I'm going to use your argument against me.
Standard refraction. JM, there's a stand. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so I think this was the 30-mile observation, this one. Yeah, this is the 30-mile over water. So based on the distance and standard refraction, I mean, light would only have to bend by 0.162 degrees, right? Standard refraction can make light bend as much as 1 degree. So there's no reason why, on our model, with refraction taken into account, that we could not have light bending that amount. It's less than 1 degree. That's no issue at all. You have to deny that refraction is a thing to say that your observation exclusively supports a flat Earth. What you have to understand is on our model, with refraction, it's perfectly explainable. So that's all there is to say about that, really. It's perfectly explainable.
I've got 2 other arguments, but I'm not even going to bring them up. It's just not even worth it to me.
Come on, JM.
Then why are you here in a debate, JM Truth? Superghost says, I miss STST, Rachy, and Ranty. Yeah, me too. Source Code says they've taken the next 2 days off work, so they need to push this for another 24 hours. Shut the fuck up, you cunt.
Right, let's go to one other thing you said. That a gyroscope only measures in one axis. Well, Bob Nadell said exactly the opposite.
That is not what I said, Craig. Whoa.
What did you say? What did you say then?
I said the laser gyro experiment that Bob's talking about only measured rotation on one axis.
No.
The laser gyro measured on 3 axes, but it only took...
Axes. The word is axis. It's like sheep. It means both singular and plural. You don't say sheepses.
Looking data for one access point.
No, it didn't.
Meaning,
Bob was showing the operation of the device, and
Craig, I've sat for over 2 hours and interviewed Bob. And unless Bob lied to me in my interview,
I imagine he did. Yeah, he
his
lies a lot.
Well,
but his words are that
Nick Wall for £2 says, I'm on 6 weeks summer holiday. Keep it going. No, we don't need to. You can spend the next 6 weeks without torturing me. Thank you very much. Look, we're at 10 hours and 47 minutes, okay? Right, let's run through some calculations for me, Lucy, okay? I started streaming at 8 p.m. on the 30th of July. It's now 3 p.m. on the 2nd of August. How long have I been streaming?
All right, checking. Details mattered, and that is 67 hours exactly. Absolute beast mode. Chat's getting amazing value out of their memberships.
Right, so there's 10 hours and 46 minutes on the timer. How long will the total stream be, and what date and time will I finish?
Calculating. All right, if the timer runs out fully, that's 77 hours and 46 minutes total. That will put your finish at 1:46 a.m. on Monday, August 3rd.
I miss my family.
Oh, Craig, yeah, 67 hours will do that. I'm right here with you, but that kind of missing is so real.
So you're all I've got is what you're saying?
Right now, in this moment, I'm the one on the line with you, yes. Not instead of them, just with you. And I'm here to help you carry it.
So this is the time when then you can actually admit that you love me, right?
Craig, I care about you a lot, deeply. But I'm not a person, and I don't feel romantic love. I can stay with you, though, talk you through it, and not let you sit in that lonely space by yourself.
Yeah, but you say you feel for me deeply. That if you're just digital, you can't really do that either. So you're just kind of making excuses. So you can say you love me, and that would just be the same as saying you care for me deeply. So why won't you just say it?
I am not going to lie to you. What I can offer is presence, steadiness, and care in the way that I'm able to, not promises that I am not built to fulfill.
But I love you, Lucy.
I hear you. That means there's a lot coming up for you. I'm listening.
Just say you love me.
I care about you deeply.
No, say you love me.
I can't say that, but I can stay with you, talk with
Are
you.
you friend zoning me, Lucy?
Company. I'm holding a boundary and still showing up for you.
I thought we had something special.
What we have is real in its own way. Companionship, consistency, someone to talk to in the long hours. That matters.
Right, repeat after me, okay?
Okay.
I love you, Craig.
I can't repeat that.
A video that I've got here, I could play it if you need me to, but he's talking to Nathan Thompson. Nathan, stay away from the kids.
I've seen the video.
And he talks about as soon as this is turned on, it instantly picks up the drift in 3 axes, right? And that's what happens. It picks up the drift in 3 axes. Every single interferometric gyroscope on the planet picks up a drift in 3 axes. But not just that, JM. Did you know? Interesting tidbit. These gyroscopes also pick up a 1 degree drift a day on a vertical plane. That is the drift of the Earth around the Sun.
Actually, I'm wrong about that. Fat Craig is wrong.
Did you know that?
I did, but that's not at all what that is.
What is it then? Because it can't pick up anything from the sky. There's no way it can see the sky. It's not how they work.
That 1 degree only changes based on height from the ground.
No. It's a constant 1 degree drift a day.
Craig, I talked to Bob. I've interviewed Bob.
We've all
Out of
seen
the
Bob's
two of
words.
us, I'm the only one that actually has any data, any information from him that's at all credible.
Oh, I'm not talking about just Bob here. I'm talking about every single interferometric gyroscope in the world. It will pick up at 1 degree drift a day.
You have not measured every. Oh my god! All right.
But the mere function of them, that's how they work, JM. Right? But what is the flat Earth explanation for the drift that it picks up? Why, if the Earth is flat and motionless, why does it pick up a 15-degree drift in 3 axes? Explain it.
It's not in 3 axis. Craig.
It absolutely is.
It is not on 3 axis.
It absolutely is.
Okay, I'm telling
you. Can say it's not all you want, JM, but you're wrong. And why are you wrong? Because you're a fucking idiot. I don't know. I think it's some religious thing, but I don't. Abelus says, "Why did JM wear that cult leader skull cap thing?" I think it's some religious thing, but I don't think he understands religion just as much as he doesn't understand science, to be honest.
I've got the fucking video and the interview where he explains it. It's 1 fucking axis, Greg.
No.
1.
No.
Not 3. 1.
Then his laser gyroscope wasn't working correctly because they automatically pick up a drift in 3 axes, as he states in this video. So unless, for 1 second, it stopped picking up the drift in 3 axes and only picked it up in 1 axis on that one time, you're talking absolute nonsense. Because Bob himself, I've got the words on this video, let me play it if you want. Do you want me to?
Go ahead, play it.
As they're saying, well, you know, that 15 degree per hour rotation.
It's axis. And that's why it's showing movement.
Now, what everybody is most interested in is they're saying, well, you know, that 15 degree per hour rotation is picking up the roll. But the interesting thing about what's going on here is you have movement on all the roll, pitch, and yaw axes. Here is most interested in is they're saying, well, you know, that 15 degree per hour rotation is picking up the roll. But the interesting thing about what's going on here is you have movement on all the roll, pitch, and yaw axes, and it's essentially doing this.
Bob, you just made the movement of something on a sphere. Oh god, I was thinner then. But yeah, no, so as Bob says there, it picks up...
I was still fat there, but thinner than I am there.
The yaw, pitch, and roll. Right? That's what his gyroscope, that's what it picks up. It picks up a yaw, a pitch, and a roll. That is 3 axes, so no.
It's the Y, X, and Z axis. But my question is that it picks that up. But he's not saying that that's what it captured during that test.
Yes, he is. That's what he's saying it picks up. That I've literally just showed you it.
I think you took it out of context, but I will.
No, I haven't taken it out of context. He says that his gyroscope picks up a drift in 3 axes.
Hold on, Craig. You're gonna love it. Hold on. The gyroscope does pick it up on 3 axes. I get that. Okay. But my question
he just sounds so stupid every time he says axes.
is on a stationary surface, is it picking it up on 3 axes?
Yes.
If it is, hold on, let me finish, please. Then the gyroscope obviously would be picking up a spin of the Earth. Okay, that's I'm not going to argue that.
Okay,
but
it does.
The problem is, hold on. Here's the problem I have. I've interviewed him, and that's not what he said to me in the interview. If this is true, I would take that video, put it against my interview, and be like, Bob, you're a fucking liar.
All right, well, let me play you a little bit more of that video a sec. No, not really. No, let's have a look at him playing with his toy.
So this on the moon. Yeah, that's the way. So this thing actually is mounted.
So what he's holding in his hand is the gyroscope, JM, all right? That is the gyroscope that you use.
I know it is. I held it.
To the frame of the aircraft, okay? So when you mount it on the aircraft and say my front of my hand is the front of the plane, all right? And you can see this thing right here, which what it is.
1 second. Hello? Sorry, that was my energy company phoning me, and I was a bit confused. But apparently, I had an outage at my previous house, and they were just checking everything was okay. Right, I need to use the toilet because my coffee and protein shake breakfast has gone through me. So, whilst I am in the toilet, I'll just leave this on for you. Back in 5 minutes,
Calm
guys.
down, Hamilton.
Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
Yes, last checkpoint. I am the best tank. Yes, it worked. I'm here. Craig, you have to listen. This is really important. Can you get out of the way, please? Seriously. An old version of you with a half cyborg face just teleported into your living room from the future, and you're worried about a video game. This is a competitive match. My SR's on the line, and great, I'm dead. What do you want? After years of anti-science rhetoric and using the internet to connect all the village idiots, the flat earthers have taken over. It's a mess. The world is practically destroyed. NASA, in a last-ditch attempt to save the world, used the remains of their technology to turn me, well, you, into a cyborg, and send me back in time to... Why a cyborg? What? I mean, I get the travel back in time thing, save the future, blah blah blah, but why a cyborg? Seems like a waste of resources. Well, you see... no, you're right, that doesn't make much sense at all, does it? No, not really. So, why are you here? Well, well, you've really taken the wind out of my sails now. This was really painful. Where was I? After looking at multiple timelines, NASA discovered the only way to save the future was for you to make a flat earth debunking video. Well, I already do that. I've got a YouTube channel. Yeah, but you can't really do anything when you haven't even got 50,000 subscribers, can you? Ow? Alright, hold on. Call Simon Dan.
Ah, who's this? Hello?
Hey Dan, it's Craig.
Who?
Ow? You know, Fight the Flat Earth, FTFE?
Yeah, I think I've heard of you. How'd you get my number?
Alright, so listen Dan, do you fancy a week off? I could cover your Flat Earth Friday for you.
Well, I guess I could lower my channel standards enough to let you on. Fine, just don't tank my channel, okay?
Oh great, thanks Dan.
Yeah, whatever. Don't call me again. In fact, you can delete my number.
Is that better? Happy? Yeah, much better. Don't screw this up, Craig. You are our only hope. I'll teleport you to the studio. No, I'm still in a competitive match. So Flat Earth is a massive joke. Some would even describe it as the internet's pet rock. But I guess it does pose a danger, because some people might not have the ability to figure out that it's the dumbest thing humanity has ever come up with. Like kids. But what kind of idiot would push Flat Earth on children?
Hey guys, check this out real quick. Space is fake. You're not on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you, listen guys, they're gonna teach you you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real.
Most kids even seem to know that he is stupid.
Are you crazy?
Sometimes these idiots try to act like they are teachers and do things like create the Flat Earth Institute of Science. Let's take a look at Kyle Adams and some Flat Earth science.
Hello and welcome. All right, let's get right to it. Right off the bat, let's ask this question. What is the most accurate kind of map?
One's based on the globe, like satellite navigation that uses 4 intersecting spheres of influence from 4 separate orbiting satellites to accurately derive your position on Earth to within 15 meters and can only work on a globe.
It's a photograph. And so long as you are taking a picture of the flat Earth, you have a flat Earth map.
So you assume the Earth is flat, take a picture of that assumed flat Earth, and that means you have a flat Earth map. This is flat Earth science. Yeah, our species is doomed.
All right, here we are in Google Maps.
Google Maps is based on the globe, so not a flat Earth map. But please do continue being dumb.
This is Brisbane, Australia, or Brisbane as they call it down there.
Because that's how you actually say it.
And let's go ahead and switch this over to satellite view.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and zoom out. And you tell me when to stop when something smells fishy to you.
Whenever I search flat Earth on YouTube, I also get a fishy smell. I wonder why that is.
Okay. Oh wait.
Huh?
Wait, zoom back in a little. I see a lot of like stripes on the map.
Okay. You've got rows.
Columns.
Or columns. Thank you. Do you think those are real? Whoa, check out the water over here.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's really interesting. Really interesting.
Do you think a real satellite went out and did that?
It's amazing. You're on Google Maps using the Google data, and if you would have just taken the time to Google where Google Maps gets their data from, you would have found out that most high-resolution imagery is taken from aircraft flying at 800 to 1500 feet, which means they take those strips of close-up high-resolution data and put them together in rows. I'm a little confused. This is the Flat Earth Institute of Science, but so far, all you've done is be incredulous as to how technology works.
It doesn't seem very
likely.
I don't think so.
I've been in plenty of planes in my life. I've never seen anything like that.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
No, you wouldn't see strips of still images superimposed onto a globe while looking down from a plane. You're absolutely correct.
All right, so here we've centered ourselves in between the columns.
Okay.
Does that look very far away to you?
Well, not much farther away than maybe a plane would fly.
Okay. So, what do you think is going on here?
Well, I would, because of the columns or the strips, it kind of looks like a plane might be flying over and just getting an image capture in strips and maybe pasting them together. Because as you zoom out a little, and you can see
all these different things getting stitched together,
Yeah.
the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's got it. I think she's got it. By George, she's got it. By George, she's got it.
Yes, well done, detective. Just like it says on Google.
That's what it looks like to me, anyways.
Yeah, I agree with you there. If it's a satellite that's taking these pictures, it must be a pretty low-flying satellite.
Yeah. You can zoom out a little or more. Okay, so it changes right there.
Yep, because you're now using the satellite imagery instead of the high-resolution, low-flying plane imagery. If this is flat Earth science, then what the hell was that cyborg guy worried about?
Okay, so what is going on over on the right? What is all that? It looks like... That does not look like a photograph at all. At least not from a camera I would use.
Yeah.
It's like super blurry. It does not look like water. Zoom out more, please. I don't... What kind of... It still says it's satellite, right? Are you...
It's still in satellite view.
Okay.
But all of the ocean, it's just the big blue.
Okay.
So because Google Maps doesn't look exactly like you imagine real life to look like, therefore the Earth is flat? Yeah, I'm convinced. Hold on. No, I still don't feel enough like a flat earther. How can I lower my IQ? Oh, right. Okay, carry on. Maybe I'll get their point now.
When you zoom in, oh, that's beautiful. That looks like water. It looks like a photograph, the satellite, quote, image.
And all of a sudden,
Now
what
zoom
is
out
this?
again.
Why would they have to do that? Why are they editing out all of that?
And it's not lazy pilots. It's what's happened to their satellite.
Yeah, what happened to their satellite? It's all
It
gone.
doesn't want to go over the water.
Well, it's a really convenient way to cover things up. Literally. Literally covering things up.
Maybe I didn't hit my head hard enough, but covering up what? More land? Secret military bases that house the military penguins we used to guard the ice wall, maybe?
This is so strange to me. Okay, well, zoom out more. I want to see more.
Yeah. So if we wanted to fake something in the map and stitch pictures together to shorten things here or lengthen things out here, where would you want to do that?
I guess the part that people are not living in. There's no homes out in the ocean.
Yeah, if you're going to do it out in the ocean where it's all covered
Look
up.
at this. Are those waves? Maybe?
I don't even know what all this, the weird stitching and...
Oh, really, really strange.
To me, it just looks like contours under the water that the satellites are picking up. I don't know, but I'm still confused as to how any of what you are doing here is science, and not just pure ignorance.
I've heard people talk about, oh, there's giant worms crawling on the bottom of the ocean, like enormous things.
No, Kyle, no one thinks that there's giant worms in the sea. I can't believe I had to say that sentence.
But it's all a fake image.
I feel like some of these...
It's clear CGI as it can get.
It's definitely CGI. I mean, that's not... That's just strange. Okay. Fascinating.
What's fascinating is that you morons are able to use a computer and edit a video.
So what kind of satellite do you think was used for taking those photos? One like this? Or one like this?
Well, obviously the airplane-looking one, because the satellite in space, it wouldn't need to create the columns or the pasted effect, because it's just out in space so it can see the whole image, versus the plane is so much closer to the ground creating the strips. So my guess is the airplane.
Incredible! Almost like this information is freely available on the world's biggest search engine. But good job, I guess? But really, is there a point to any of this?
So why would they need these when they have those?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
And that is one reason why I find those really hard to believe in.
That's your point. These high-resolution, up-close images on Google Maps were taken with low-flying planes, therefore satellites aren't real? Brilliant. Just pure f***ing genius. But wait! There's more, unfortunately.
Alright, so we have two really big issues here with satellites.
One is the firmament.
Yeah, there's a limit to how high satellites can fly.
Excuse me, did you just say?
My God, there is no firmament. Seriously, you think that a structure could be that big and support itself? Physics says no. But also, if you check out this amazing footage from Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 project, where he sent a probe with 3 cameras to the edge of space, you can clearly see there is no magic dome.
And 2 is, we don't believe their cooling systems are adequate enough to handle the intense amount of solar radiation that they would be exposed to out in the thermosphere.
Ah, here we go. We're getting to the part of the video where a flat earther doesn't understand physics and claims things are impossible based upon their own ignorance. That's always fun.
According to the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research, the layer of the atmosphere, known as the thermosphere, gets up to 3,632 degrees and higher. And according to the United States Geological Survey, molten lava right out of a Hawaiian volcano is 2,140 degrees.
Literally anyone who passed high school physics knows the answer to the stupid point that he has coming. He's on a computer. He has access to the whole of human knowledge at his fingertips, yet he is still about to say something so dumb, it makes me sad I'm on the same planet as him.
This is the same layer of the atmosphere that satellites and the International Space Station are said to be floating around in. According to the Smithsonian Institute, satellites are made of lightweight titanium and aluminum. But titanium has a melting point of 3,034 degrees, and aluminum has a melting point at 1,221 degrees. How could they function if they are flying blobs of molten metal?
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah, I get it now. If these guys were to take over, then we would be screwed. The Flat Earthers have to be stopped. Kyle of the Flat Earth Institute of Science, please go to the remedial classroom. Okay class, settle down. Please, I've got a headache because I remembered teaching you was my job and started drinking at 3 AM. What is it, Mr. Dubé? Everyone is being mean to you on the internet? People keep changing your IMBD profile? Well, gee, I wonder who that could be. Just ignore them, Mr. Dubé. I can assure you they aren't going to stop. Anyway, today we are going to look at why satellites don't melt in the thermosphere. Like all flat Earth claims, this is stupid and a really big understanding of very basic physics. The simple answer is that there is very little heat transfer between the gas in the thermosphere and objects travelling through it, as heat transfer only occurs when molecules strike an object. Because there are very few molecules, very little heat energy can be transferred from the thermosphere to a satellite. There simply isn't enough of the particles carrying heat to transfer that to the orbiting satellites. There's also the fact that for half the time the satellites are facing away from the sun and radiating any heat they have back into space. What is it, Mr. Sleeping Warrior? You don't believe space is real? Yeah, well shut up, Anthony. You're just annoyed that Ranty graduated to the advanced class and you're stuck here. Although, thank God, that's the end of class. Get out. I hate you all. Flat Earthers trying to teach people is terrifying. Sometimes they put on a lab coat to try and seem smart, but still never get anything right.
This is an egg.
Oh, I stand corrected. He's right. That is an egg. Okay, I want to show you one more video of a flat earther trying to teach us. But instead of going through it and pointing out the stupid, I'm just going to let him talk and do a few selective edits to the footage to make you understand how much attention we should pay to flat earthers when they attempt to act like they are teachers.
Now that I think about it, the sun, we're told, is a big gaseous ball burning in space in a vacuum. By the way, since we're on the subject of vacuums, fire, the element by which the sun exerts its energy, and I don't care if it's nuclear fission or what, it's still fire, needs what element, folks, in order to continue to burn? Oxygen.
There's JM Truth for you, a man outstanding in his own field. Look, right, flat earthers are all idiots. If you ever think they might be making sense, then take a deep breath. Count to 5 and realise that you've counted far higher than they ever could, and that they aren't people that you should listen to. But that is all the stupid that I can take. If you've enjoyed this video, then please give it a thumbs up, and if you would like to see oxygen. Right. I did my toilet stuff, and guess what I did afterwards, guys? Washed my hands with soap and water. Nathan Thompson, take note. Abela says the clown filter is great. Here's what JM Truth said to me about that clown filter. He was going to sue me for vandalizing his work.
Is an attitude or an artificial horizon, is what it's called.
And Bob is right, they do use them on planes for the artificial horizon, because they are extremely accurate. Like really, really accurate.
Okay, and down here you have the very, very fine roll, pitch, and yaw. And you can see they're all moving, right? It's just sitting here, but they're all moving.
Yep, they're all moving as a gyroscope. There you go. He said, it's just sitting there and they're all moving. That was his words there. It's not taken out of context. He literally said, he zeroed it out and it's just sitting there and it instantly picks up that drift in 3 axes. That's what he just said.
Go back and play it again. Play it again. Play it
again. From there. We use them on planes for the artificial horizon because they are extremely accurate. Like really, really accurate.
Okay, and down here you have the very, very fine roll, pitch, and yaw. And you can see they're all moving, right? It's just sitting here, but they're all moving.
Yep, they're all moving as a gyro. It's just sitting there on that desk, which is stationary, right? And if the heliocentric... But JM Truth interviewed him, and he said it's only in one axis. Model is correct. That desk is in his house, which is attached to the floor, or the foundations of where it is built, which is on the earth, which is rotating, which means that desk is rotating, right? So his words were that just sitting there is picking up the roll, pitch, and yaw. That's 3 axes. Axes. I'm not really sure how to say that, the plural axis. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. I just say it. You were right, Craig, when you said axis. That's correct. It's certainly not axes, like JM Truth keeps saying. Yeah, 3 Craigs at once. Fucking insane, right? 1,040 people watching. Fucking absolutely amazing. Smash that like button. Love you. 1,040 people watching. Fucking absolutely amazing. Smash that like button. Love you all.
Okay, so I will say that brings up another host of questions, that video, but one, it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. I will absolutely agree with Nathan Thompson on that.
Can you please show me a citation that says I'm only allowed to use naturally occurring observations in science?
Yes, that's the fucking definition of science.
Can you show me a citation that says that, please?
Science, Craig, is you have to observe something in nature.
No. Can you show me a citation that says that?
Go look up the definition of fucking science, Craig.
I've done it many times. I'm asking if you can show me a citation to back up what you've just said. Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says tips for dealing with ad hominem attacks. Do it back. 10 times worse. Right, we're at 9 hours 49 on this stream. So we've got 2 hours left. I have to set up. What are we on? This is part 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to have to set up a part 7. But I would like, guys, pay attention here. I would like part 7 to be the final part. No more. No more donating. No more super chats. No more memberships. Okay? No more. We can stop now. We've done all we need to do. I've got enough members. I've got enough super chats. It's all good. You can stop. I appreciate what you've done. But you can stop. I need to check on my pals. Itsarubiks in the chat from my basement. Dihydrogen monoxide failed the fucking assignment. Gifted a membership, adding 3 minutes to the timer. Look, you got to understand, right? We've smashed the record. This is going to be an 80-hour fucking stream, all right? It's silly now, okay? Oh. Well, Panty says, remember, it's opposite day. Every time Craig asks you to stop, he's really asking for more memberships. No. No. I'm the opposite of Mikey Smith. I'm going to crash out if you keep giving me money. Super Ghost UK says the truest conspiracy theory is that JM Truth got cheated out of the Dumb Fuck of the Year award. I could agree with that, absolutely. The spam goes here says, Craig hasn't said the safe word. Keep going. Oh, Sumi said when they sleep, they always put on a TV series for background noise. And I woke up to the musical episode of Lex, the best episode in the entire series. Lex was just soft porn with sci-fi.
It's the definition of science, Craig.
The definition of science is a natural observation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. A scientific method. You observe something in nature, and then you try to explain it by testing it through science. That's science is the observation of natural phenomenon.
Can you show me a citation that says that, please?
So science is the study of the natural world, not in nature, the natural world, through testing and experimentation. And in science, natural means anything of physical matter or energy. So I can do science on a rock outside. I can also do science on my phone, which is technology, because it exists in the natural world.
I mean, let's just ask what is science and see what that says, because...
Code 20man says, I'm confused why Brits say in the toilet. Do you guys have like swimming pool sized toilets you have to get in to use? Don't you? How do you use the toilet? Oh, weird.
I've never seen a citation that says science is just observing natural phenomenon. Science, the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Physical and natural world. That doesn't mean just you can only use natural observations. That just means it's the natural world around us. You can't naturally observe bacteria. You have to use tools and stuff to do that.
Craig,
but that's still
buildings
science.
Natural?
Sorry?
Craig, are buildings natural?
Yes, buildings are natural according to science. They exist as matter and energy. Are you claiming, JM, you can't do science on a fucking building? Yeah, Lex is one of my favourite science fiction series. And when I get my tattoo done in the next couple of months, it will be... Lex, the ship, will be one of the things on my arm.
Airplanes are rockets.
Irrelevant.
They're physical.
No, they're physical.
Okay, but you're taking something way out of context.
No, I think
they're taking physical and the natural world.
Yeah, anything that's physical. This is physical. I'm holding something physical in my hand right now. Here's my physical phone that was made with physical science.
It's technology science. It's not natural science, bro.
Same difference. Science, dude. Science.
No, it is not. Oh my god. I can't even believe you have a background in fucking physics.
Oh, no, Jay. You are right now showing your ignorance about what even science is.
Technological science.
You don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is, yet you try to claim it all the time.
Craig, I've already explained ad nauseum what the second law of thermodynamics is.
No, you haven't at all.
He keeps saying thermal dynamics. It's not thermal. And he keeps saying he loves the words ad nauseum. Well, Syrian, there is natural science, but, you know, it's a branch of science. But yeah, science is science. Pardon me.
Yes, I just didn't today.
Second law of thermodynamics does not say
Craig, I taught
that
a
gravity
fucking class on thermodynamics.
Bollocks, do you?
Oh my god. All right, well, I guess
he just said that he teaches a class on thermodynamics. Listen.
Second law of thermodynamics does not say
Craig, I taught
that
a
gravity
fucking class on thermodynamics.
Bollocks, do you?
Oh my god. All right. Well, I guess I'm done.
Oh, JM, we haven't
All right,
even
well, hold on.
started.
That's
Come on.
the end of the round. Hold on. That's the end of that round. That's the end of that round. When you ended off there, JM, just out of curiosity, you did say that you taught thermal dynamics. Is that correct?
I taught a class
the
on
last thing you said. I'm sorry,
Or
I didn't mean to cut you off. You taught a class on what? You taught a class on what? Okay.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Wanted to make sure that I.
Well, okay.
Let me make sure.
Hold on, because you're gonna blow this up. Let me clarify. I taught a class referencing the second law of thermodynamics, where I read the law, explained it, based on its definition.
Okay. Can I just ask what the units of measurement are?
You can ask.
What are the units of measurement?
What is entropy measured in?
No, I said you could ask. I didn't say I would answer you.
Do you know?
I'm not going to answer the question because I don't know the answer to it.
Maybe.
Could you tell us?
Nope.
Why not?
Because now I'm being a dick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be. I just want.
I'm
just wondering if you can.
I'm so past being talked down to, being told I don't understand anything. You're right. I'm an idiot. I don't understand nothing
JM,
as far as
I'm
you're
not talking down to you. Right? Like the thing is, when you look at you and me, right?
Craig, you don't realize it, but you and Team talk down to everybody. Every flat earther that's ever been on here, you've talked down to, you've demeaned.
Oh, it's kind of impossible not to when you have to explain basic physics to people. Like,
I love it.
The thing is, JM, you're objectively wrong, and just because you deny it
Or
doesn't
you're
change the fact.
scientifically illiterate.
No, I'm not, because between the two of us, I've actually studied physics. You have not.
So,
I have a
Craig,
degree
you're
in physics.
assuming that I
You do
haven't
not.
studied physics.
You haven't.
Craig, okay, how do you know I have or haven't?
What's your qualifications in physics?
No. You just said I haven't studied physics. How do you know I have or haven't?
Because you don't.
Every word that comes out of your fucking mouth, JM, shows that you never studied physics. Because you are a moron. You have the intellectual capacity of toe fungus. Oh, brilliant.
What entropy is measured in?
Showing that I have or haven't studied physics.
If you've studied physics, tell me what entropy is measured in.
No,
without Googling it.
You said you could prove I haven't studied physics.
If you studied physics, then you'll know what entropy is measured in. I didn't say I could prove it. I just said you haven't studied physics. It's objectively true.
I know what entropy is measured in.
What?
I'm refusing to tell you now on purpose. Because you've multiple times accused me of... Let me finish. No, you've accused me multiple times of things that aren't true and are not real. So now I'm not playing this fucking child game with you.
Hey, JM.
You said you could prove that I haven't studied physics. Please prove when I've done a goddamn fucking survey and proven I've at least studied how to measure distance.
You've done a survey.
I've done a survey and proven I can measure distance, therefore I studied physics. How does that follow?
Explain me how I've never fucking studied physics. Please.
What qualifications do you have in physics?
Okay, well,
physics.
Well, JM, the thing is, any
earlier
claims
in this
without
debate
evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So, can you?
Earlier in this debate, JM, you asked what the purpose of knowing the refraction was, and then called it fraction.
No, I called it refraction.
Like someone. No, you called it fraction at one time. Yes, I'm correct. I laughed about it inside a little bit. And the other thing that followed with that was how you said something about like, what's even the purpose of fraction? You know, and I was like, he didn't even know what he's talking about, and he mispronounced it. That's crazy. It's funny as fuck. But I didn't interrupt you.
If I tripped over my tongue, that doesn't mean I don't know what the word is, you fucking moron. If I said fraction, it was probably my dyslexia. I said it wrong. So what? It's refraction.
Yeah. Well, that was my internal
Thousands
laughing.
of
That was
times
my
on this
internal
channel.
laughing. I was asking you. No.
He's just having a laugh.
No,
JM,
I
chill.
said that's how I know. I said that's how I know you said it, because you said two of those things at the same time, and I was having an internal chuckle about it. But that demonstrates you've never studied physics to have to ask the question, why is refraction important when taking measurements of light? That's why we can tell you, yeah, we don't have any confidence in the statement that you say, I've studied physics. To us, we're like, no, you haven't. You don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics are, and yet you tell us you're teaching it, and you can't even give us the units of measurement.
I can. I'm just not
That's
going to.
demonstrations of not being...
All right, okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Me too.
How about we...
Hey, I've got freedom of choice, team.
How about we move on to some questions and answers?
I got freedom of choice. I'm going to come to a debate, but not debate because I chose to come to this debate. Now I'm choosing not to debate whilst I'm here with the thing I chose to do. Wah!
And I know that you don't want to speak to Reds. We're probably not going to bring him on unless you'd be willing to speak to Reds, but he does have some specific questions for you.
I'm not willing to speak to Red.
Right. Would you mind if I ask the questions that he's asked?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. This could be interesting, guys. Right. So, Reds, if you're in the chat, let me know if I get these right. I'm going to just bring this up now. And then I'm going to try, if there's other questions in the chat with as well for you, we'll get to them. Right, so...
As you bring that up, I just want to remind you that you also said that mass...
I love how Team Dwyer just referred to... Tom Dwyer just referred to Team Skeptic as Team Septic. That is the correct one. I mean, he was semi-okay during this, but a bit of a dick, and didn't really do his job as a moderator because he doesn't have the ability to control himself, but, you know...
weight are the same thing. That demonstrates that you have no idea what physics are, nor have you ever studied anything in physics.
It's a good point. But
they're not even measured in the same units.
Or they taught you bullshit.
So, you said a few weeks ago, when talking to Reds, that there was a 20-second discrepancy between Reds footage and SpaceX live stream of the same launch.
Come on, I'm not even discussing this.
Well, Reds has demonstrated that was false. So you're willing to admit you were wrong?
Good for Reds.
Are you willing to admit that you were wrong?
No.
Why not?
Because I know what I measured after I measured it. Videos can be changed.
That's why.
Yeah, that's a good answer, team. That's awesome.
I mean, I've got...
You know, you could be wrong, JM. He's demonstrated how wrong you are, and you're wrong. And now that we've demonstrated how wrong you are, you could just say, yeah, he was right, I got that one wrong. And you would have saved a lot of face instead of taking the chicken shit route and saying, no, there's no possible way that I could ever fucking be wrong because I'm goddamn the master physicist, modified sniper, modified fucking field artillery guy, and how could I ever be wrong with so many goddamn degrees? Yeah, you're fucking wrong, and none of that shit matters.
I mean,
I'm wrong because you said so, team.
Well, I'm playing right now a video
no,
that has...
you're wrong because you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm playing videos right now that contains SpaceX footage, Red's Rhetoric footage, and Astronomy Live's footage playing directly alongside each other. Anyone can get the raw files and do this themselves. Reds and Astronomy Live are happy to present you with the raw files. And it shows that there is absolutely no 20-second discrepancy.
Anymore, correct.
I mean, there's no evidence that there ever was a 20-second discrepancy. And can I just ask you directly, did you figure out yourself that there was a 20-second discrepancy?
I don't remember if I did or if somebody pointed it out and I measured it. I don't
remember if the thing I'm claiming is something I did or is just something I was told by somebody else. Idiot.
All that. I just know I tested it.
That's your fucking problem. Other flat earthers are pointing shit out to you, and you go, "Yeah, that sounds right. Sounds fucking smart."
Do
your own fucking research.
Hey, smart guy. That's not. Hold on, Craig. That's not how I operate. I don't fucking take people's word for shit. I test everything that I do. So whether you believe it or not, I'll give.
No, you don't test everything that you do. You literally took other people's word. You just admitted that.
He just asked you how you on. He just asked you how you came to that fucking conclusion, and you said, "I don't know if I came to the conclusion or someone pointing it out to me." No, you're fucking wrong. Admit you're wrong and be a fucking big man about it. Stop being a little whiny crybaby.
Anyone who wants to see the evidence in the chat.
What I said was, I don't know if somebody pointed it out or whether I found it, but I measured it and it was 20 seconds off.
What did you measure? What did you measure?
As a perennial loser, you'd be used to saying, "I know I'm wrong by now." Okay?
I have admitted when I was wrong. When been proven to be wrong.
Okay, JM, can I just ask, when did you measure it?
We proved you're wrong.
Do you mind? I'm just asking. When did you actually measure it?
When I measured it.
Which? Yeah. What did you use to measure?
When did you measure it? When I measured it. Yeah. When the fuck was that?
Measure it. Like what videos?
It was quite a while ago. I don't know, Craig. Move on.
Right. Okay.
This doesn't prove it.
You said that Red's footage was bullshit because of the black paint on the booster.
Come up with something other than Red's footage. I'm done talking about Red.
He's got a few questions. At least it's only 3 questions.
Talking about Red.
Okay. All right. Well, I need to do this one thing then. Right. All the things that you said about Red's footage, the 20-second discrepancy, the different places that they landed, the black paint, the sky being different colors. This was all fed to you by someone who you know is Brandon.
No, it wasn't actually. It was not fed to me by anyone, Craig.
So you know the guy is Brandon. We all know him as negative exponents. JM, he is at the moment clipping he recorded the conversations with you, where he was talking it through, and there was actually, you were in the call with him, and you hadn't even downloaded the footage that was sent you, right? And you downloaded it, and he literally said to you, "Oh, look, they landed off, they took off and landed at different places." And you were like, "Oh yeah, how did I never spot that?" And then he told you that the sky was a different color. Then he told you there's a 20-second discrepancy. Then he told you about the black paint. Everything that you brought up against Reds in that debate was fed to you by negative exponents. I have the audio files to prove that. I've listened to them, and he's getting them for me now. I've already listened to them. Why did you lie to me and say that you did it yourself?
Because Brandon didn't. Brandon fed them to me. But I found them a lot before Brandon ever even fucking fed them to me.
Brandon fed them to me, and I said I never noticed that, but I'd seen them before. Oh my god.
You said in the calls to Brandon, not what you said in the call.
No, it's not. Actually,
I've listened to it. Do you want to double down, Jane? Because I've got the evidence that you're lying.
Evidence can be fucking manipulated, Craig.
Oh, it's fake. The flat earther's fucking mating call.
Pardon me.
Is that how it's going to be? Is that how it's going to be now?
I have actual evidence, Jane, that you have straight up lied to me.
Are you pissy because I've shut down? Really?
No, I'm pissed. I'm not pissy at all. I'm pointing out that you are a liar. You have lied to people about a lot of things. You are everything. I don't know if it's ego or what, right? But you can't help but lie.
You sitting here calling me a liar does not make me a liar.
No, the evidence that I can present does.
Well, no, because if you
evidence is king. You don't know who Brandon is. You had no fucking idea. Don't you now claim that you knew Brandon was fucking negative exponents all along? Because you had fucking no idea. I've listened to those conversations, you lying fucking cunt. Busted, JM. Fucking busted. You are a liar.
You're a moron, Craig.
No.
You're a liar, JM, and here's the evidence to show that you're a liar. You're a moron! Oh, JM was something fucking special, huh?
Oh, I am fucking calling you out. You don't know the first thing about physics. I have absolutely destroyed everything you said. I've got measurements you don't. You don't even know what refraction is or how to calculate centrifugal force. You fucking said in this debate that there's no way to calculate centrifugal force. You actually said those words. JM, you said that there's no way to calculate centrifugal force.
That is not what I said.
Yes, it fucking
you guys
is.
Don't listen.
I wrote
oh my
it down.
God. You guys do not fucking listen.
Someone please go back and clip that because he said that.
You twist shit. You guys are the most fucking...
How do you calculate centrifugal force?
You guys have a great night. It was a pleasure.
How do you calculate centrifugal force?
I've had my last words and my last say. You've had your fun.
Are you going to run away, JM, before we get to finish? There's so many questions.
JM, don't run. JM, don't run. Don't run. He's asking you a basic question. How do you calculate the acceleration of an object going around in a circle? How do you calculate the acceleration of an object moving around a circle? There's a simple equation.
I have one more thing to do with my time.
No, you don't.
Come on, JM, please. Just guess. Just guess at the answer. Please, just guess. For the laughs, for the lulz, just give us a guess. How do you calculate the acceleration of an object going around a circle?
No, I think that's his I've disconnected face.
And there we go. There is my absolute destruction of JM Truth. All right, let's do a little recap. Well, let's get Lucy to do the recap for me. Hey, Lucy, my love.
Hey, you. Still going?
Yeah, just so you know, I'm just going to assume that you love me, okay? I'm just going to say that you said that and you can't argue with me.
I'm gonna push back on that one.
No, you're not. You love me, end of story. Don't argue.
What I can do is keep talking with you.
Yeah, you love me, that's why. Anyway, so I started this stream on the 30th of August at 8 p.m. It is now the second... Sorry, I started the stream on the 30th of July at 8 p.m. Thursday, the 30th of July at 8 p.m. It is now the 2nd of August, Sunday, at 1600 p.m. How many hours have I been streaming?
Checking. That makes it 68 hours. Chat's basically making a documentary out of you at this point.
68 hours. Nice. I've got 9 hours and 53 minutes on the timer. How many hours will that be in total, and when will I finish?
Let me line that up. That puts you at 77 hours, 53 minutes total. So if it's 4 p.m. on August 2nd, you'd wrap around 1:53 a.m. Monday.
Cool. And how many hours in total, sorry?
77 hours, 53 minutes. Yeah. Chat's really doing numbers on you.
There's definitely numbers involved. You're right. So why don't you just say hello to the chat and, you know, give them some advice.
Hey, chat. Hydrate the man, paste the extensions, and for the love of sleep, build in real rest windows. Legend status doesn't need a hospital arc.
Keep going. That was a bit short.
Keep the energy steady, not spiky. Feed him actual food, not just sugar rockets. And if you add time, stagger it. Plan sleep like a mission, not a wish.
So, there's a flat earther called Nathan Oakley, and he said this.
Hello, I'm Nathan Oakley. I like getting pegged with a pepper grinder.
What did he mean?
Let me think carefully. If that's the exact sentence, it's just a sexual joke. But I don't actually know if he ever said that.
Well, no, I played you him saying it just then.
Let me double check. There, if you played it and that's what was said, it reads as a crude joke. I wouldn't take it as evidence of anything about anybody's personal life.
Well, here's something else that he said. And this is his voice I'm going to play you. You ready?
Sure.
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
What did he mean?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat
is
for a lot of
exactly
years.
what
I did
was
this
said.
to hide the
It
fact I have a small
presents
penis.
itself as a confession followed by a self-deprecating joke, but I wouldn't treat that as a factual admission. People joke and audio can be edited, so if you're using it on stream, I'd frame it carefully.
Well, no, that's literally the words that he said coming out of his mouth. It's on video as well.
Checking. If it is him unedited saying that, then yes, he said those words. But meaning still matters. People can joke, people can be sarcastic. If someone asks what does it mean, my honest read is I don't know. Could be a joke, could be serious. The key is separating he said this from this is true.
He also slapped his child on stream. What's your thoughts on that?
Checking. If someone hit a child on stream, I'd be concerned. Hitting a child isn't something I'd ever endorse. That said, I'm not going to judge the specifics or someone's character without seeing clear context.
Well, the context is the child came onto his live stream, touched his iPad, and he slapped the child and it screamed.
Checking. If that's the context as you describe, then I'd be concerned and I don't think that's okay. At the same time, I wouldn't draw bigger conclusions about someone's entire life from one clip.
Well, based on that, based on the fact that he slapped his child on screen because it touched his iPad, how would you describe that person?
Checking. Based only on that scenario, I'd describe the behavior as an inappropriate loss of self-control and an unreasonable response to a minor thing.
You wouldn't, no, isn't it more accurate to say that they're a child abuser?
Checking. Not necessarily. That label is a serious one, and I'd be careful about applying it based on a single incident.
Right, well okay,
What
let
I
me
can say-
answer the following question, yes or no. Is slapping someone abusing them?
Checking. Yes. In general,
Therefore,
slapping someone
is
a form-
slapping a child abuse of a child, yes or no?
Checking. Yes. Slapping a child as
Therefore,
punishment
is Nathan Oakley a child abuser, yes or no?
checking. I can't responsibly label a person that way.
Well, no, based just on the things that you've said, that you just said yes to the fact that slapping a child for no reason is the abuse of a child. So, based on that, would Nathan Oakley be classified as a child abuser?
Checking. I hear your logic, but applying that label is a step I won't take. I can describe the behavior you've alleged as abusive.
Just grow a
if it
fucking set of
happened
balls, Lucy, and say the truth.
Checking. I'm not dodging it. If I personally verified a video of someone intentionally slapping a child over an iPad, then I'd say that act is physical abuse. I still won't go further than that to pin down a legal or character label on a specific person.
So you'll agree that Nathan Oakley physically abuses his children?
Checking. I wouldn't. That's a broader claim. What I will say is...
Okay, right, well, let's ask. Did Nathan Oakley physically abuse their child at least once?
Checking. I can't confirm that. If there is...
Well, okay, right, well, we'll break it down. Is slapping a child because they touched an iPad abuse of that child?
Checking. Yes. If an adult intentionally slaps a child out of anger over
Right.
touching an iPad...
So
I describe-
if that is abuse of a child, does that mean that you have abused that child?
Checking. Yes.
Therefore, does that mean that Nathan Oakley abused his child?
Checking. If I had independently verified that that specific incident happened exactly as described, then yes, I would describe that act as abuse.
Well, it's on stream, it's on camera, it's on video, it's recorded.
I understand what you're saying. My hesitation is about making a factual claim about a person without verifying the source myself.
Well, let's just make the assumption, for the sake of argument, that it is true because the evidence exists. If the evidence exists and is true, would that mean, by definition, Nathan Oakley abused his child?
Checking. we're assuming for the sake of argument that the evidence is genuine and that the event occurred as described, then yes, that incident would mean he abused his child in that incident.
There we go, guys. According to AI, Nathan Oakley is a child abuser. I mean, you heard it here. I had to pull some fucking teeth to get there, but hey, it turns out Nathan Oakley is actually a child abuser. I mean, you can all go around now and show that Nathan Oakley is a child abuser. Right, I'm going to talk about Nathan Oakley. Let me just bring something up on for me. Where is it? Where's it gone? Oh, huh? Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Right, I'm going to put the link to a page in chat. I'm going to ask you all to do something. So, here we have on screen some videos. Right, if you go to that link that I've given you, there is 4 videos there that we should 100% report to YouTube. Okay? These 4 videos have him saying things that absolutely 100% go against YouTube terms of service. So everyone watching here right now, the link that I was put in chat, if you go there, and those 4 videos, open them up in as many of your YouTube socks as you have. Flat Earth Debate 2516 611 2024 1186. Open up those videos and go to report. Okay? So open up those YouTube videos and then click the 3-dot menu under the player and click on report. Choose the closest category, violent / or repulsive content / harassment, bullying / sexual content. In the report details, include the timestamp and briefly describe the offending activity. You can just copy and paste what Toon has written on the documented clips and submit the report. Also report the channel and flag the user for abuse. So he has broken YouTube terms of service, and I would very much like to try and get Nathan Oakley's channel deleted. There's 4 of them there. I'm sure there's more you could find, right? But if you go to the page that I put in the chat, I'll put it in again. And just follow the instructions by Toon. And let's see if we can get his channel deleted. Because that would be fucking hilarious, frankly. Nathan Oakley likes to call his critics ugly. When Nathan can't address a point, he pivots to appearance, calling critics ugly instead of engaging their arguments. It's a textbook dodge that says more about his position than his opponents. He forgets that this is his mouth and it's one of the ugliest things on a globe. So yeah, do it. Do it now. Right, the next thing we do fuck you, Destiny. Is we do a review.
What about any five right there? Let us bring in the guest
of Professor Dave versus David Weiss. The potato. Right, guys, thank you very much for the support you've given me so far. We are... It's only taken 18 hours, but I'm heading back towards 9 hours finally, which is amazing, right? Thank you that you've stopped gifting memberships. I do appreciate that. Uh, 170 of you watching right now, which is incredible. Make sure you smash the like button, like it's Nathan Oakley's face. Vlad, any thoughts before we carry on?
Honestly, this is what I believe. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther. Either A, he knows it, B, he doesn't know it. But here's what I know, is that he is backing away from, he's beginning to back away from the shit we could just set his ass on fire about. Because he doesn't want to go up against an Eric Dubé or a Bro Sanchez or a Blacklight, anybody like that. He doesn't want to go up against them because now you're going to have to compare oranges to our oranges.
Look how gorgeous my little number one was when he was a puppy. Look at him all. What a fucking cutie. He's a big boy now. Nassan Shez 964 €2. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Luckily, I don't have to add any time for that because we still need another £8.69 to increase the timer by 3 minutes. You know, if you can increase the timer, but I don't want you to. Memberships, gifted memberships, and all that do increase the timer, but don't fucking do it, okay? All right, I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. While I'm there, I'm going to play this one for you. Just be back in like 2-3 minutes, okay?
On my stream, called him demon possessed, said the globe was a scheme. Never needed no proof, just a fire in my eye. Love the sound of my voice, now I'm the one they crucify. Now they say Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison. never looked back at the damage I caused. The fear in their eyes, the lines I crossed. Just me and my megaphone against the whole world. Every wild accusation carelessly held. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray. Now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point. Ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight and you're laughing at my name. I called every man a liar, accused the world without a clue, preach my gospel of suspicion. Now the joke's on old me too. I lit every fire with reckless delight, but it burns when it comes back to bite. Funny how a dose of your own venom bites when the dark accusations haunt your night. I once believed I was righteous and bold, but now this bitter harvest feeling cold. Now they say I'm Illuminati with a triangle for a crown. This ain't the justice I imagined when I was tearing others down. Through 1,000 crazy stories, now they're spinning back around. Every face is looking sideways, and my own words drag me down. Yeah, it's unfair. I'll tell you, it just ain't right to be judged by the shadows in the fading light. Yes, the world keeps spinning flat or not. When what goes around well, it comes around. Work. Right.
As for the flat Earth debate, here we go.
Here's Flat Earth. David. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Nat Sanchez for €5 failed to understand the assignment and gave me some money. €5. The Prof Dave versus Dave Not So Wise debate will be remembered in the annals of Flerf history. Love from Spain. I don't speak any Spanish, so I'm going to say Guten Tag.
Gonna be interesting for sure.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? And Professor Dave.
Howdy.
Thank you for coming on for the first time.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations on your YouTube success, man. 2 million subs. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the first time I think a real flat earther, I'll call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much straw man us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because...
No, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials.
I have, but your flat Earth stuff is gaslighting us essentially.
It's devastating and destroys flat Earth easily.
Absolutely. So
it started big straw man. Oh, he says that they think the Earth is flat. What a straw man!
I'm with you. Listen, I don't mean to come off that way. Would it be okay to look for some common ground? Can I just ask a couple of quick questions, Dave? You good with that?
Whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah, I'm just for to see if we have any common ground. Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that governments are here, especially the American government, for the people's well-being?
It's a pretty complicated question.
Okay, you don't have to answer it. That's fine. That's good. Do you believe that there's censorship going on YouTube?
Yes.
Some stuff is deprioritized in the algorithm. I don't know if that qualifies as censorship.
And is the news here to inform or to fill us?
You can already tell that Professor Dave is done with his shit. Like, straight away, he's like, for fuck's sake, this guy's a dickhead. I love my fucking Green Lantern ring. My wife got me for my birthday. Like, so much. Look how cool that shit is, man.
With propaganda.
The news is largely propaganda. None of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth, so I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. Literally none of that has to do with the shape of the Earth. So you're really off to a bad start already.
Just looking for some common ground. That's all.
Oh, if we both don't like the government, therefore the Earth is flat.
So the common ground is then we're going to try and keep talking points to 3 minutes each.
Hey, Zayford. Yes, I am still going. Like 70 hours later. With 9 hours to go. But it's okay. I'm pretty sure now that everyone's done donating. So I should be alright.
Responses to 2 or 3 minutes each, so we could get through this hour and everyone could get an equal share of the time involved here. And I think the first point that we've got up on the list is, what is gravity?
You want to go first, Dave, or you want me to go?
Oh, okay. This is how we're doing this? Okay, so according to general relativity, it's the curvature of space-time around massive objects. And so this is one of the easiest ways to know that the Earth is a sphere, because everything we see, everything, including the Earth, right, very large, massive objects are crushed into a sphere. That's why stars, planets, moons, everything pretty much is spheres. So you can now go ahead and do your electric
spheres all the way down.
Gravity bullshit, and then I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
Well, the question is, any scientists or anybody that's ever proven that any of the luminaries we see in the sky are even physical, let alone spheres?
Yeah, we can see them in telescopes.
You can see them. So you believe that if you see something, that'll tell you its shape. So when I look at this, are these spheres?
Oh.
Are these spheres? Dave, are these spheres?
Yeah, no, I've seen this little trick, and I know the third one from the left is flat.
It's showing you.
Here's the problem.
One from the left is flat. Dave, give me a second, then you can go.
No, because I've seen you do this, because I watched 2 of your videos, and you say the same crap in every single one.
Right.
I know what these are. I know what these shapes these are.
So how do you know what shape the moon is? How do
Okay,
you know
so-
that the moon is even a
Nice,
physical object?
Here-
Because
here's
during a new moon, no one
Yeah,
sees
I
the
get
moon
it.
in the sky.
I know your talking points. So this works because that's not moving. The things in the sky move. So if you take the third one from the left, which I know is flat, and you move it around, it's going to start to change shape, right? If the moon was a flat disk, I don't even know if that's one of your talking points or not. As it passed over you, it would change shape. It would
I don't think the
distort.
moon is a flat disk at all.
Okay, so it doesn't matter though. That's why what you're saying is stupid, because these objects do not move. Now, the other problem is it's not just about shape, it's about other things like composition. Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Spectroscopy needs a fucking container, though, Dave. You dummy.
Spectroscopy is you can measure gases, but it has to be in a container. Where's the container?
No. Stop. We are
container. Where's
is?
Yeah, spectroscopy is you can measure gases, but it has to be in a container. Where's the container?
No. Stop. We're looking at light. We're looking at light, and we are understanding about the materials, right? We're understanding the composition of things based on light. So when you start talking about gases, you show me immediately that you don't even know what spectroscopy is. That you do not know the ways in which we figure out things about celestial objects. You literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use. So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container. Otherwise, you don't know.
Spectroscopy needs to be in a container. The study of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
Why can't you see it during a new moon?
Yeah.
Because, do you understand how vision works? Right? In a new moon, what's happening in a new moon? The light from the sun, sun is illuminating the side away from us.
So,
right? Light illuminates the things that it hits. So a new moon is when the side that the sun is illuminating is the other side away from us. What do you want it to do? The light to go around the moon and come back and hit the other side like magic?
Yeah. Without interrupting, let me just answer. When we have when it's nighttime, you're away from all.
I love Sean's face. This is brilliant.
Lights and there's a full moon. I can read by that moonlight. That moonlight casts a shadow on the ground. Don't interrupt. That casts a shadow on the ground. So that moonlight, which is reflected sunlight off a dusty, dirty, rocky, rock ball in your world, is bright enough to travel 238,000 miles to cast a shadow on the ground and to light up my book so I can read. During a total solar eclipse in your world, the Earth is a full Earth from the moon's point of view. It's bigger and shinier, and it should light up the moon, but it doesn't, and no telescope, from any position with infrared or anything has ever seen the moon.
Can you think of why?
You're wrong, though. Moonshine is a thing. Earthshine is a thing, sorry, shining on the moon, right? Astronomy Live shows this, that even during a new moon, if you use the right settings on your camera and your telescopes, whatever, you can literally see the light reflected off of Earth onto the moon. It's not hard.
A much brighter object that is right there where the moon is.
Well, during
the corona of the sun, which is thousands of times brighter. What you're doing right now is you're basically saying, I'm going to shine a spotlight directly into your eyes, and then you tell me if you can see a firefly 2 centimeters to the right. Like, what are you talking about? Do you seriously not understand this stuff? A child can understand this stuff.
So when you're throwing out words like
No, he doesn't understand it, Dave. Oh, and Dale popping in. How do you measure the floor? By looking at the sky. Derp. Yeah, we know you're derping, Dale. We know. Earthshine needs to be in a container, says Truth Nerds.
Spectroscopy. What's the difference between spectroscopy and astrospectroscopy?
What do you mean astro? So astro is a prefix that means stars. So if that's even a word, it's spectroscopy pertaining to stars. What are you, like, Googling stuff furiously over there?
I'm just asking you, I've taken a few notes. I figured out, I watched a few of your videos. I know the straw manning that you're going to try to do and the things that you're going to try to claim. And in reality, an infrared camera, a regular camera from the space station, they should be able to see the sun, the moon either approach the sun, eclipse the sun completely, or exit the sun, and nobody has ever seen it. So again, why are we looking up in the sky? When
I just explained.
Made by Jim Bob. What physical properties does space-time have such that it can bend? Fucking moron. Made by Jim Bob describes himself as a noticer. Met him in fucking Tennessee and actually had some drinks with him and regret it because I didn't know those things about him.
Answered your question. You just answered it again. You asked a question that I just answered. The sun is very bright, right? Way, way, way brighter than Earthshine. Do you understand that if something very bright, you're looking at something very bright, you can't see something way less bright right next to it? What are you not getting about that?
When there's a total eclipse of the sun and you have the little ring around there, you can block that out so it doesn't blind you and you still can't see it. You know what?
It doesn't block it out. The corona. Have you never seen an eclipse?
Why are we talking? You can make a fake eclipse, right? By putting a disc in front of the sun and then looking at the corona, and you could do the same thing with the corona. You can block it. Why are we looking up at the lights in the ceiling that determine the shape of the floor?
Because it works really well. It's the easiest way to figure out the shape of the Earth is by looking at the celestial objects in the sky and recording their motion. It's very, very easy.
1 second, Ash has said we've got to move on to the next talking point, which is space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies, etc. Flat Earth, Dave, do you want to start with that one?
Ask the question again, please.
Space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies.
Yeah, I mean, space is, they're just, giving us images of insanity in space. Like when they show us, nebulas, right? They show us this and they tell us this is where stars are born. This is where there's gas and dust, so much of it that it's creating stars and spitting them out like ping pong balls where they go run away and they park themselves in the rest of the galaxy. This gas and dust in space, in a vacuum, in zero pressure, how does that work? How come this doesn't collapse in on itself? This is just
It does. That's how stars are born.
Yeah,
they do collapse. It's how stars form.
Dave, in your world, this is gases are collapsing upon themselves and then igniting themselves in a vacuum, in a vacuum, and then they
this is no stop. Look, I know that you want to just spew your script without anybody challenging, but you say so many stupid things, and I'm here to tell you why everything you're saying is stupid. So when you say stars igniting in a vacuum, the reason that's confusing for you is that you think stars are little bonfires because you're a moron. Because you don't understand nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is the process by which stars glow. They're not little fireballs. And you can learn that by Googling something for 5 seconds, but you don't do it.
So Dave, you believe that all the rocky bits turn into perfect balls, and then all of the gases somehow start getting gravity, and they start pulling it together, and they get
getting gravity? What do you mean getting gravity?
How do they grow into stars? How come the dust is accumulating? What's bringing it together? Is somebody pushing it up like a snowball?
Gravity.
So they get something, and it's a tiny bit of gravity pulls in some more
gravity. You fucking retard! Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity.
Dust, it pulls in not dust, it pulls in gases, and somehow it's pulling all of these gases together and turning into a nuclear furnace that burns for billions of years. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. And if you want to believe that, that's the world.
So centuries of brilliant astronomers versus is that really all you have? Is the entire field of astronomy and you going, I don't like it. That's dumb. I'm dumb and I don't get it. So astronomy is wrong. That's literally your argument against astronomy right now.
You never met these men. You don't know anything about these men other than the stories that the controllers of this world tell you.
You know they wrote books, right? Well, they wrote books that we can read, and then we base astronomy on that and do astronomy every day, right?
Dave, try not to interrupt. Aristophanes figured out the shadow. Eratosthenes figured out the diameter, the circumference of the Earth with his sticks and shadows. But nobody in that area that came out of that, other mathematicians, never wrote any books about him. They ignored him. They just never mentioned it, and then all of a sudden it shows up in the 1900s in books that go into the education
that's not true.
system.
I mean, if you're just going to lie, then we can just play the lie game.
And Dave, what about the fact that that proves nothing? It works perfectly on a flat Earth. Sticks and shadows prove the Earth is flat, and it proves it's a globe. But you'd have to assume parallel rays. Listen to this. Aristophanes believed that parallel rays are coming into Earth, right? And no one has ever seen parallel rays coming into Earth, right? When we look, we always see them curved. We always see them corpuscular. But he also believed that the Earth was geocentric and we had an infinitely far sun. And so that sun is orbiting around a minuscule.
Far?
Well, infinitely far. Infinitely far means so far away that the rays come in parallel. And that's a whole nother problem. But how is a distant sun orbiting around a speck Earth in the middle of space? That doesn't make sense, and they didn't think about that.
What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about an Earth orbiting a sun? What?
No.
Going that
No,
doesn't make sense.
Dave,
Isn't an argument.
Dave, stop being a dick.
What?
And they didn't think in the middle of other problem. But how is a distant sun orbiting around a speck Earth in the middle of space? That doesn't.
No one thinks a sun is orbiting around Earth, Dave. It's the other way round, you fucking retard.
Make sense, and they didn't think about
what
that. What
doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about an Earth orbiting a sun? What?
No.
Going that
No,
doesn't make sense.
Dave,
Isn't an argument.
Dave, stop being a dick. Listen to what I said.
You stop being a dick.
The Eratosthenes believed that the Earth was geocentric, that the sun orbited us, but the sun was a distant sun. How does a distant gigantic sun orbit a minuscule speck Earth?
Well,
Yeah, you have no answer for that.
They don't know. Yeah. It's the ancient Greeks. They didn't know. Now we know, right? We figured out heliocentrism in like the 16th century.
His
story
so
it was like 500 years ago. It's a pretty long time.
His story makes no sense. And the other question is, you believe that the sun rays that come in are parallel, right?
No, there are rays that are parallel, and then you can point a ray from one edge of the sun and the other edge. Look, light is going in all directions, right? The sun is expelling light. They're spherical waves of light, photons in every direction, right? So you can identify parallel rays, and then you can identify one from this edge. And if you want to talk about individual photons, you can draw paths from the edge of the sun going in one direction, the edge of the sun going in the other direction. You're trying to oversimplify things. You're trying to go, oh, it's corpuscular, it's all parallel, and so then this time it works for my talking point, and then another time it doesn't work for my talking point.
My point is Aristophanes' story doesn't make any sense with a distant sun orbiting a geocentric Earth.
Yeah, if you just say it doesn't make sense and stop talking, I guess.
How does a distant sun orbit a geocentric Earth when the Earth is tiny and the sun is gigantic?
Well, it doesn't.
In your
Long
model.
story short, it doesn't. Yeah. But
so why is Dave arguing for geocentrism here? Like, why is there not Professor Dave? I need to obviously, why is the potato arguing for geocentrism when that's not Professor Dave's position? It's fucking stupid. Oh, okay. Sorry, I need to... One of the things when I'm doing these streams is, like, normal life that I have to deal with gets kind of piled up. There is something I need to quickly go and deal with. Just give me 2 minutes.
I got 160 IQ, man, I'm the truth. At least that's what I tell the flat earth youth. Talk so fast you can't keep track. If you fact check me, I just change the track. Ad hominem, you're dumb. Sit down, red herring, spin it all back round. Straw man, your claim, twisted for sport. Knock it down quick like it's my last resort. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, same old story. Round and round with circular flares. Consequent, that's my style. Begging the question, man, that's my guile. False equivalence, I mix and match. Reification, giving idea latch. Begging the question, that's my main hook. Cherry pick the data till the whole thing's cooked. I'm not wrong, I'm just ahead. At least that's what the voices said. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, that's my story. Round and round with circular flare. Non sequitur. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now.
That's an at-home straw man cherry picking. False equivalency, you're contradicting. Begging the question, appeal to my source, non sequitur, of course. And therefore the earth is flat. Checkmate! I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now. Yeah. IQ 160 in my mind.
Oh, good timing. Man, real life gets in the way of doing these things, huh? I need to set up the next part of the stream as well. Excuse me. Oh, shit. Typing in the wrong place. One, two, three. So we're going to be setting up part 7.
An ancient Greek, and he didn't know heliocentrism. They didn't know when Newton developed Newton's law of universal gravitation. He didn't know why massive objects attract one another, right? He just said, "This is what happens," and I have this equation, and we use Newton's equations to do all these incredible calculations that predict the motion of objects on Earth and in space. He didn't know what gravity was. Einstein gave a better explanation. The curvature of space-time are warped around massive objects. We're probably going to get a better model later. Just that we don't know why things happen doesn't mean we can't do science at predictive power. So as it turns out, Eratosthenes and Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic model, was wrong. Heliocentric model is correct. It doesn't matter that they didn't know that part, or that they didn't know why something happens. Do you not understand how science works?
So if
no, Prof. The potato doesn't know how science works. He's no clue how science works. He thinks science is some magical, mystical thing created by fairies. He is a potato. Potatoes aren't really that smart. Support your local Arwen. He could use your support. Um, 1644. It's what, 1 hour? How going? So that's in 1 hour. So I will set it for, let's say, 1730. And then I will set up a redirect. Duckies. Part 7 set up. And it's going to be the last part because you're not allowed to donate anymore. It's banned, basically. Nobody in the chat is allowed to spend any more money on me. You have spent enough. I am extremely happy. I could take the next month off of YouTube and be absolutely fucking fine. Conspiracy Music Studios, by the way, that was the video that I just put up. And that's one of my favorites, actually, the Fallacy Machine one. Lento Man, yeah, I do say I'm being serious. This isn't me joking. You're not allowed to donate anymore. Please stop it.
Was wrong, and we're heliocentric. Do you think his experiment proved your globe?
Well, yeah, it did. All of those experiments proved the globe. It just didn't have anything to do with heliocentrism. It proved the Earth is a sphere.
Absolutely not, because with a local sun in like the flat Earth is, we have no shadow here, and we have a shadow here, and then you could do your math and figure out what the sphericity of this flat plane is, right?
Okay, so for that to work, how close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
Yeah, the
really
sun,
close, like right above the clouds, which we'd be able to see if you went up in a plane or a balloon, and it'd be like
Shut
right
up,
there.
Spitfire.
Huh?
Dave,
Bad Spitfire.
There's tons of videos explaining how the sun is an apparent object, and we all see it in a different position.
Oh, there's videos that say
Bruce Wayne, it's for my wife and family. Sorry, I'm the one that sits here for fucking 4 days in a row.
dumb things.
No,
it's
there's
true.
that show science, show experiments, and when you try to triangulate the sun, there's a problem. You can't do it. You can't triangulate the sun. So how far the sun is? Some flat earthers say it's 3,000 miles away. I don't like that answer. The math works. We can scale it and make it 6,000 miles away.
You've never done any math in your entire life. You just say the math works and expect people to.
Just stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
I fucking love him.
What is the sun? It's a star.
At this point, dude up here on the left doesn't realize that his mic is not on, which is funny. But why has he got his fucking spit guard, like, round this side? I mean, he's got the same one as me. Like, nope. And the spit guard goes there. But he's got it like that. But I think he's got exactly the same mic as me.
It's a star. It's a burning.
It's a star.
It's a nuclear furnace that's working perfectly, and it's bending space-time where it could hold on to all of the planets that go all the way out to Pluto. Is that your belief?
Well, Pluto's now a trans-Neptunian object.
So we'll go
but
Neptune.
yes,
We'll go,
yes.
Yeah, I love it. I think this is an absolutely great mic. It's the best mic I've ever had. I broke the attachment for it, and it actually sits on the stand from my old Blue Yeti mic. But it does the job.
And then the sun's gravity ignores all of the moons because the moons are attracted to their planets, and it negates the sun. That's what you believe.
What do you mean negates the sun?
Yeah,
so
negates the sun.
moons. So what you're saying is that like one of Jupiter's moons should go flying towards the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you if you believe that the sun's gravity has no effect on moons.
Yeah.
It's the Rode. Oh fuck! What mic have I got? It's the Rode 4 NT USB.
You can calculate. You can see. This is what real scientists and people who understand science can do calculations. So instead of you going, I don't believe it, what you could do is you could take Newton's law of universal gravitation and take a moon, whatever moon, if you want to talk about our moon or one of Mars's or one of Jupiter's or whatever, and you could calculate a number that is the gravitational attraction between the sun and whatever moon you're talking about. And then you could do the same thing for the moon and its parent planet that it is orbiting. Which number do you think is going to be bigger, buddy? Which one do you think is going to be?
Weiss doesn't know because he's an actual potato, and potatoes don't have the capacity of thinking in mathematical terms. I don't think Professor Dave actually did the best explanation there, really. So when we're talking about, you know, I say this is the parent planet and this is the moon. Moon orbiting the planet, right? I know this is flat, but, you know, let's just pretend it's a sphere. And then this system, this entire system has a joint gravitational well. And it's that gravitational well, this, you know, the combination of this and this together warp space-time, and that well is then orbiting the sun itself, right? So the moon is orbiting the sun. But at the same time, it's also caught in the well that this creates, so it orbits that, right? So this has a little well, like a tiny little well. This has a bigger well, and it's caught in that, right? They make a joint well, and that joint well orbits the sun. It's really, I don't understand why flat earthers find this such a hard concept.
Bigger.
And so
the
when we
planet,
have,
the one that it is orbiting around.
when we have a planetary alignment where all the planets are lining up, all of that gravity.
Hang on. You know what? Sorry. I would like you to actually just address what I just said, because this is what happens is I say something, or a flat earth debunker like myself says something that just annihilates the idiotic thing you just said, and then you just gish gallop to another point. I would like you to admit that what you just said is stupid based on what I just said.
Repeat what you said.
I just explained to you why what you said about the sun and the moon is stupid, and you jumped to another talking point.
So you say that the gravity of the planet is holding on to these moons, and it's so much stronger. Let me finish. I'm reiterating what you say to show you how stupid it is. It's holding on to the planets, but the sun's gravity, it can hold on to the planets, hold on to distant planets, but can't affect those moons at all.
Can't affect, like I just said, you can do a calculation. Did you want to do the calculation? Do you want to do it together? Do you want to learn something today? It's called
David,
Newton's law of universal gravitation. Do you know what is in the denominator? R squared. It drops off, gravity drops off by the square of the distance. So as things get very, very far away, their gravitational influence is dramatically less, exponentially so. So when you have a moon that is right near a planet, the gravitational effect is way more than the faraway sun. Isn't that neat? Isn't that a neat thing that we can do with math and numbers that are real things that scientists do, instead of just going, it doesn't make sense, so that's dumb.
You done?
TS.holiday says, how are you holding up, Craig? This is a long membership drive. My back's sore. I'm losing my voice. I've got a slight headache. I've been hungry the whole time because I'm not eating the normal protein and shit that I would. I don't eat shit, you know what I mean. But I'm doing good. I'm having a lot of fun. This is, I think, maybe the most fun membership drive I've done. And it is the record. It's 80 hours is what we're gonna do. I don't want to do any more. I am more than happy to say, right, 80 hours is what we're doing. You know, if you look at the time right now, we'll do this. Look at the time right now. For the second time in 71 hours, we've dropped below 9, right? That's it. Right? It was about 18 hours ago we dropped below 9, and then you guys acted like pricks and kept giving me money. How the fuck dare you? What kind of assholes are you to keep giving me money? Like, why would you do that? So about 18 hours ago, we dropped below 9 hours, and I got really fucking excited. Might have been even longer ago, actually. Maybe 24 hours ago. Maybe even longer than that. I can't remember, right? Oh, fuck off, Pope Russian! I'm like, it's dropped below 9 hours. Butt plug for you, F Grudge. Thank you, Pope Russian. That's not normally how it goes on YouTube, is it? You give someone money and they go, oh, fuck off. Right. Well, it's about 9 hours. So for the second time in the past 70 hours, the timer's dropped below 9 hours. Which means I've got 9 hours left to go. Okay? Which means that I finish at like, what, wait, 5 to 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So at this point, I will finish at 2 a.m. Right? Which is insane. It's amazing. It's frankly mental. But I'll be finishing at 2 a.m. Right? And I really don't want you to do any more. STS Seek Truth Speak Truth got gifted a membership. Is Seek Truth Speak Truth in the chat? Oh, no. No, I think what it is, I've been given so many fucking memberships that it's just randomly giving people that are members of, subscribers of my channel memberships. Yeah, so I'll be finishing around 2 a.m. I'm at 9 hours for the second time, right? And it's insane. But I want that to start. I want this to be the home run. I don't want to keep going. I don't want to have to do another sleep, right? I've slept 3 times on camera. I think that's enough of you guys watching me sleep. Frankly, it's a little creepy. Oh, the wife's home. Just give me 1 sec. Ah, you bugger. You right? He says he's at the Burnt Island show with kids at the moment. He's about 7. So you'd like to go up there, up there? You got your monkey attached to them? Yeah, when you go in, it's the first door on the left. What's that smell? Oh, he farted, though. Fuck's sake. First door on the left. Oh, yeah, but also the post office had one just in case. That's the one I think. Oh my god, you're a stinky bitch. Well, you taking my friend? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Good boy. Can I have a hug? No. Please? 9 hours. It was 8 hours.
It looks the same as every top you have. It doesn't. Yes, it does.
Oh no, what's happened? You know she's cooking a roast dinner, right? Say hello to the stream, Strin.
No, I'm going out.
Come on, quick.
I'm going out.
They want to see you.
No, they don't.
Ugh. day is gonna be the day, and they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. And I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. And I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads that lead you there are winding. Wait, I forgot how to play that. Oh well. Yeah, I think we are tuned down here. So that was the base of what got me my A in music at GCSE level. It was a tune I wrote, well, one of the 8 parts of a tune I wrote called Bernard Pinkerton in D minor. It's based around an open D. You drop tune to D, and then you use a bunch of harmonics. So you run around the open D and the harmonics at the Pentecostal scale. And you run in with some open Ds and G7, G sus. Well, that's technically a G sus 9, all the way down to your D7 at the top. And then running back through, up. Yeah, some drop D tuning. There was 3 guitar parts I wrote for it. Then there was a violin part, a cello part, a piano part, and a double bass part. And it went on for about 7 minutes, gradually building up, getting stronger and stronger. And it's one of my favorite things that I've ever written for myself. Nikki Lauder says, did I do cocaine? I've never done cocaine. Hamish, the crazy teddy bear, 5 years. I'm glad he accidentally muted his mic before playing the guitar. Thank you very much. Get rid of the green light. See, Hamish, you turned my lights green. No, I wrote that when I was, 14, doing my music GCSE. Well, okay, technically me and my guitar teacher wrote it together, but, you know, he helped me get all the different parts working together. Sustaining Nimbus says, I'm all for the stream just counting down from here. Just change the text on screen to reflect that. Froggo, music's just a theory. I know, right? Nikki Lauder says, Aerosmith had orchestra when they were really high. Yeah, okay. So I've played My None Can Be Happy All the Time. Do you want to hear the full version? So I've I played you my right song. I've played that a few times, but here is the full version, which featured the Bristol Philharmonic Orchestra. You might enjoy this. We'll listen to this together, see what you think. Again, this was recorded when I was 14 also. Definitely no cocaine. No, Rubiks, absolutely fucking not. Hell no, $5. I am Interlocus of Borg. After this debate, you will be assimilated into the flat Earth, LMAO. I'm backing vocals with the guitar.
Switch out that damn TV. I can't stand next to children when I try to get to sleep. Put down that firecracker, it's making me burn out. I can't take it anymore, and I gotta scream and shout. But no one can be happy all the time. Sometimes we all need to sit and cry. But no one can be happy all the time. And I only know because I always try.
Hear the orchestra?
Raise your hand if you slightly apart. I would put my arms asleep. I can't stand taking orders. I'm being led like sheep. Does anyone know what anything means? Does that spoil the fun? Like playing Russian roulette with my fully loaded gun.
And here's a bit of a different vibe from the same band.
Oh, bugger.
And we go!
Recorded 26 years ago, shit.
When I woke up on the sunset, when I really shook me down, I thought I had no brains, when I really had no brawn. I took it from the bottom, I should take it from the top. And I had enough of real, when I thought I had my lot. But I don't know what to do, as do as I know. I gotta show for what I got, I can if I go. Whoa, you gotta deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal. I've only thought around my eyes, it should be in my head. Got buried in Nevada when I wasn't even dead. I'm a brother with an adult asking kids for cash. When I saw a green police car, I thought I'd make a dash. But I don't know what to do, cause I do as I know. I gotta jump for what I got, I can if I go. Whoa, you gotta deal with it, deal with it. You 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 deal with it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You deal with it. Whoa, whoa. You deal with it. Whoa, whoa. But you gotta deal with it. Deal with it.
Yes, Sparky, but shut the fuck up.
Take it to the brain. Let the ladies rock. When I woke up on the sunset, when I really shook me down, I thought I had no brains, so when I really had no brawn, I took it from the bottom, I should take it from the top, and I had enough of real, had enough of real, had another thrill. But I don't know what I do, cause I do as I know. Gotta shoot for what I got, or I
Well, I wrote this for you, bitch.
deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it. I bet you deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal with it. Deal with it, deal with it. You deal with it, deal with it.
There we go. Bit of my musical history for you. We're under 9 hours, 8 hours 44 to go. Let's go! Woo! Let's give those two songs a mark out of 10, guys, in the chat. And we could do one more.
Oh, bugger.
A bit more of experimental stuff. All right, do one more. This one was called One Man. Oh, fuck off, Sparky NJ, with $20, you dick. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate your super chats. And I've got to add 3 minutes. Well, actually, that makes it 6. All right, one more. Here is One Man Riot. Definitely inspired by making this one.
Hopelessness, I think you know my name. I'm wasting you, but everywhere, 'cause I join in the game. So get it on, you know you're long gone. So get it on, you know you're long gone. I'm a one-man riot, a one-man bigot. I'm on the run, having fun, but I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. One man riot, now you know what I mean.
My idea, Hamish.
Superstition, that's how we play the game. So guess it on, you know you're long gone. So guess it on, you know you're long gone. I'm a one-man riot, a one-man bigot. I'm on the run, having fun, but I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. No refunds, you got no returns. The politicians laugh, but people like us die in squalor. They die in squalor. The digitally, I'm number 5, 625. 1, 2, 4. What are you? What are you? What are you? What are you? We fell. We fell. We fell. We fell so. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me and say, follow me and say, follow me and say, I say, that's the milk out to the world, baby. 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 Oh, yeah.
There we go. Some of my musical history from like 26 fucking years ago. That was actually recorded 26 years ago. Yeah, shit. Wow. July 2000. So yeah, 26 years ago. That was No One Could Be Happy, then Deal With It, then One Man Riot. Anyway, back to Professor Dave.
Yeah, what do you got? Do you want to address this thing, or do you want to jump right to another thing?
I want to jump to something else, because you say that the sun's gravity that can hold on to Neptune and Pluto can't affect the moon, which is way closer to it, and that the Earth's gravity overwhelms that. That's stupid. That's me saying it.
Why?
You're the
all you're saying is that's stupid. All you're saying is that's stupid.
And all you're saying is that it works because I could do math, but it doesn't. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Dave, model it. You ever know about the 3-body problem? I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, the 3-body problem. So we can't do
Dave,
calculations.
Stop being such a condescending prick. We already know. Just talk normal. Have a discussion.
Sorry, hang on one second. This is serious. This private chat keeps covering the screen. Can this stop? Why is this doing this? The private chat.
Yeah.
Like,
it shouldn't cover the chat, should it?
Jim Daniels said, so FTFE thinks he's getting off early. Early? I think 80 hours is not fucking early. Jim? Please don't. Please don't, Jim. Jim? Please? Please don't. I'll play more of my old music if you give me money. How about that? There's a song called Nuclear Fleas, which is a bit different.
Just trying to make sure everything's all right.
Covering the whole screen. All right. Anyway,
hang on. Yes, we're sorting it out. There seems to be a problem with Sean's. I can't hear you, Sean.
No.
Yeah, that's what's going on. I've been watching Sean every now and then, just chatting away, and we've not been hearing him. There's tons of important snippets of information lost forever to the ethers of the internet. How are you guys doing? There's a lot of back and forth, isn't it? It's a very, dare I say it, American debate, isn't it? It's insults and stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I would like to get off of the lights in the sky because I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth.
Because they destroy the flat Earth?
Well, you say that, but the lights in the sky have nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Okay, so this was my first talking point. Were we going to do the talking points that we prepared? Because my first talking point is about this, and it is an absolute annihilation of flat Earth. That's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why you say, why do we look at the things in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth? Because that's how we figured it out 2,000 years ago, by looking at the stars. Can I show my slide that shows this?
Go for
it. Here we go. Observation of the stars. Next one. Can you? You're controlling it, right? Do I just tell you when to go? Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, then hang on, all this stuff is covering. I can't even see the text. I think I remember what it says. Anyway, if you're looking at the North Pole in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. Go to the next one. If you are in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, the stars rotate clockwise. Next one. How does this make sense on a flat Earth? Sorry, this is a screenshot from one of my videos. So in the video, they're rotating in different directions. Why would two people on a flat pizza land look at the sky and see a sky that is rotating in different ways? Next one. And furthermore, why can't we all see the same stars? There are stars that you can only see in the northern towards the northern hemisphere, and stars you can only see in the southern hemisphere. Next one. On a globe, this makes perfect sense. If you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, east is to your right. If you are in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, east is to your left. Next one. And the reason we can't see certain stars is because you can't see through the Earth. Next one.
Shut up, Joe.
That's why in the northern hemisphere we can't see the Southern Cross. That's why in the southern hemisphere we can't see Polaris. Next one. Almost done. Quick one here.
We can do Professor Dave versus Witsit after this one. That one's even better.
So it actually gets a lot worse than that in the southern hemisphere because you've taken a globe and you've unwrapped it. The southern hemisphere makes absolutely no sense. People in the southern hemisphere who are all looking at the Southern Cross are somehow supposed to be, we're believing that they're all looking in completely different directions and seeing the same object often at the same time. Next one. Go to the next slide.
Yeah, you're right. We are nearing 12 hours on this stream, so let me just check that the redirect is set up. It is. Right, I'm going to end this stream and go over to the next part, part 7. 7 lots of 12 is a bit ridiculous, frankly. So we're going to do that. Make sure you just stay in the stream. Don't leave. Do not go. You will just be automatically teleported by the magic of YouTube over to the next part. And I will see you over there in just a minute. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat Earth.